Chapter 1, Rice Barrel? Gluttony. Lu Chen, F-grade talent, rice barrel. The headmaster's voice had no inflection, as if reading off a piece of waste paper. There was a brief silence in the room, followed by a burst of harsh laughter. Rice barrel? Ha 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 ha. This is hilarious. I've heard of power-enhancing talents, speed-enhancing talents, but this is the first time I've seen a talent that enhances appetite. This talent is great. You could work at a pig farm, just to help pigs get their appetite back. You'd be in high demand. In the center of the crowd, Zhao Tai, dressed in a custom school uniform, laughed the loudest. He patted the fire lion beside him, its mane burning like flames, with a mocking smile on his face. Lu Chen, since we're classmates, my family's farm needs someone to scoop poop. If you're willing to come, I'll pay you double. After all, you're a professional talent in your field. Lu Chen stood on the platform, one hand in his pocket, expressionless. He looked at the so-called F-grade assessment, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. On his retina, a line of blood-red small text, visible only to him, was flashing madly. S-grade talent gluttony, ignore any toxins and rejection reactions, forcibly digest all things, with a 100% conversion rate. Note, the more poisonous, the better it nourishes. Go down. The homeroom teacher, old Wang, sighed, stuffing the awakening report into Lu Chen's arms, his eyes looking at him like he was a piece of decaying wood. Though you're also a beast master, with your talent, you really can't afford to raise a battle pet. Take my advice and go to the logistics department. You can cut meat for the pets. It's dirty and tiring, but at least you'll survive. You have a sister to take care of, don't aim too high. Lu Chen took the report without arguing or explaining. He turned and left, his back straight and decisive. Behind him, Zhao Tai's mocking voice grew even bolder, and the fire lion let out a roar, as if to show off. Lu Chen didn't look back. How could a sparrow understand the ambition of a swan? Although right now, this swan was so poor it didn't even have a single feather left. Once he was out of the school gate, the noise was cut off behind him. Lu Chen turned into a dark and damp alley. This was the backside of the city, where the air was thick with the smell of dead rats and spoiled food. Beat it to death. Dare to glare at me? I'll kill you, you animal. In front by the trash bin, a few middle school students skipping class were standing in a circle, throwing bricks down like rain. In the corner, something black and shadowy was curled up. It was a dog. Or rather, it was a skeleton that was still breathing. Its fur was almost completely gone, revealing skin that was covered in pus-filled sores and mange, a hideous shade of grayish blue. One of its hind legs was twisted at an unnatural 90-degree angle, clearly broken. Yellow pus leaked from the wound, emitting a nauseating stench. It didn't bark or dodge as the bricks fell. It just clung tightly to a half-rotten piece of bread underneath it, glaring at the group of unruly children with its remaining good eye. There was no plea in its gaze, only deep hatred. Like a wolf. Even more like an evil spirit that hadn't fully grown. Bang! Lu Chen kicked the nearby metal trash can, the loud noise echoing through the narrow alley, freezing the kids in their tracks. Who's there? Looking for death? The leader, a boy with a buzz cut, swore as he turned around, still holding a bloodied brick in his hand. However, when he saw who it was, his arrogance immediately shrank. Although Lu Chen was thin, his figure was tall and straight, easily towering over the group of troublemakers. He didn't waste words. He bent down, picked up a rusted steel pipe from the ground, weighed it in his hand, and then walked toward the group without a single change in expression. The steel pipe scraped against the cement ground, making a sound that grated on the teeth. "WH? What do you want?" the buzzcut boy stammered, trying to sound fierce but showing his fear. "We're just beating a stray dog, what's it to you?" Lu Chen stopped in front of him, looking down at him with cold eyes as if he were looking at a corpse. He raised the steel pipe and pointed it at the buzzcut boy, his voice unnervingly calm. "You're just an ordinary person. If I split your head open right here, it could only be considered excessive self-defense at most. Do you believe it? In this world, even the lowest-level beastmasters have privileges when facing ordinary people." The buzzcut boy looked at the rusted steel pipe in Lu Chen's hand, then at Lu Chen's eyes, which showed no signs of emotion. His Adam's apple bobbed slightly. He was truly scared. This person looked like a madman. Crazy, crazy. Let's go. The buzzcut boy fiercely threw the brick onto the ground. Though his mouth was tough, his feet didn't stop. He cursed as he ran off with a few companions. The alley finally quieted down, leaving only the buzzing of flies. Lu Chen discarded the steel pipe and crouched down in front of the pile of filthy flesh and blood. Gore! The dying stray dog let out a low growl from its throat, like the sound of a broken windbox. It was its last warning. It tried to bare its teeth, but half of its teeth had been broken, and its mouth was full of blood and foam. Lu Chen didn't move. In the depths of his pupils, golden data streams suddenly exploded. Eye of Truth, activated. Buzz. the nauseating scene disappeared. In its place, a gorgeous, almost demonic data panel floated above the stray dog's head. Species, stray black dog, mutated. Condition, near death, internal rupture, fractures, severe infection. Hidden bloodline, hellhound, faint. Lu Chen's gaze passed over the mediocre evolutionary routes like Blackwind dog and iron bone dog and directly focused on the bottom. There, a pitch-black tree diagram exuded an ominous aura. Forbidden evolution route, biochemical demon dog. Evolution success rate, 0.01%, can be increased to 100% with the talent Gluttony. Required materials. High concentration industrial sulfuric acid, 500 milliliters, corrode the mortal body and reforge poisonous bones. Corpseflower extract, 3 drops, replace necrotic blood. Evaluation, this is not evolution, this is creating disaster. It will become a walking biochemical weapon, leaving nothing alive in its wake. Sulfuric acid. Corpse water. Zombie crystals. When combined, these substances could cause an elephant to instantly die and turn into a pool of blood. Any normal beastmaster seeing this list would think it's insane. But Lu Chen's lips curled into a smile, one that was almost perverse. Wonderful. It's truly wonderful. In a world where even a single spirit fruit can cost tens of thousands, these industrial waste products and toxic garbage were practically tailor-made for him, who was now penniless, as god-tier supplements. He extended his hand, ignoring the pus and the foul smell, and directly pressed it onto the stray dog's head. The stray dog trembled, its one eye filled with astonishment. This human doesn't mind it? Little one. Lu Chen's fingers pinched the back of its neck, feeling its faint heartbeat, almost stopping. Do you want to live? The stray dog whimpered, its single eye bursting with a strong will to survive. Then come with me. Lu Chen took out the crumpled contract card from his pocket. It was the last inheritance left by his parents. Living as a dog is meaningless, getting beaten, getting cursed at. Come with me, and I'll make you into a monster. From now on, if anyone dares to touch us, we'll tear their throat out. Slap. The contract card stuck to the stray dog's blood-soaked forehead. There was no holy and pure white light. A dark green light, as if coming from the depths of hell, erupted instantly, completely engulfing both man and dog. In that light, there was an aura of madness and deathly silence that made one's heart palpitate. The contract was established. Chapter 2, Woman, let go of that dog. The rain started to fall. The rain in Linjiang City always had a sour, rusty smell, especially near the Western District's chemical factory. Lu Chen, holding the just-contracted mangy dog, walked quickly, as though racing against death itself. The rainwater soaked his faded school uniform, and the dog in his arms was very light as a pile of dry twigs. Every breath it took was accompanied by a whoosh sound from its damaged lungs, blood foam splattering onto Lu Chen's chest. Warning, contract beast's health is below 5%. Warning, organ failure is accelerating. Estimated time of death, 1 hour 23 minutes. The red countdown on the retina pulsated like a death knell. Lu Chen lowered his head and took a quick glance. The mangy dog, now called Kobold, was struggling to open its murky single eye, trying to lick the back of Lu Chen's hand with its tongue. It was comforting this human. Even though it was dying in pain. Save some strength. Lu Chen tightened his embrace slightly. Kobold whimpered, its head tilted, and it passed out completely. Lu Chen gritted his teeth and turned into a dilapidated street with a no-smoking sign hanging. This was the gray area of Linjiang City, the chemical street in the West District. The air was thick with the acrid smell of sulfur and ammonia, and the gutters by the roadside were flowing with colorful wastewater. There were no fancy beast breeding stores here, only black markets selling illegal chemicals, second-hand mechanical parts, and low-end beast flesh. Lu Chen stopped in front of a greasy store. Old Lee's Chemical Grocery Store. Boss, I need supplies. Lu Chen pushed the door open, bringing in a damp, cold mist. Behind the counter, a bald man with a face full of rough flesh was sitting cross-legged, watching short videos on his phone. He didn't even raise his eyelids when he saw Lu Chen come in. Student? Wrong door, go next door for stationery. Lu Chen didn't waste any words. He took out the last 250 yuan from his pocket and slapped it on the greasy glass counter. I want sulfuric acid. Lu Chen stared into the boss's eyes, speaking quickly, industrial grade, 98% concentration or higher, 500 milliliters. Also, a bottle of expired adrenaline, any brand, as long as it's potent. The bald boss finally looked up. His murky eyes scanned Lu Chen up and down, eventually landing on the half-dead dog in his arms. He grinned, showing a set of yellow teeth. Kid, you've got a strong taste, huh? This dog's in such bad shape, and you still want to send it off with sulfuric acid? Why not just throw it in the river, it'd be quicker. Clearly, he took Lu Chen for some kind of sadistic freak. In this chaotic street, such things were not uncommon. Clogged drain, Lu Chen lied expressionlessly, the house is blocked. The bald man scoffed but didn't press further. A deal's a deal, after all. He turned around and rummaged through a dusty shelf behind him, pulling out a dark brown glass bottle with a skull and crossbones symbol, then tossed over an unmarked syringe. This acid is leftover from a factory shut down 2 years ago, strong stuff. Be careful not to spill it on yourself, it'll burn through your bones, don't come crying to me. The bald man grabbed the money off the counter without counting, shoving it into his pocket, money's just right. There's a 2 yuan deposit for the bottle, no refund if you don't return it. Lu Chen grabbed the sulfuric acid and syringe, turning and walking out the door. Hey, wait! The bald man suddenly called out to him, pointing at the awning outside, don't cause trouble in my shop. If you're going to kill that dog, do it farther away, don't dirty my doorstep. Lu Chen paused for a moment, didn't turn around, and pushed the door open to leave. Outside, the rain was heavier. Lu Chen found a roof overhang to take shelter. This was the abandoned warehouse area of the chemical plant, surrounded by rusty oil barrels, a place where even homeless people usually avoided. He placed Cobalt on a relatively dry wooden box. The dog no longer moved. Only the faintest movement of its chest, nearly invisible, proved it was still alive. Lu Chen took a deep breath and twisted open the cap of the industrial sulfuric acid bottle. Sizzle, a visible white smoke immediately shot up, accompanied by an intensely acrid smell. A few drops of liquid splashed onto the wooden box, instantly corroding several small black holes into the thick wood, releasing a puff of smoke. This stuff could melt through iron. Now, he was going to feed it to a dying dog. Lu Chen's hands trembled, not from fear, but from excitement. Detected high-purity corrosive liquid. Meets the biochemical demon dog stage 1 evolution condition. Talent Gluttony is ready, forced transformation program initiated. The moment the system panel popped up, Lu Chen's hesitation vanished from his eyes. He pinched the upper and lower jaws of the coal ball, forcibly prying its mouth open, while his other hand lifted a bottle of sulfuric acid, ready to pour it inside. Stop! A sharp scream suddenly pierced through the rain curtain. Lu Chen furrowed his brows, but his movements did not stop. Bang! A white light whip suddenly lashed out, precisely hitting Lu Chen's wrist. A sharp pain surged through him, making Lu Chen's hand tremble. The sulfuric acid bottle tilted slightly, and a drop of concentrated acid splashed onto the back of his hand. Sizzle! His skin immediately turned black, the searing pain making Lu Chen gasp for breath. But he gripped the bottle tightly and didn't let go. He turned his head and looked at the newcomers with cold, murderous eyes. In the rain curtain, a man and a woman walked out. Both were wearing neat uniforms from the 3rd Beastmaster High School, and neither held an umbrella, as a jellyfish spirit, glowing softly, floated above their heads. It was a rare auxiliary pet beast, holding up a water shield that kept the rain away. The man was tall and handsome, and the woman had flowing long hair, her face full of righteous determination. The girl covered her mouth, her face filled with fear as she pointed at Lu Chen. You are Lu Chen? The one with the awakened useless talent? She saw the dog in Lu Chen's arms, and tears instantly welled up in her eyes. Oh my god. It's hurt so badly, and you still want to feed it sulfuric acid? Are you even human? The boy beside her also wore a face of disgust, frowning as he spoke. Su Yao, don't waste your time with this psycho. F-level talent, probably mentally twisted, trying to find a sense of existence by torturing weak creatures. Su Yao. Lu Chen recognized her face. She was the class beauty from the next-door elite class, famous for being the ambassador of love, often posting pictures of feeding stray cats on her social media, and then casually throwing away leftover cans of cat food on the roadside, attracting flies. Get lost. Lu Chen shook off the acid on his hand and looked at them as though they were dead people. Don't force me to slap you. You dare to yell at me? Su Yao stared at him in disbelief, then suddenly filled with righteous anger. She took a few steps forward, trying to snatch the coal ball from Lu Chen's hand. Give it to me. I'll take it to the hospital. People like you don't deserve to be beastmasters. We're calling the police. We'll get the cops to arrest you. The boy also took out his phone, aiming it at Lu Chen and filming. Everyone, look. This is the scum of the 3rd High, torturing a pet beast. The phone camera was shoved right into Lu Chen's face. Su Yao's hand reached for the coal ball. Woo! The coal ball, which had been unconscious, seemed to sense the threat and suddenly snapped back to life. Its eyes opened, and it fiercely bit down on Su Yao's well-maintained hand. Ah! Su Yao screamed, quickly retracting her hand. 2 blood holes appeared on the back of her hand. It bit me? This crazy dog bit me. Su Yao's face twisted in pain, the love she had for animals earlier completely gone. She screamed, Zhang Hao. Kill it. Quickly. Get your frogadier to kill it. This dog has rabies. The boy, Zhang Hao, darkened in expression. His summoning array lit up instantly. A frog, half human height and green, leaped out, opening its mouth to spray water jets. You're looking for death. Lu Chen's patience was completely exhausted. He ignored the two idiots and forcefully injected the expired adrenaline into the kobold's neck with his left hand. His right hand raised the sulfuric acid bottle, shoving it straight into the kobold's throat. Ghoul ghoul. 500 milliliters. A full pound of concentrated sulfuric acid was forced into the mangy dog's stomach, all under the horrified gaze of Su Yao and Zhang Hao. He's crazy, he's gone mad. Su Yao's face turned pale with fear, forgetting the pain in her hand. This was sulfuric acid. One bottle of it, and its intestines would be burned through. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The horrifying sound came from inside the kobold's body. It sounded as if a piece of raw meat had been thrown into a hot frying pan. The kobold's body stiffened suddenly, and it let out a piercing screech, unlike any canine noise. A large amount of white smoke poured out from its nostrils, mouth, and even its pores. The smoke, carrying a strong corrosive quality, fell into the puddle on the ground, making a sizzling sound. It's dead. You killed it. Su Yao screamed, murderer. Pervert. However, the next second, her scream stopped abruptly, as if someone had strangled a duck's neck. The dog, which should have been torn apart and rotten, did not die. Instead, the wounds on its body were undergoing a bizarre change at a speed visible to the naked eye. The rotting skin, which had been leaking yellow pus, rapidly scabbed over, peeled off, and then grew a layer of pitch-black, metallic lost keratin after coming into contact with the acid mist oozing from its body. The broken bones in its hind legs made a crack-crack sound, as if the bones were forcibly reorganizing. Its body began to swell. From the originally emaciated size of a stray dog, it instantly grew larger, its muscles bulging like they were inflated, every muscle packed with explosive power. The most terrifying part was its mouth. Its lower jaw cracked open, widened, teeth fell out, then 2 rows of jagged, green slime-covered fangs grew in their place. Talent Gluttony activated. Absorbing high-concentration sulfuric acid. Transformation successful. Acquired trait, corrosive blood, beginner, dot. Acquired skill, acid spray. Remodeling body. Reconstruction complete. Who? The kobold exhaled a puff of sulfur-smelling, turbid air. It shakily stood up from the wooden box. At this moment, it no longer resembled a mangy dog in the slightest. Its body was pitch black, hairless, with skin like a layer of hard black armor, and barbs growing at its joints. The broken leg was fully restored, and its claws had become sharp as knives, easily scratching deep marks on the hard wooden box. Its once murky single eye had now turned a faint green, like 2 ghostly flames dancing in the rain. Although it was not yet the complete biomutant dog, the fierce and brutal aura emanating from its bones made the surrounding temperature seem to drop by several degrees. What? What kind of monster is this? Zhang Hao took 2 steps back in fear, and his water arrow frog sensed the predator-like aura, curling up in fright and croaking wildly. Lu Chen shook the empty bottle in his hand and casually tossed it into the trash pile. Clink. The crisp sound broke the dead silence. Lu Chen turned around, a sinister smile curling at the corner of his mouth, as he looked at the stunned Su Yao and Zhang Hao. Who was just saying they were going to kill it? Lu Chen patted the kobold's hard, iron-like head. The kobold immediately stepped forward, grinning widely, with a swirl of green liquid building up deep in its throat. The strong, pungent acidic odor immediately hit Su Yao, nearly making her vomit on the spot. Weren't you so tough just now? Lu Chen pointed at the pair of golden boy and jade girl in front of him and gave the first command to the kobold. Go, give these 2 kind-hearted ambassadors a bath. The green light in the kobold's eyes intensified. Ugh. The next second, a foul-smelling, green acid stream shot out of its mouth, aimed directly at Zhang Hao's expensive water arrow frog. Croak. The water arrow frog screamed in agony as its proud water shield was instantly pierced by the acid, like thin paper. The acid splashed onto its smooth skin, and thick black smoke rose up instantly. My frog! My water arrow frog! Zhang Hao watched his pet rolling on the ground, nearly fainting in pain. This was a pet they had spent a lot of money on. Ah! My face! My face is burned. Su Yao, who had only been splashed with a little of the acid mist on her cheek, instantly developed a swollen red bump, and she screamed hysterically, no longer maintaining her previous arrogance. Lu Chen! You're crazy! I'm going to tell the teacher. I'm going to have you expelled. Su Yao cried as she stepped back. Lu Chen coldly watched the scene, a feeling of indescribable satisfaction swelling inside him. Pleasure. Is this the feeling of having real power in hand? So damn refreshing. I'm always ready. When a pet beast died, this Miss Su started crying and sobbing. He was really looking forward to the expression on her face when she begged for her life at the moment of death. Right now, it was broad daylight, and he couldn't kill someone, but that didn't mean there wouldn't be another opportunity later. Next time I see you pointing at my dog like that, burned skin won't be the only thing left of your pets. After saying this, Lu Chen ignored the two scared clowns who were trembling in fear. Cobalt, let's go. Time to eat. Woof. Burp. Cobalt let out a sour burp and trotted happily behind Lu Chen. Even though it now looked like a creature from hell, it still wagged its bare, iron whip-like tail behind Lu Chen. The rain stopped. Lu Chen, with a monster in tow, walked into the twilight of the setting sun. And on his retina, a new prompt box popped up again. First stage of evolution complete. Next stage materials, Corpseflower, highly toxic. Recommended location, outskirts of the city, mass graveyard. Lu Chen touched his empty stomach and then glanced at the imposing coal ball beside him. Next stage, make money. Get stronger. Chapter 3, is this a dog? This is damn biohazard. Route 44 bus, the last bus of the day. The bus was empty, with only one person sitting in the last row. Driver Old Zhang's hands on the steering wheel were sweaty, and he occasionally glanced at the rearview mirror, terrified, looking at the back seat. There sat a student in school uniform, holding a dark monster in his arms. It looked like a dog, but its entire body was covered in black skin resembling insect armor, with barbed spines at its joints. It was resting its head on the student's knee, its mouth slightly open. Old Zhang's eyelid twitched, and he almost drove the bus into the ditch. Student, we've arrived. Happiness neighborhood is just ahead. Before the bus even stopped, Old Zhang impatiently shouted, his voice trembling. Thanks. Lu Chen patted Cobalt's head and stood up to get off the bus. It wasn't until the suffocating figure disappeared into the night that Old Zhang slammed on the gas pedal, fleeing like his life depended on it. Happiness neighborhood. The name sounds nice, but it was actually the most notorious slum in Lingjiang City. Shacks built illegally, wires messily strung, and dog poop everywhere that no one bothered to clean up. Lu Chen stepped through puddles, heading into the alleyway. Just around the corner, a blinding high beam made him squint his eyes. It was an incredibly flashy Porsche 911, which looked completely out of place in this trash-filled alley. Beside the car stood a chubby boy, holding 2 bags of exquisitely packaged beast-specific meat cans, pacing back and forth anxiously. Wango, nicknamed Wang Fatty. A well-known second-generation rich kid in Lingjiang City, and Lu Chen's only real buddy in this world. Lu bro. You're finally back. Seeing Lu Chen, Wang Fatty threw away his cigarette butt and walked up with a face full of grief and anger. I heard about what happened at school. Damn, that Zhao Tai son of a bitch, how dare he mock your talent? So what if you're F rank? Did F rank eat his family's rice? He shoved the bags into Lu Chen's arms. Take it. I stole this crimson blood beef from my old man. It's worth thousands per pound. Even if you're F rank, we can't let the first pet beast go hungry. By the way, where's your first pet? Did you bring it? While talking, Wang Fatty leaned over, peeking behind Lu Chen. It's here. Lu Chen took the cans, weighed them in his hands, and smiled faintly. But, its appetite is pretty big. These cans might not be enough for it. TCH. Who do you think you're talking to? Wang Fatty slapped his chest. Who am I? Wang the young master. How could I let my pet beast go hungry? Let it out. I'll open the cans for it right now. Lu Chen didn't say anything, just turned sideways and snapped his fingers. Cobalt, come out and meet the guest. From the darkness, 2 ghostly green flames lit up. Then, heavy footsteps echoed. Claws scraping the cement floor, making an excruciating scritch sound. A creature half the size of a person, entirely black. A vicious creature, smelling strongly of sulfur, slowly emerged from the shadows. It stopped in front of Fat Wang, lowered its head, and its large mouth full of jagged fangs almost touched Fat Wang's nose. Who? A wave of hot air blew onto Fat Wang's face. It was a breath mixed with the scent of strong acid and rotting corpses. Fat Wang's smile froze on his face. He kept his hand, still holding the can opener, suspended in midair, his Adam's apple bobbing violently, and his legs began to uncontrollably tremble. Lu Gu. Fat Wang, his voice on the verge of tears, his eyes nearly popping out, said, Are you telling me, this is your pet beast? Just had a little beauty treatment at the chemical plant. Lu Chen walked over and slapped the coal ball on the forehead. Shut your mouth, you're drooling on Fat Wang's shoes, those are limited edition. The coal ball whimpered in grievance, closing its mouth, but its terrifying appearance still made people's hearts race. Fat Wang plopped down on the hood of the Porsche, wiping a cold sweat. Beauty treatment? You call this a beauty treatment? This is freaking Resident Evil. What did you feed it? Golden fertilizer? Sulfuric acid. Lu Chen answered succinctly. Fat One opened his mouth and finally managed to squeeze out, "You're impressive." Though he was complaining, the worry in Fat One's eyes had eased considerably. His brother was still okay, and the pet beast looked fierce, so that was fine. "Let's talk business." Lu Chen leaned against the car door, his expression growing more serious. "Fat One, lend me some money." At the mention of money, Fat One immediately pulled out his phone. "How much? Is 50,000 enough? If not, I'll ask my mom for more." "Not enough." Lu Chen shook his head, holding up one finger. "I need 500,000. The first stage of the coal ball's evolution was only the beginning. To truly turn it into a combat force and even start the second stage evolution into the Hellhound, the resources required were massive. Just the Corpseflower had been inflated to sky-high prices on the black market. 500,000? Fat Wong paused, looking troubled. "Lu Go, it's not that I don't want to lend it. My card has a limit set by my dad. I can only transfer 5,000 at a time. What do you need so much for? Is this dog eating gold?" Lu Chen was about to explain. Suddenly, bang! A loud crash came from deep in the alley. It was the sound of Lu Chen's old iron door being kicked open. Then came a series of noisy curses and the sound of heavy objects being thrown and smashed. "Lu Chen! Are you dead? If not, get your ass out here. Pay your debts, it's the law of the land. If you don't bring the money today, we'll burn this broken house down." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's calm expression instantly darkened. His eyes turned sharp as knives. These were people from the Black Dragon Loan Shark gang. Before his parents passed away, they had gone bankrupt and owed a large debt. Although Lu Chen had been paying it back these years, these vampires had compounded the interest, and the original 200,000 had ballooned to 800,000. These bastards. Fat Wong immediately exploded, grabbing the car's anti-theft lock, ready to charge in. "How dare they bully my brother? They must be tired of living. Don't move." Lu Chen reached out to stop him. He turned to look at the coal ball by his side, gently stroking its cold, hard spine. "Perfect, just ate and needs to move around a bit to digest." Lu Chen's voice was soft, yet it carried a chilling tone that sent a shiver down one's spine. "Let's go, let's see who wants to burn down my house." In the Lu family's yard. It was a scene of destruction. The few pieces of furniture were thrown around, the clothes-drying pole was broken, and several pots of flowers his sister had planted were trampled into the mud. 3 muscular men in tight vests, covered in tattoos, stood in the middle of the yard. The leader, a man with a buzz cut and a scar on his face, was stepping on the only family portrait of the Lu family, grinding his cigarette butt into it. "Scar brother, looks like this kid hasn't come back yet." One of the lackeys kicked a backpack on the ground. "I heard this kid is awakening his talent today. If it's a good one, can we make him pay a little more?" "Pay more my ass." Scar brother spat. "I just found out. This waste awakened an F-grade trash talent. He is destined to be a useless person, someone who can't even be propped up by mud. Today, we must make him sign a contract of servitude and offer his sister to work in our establishment." "Offer my sister to whom?" A cold voice came from the gate of the yard. Brother Scar quickly turned around. He saw Lu Chen standing in the dim light, his hands in his pockets. His shadow was stretched long, and beside that shadow lay a huge, black, shadowy mass. "Oh, you're back?" Brother Scar sneered, pulling a steel pipe from his waist and tapping it in his hand, making a sharp sound. "Lu Chen, we've known each other for a long time. I don't have the patience to talk to you. 800,000. If you can't come up with it today, this house is mine, and you'll have to come with us." He completely ignored the coal ball beside Lu Chen. The night was too dark, and the coal ball was lying in the shadow, looking like a slightly larger street dog. Lu Chen ignored his threat, his gaze falling on the crushed family photo on the ground. That was the last photo left by his parents. The glass was shattered, and the frame was broken. Lu Chen raised his head, the last trace of warmth in his eyes vanishing completely. "Move your filthy foot away." "Huh?" Brother Scar laughed exaggeratedly, digging in his ear. "What did you say, you waste? Move away? Do you believe I'll break your legs and make you crawl over to lick my shoes?" As he spoke, he kicked the family photo on the ground, and with 2 underlings, he began to march towards Lu Chen. "Go! Break one of his arms first, make him understand what rules are." The 2 underlings grinned as they charged forward, their iron clubs raised high. Lu Chen stood still. He didn't even take his hands out of his pockets. He only moved his lips and uttered one word: "Kill." Boom! The black monster that had been lying in the shadow moved. Fast. Too fast. It was like a black lightning bolt, tearing through the air in an instant. The underling running in front only saw a flash of black, and then a strong stench hit his face. Before he could react, a huge claw, like an iron vise, pressed against his chest. Bang! The 180-pound man was pressed against the wall like a ragdoll, his feet off the ground. What the hell is this? The underlings behind were terrified, frozen in midair with their iron clubs. Roar! The coal ball opened its bloody mouth and let out an ear-piercing roar at the big man in front of it. 2 rows of jagged, green-slimed fangs were less than 2 centimeters from his throat. Drip! A thick, acidic drop of liquid fell from the fangs and landed on the underling's shoulder. Sizzle! Aha! My shoulder! It's burning! Help! The underling screamed like a pig being slaughtered, clutching his smoking shoulder and rolling on the ground. Just 1 drop of saliva burned a hole in his clothes and his skin. What is this thing? Brother Scar's steel pipe clattered to the ground. He had seen many fierce beasts in his life, but never one as hellish and disgusting as this. The black shell, the sharp fangs, and those eyes glowing green. Is this a dog? This is clearly a demon from hell. Earlier, you said you were going to offer who? Lu Chen slowly walked forward, picked up the broken photo frame on the ground, and gently wiped the footprints off of it. The coal ball loosened its grip, and the underling pressed against the wall had already fainted, foaming at the mouth. It turned around and slowly advanced toward Brother Scar. With every step, the cement bricks on the ground were deeply scratched by its sharp claws. Don't come closer. Brother Scar's legs went weak, and he stepped back until his back hit the yard wall. Lu Chen. Let's talk. We're just doing this for the boss. I don't care who you're working for. Lu Chen stood in front of him, his gaze eerily calm, but since you broke my things, you have to pay for it. Do you understand this logic? Understood. I understand. Scarface Brother looked at the coal ball right in front of him, and the hot air from its huge bloody mouth made him feel like vomiting. He trembled as he took out his wallet, gold chain, and watch from his pocket and threw them all on the ground. Here. There's more than 10,000 in cash, plus gold, is it enough? If not, I'll go get more. Lu Chen glanced at the things on the ground. Not enough. Ha! Scarface Brother nearly cried, how much do you want then? These are just to compensate for the cost of the photo frame. Lu Chen pointed at himself, then at the dumbfounded Fat Wang behind him, also, for my brother's emotional distress fee, and my appearance fee. Then, what exactly do you want? Leave. Lu Chen coldly spat out a word, tell your boss, I'll return the 800,000. But if you dare step into this yard again. He slapped the coal ball's head. The coal ball, cooperating, spat out some acidic liquid at a jujube tree the size of a wrist nearby. SZZZ. Within seconds, the tree was completely corroded and collapsed with a loud crash. Scarface Brother stared at the smoking broken tree, and his pants were instantly soaked with a large wet patch. Leave. We're leaving right now. He scrambled to drag his 2 underlings up from the ground, not daring to look back as they rushed out of the yard, even abandoning the van parked at the entrance. The yard fell silent again. Fat Wang swallowed, looking at Lu Chen's back, his eyes filled with awe. Lu Gu, you've changed. People always change. Lu Chen crouched down, picking up the cash and gold chain from the ground and putting them into his pocket. More than 10,000 in cash, plus gold, probably worth around 20 to 30,000. A drop in the bucket. This amount of money wasn't even enough to buy the rotting Corpseflower as a tip. Fatty. Lu Chen turned around and looked at Fat Wang, you just said you wanted to borrow money from me, but there's a limit? Yeah. Fat Wang snapped out of his thoughts, how about we go to the bank tomorrow? No need to make it so complicated. Lu Chen looked towards the eastern part of the city, where the lights were bright, and there was a massive underground building, Linjing Underground Beast Fighting Arena. That was the largest money-burning pit in Linjing, and also a paradise for desperados. There's a place where money comes quickly, and there's no limit. Lu Chen stroked the coal ball's head, which was as hard as iron, a crazy curve forming at the corner of his mouth. Just right, coal ball needs some real blood to celebrate its rebirth. Chapter 4, your opponent is, the iron-skinned wild boar? In the eastern district of Linjing City, on the second underground level. The air was a mix of low-quality tobacco, alcohol, sweat, and a faint scent of blood. The huge exhaust fans roared overhead, yet couldn't suck away the restless, hormone-charged atmosphere. Linjing Underground Beast Fighting Arena. There is no law here, only rules. The winner takes all, the loser feeds the dogs. Lu Gu, are you sure you want to come here? Fat Wang shrank behind Lu Chen, looking at the gamblers around him, who were all bare-chested and covered in thick muscles, swallowing hard. This place is notorious for being black market. Apprentice beast masters who go up there are basically walking to their deaths. How about, we go back and borrow from a lone shark? At least they don't care about your life, this place really takes it. Lu Chen ignored him, tightening the mask on his face. It was the plastic mask he had just bought for 5 yuan at a roadside stall, pure white with only 2 black hollow eyes, looking somewhat eerie. And at his feet, Coalball was also covered by a large black raincoat, only a section of its barbed tail visible, restlessly slapping the ground. No more talk. Lu Chen's voice came through the mask, sounding muffled. If you want to see how I make back the 500,000, then shut up and follow me. The two of them pushed through the crowded people and reached the registration desk. Behind the counter sat a middle-aged, balding man with a greasy face, casually crossing his legs and munching on sunflower seeds, leaving the shells all over the floor. He was the supervisor here, known as Lu the Skinner. Registration? Lu the Skinner didn't even look up. Name, code. Beast Tamer rank. Lu Chen. Code name. Death God. Lu Chen paused for a moment, casually giving a name. Death God? Lu Boppy paused, then finally looked up, staring at Lu Chen as if he were an idiot. Pfft. Kid, this month I've had 8 people call themselves Death God, and the first 7 have already turned into beast dung. Are you sure? The big men standing in line around them also burst into laughter. Another student who got too caught up in novels. This skinny guy, can he even take a single claw from a savage beast? Lu Chen ignored the mockery around him, pointing at the coal ball wrapped in a raincoat at his feet, Apprentice 5-star, mutated canine. I want to bet on the highest odds match. Apprentice 5-star? Lu Boppy was stunned for a moment, then the disdain in his eyes deepened. At this level, in the beast arena, you're just cannon fodder, used to warm up those undefeated savage beasts. But cannon fodder has its own value. Lu Boppy's eyes flickered, revealing a grin full of yellow teeth. Fine, there's a life and death match that needs someone to fill the gap. The opponent is a black iron 3-star, ironhide boar, with extremely strong defense. If you win, the prize is 10,000, plus a share of the betting pool. If you lose. He didn't finish, only making a gesture across his neck. Black iron 3-star against apprentice 5-star. This isn't a match, it's an execution. I'll take it. Lu Chen picked up the pen and signed his name in sloppy handwriting on the life or death agreement. Death God. Lu bro. Are you crazy? That's black iron level. And it's a defensive type. Wang Fatty urgently tried to pull Lu Chen's sleeve. The boar's skin can't even be pierced by bullets, the coal ball's teeth would snap off. Lu Chen shrugged off his hand, his gaze calm. Go place the bet. Bet it all on me winning. With that, he led the coal ball and turned to walk toward the rusty iron gate leading to the cage. 10 minutes later. Ladies and gentlemen. Or whatever beasts you may be. The announcer's heartbreaking scream blasted through the loudspeakers, shaking the entire arena. Tonight's appetizer has arrived. On the left, we have the heavy tank that's won 3 matches in a row in our arena, Ironhide Boar. Its owner is Stonebreaker Lei Gang. Roar! The cage opened, and a wild boar, as big as a small car, charged out. Its body was hairless, its skin a gray-white rock-like texture, and its tusks jutted out like spears. With every step it took, the entire arena trembled. The audience erupted into cheers. Lei Gang. Tear him apart. I bet 20,000 on the boar to win. No nonsense, finish him in 1 minute. The announcer chuckled, his tone turning mocking, and its opponent, oh my god, a newcomer named Death God. His beast is, a dog wearing a raincoat? On the other side of the cage. Lu Chen walked out with the coal ball. Compared to the massive size of the boar, the not fully grown coal ball looked exceptionally small. Especially with the raincoat on, it resembled a ridiculous circus clown. Boo. The entire arena was filled with boos. Get off the stage. We want to see bloody bites, not a circus show. Is this a joke? That dog probably isn't even weaned yet. In the stands, Wang Fatty shrunk into a corner, gripping the 10,000 yuan betting slip he had placed earlier, his palms drenched in sweat. Hey, they're saying the rookie bet 1,000, what's this hunger marketing? Afraid I can't take a loss? Don't think you all can look down on my Lu bro, but I'll tell you, he's definitely going to win. The words were bold, but his constantly shaking body exposed the unease in Wang Fatty's heart. On the arena. The burly man named Lei Gang glanced at Lu Chen with contempt. Kid, don't blame me for being ruthless. If you want to blame someone, blame your lack of strength while still trying to make money here. He swung his hand fiercely. Boar. Savage charge. Smash him into meat paste. Humph. The ironhide boar scraped its front hooves on the ground, nostrils flaring white steam. The next second. It moved. Like an out-of-control heavy truck, it charged toward Lu Chen and the coal ball with unstoppable momentum. The stone slabs on the ground shattered under its hooves, and the air was filled with an oppressive, suffocating feeling. It's getting closer. 10 meters. 5 meters. Lu Chen stood still, not moving at all. The surrounding spectators had already jumped to their feet, excited, as if they could already see the thin, weak boy being smashed into a bloody pulp. Coal ball. Lu Chen's voice was very soft, barely audible in the noisy arena. Take off the armor. Roar. The coal ball, which had been quietly crouching, suddenly raised its head. In the ice hidden beneath its raincoat hood, 2 balls of ghostly green flame exploded in an instant. It shook its body violently. SSSSS. The black raincoat was instantly torn apart, and the fragments flew like butterflies. A terrifying monster, entirely black with a tough armor-like exoskeleton, spikes growing from its joints, was exposed under the spotlight. Facing the charging rock boar, Coal Ball did not retreat but advanced. It opened its mouth. Deep in its throat, a thick green liquid was boiling, giving off a nauseating, rotting smell. PFF. A green water column shot out, like a high-pressure water gun, precisely hitting the hardest part of the rock boar's head. Time seemed to freeze for a second. Lei Gang's vicious grin still hung at the corner of his mouth. Idiot. The rock boar's skin can resist fire. What's the use of spitting? But he hadn't finished speaking. Zzzzzzzzz. A sharp, nauseating sound, like raw meat being thrown into hot oil, instantly drowned out all the noise in the arena. The once ferocious rock boar's charge suddenly stalled. Its proud, rock-hard skin, which could only leave a white mark even if struck with a knife, was like snow meeting boiling oil the moment it touched the green liquid. It smoked. It smoked like crazy. A large cloud of pungent yellow smoke rose, blocking the view. Aha! The rock boar, once so arrogant, now let out a pitiful scream. It frantically shook its head, trying to shake off the venomous liquid clinging to its body, but it was useless. The acidic liquid seemed alive, greedily drilling deeper into the flesh. In just 3 seconds, the rock boar's thick forehead was corroded through, exposing its white bones, and then even the bones began to turn black and soften. The massive body collapsed to the ground with a thud, its forehooves twitching, and then it went silent. Silence. An oppressive, deathly silence. The once boiling arena was now so quiet that the sound of a needle dropping could be heard. All the spectators stood with their mouths wide open, their money still frozen in midair. Lei Gang's eyes were about to pop out as he stared at his rock boar, now unrecognizable, its body corroded beyond belief. His whole body trembled. What? What is this? The announcer's microphone fell to the table, producing a harsh electric sound. In the center of the arena, Lu Chen was still standing with one hand in his pocket, his eyes behind the mask as calm as ever. He patted the coal ball's dripping mouth, as if patting his obedient dog. Well done, looks like this pig can't take it. The coal ball stuck out its long, spiked tongue, licking the remnants on its lips, then turned its icy, cruel smile towards Lei Gang, who was now stunned. Burp. A sulphurous, satisfied burp. The crowd went into an uproar. Holy crap! That was acid? What kind of acid could melt a rock boar? One-hit kill? A black iron 3-star killed by a trainee dog? Am I dreaming? The odds. My odds. Who the hell bet on this Grim Reaper to win? I'm going to jump off a building. In the stands, Fat Wang stared at the 1 to 10 betting slip in his hand, feeling his heart almost jump out of his throat. 1. This was it? 10, 100,000? Fat Wang trembled as he counted the money. Lu Go, we're rich. Although his family never hesitated to buy him luxury goods, Fat Wang didn't actually have much cash on hand, and this was the first time he had broken the 6-digit barrier. Meanwhile, in the VIP box at the highest point of the arena, an elderly man dressed in a tang suit stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, holding 2 walnuts in his hands. His gaze cut through the noisy crowd. Nailed tightly to Lu Chen and the coal ball. Interesting. The old man stopped his actions, and a flash of sharp light passed through his eyes. That's a mutated species, and not just any mutation. Its corrosiveness could even break through my diamond 8 dot. Go check who this Reaper is. The old man waved his hand at the bodyguards behind him, his tone full of amusement. If it's some wild rogue, bring him over. If it's a spy from some family, then let him disappear. By the arena, Lu Chen walked up to the stunned referee and knocked on the table. Hey! Do we need to have another match? I'm in a hurry. The referee suddenly snapped back to his senses, staring at Lu Chen's pale mask, feeling a chill running up his spine. And no need. The referee stammered and raised his hand. The winner, Reaper. Lu Chen turned and, amidst the looks of awe and fear, walked down the arena with the coal ball. The first bucket of gold, in hand. But he knew, this was just the beginning. The look Lu Bapi gave him earlier had already shifted from seeing cannon fodder to seeing a fat lamb. In this place where people devour others without spitting out bones, sometimes taking money away is harder than winning the match. Chapter 5, Eating people without spitting bones? Then I'll chew up the bones for you. Backstage of the underground beast fighting arena, the air at the exchange counter was as murky as stagnant water. The lighting here was much dimmer than the arena area, and behind the iron bars of the window sat a heavily made-up woman. She looked at the thin betting slip Lu Chen handed in, typed a few times on the keyboard, then paused, her eyes nervously glancing towards the side door's office. "Sir, your amount is quite large, so you need the supervisor's signature." The woman's voice trembled, pressing the betting slip under her hand without returning it. Standing behind Lu Chen, Fatty Wang's heart suddenly jumped into his throat. Although he was a second-generation rich kid, he usually only dared to act tough at school, and this was the first time he had entered a truly dark, vicious territory. Lu bro, Fatty Wang whispered in a trembling voice, tugging at Lu Chen's sleeve, "I've heard that Lu Boppy is really shady. If we won over 10,000, he wouldn't want to blackmail us, right? How about, we just take the principal and leave?" Lu Chen didn't respond to Fatty Wang. He just stood silently in front of the window, the cold hard glow of his pale mask shining under the dim light. The coal ball squatted at his feet, its black raincoat still dripping a sticky liquid, not rainwater, but some corpse water splashed from the iron-skinned rock pig being melted earlier, mixed with the strong acid secreted by the coal ball, corroding the ground with a hissing sound. Clap, clap, clap. Clear applause came from the shadow of the side door. Short and stout, dressed in a tang suit, Lu Boppy walked out with a face full of smiles, his hands twirling two shiny walnuts. His eyes, like hooks, scanned Lu Chen up and down, finally resting on the seemingly ordinary black dog at his side. Young people are to be feared, truly to be feared. Lu Boppy stood 3 steps in front of Lu Chen, smiling as he said, "So you're Reaper, huh? An apprentice-level black iron 3-star instant kill, and this acidic attack, even I was caught off guard. I wonder, what mutant species is this pet beast? I've never seen one like it before." Lu Chen's voice, processed through the mask, sounded a bit muffled, but still calm. "Does this have anything to do with the exchange?" "Hee, young man, don't be so hot-tempered." Lu Boppy gave the woman behind the counter a signal to stop her actions, then turned his head, his smile narrowing slightly. 110,000 Federation coins is just a drop in the bucket for our beast fighting arena. But rules are rules, and large payments require identity verification. And... He shifted his tone, and an oppressive air that belonged to an experienced beast master fatally emanated from him. "I see you're new here, and it's your first time. Would you be interested in signing a contract? Become the arena's resident fighter. Once you sign, the 110,000 will be handed to you immediately, and I'll also give you 2 extra points for every match's earnings." Wang Pengzi's eyes lit up, just about to speak, but was stopped by Lu Chen with a single glance. Lu Chen looked at the gilded contract handed over by Lu Papai, and didn't even raise his hand. The eye of truth scanned it. Item, soul enslavement contract, disguised version. Description, on the surface, it's an employment contract, but secretly implanted in the layers is a mental pet hypnotic taper suggestion mark. Once signed, the beast tamer will gradually obey the signer's orders, ultimately becoming a gladiator in the beast arena. Lu Chen's mouth, hidden beneath his mask, curled into a cold smile. As expected, Lu Papai had stayed in this position for so long, not only because of his ruthlessness but also his cunning. "What if I don't sign?" Lu Chen asked calmly. Lu Papai's smile instantly disappeared, replaced by a cold, sinister look. His hand, which had been fiddling with a walnut, froze. From the shadow behind him, a giant, bull-calf-sized blue wolf slowly stepped forward. Name, Gale Demon Wolf. Level, Black Iron 9 stars, Peak. Status, Bloodthirsty, poised for action. Weakness, unhealed old injury on the waist and abdomen. Black Iron Peak. Only 1 step away from bronze level. The terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the narrow corridor. Wang Pengzi's legs went weak, nearly collapsing to the ground, his face as pale as paper. "Not signing?" Lu Papai sneered, completely exposing his gangland, rogue manner. "Little brother, you probably don't understand the situation. In the underground district of Linjiang, my word is the law. I suspect that you used banned substances during the match, causing the opponent's pet beast to die unnaturally. Not only will I seize this money, but I'll also take your pet for examination. This was outright robbery. Several bodyguards guarding the area also closed in, holding specially made stun batons. The atmosphere tightened to its limit. However, at the center of the storm, Lu Chen let out a light laugh. "Ha!" He slowly raised his hand and placed it on the kobold's head, which was covered in hard, keratinized layers. "Lu Supervisor, you're a businessman." Lu Chen's voice was slow and steady, as if he didn't even see the Gale Demon Wolf ready to pounce. "Businessmen care about credibility and profit. For a mere 110,000, is it worth ruining the reputation of the beast arena? There are no outsiders here, only dead people." Lu Papai squinted his eyes. "Dead people don't talk." "Is that so?" Lu Chen's fingers lightly tapped on his pants seam, creating a certain rhythm. At the same time, the kobold's eyes, burning with eerie green ghost fire, suddenly lit up. Roar. A roar, not like a dog's bark, but more like a hellish demon's growl, exploded. In the next moment, Coldball made an astonishing move. It didn't lunge at the much higher-level demon wolf, but instead opened its massive mouth and aimed it at a nearby load-bearing pillar. Put! A thick, nearly ink-green acidic liquid shot out. That was the supercharged burst of strong acid spray. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The steel-reinforced concrete pillar, which was supposed to support the building structure, dissolved like foam upon contact with the acidic liquid. The rapidly darkening and brittle steel bars inside were exposed. The pungent white smoke instantly filled the entire corridor, along with suffocating toxic gas. Crazy. What are you doing? Lu Popey's face changed drastically. This was the third underground level. If the load-bearing structure was damaged and the ceiling collapsed, no one could escape. My pet scaredy cat. It can't control its sphincter when frightened. Oh no, it can't control its acid gland. Lu Chen's tone was eerily calm. This pillar doesn't seem very sturdy. If it gets hit a few more times, I wonder if the audience seats above will collapse? And when that happens, will that big person up there blame Supervisor Lu for doing a poor job? This was a gamble. Lu Chen was betting that Lu Popeye wouldn't dare make a scene tonight. Because the hint in the Eye of Truth earlier had mentioned. Tonight, there were VIPs in the audience. Lu Boppy, this kind of person, is ruthless to those below, but extremely flattering and fearful towards those above. Once a collapse accident happens and disturbs the esteemed guests, even 10 heads wouldn't be enough to pay the price. You. Lu Boppy stared at the pillar, already half corroded, his eyes twitching wildly. This kid is a tough one. And he's a reckless tough one. The ferocious Gale demon wolf, which was previously terrifying, now let out a low growl, not out of fear of strength, but because of the animal instinct to fear the deadly acidic liquid. Just when both sides were at a standoff, a waiter in a black suit hurried over and whispered something in Lu Boppy's ear. Supervisor, the one above, has given orders. The waiter's voice was very low, but Lu Chen's hearing was sharp, and he caught a few words. Interesting, release him, observe. Lu Boppy's face instantly changed several times, from anger to shock, and finally turned into a deeply hidden unwillingness. He took a deep breath and waved his hand, signaling the Gale demon wolf to retreat. Good, very good. Lu Boppy smiled coldly and said to Lu Chen, heroes emerge young. It was just a little joke earlier, testing your courage. Since you've passed the test, the money is naturally yours, not a penny less. He turned around and shouted at the window, what are you standing there for? Give the money. The woman inside the window seemed to wake up from a dream, trembling as she handed out a thick stack of bills and an anonymous black card. Lu Chen picked up the money without even looking at Lu Boppy, patting Coldball's head. Let's go, Coldball. The air here is bad. Coldball retracted its dripping acidic tongue, giving a contemptuous glance at the intimidated demon wolf, and swaggered away, following its master. It wasn't until Lu Chen's back disappeared at the end of the corridor that Lu Boppy crushed the walnut in his hand into pieces. Supervisor, just let him go like that, one of his subordinates asked, unwilling. Oof. Lu Boppy looked at the corroded pillar, his eyes flashing with greed and killing intent. The Lord above is interested in him, so he can't move for now. But, once he's out this door, the days ahead are long. Go, find out his background. Since he's in Linjiang City, he won't be able to escape my grasp. Walking out of the hidden exit of the underground beast fighting arena, the cold wind outside blew, and Fat Wang immediately collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. What the hell? Brother Lu, you're too amazing. Fat Wang wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and looked at Lu Chen like he was an alien. That was Lu Boppy just now. And that black iron peak wolf. You actually dared to threaten to blow that place up? I almost pissed my pants, you know. Lu Chen took off his mask, revealing a delicate yet somewhat pale face. On this face, belonging to a high school student, there was an indifference that didn't match his age. He didn't dare to gamble. Lu Chen said as he took a stack of cash from his hand, about 20,000, and directly shoved it into Fat Wang's arms. This is 10,000 as the principal, and another 10,000 is your bonus. Ha? So much? Fat Wang held the money, somewhat stunned. Brother Lu, this money is earned with your life at stake. How can I take so much? Fat Wang liked money, but he had a sense of fairness. If it weren't for Lu Chen tonight, his 10,000 would have been wasted. Besides, in the end, it really was a life or death game. Lu Chen glanced at him and didn't waste any more words. He took out another 10,000 and shoved it over. Take it. You'll need money more in the future. He really did need money right now, but he needed a reliable ally even more. Fat Wang might be timid, but he didn't abandon him when it counted, and his character could be trusted. Furthermore, Fat Wang's Porsche and his identity as a rich second generation could help Lu Chen solve many channel issues in the future. The remaining 80,000 or so, I have an urgent use for. Lu Chen stuffed the remaining money into his pocket, keeping it close. Okay. Brother Lu, you say the word. Fat Wang wasn't a pretentious person. With a joyful smile, he tucked away the money. Where should we go now? Let's have a big feast to celebrate. I know a place for seafood barbecue. No. Lu Chen shook his head, his gaze turning towards the depths of the Western District, which was even messier than a slum. Take me to Ghost Market. Ghost Market? Wang Fatty's eyes widened. That place is full of fake goods and contraband, and going there at this time. I need to buy materials. Lu Chen touched Coalball's head. In the recent battle, although he had easily defeated the iron-skinned rock pig, Lu Chen had keenly noticed that Coalball's breath momentarily weakened after using acid spray. After all, this body was still derived from a stray dog. Although it had its potential forcefully elevated by an S-rank talent, it was like a tractor equipped with a Ferrari engine, ready to fall apart. He needed to quickly complete the rotation and rebuild its physical form. And the core material for the rotation, Corpseflower, could only be found in an unregulated place like the Ghost Market. Chapter 6, Semi-Complete Body, Biochemical Demon Dog. In the western district of Lingjiang City, Ghost Market. This is a truly lawless land, even the streetlights are broken. The narrow streets are lined with stalls selling various materials from ferocious beasts of unknown origin, antiques of dubious authenticity, and even mutated cubs locked in cages. The air was thick with the stench of blood, mold, and some unknown spices. Lu Chen wore a large black trench coat, a spare from Wang Fatty's car, and moved through the crowd with Coalball. Wang Fatty timidly followed behind, afraid of being robbed. Eye of Truth, activated. In Lu Chen's view, the dazzling array of goods around him instantly shed their disguises and transformed into lines of data. Item, low-level beast blood, 80% water, trash. Item, unknown beast bone, actually pig bone, trash. Item, incomplete thunderstruck wood, fake, made from artificial high-pressure electric shock, trash. As he walked, 99% of the items were scams. Lu Chen's face remained expressionless as he passed by stalls one after another. Just as he was about to reach the end of the alley, a faint smell of decay caught Coalball's attention. Woof! Coalball let out a low growl, its green eyes fixated on an inconspicuous little stall in the corner. The stall owner was an old man with one eye blind, with several withered plants and a few rocks laid out in front of him. Lu Chen squatted down, his gaze falling upon one plant that looked like a wilted rose but had petals of a bizarre purple-black color. Item, Corpseflower, mutated variant. Age, 35 years. Quality, fine, contains high concentration of death energy and corpse poison. Characteristics, grows in the center of mass graves, absorbs resentment and venom, 3 times more toxic than ordinary corpse flowers. Hidden use, premium auxiliary material for biochemical pet evolution, can greatly enhance toxin corrosiveness. Lucky him. Not only did he find it, but it was also a mutated high-grade item. How much for this? Lu Chen asked in a low voice. The blind old man lifted his eyelid, his cloudy single eye sweeping over Lu Chen, voice hoarse, 50,000. No bargaining. Damn. That's daylight robbery. Wang Fatty exclaimed from behind, this dead flower is practically dying, 50,000? I wouldn't even pay 500. If you don't understand the goods, just get lost. The old man snorted coldly, this was taken from the B-grade restricted area grave of the buried bones. 2 apprentice beast tamers died to pick it. Lu Chen knew that this price was actually not expensive, in fact, since the old man did not know it was a mutated variant, he was selling it for cheaper. Regular corpse flowers on the market were worth 30,000 to 40,000, this one's effect was at least worth 100,000. 30,000, Lu Chen opened with a counteroffer, the root of this flower is damaged, a lot of its medicinal effect has been lost. And you've had it here for at least 3 days, if you don't sell it soon, it will indeed become dead grass. The blind old man was stunned for a moment, clearly hit where it hurt. After a round of tough bargaining, they finally agreed on a price of 42,000. Lu Chen promptly paid in cash. At the moment the deal was done, he distinctly felt Coalball's breathing becoming rapid. It was a desire that came from the depths of genes, a roaring instinct of evolution. Don't hurry, eat at home later, Lu Chen patted its head. Besides the corpse flower, Lu Chen scoured the ghost market again, spending over 10,000 to buy some auxiliary materials, mercury, deadly snake bile, and a few pieces of abandoned or containing radiation. Wang Fatty was horrified, Brother Lu, what are you buying these things for? Mercury and radiation, or are you trying to make a nuclear bomb? To feed the dog, Lu Chen replied succinctly. Wang Fatty. He looked at the black dog drooling in front of a bottle of mercury and suddenly felt his worldview collapse. What on earth is this, a dog or a Godzilla baby? By the time they returned to the happy community, it was already 2 in the morning. Wang Fatty dropped Lu Chen off downstairs and ran away as if escaping, saying he was too shocked tonight and needed to go home to recover for 2 days. Lu Chen carried the bags of toxic substances back to the narrow, shabby rented room. He closed the doors and windows and pulled down the curtains. Lu Chen laid out the materials he bought one by one. System, show evolution plan. Current evolution route, half-complete biomagic dog. Completion, 40%, sulfuric acid baptism completed. Required materials, Corpseflower, ready, deadly auxiliary materials, ready, level 1 zombie crystal, not obtained, but. Hint, although lacking zombie crystal, the final race upgrade cannot be completed, but you can swallow the Corpseflower first for organ enhancement, unlocking new toxic characteristics. Since it's not possible to do it all at once, let's enhance locally first. Without hesitation, Lu Chen took out that foul-smelling mutated Corpseflower, mixed the mercury and snake bile together, and mashed it into a bowl of black goo that looked prickly and gave a headache just to see. Eat it. Lu Chen pushed the bowl in front of the coal ball. The coal ball had long been unable to hold back. Though it was just a dog, as a pet selected by the talent of Gluttony, it could clearly feel that eating this would make it stronger. Only by becoming stronger could it tear apart those who tried to harm its master. Crunch, crunch. The coal ball swallowed the bowl of deadly mixture in big mouthfuls, even chewing and swallowing the thorny roots of the Corpseflower. In the next moment. A whoa! The intense pain made the coal ball let out a terrible howl, but under Lu Chen's soothing, it bit down hard on a piece of wood and did not make another sound. Change began to occur. Under the gaze of Lu Chen's eye of truth, the energy circuits inside the coal ball began to crazily reorganize. Its skin, which was originally covered only by a thin layer of keratin, started to move like boiling asphalt. The black fur completely fell off, replaced by a layer of tightly scaled armor with a metallic sheen, where green venom glands hid beneath each scale. Its bones crackled loudly, although its size did not increase, the muscle density multiplied. The slightly hunched spine straightened, and a row of sharp spines broke through the skin on its back, emitting a faint chilling light. The most terrifying part was its mouth. Its teeth became longer and sharper, showing a translucent pale white, evolving into a syringe structure for better injecting venom. The salivary glands completely mutated, and what dripped was no longer saliva, but a highly corrosive acidic mist. The entire room seemed to drop a few degrees in temperature, with a nauseating but intimidating aura spreading out. 10 minutes later. The evolution ended. Ding! Pet coal ball successfully absorbed mutated Corpseflower. Mutation degree increased to 70%. Gained new feature, Decay Toxic Mist, a mist that obscures vision and has paralysis/corrosion effects. Body strength enhanced, black iron level materials can no longer easily breach defense. Current panel combat power evaluation, novice 9 stars. Lu Chen looked at the monstrous creature before him that no longer resembled a local dog at all, an ugly beast. He nodded in satisfaction. Now, the coal ball is like a precise killing machine. Although still at the apprentice level, if it encounters that metal-skinned wild boar again, the coal ball won't even need to dissolve it with acid, it can tear it to shreds just with its claws. Only one step left, a level 1 zombie crystal. A glimmer of light flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. Zombie crystals can only be hunted in the wilderness area outside the city or in specific forbidden zones. And there is a true death zone. But before that, there is a little trouble to solve. Lu Chen glanced at his phone. There was an unread text message on the screen, sent by the class teacher. The content was simple: Lu Chen, see you in the office tomorrow morning. Su Yao's parents complained that you maliciously injured her pet beast. This matter isn't over. Heh, Su Yao. Lu Chen turned off his phone, a mocking curve forming at the corner of his mouth. That stupid woman who pretended to be a saint at the chemical factory, only to have her pet beast ruined? Since you want to play, I'll play along with you. Lu Chen stood up, walked to the window, and looked at the dark night outside and the brightly lit wealthy area in the distance. He took out the black card he won from Lu, his fingers gently rubbing over it. This is just the first bucket of gold. In this world where beast tamers are revered and the weak are preyed upon, only by having absolute power can one control their own destiny. Coal ball. Woof. Remember to behave well when we go to school tomorrow. In the darkness, the shadow of one person and one dog stretched long, resembling a monster that was about to swallow dawn. Chapter 7, Moral Kidnapping? Sorry, I have no morals. In the morning, at the 3rd Beast Tamer High School of Linjiang City. Normally, the air would be filled with a smell of anxiety called college entrance examination, but this morning, the atmosphere at the door of Class 2 of the 3rd year was particularly strange. As soon as Lu Chen stepped into the corridor, dozens of gazes shone on him like searchlights. Contempt, schadenfreude, watching a show only sympathy was absent. Look, that useless loser is here. I heard Su Yao cried all night yesterday that water arrow frog cost Zhang Hao over 100,000 to train, and he actually had it ruined by this waste with acid. What a villain. F-level talent can't compete, so he uses chemical agents. This kind of person is simply a disgrace to beast tamers. The conversation was not deliberately lowered, and Lu Chen walked past with a blank expression. Brother Lu. Over here. In the corner, Wang Fatty waved at Lu Chen with a sweaty forehead. Lu Chen walked over, and Wang Fatty pulled him into the corner of the stairs, lowering his voice urgently. Brother Lu, are you still in the mood to come to school? Run. The office is in chaos. Su Yao called her dad. That's Su Chang, a bronze 5-star beast tamer, the director of the construction bureau. And Zhang Hao, that bootlicker, is there fanning the flames, saying that your actions are inhumane. They want to expel you. Seeing the fat guy's face twitching with anxiety, Lu Chen patted his shoulder, his tone flat. Run? I paid the tuition, why should I run? But... Fatty, remember one thing. Lu Chen adjusted his faded collar. In the face of absolute power, sometimes, authority doesn't matter. After speaking, Lu Chen turned and walked straight toward the office at the end of the corridor. Bang! The redwood desk in the office was slapped loudly by a plump hand. This is simply outrageous. As a student, bringing high-concentration corrosive liquid into school and maliciously injuring a classmate's pet beast. This kind of troublemaker must be expelled. Must be sent to the security bureau. Roaring was the director of education, Li Gang, a typical sycophant, currently spitting with righteous indignation at the doorway. On the genuine leather sofa in the office sat a middle-aged man in a suit, looking arrogant. That was Su Yao's father, Su Chang. Su Yao sat beside him, with red eyes, holding the skin-rotting, barely alive water arrow frog, crying dearly. Beside them stood Zhang Hao, with a righteous face, adding, Director. At that moment, I was completely stunned. Lu Chen was pouring sulfuric acid into the frog's mouth. It was too cruel. Creak. The door was pushed open. Lu Chen walked in slowly, hands in his pockets. Oh, there are quite a few people here. Lu Chen glanced around, his gaze finally landing on Li Gang. Director, who did you say you wanted to expel? Lu Chen. How dare you act like this? Li Gang pointed at Lu Chen's nose. Look at the trouble you've caused. Mr. Su has already complained to the board of trustees. If you don't give an explanation today, you can forget about studying here. Lu Chen was not intimidated. He calmly walked to the water dispenser, filled a cup with water, and slowly said, Explanation? I don't think I need to give any explanation. You're talking nonsense. Zhang Hao jumped out. My water arrow frog is ruined. Lu Chen's eyes turned cold. Zhang Hao, if you weren't blind yesterday, you should have seen very clearly. Lu Chen turned around, his voice low, but every word struck deep. It was Su Yao who first ordered the water arrow frog to use the high-pressure water gun on me. According to Article 3 of the Beastmaster Management Law, when a pet proactively attacks a human outside of a competitive area, I have the right to retaliate without limits. I didn't tell you to kill it. Su Yao shouted, you could have dodged it. Dodge? With my F-class talent and weak physique, I couldn't dodge. Lu Chen spread his hands, looking innocent. As for the sulfuric acid, I bought that as a toilet cleaner, and I accidentally spilled it. Who told your frog to open its mouth so wide? You are shameless. Su Yao trembled with anger. Enough. Su Chang, who had been silent all this time, suddenly stood up, a powerful pressure from a bronze-level beast master erupting instantly, causing the air in the room to feel like it had frozen. Kid, I don't care if it was intentional or not. My daughter has been wronged, and you will pay the price. Su Chang's eyes were cold as he stepped closer to Lu Chen. I give you two options. First, pay 500,000, and then drop out. Second, I will let my rock giant bear teach you what respect means. Roar. With Su Chang's summoning array shimmering, a giant bear appeared out of thin air, standing 2 meters tall, covered in thick granite-like armor. Its heavy body made the office floor groan. Bronze 5-star, rock giant bear. The terrifying beastly aura rushed toward them, causing Li Gang to cower behind the desk, and Zhang Hao's face turned pale. Lu Chen stood before the giant bear, his figure thin as a sheet of paper. But he did not retreat. Not only did he not retreat, but he also looked up at Su Chang, his eyes glowing with madness. Director Su, what a great show of authority you have. Lu Chen smiled, revealing his pale white teeth. You openly summon beasts to intimidate students in school. Su Chang, are you enjoying your little power? Do you dare to threaten me? Su Chang was taken aback. He never expected a poor student to talk like this. I have nothing to lose. Those with bare feet do not fear those wearing shoes. Lu Chen said nonchalantly, hands still in his pockets. 500,000? I don't have it. Dropping out? Not a chance. As for respect. Lu Chen suddenly lifted his head. His eyes showed no fear, only a chilling calmness and ferocity. If you want to make a move, then hurry up. But I must remind you, your rock giant bear has good defenses, but if its eyes go blind or its nose rots, I think you'll be heartbroken for a long time, right? Just as the last word fell, a shadow shot out like lightning and landed on the desk. It was a dog. But not a dog as people usually imagine. Now, the coal-black dog was covered in jet black, horn-like scales, with a row of spikes growing along its back. its original dog teeth had turned into terrible white fangs, and the drool dripping from its mouth on the mahogany table instantly fumed into white smoke, etching small blackened pits. Even scarier was the faint ink-green mist surrounding it. That mist spread just a little, and the closest money tree instantly withered, its leaves turning black and falling. Skill, corruptive poison mist, passive trigger. Warning, high concentration of corrosive toxin detected. What kind of monster is this? Li Gang covered his mouth and nose in terror. Su Chang's pupils suddenly shrank. As a seasoned beast master, he instinctively sensed danger. Although this dog only had the life energy of a rookie level, the nauseating aura of poison made his rocky bear take a half step back without thinking. That poison really could break through defenses. What? Not going to take action? Lu Chen stroked the fierce back of the coal ball, his fingertips tainted by a bit of poisonous mist, yet he remained unharmed. If you don't strike, I'll just leave. I still have a class to attend. The situation had reached a stalemate. Su Chang's face turned ashen. He certainly did not dare to actually kill someone at school, he only wanted to intimidate this student into obediently paying up and leaving. But who could have guessed that this kid was a madman? And that mutated dog was extremely bizarre. At that moment, Zhang Hao, who had been eager to show off, felt that his chance had come. He thought Su Chang was bound by school rules, and if he could teach Lu Chen a lesson on his behalf, he would surely be able to cling to the Su family's leg. Lu Chen! Stop pretending to be some kind of god here. Zhang Hao shouted loudly, it's just a mutated mutt, watch how my Iron Claw Eagle tears it apart. Iron Claw Eagle, dive and shred. Zhang Hao quickly summoned a raptor with a wingspan of over 1 meter, shrieking as it pounced at the coal ball on the table. The Iron Claw Eagle was a rookie-level 9-star pet, known for its speed and sharp claws. Seeking death. Lu Chen didn't even raise an eyebrow, he simply coldly said. Coal ball, deal with it. Woof roar. The coal ball suddenly opened its big mouth, not to bite, but to expand its throat and spray a thick, dark green mist at the incoming Iron Claw Eagle. Corrupt Poison Fog Active Spray. The Iron Claw Eagle was charging too fast, crashing headfirst into the poison mist. The next second. Caw! A chilling scream echoed throughout the entire administrative office. The originally majestic Iron Claw Eagle fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. Its once proud iron feathers quickly softened and corroded in the poison mist, revealing bloody flesh underneath. Even more frightening was that once the poison entered its body, it twitched, foaming at the mouth, clearly on the brink of death. Instant kill. The whole place fell into silence. Even Su Chang gasped in shock. What kind of poison was this? A rookie-level pet getting killed instantly? And such a domineering area attack. Lu Chen walked over and kicked the twitching Iron Claw Eagle to Zhang Hao's feet, as if kicking away garbage. Zhang Hao, your bird seems to be not very capable. Lu Chen said casually, does anyone else want to give it a try? Zhang Hao stared at his half-disabled pet, terrified, and fell to the ground, shaking all over. Lu Chen turned and looked at the pale-faced Li Gang and the complex expression of Su Chang. Director Li, since this is a sparring between classmates, a little injury is quite normal, right? Just like that water arrow frog, if one can't hold their own, then don't come out and disgrace themselves. After speaking, Lu Chen didn't give them a chance to respond, he opened the door and strode out. In the corridor, the students who had been watching scattered like they had seen a plague god, opening up a wide avenue. In everyone's eyes, the initial disdain transformed into deep fear. Walking out of the teaching building, into a secluded corner of the playground. Wang Fatty, who had been following behind, finally came to his senses, his face flushed with excitement. Wow! Wow! Lu Gu! You are so awesome! Just now, Su Chang's face turned so green. Ha ha ha! So satisfying! Yet Lu Chen's face wore no sign of joy. He leaned against a tree trunk, taking a slight breath. Just now, facing the pressure of a 5-star bronze level, his back was already soaked with sweat. But he had to be tough, had to act crazy, otherwise, today he would be eaten clean by that group of people. Fatty, don't be too happy too soon. Lu Chen said solemnly. People like Su Chang may not dare to act openly, but they will definitely strike in the dark. And there's also that Lu from the beast fighting arena. I'm now surrounded by enemies. Ah? Then what to do? The fatty panicked. Lu Chen looked toward the western sky. On the edge of Linjiang City lies a vast, desolate wilderness. I have something I must do. I won't be coming back to school for a while. Lu Gu, where are you going? The wilds of the West District. A spark of determination flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. Now, the coal ball was already at the peak of Apprentice 9 stars, stuck on the brink of evolution. As long as he obtained a level 1 zombie crystal and combined it with his S-level talent, Gluttony, the coal ball could complete its first leap in life level, evolving into a true, biochemical demon dog, complete form. Only then would he have the confidence to face Lu Poppy's Swiftwind Demon Wolf in direct combat. Help me apply for leave, just say I went to use sulfuric acid in the bathroom. Lu Chen patted the dazed fatty, tightened his backpack, and turned to walk out of the school gate. His back was lonely and sharp, like a lone wolf entering the wilderness. Destination, West District Abandoned Industrial Park, Level 1 Zombie Wandering Area. Chapter 8, Hunting Ground, Who is the Prey? In the West District of Linjiang City, the Abandoned Industrial Park. It is referred to by the locals as Number 9 Forbidden Zone. 10 years ago, it was the economic backbone of Linjiang City, until a chemical leak accident engulfed the entire area. Purple toxic mist covered the area for a full 3 months, and when the fog finally cleared, all that remained were mutated plants, decaying buildings, and those who no longer counted as humans, the walking dead. Creak. A yellow taxi slammed on its brakes 2 kilometers from the blockade line. Kid, I really don't dare to go any further. The driver was an old beastmaster with 20 years of driving experience. Although he only had a pet named Navigation Pigeon, his instinct for danger was extremely sharp. He turned to look at the boy in the back seat, dressed in a black sweatshirt with the brim pulled low, his eyes like he was looking at a madman walking to his death. It's not safe here lately. I heard the zombies inside seem to have mutated again. Just a few days ago, a bronze-level hunting team went in and never came back. Just stop here, thank you. Lu Chen handed over a crumpled $20 bill, the change he had just gotten from a convenience store on the roadside. Pushing the door open to get out, a wind mixed with rust, mold, and a certain sickly sweet, rotting odor rushed towards him. Lu Chen took a deep breath. For ordinary people, this is a deadly poison, but for him, this scent made every cell in his body stir with excitement. It was the S-level talent, Gluttony, celebrating, yearning. Let's go, coal ball. Lu Chen tightened the straps of his backpack and did not release the coal ball, instead directly climbing over the barbed wire fence with the sign that read High Danger Zone, Trespassers Die. Inside the industrial park, there was an eerie silence. Only the occasional wind blowing through the abandoned factories let out a wailing sound, like the cries of ghosts. Lu Chen walked on the cracked concrete surface, with the eye of truth constantly activated. In his vision, the world around him was not just a gray ruin, but filled with flickering data boxes. Mutated withered grass, worthless, contains trace amounts of radiation. Rusty rebar, scrap metal structure is fragile. 30 meters ahead, in the shadow, level 1 zombie, ordinary, currently in a dormant state. Lu Chen paused his steps. Not far ahead of him, in a security booth, a figure in tattered uniform slumped against the wall, its head drooping. Its skin had an eerie gray-blue tint, one half of its face rotting away to expose its jaw, nails long and black like sharp daggers. Level 1 ordinary zombie, combat power equivalent to apprentice 5 stars. Lu Chen evaluated calmly, just right to warm up the coal ball. Hiss. The coal ball could not hold back any longer, its black form leaped out like a ghost. It landed on the ground, its sickly green eyes fixated on the prey in the security booth, acidic saliva dripping from its mouth and sizzling as it corroded the ground. There was no need for Lu Chen to issue orders, the coal ball's combat instincts had already awakened. It lowered its body, not making a single sound. The bone spurs on the back stood slightly upright, like a bow drawn tight. Go ahead, but don't make too much noise, Lu Chen said softly. Before the words fell, the coal ball had already transformed into a black shadow. The zombie in the security booth seemed to sense the presence of a living creature, suddenly lifting its head and letting out a murky roar from its throat. But its movements were too slow. Before it could even stand up, a thick, dark green mist sprayed right at it. Corruption toxic mist. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The sound of corrosion that made one's teeth ache instantly rang out. The zombie's tough skin was as fragile as paper in front of the toxic mist, rotting and liquefying in an instant. It waved its claws in pain, trying to grab the coal ball, but the coal ball nimbly jumped to the side, then opened its mouth filled with syringe-like fangs and bit down on the zombie's neck. Crack. The sound of the cervical vertebra breaking was crisp and pleasant. The zombie's struggles stopped abruptly. The fight ended too quickly, in just 3 seconds. The coal ball released its mouth and disdainfully spat out a piece of rotten flesh. Its taste was now very picky. Although this low-level zombie's meat was toxic, it had too little energy, not enough to fill the gaps in its teeth. Lu Chen stepped forward and used a folding knife to pry open the zombie's skull. Empty. Indeed, the probability of regular zombies producing crystal cores is less than 1 in 1,000, Lu Chen said, shaking the black blood off his knife with some disappointment. Looks like I have to find that big guy. According to the information he found on the Beastmaster forum, a tin tyrant had been wandering in this area recently, a type of elite zombie that was very likely to evolve into a bronze-level fierce beast. Only monsters of this level would have a 100% chance of condensing level 1 zombie crystal in their bodies. Keep moving deeper. Lu Chen and the coal ball's figures gradually disappeared into the shadows of the abandoned factory. Not long after Lu Chen left, 2 shadows quietly appeared next to the security booth. Tisk, one-shot kill, the neck bitten clean through, and there's a strong acidic corrosion mark at the wound. One of them, a thin man wearing a gas mask, crouched down to examine the zombie's body, his voice sounded dull through the mask. It seems the target's so-called F-level talent is a fraud. This pet's killing power is at least peak beginner 9 stars, maybe even stronger. Who cares how many stars? The other man was a bald, muscular fellow, fiddling with 2 iron balls, his eyes fierce. Supervisor Lu said that this Grim Reaper is just a poor kid with no background. As long as he enters this wilderness, his death would be meaningless. That kid just won over 100,000, and that anonymous black card, all of it needs to be taken back. Be careful, Lao San. The thin man stood up and scanned the surroundings with vigilance. I just feel something is off. What's off? 2 peak beginner Beastmasters, plus a black iron 4-star Shadow Cat and a black iron 5-star Quake Bear, can't deal with a high school student? The bald man sneered, hurry up, don't let him get eaten by wild monsters, it'll make it hard to find the money later. The 2 exchanged glances, summoned their pets, and followed the traces left by Lu Chen. Core zone of the chemical plant. The air here had become somewhat sticky, with visibility less than 50 meters. Lu Chen crouched above a broken pipe, his gaze piercing through the mist, locking onto a clearing below. There, a massive zombie was wandering. It stood nearly 2.5 meters tall, its muscles swollen like they were inflated, and its skin had a metallic dark gray hue. Its left arm had mutated into a huge bone shield, while its right arm dragged a fire axe that had been removed from somewhere. Target, Tin Zombie, Mutant. Level, Black Iron 3-star, Elite. Weakness, connection point at the back of the neck, old injury at the right knee joint. Loot, Level 1 Zombie Crystal, 100% chance. Finally found it. A flash of excitement passed through Lu Chen's eyes. This is the last missing piece of the Cold Ball's evolution. As long as we get this crystal, combined with the transformation of the Gluttony talent, tonight the Cold Ball can break through to the bronze level. Cold Ball, the usual plan. Lu Chen lowered his voice, you hold it down from the front, using poison mist to block its line of sight. This thing has tough skin, it's unwise to clash head-on, aim for its lower body. The Cold Ball let out a low growl, indicating it understood. However, just as Lu Chen was about to issue the attack order, he suddenly felt a chill at the back of his neck. The Eye of Truth suddenly throbbed, and a data frame at the edge of his vision flashed bright red. Warning! High-energy reaction approaching. 5 o'clock behind, 12 meters away, a black iron 4-star ferocious beast Shadowcat, in stealth mode. Someone? Lu Chen's reaction was lightning fast. Without any hesitation, the charge order he was about to give to the Cold Ball instantly transformed into Cold Ball. Turn around. Spray. This sudden change completely caught the attacker off guard. The Shadowcat, which was about to leap from the shadows to sink its fangs into Lu Chen's throat, suddenly found not a weak human neck waiting for it but a blast of high-pressure acid coming right at it. Put. The Cold Ball's reaction speed had evolved far beyond its peers. This strong acid spray had been building up for a long time, powerful enough to melt through steel. Meow. The piercing cat scream instantly shattered the silence. The Shadowcat howled in agony as it fell from the air, its once proud slick fur now corroded into a large, charred wound, the bone visible deep inside, with one eye splashed blind by the acid. What? From behind the nearby ruins, a furious roar erupted. A skinny man wearing a gas mask shot out, looking in disbelief at the struggling pet beast on the ground. How could you detect the stealthy Shadowcat? Want to play the fool? Lu Chen slowly stood up from the pipe, looking down at the man with a cold smile creeping onto his lips. Sadly, you aren't even worthy of being a mantis. Third. Don't hide. Attack. The skinny man shouted painfully as he recalled the Shadowcat. Boom. The wall beside them collapsed violently as a black iron 5-star ferocious beast called Earthbreaking Bear roared out, a bald strong man riding on its back. Little brat, how shady, the bald strong man grinned viciously, you've actually crippled the second's cat. But that's fine, I love torturing geniuses. Remember, in your next life, don't offend Manager Lu. Manager Lu? Lu the Skinner? Lu Chen narrowed his eyes, it turned out to be that smiling tiger. The situation became perilous in an instant. In front were 2 experienced killers, a black iron 5-star violent bear, and an injured but still combat-effective black iron 4-star Shadowcat. Behind was the elite monster Iron Skin Zombie, awakened by the battle noise, letting out an angry roar. This was simply a deadlock. If it were an ordinary high school student, they'd probably be terrified to the point of losing control. But Lu Chen laughed. He laughed a bit neurotically, a little crazily. Manager Lu really thinks highly of me, sending 2 black iron level beasts to kill this apprentice beast master. Lu Chen pulled out a glass vial containing silver liquid from the side of his backpack. This was the deadly mercury he had dug up in the ghost market, also ready as a snack for the Cold Ball. Crack! He crushed the bottle neck with one hand, pouring the deadly liquid onto the ground in front of the Cold Ball. Coal ball, time for a meal. Without hesitation, the coal ball curled its tongue and swallowed the liquid mixed with glass shards and deadly mercury. Gluttony talent activated. Forced digestion toxin converted into energy temporary burst status activated. In the next second, the black scales on the coal ball suddenly spread open, and thick black-green smoke billowed from the gaps as its size visibly increased. The green light in its eyes turned into a bloodthirsty scarlet. What the hell is that? It's eating mercury? The bald strong man felt his eyelids twitch. Stop talking. Just let the earth-breaking bear smash him. The skinny man shouted. Bear tyrant. Rock impact. The earth-cracking bear roared, charging like a heavy tank toward the pipe where Lu Chen stood. But Lu Chen did not retreat. He moved forward, pointing at the iron-skinned zombie that was rushing over from a distance, and ordered loudly. Coal ball. Poison fog barrier. Led that bear over to the zombie. This was Lu Chen's plan. Use force against force. Coal ball let out a roar, opening its mouth wide as an unprecedented thick poisonous fog erupted, not to attack the earth-cracking bear, but to cover the area between the bear and the iron-skinned zombie directly. The poison fog had a blinding effect. The earth-cracking bear rushed into the fog, instantly losing Lu Chen's sight, flailing its bare paw wildly by instinct. On the other side, the enraged iron-skinned zombie also rushed into the fog. It felt no pain, only the instinct to kill, sensing a huge life form ahead, raising its fire axe and chopping down. Clang! A tremendous sound of metal clashing. The fire axe struck hard against the earth-cracking bear's shoulder. Although it didn't break through its defenses, the enormous force made the bear stagger. Roar! The earth-cracking bear was furious. It thought Lu Chen's pet attacked it, and turned around to swipe a paw, hitting the iron-skinned zombie squarely on the head. The two enormous creatures instantly fought together in the poison fog. Bastard! That's a wild beast. Bring the bear back now. The skinny man realized the truth and yelled anxiously. But it was too late. The poison fog spread, obscuring vision and interfering with the mental connection. Now, it's our turn. Lu Chen's voice suddenly came from behind the skinny man, like the whisper of death. The man froze, unable to turn around before feeling a chill on his neck. Lu Chen had somehow circled to the side, pressing his folding knife against the man's carotid artery. Beside Lu Chen, Coal ball, enveloped in poisonous gas, stared intently at the bald, muscular man, venom dripping from its fangs, making one tremble. I think we need to talk again. Lu Chen leaned close to the man's ear and whispered, about Lu Poppy, and how are you planning to die? Chapter 9, Evolution. Killing weapon, Biochemical Hellhound. Don't be impulsive. We all want money. The skinny man felt the cold sharpness at his carotid artery, cold sweat instantly soaking the lining under his gas mask. At this moment, he realized the truth. The information was wrong. This was not some lucky high school student, this was clearly a cold-blooded criminal. Want money? Lu Chen pressed the folding knife down slightly, cutting through a layer of skin, blood oozing along the blade. How much did Lu Poppy give you to kill me? 30,000. The skinny man stammered. Only 30,000? A hint of mockery flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. Is my life so cheap? It seems Supervisor Lu was still too stingy. The bald muscular man was now very cautious, staring at Lu Chen fiercely. Kid, let him go, and we'll leave right now. Today's matter never happened. That shadow cat is done for, I'll admit defeat. Lu Chen tilted his head, as if seriously considering the proposal. At that moment when the bald muscular man thought he had a chance, relaxing his muscles slightly. Put. The dull sound of a blade penetrating soft tissue. Blood sprayed like a fountain onto the dusty pipe. The skinny man's eyes widened, hands clutching his throat, gasping like a wheezing bellows, his body collapsing helplessly to the ground. He couldn't believe until death that Lu Chen executed him casually while they were talking. Since you're here to kill, be prepared to be killed. Lu Chen flicked the blood off his knife, his tone calm as if discussing what to have for dinner. Also, I don't like to leave hidden dangers for the night. Lao air. The bald muscular man gritted his teeth in fury, roaring, I'll tear you to pieces. Earth-cracking bear. Come back. Forget about that damn zombie. However, in the poisonous mist, the battle between the two huge creatures had reached a boiling point. The earth-splitting bear heard its master's call, but it was now blinded by rage. The fire axe in the hands of the steel zombie was deeply embedded in its shoulder blade, while its paw smashed half of the zombie's rib cage. The poison was corroding its nerves, and the pain drove it into a frenzy, making it impossible to follow orders. Looks like your bear doesn't listen well. Lu Chen turned around to look at the bald, muscular man. At the same time, the coal ball that had been poised to strike finally moved. Roar! The coal ball, having consumed the mercury, was in an extremely unstable and furious state. It kicked off the ground, and the concrete floor instantly shattered, its black figure like a cannonball shooting towards the bald man. Get out of the way. The bald man shouted angrily, pulling out a machete from his waist and swinging it fiercely at the approaching shadow. As a seasoned beast master, his physical abilities were far beyond ordinary people. But the coal ball now was a monster empowered by poison. Clang! The machete struck the coal ball's hard, scaly back, sending sparks flying, and surprisingly only left a white mark. In the next second, the coal ball's large, tooth-filled mouth clamped down on the bald man's wrist. Crack! Bones shattered. Ah! Screams echoed through the abandoned factory. The coal ball did not rush to sever the throat, instead, it violently shook its head, flinging the man away like he was a rag doll. Then, a thick, dark green poison with a hint of sweetness flowed into the man's body through the wound. Corrosive blood injected. In just a few seconds, his entire arm turned a purplish black, veins bulging as if they were crawling with worms. Help! Help me! The bald man collapsed to the ground, convulsing, foam spilling from his mouth, his eyes quickly losing focus. Lu Chen walked forward and emotionlessly delivered a finishing blow. The world fell silent. He skillfully searched the two corpses. 2 anonymous savings cards, probably worth tens of thousands. And this machete, good material, although it's a black iron level weapon, it can still fetch some money. Lu Chen stuffed the spoils into his backpack and then turned his gaze toward the battlefield shrouded in poisonous mist. Roar! With a reluctant wail, the massive body collapsed. It was the earth-splitting bear. In the end, it could not withstand 3 heavy blows, the physical strike from the steel zombie, the neurotoxin from the coal ball, and the mental backlash after losing its master. And although the steel zombie had won, it was also at its last gasp. One of its legs was broken, and half of its head was smashed, dragging its remaining body, trying to gnaw on the earth-splitting bear's corpse to recover its injuries. Good opportunity. A glint of light flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. Coal ball, finish it. Woof. While the coal ball was also a bit exhausted from the outburst, it displayed the cruelty of a predator in the face of a wounded elite monster. It silently circled around to the back of the zombie and bit down on the weak connection at the back of its neck. Strong acid instantly injected. Sizzle. The already broken cervical vertebrae could no longer support the heavy head. The steel zombie twitched twice and then became completely still. Lu Chen quickly stepped forward, his folding knife precisely cutting open the zombie's swollen chest cavity. In the murky black blood, a thumb-sized crystal radiating a faint grayish-white glow lay quietly. Item, Level 1 Zombie Crystal, Elite. Quality, Rare. Description, contains high-purity zombie virus and evolutionary energy, an excellent material for the evolution of toxic/undead pets. Finally got it. Lu Chen let out a sigh, looking at the cold crystal in his palm, feeling a slight sting in his hand. Ordinary people touching this thing without protection would be infected with corpse poison within minutes. But Lu Chen was different. Talent Devour activated, high-energy evolutionary material detected. He turned his head to look at the coal ball. At this moment, the coal ball was crouched on the ground. The scales on its body opened and closed, emitting waves of hot air. The mercury and deadly poison it had swallowed earlier were crashing around inside, desperately needing an outlet. Swallow it. Lu Chen handed over the crystal. The coal ball showed no hesitation, its tongue curling to gulp down the zombie crystal that could make a normal pet beast drop dead. Boom! In the next moment, the coal ball's body arched violently, letting out a roar that was both painful and exhilarating. It felt as if a furnace had ignited inside it. Lu Chen activated the Eye of Truth, focusing tightly on the changes in the coal ball. Analyzing. Fusion materials, strong acid, base, mutated corpseflower, wood/poisons, deadly mercury, metal/poisons, level 1 zombie crystal, undead/poisons, S-level talent gluttony intervening rejecting reactions being eliminated gene recombination beginning. Evolution route confirmed, biochemical demon dog, complete form. The originally pitch-black body of the coal ball began to undergo violent changes. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of bones growing echoed endlessly. Its size began to rise, from the size of a large dog to a height of 1.2 meters at the shoulder and almost 2 meters in length. The keratin scales covering its body began to metallicize, showing a dark matte finish, as if forged from fine steel. The bone spines along its back became thicker and sharper, with tiny holes appearing at their tips, occasionally emitting faint wisps of green toxic smoke. Most terrifying were its limbs, the muscle lines taut like steel cables, the claws elongated, glimmering with a ghostly blue cold light. 10 minutes later. All sounds quieted down. A terrifying beast brimming with violent aesthetics and biochemical essence stood quietly amid the ruins. It slowly opened its eyes, the previously sickly green pupils now turned dark red, like 2 burning will-o'-the-wisps, indifferent and ferocious, yet filled with absolute submission when looking at Lu Chen. Before Lu Chen, a new attribute panel appeared. Pet beast name, hellish biochemical dog, coal ball. Attributes, poison/steel/undead. Race level, high-ranked war general, potential. Current strength, bronze 1 star, beginner. Status, perfect evolution, deadly poison charged. Skills. Strong acid spray, mastery power increased, can melt through black iron level defensive gear, with splash effects. Corroding poison abyss, advanced version of the original corrupting poison mist can create an area that continuously deals corrosive damage, within which the cold ball's speed and recovery are greatly enhanced. Gluttonous armor, passive metal exterior generated from devouring mercury and zombie crystals, significantly improving physical resistance while inflicting corpse poison infection on contact. Grim Reaper's Claw, new the claw blades are infused with deadly poison and tearing effects, making wounds hard to heal and causing continuous bleeding. Evaluation, it is a mobile biochemical weapon, a reserve Grim Reaper on the battlefield. Ordinary antidotes are ineffective against the damage it causes. Bronze 1 star high-ranked war general potential. Lu Chen was satisfied, stroking the cold ball's cold, hard metal spine, feeling as if he were touching a heavy armored vehicle. Now, even against Lu Poppy's swift magic wolf, you could tear it to shreds, right? Woo! The cold ball growled softly, nudging its massive head against Lu Chen's palm. Despite its terrifying appearance, it remained the loyal companion. Lu Chen glanced at the scattered debris around him. 2 human corpses, 2 beast corpses. The smell of blood here is too strong, it will soon attract stronger monsters. Lu Chen gathered his emotions, tidying up all the traces, mainly taking away valuable items, and then mounted the cold ball's back. The evolved cold ball was big enough to carry him, and that layer of metal armor was quite stable. Let's go, cold ball. Lu Chen turned to look back at the direction of Linjiang City. Under the night, the city's lights flickered like stars. If some people don't want me to study properly, then I will go back and teach them a lesson. About what is cruel, a lesson in biology. The cold ball's limbs pushed hard, instantly turning into a bolt of black lightning, disappearing into the vast wilderness. In Linjiang City, underground office of the arena. Lu Poppy was crossing his legs, shaking a glass of red wine in his hand. Calculating the time, those 2 guys should have succeeded by now, right? He glanced at the clock on the wall. Lu Chen, oh Lu Chen, don't blame me for not being trustworthy. Blame yourself for being too smart and too weak. In this world that devours people, smart folks without a backer usually don't live long. Suddenly, the phone on the table rang. Lu Poppy smirked, thinking it was good news. But when he picked up the phone, the voice on the other end wasn't familiar at all. It was a hoarse and low voice processed by a voice changer. Supervisor Lu, your 2 dogs are lost, I took care of them for you. Lu Poppy's smile froze instantly, and the wine glass in his hand shattered with a loud bang. Who are you? Who I am is not important. The voice on the other end carried a hint of mockery. What's important is that you owe me. I will come to collect it personally. Clean your neck and wait for me, Lu Poppy. Beep beep beep. The call hung up. Lu Poppy's hand holding the receiver turned pale, a chill rushing from his feet to the top of his head. That was Lu Chen's voice. Even processed, the madness and calm in that tone, he could never be mistaken. 2 black iron level professional killers, with 2 black iron pets, all wiped out? Someone. Check for me. Where is that Grim Reaper? Lu Poppy roared, but what he didn't know was that at this very moment, that Grim Reaper was riding on his nightmare, returning from the wilderness. Chapter 10, The Notification of Drug Withdrawal in the ICU. At Linjiang City Central Hospital, deep in the night. The pungent smell of disinfectant invaded his nostrils, forcibly suppressing the rusty scent from the wilderness on Lu Chen's body. Lu Chen washed his hands in the public restroom on the ground floor for a full 10 minutes, until the dark red bloodstains under his nails completely disappeared. He then turned his coat, which had been stained with gunpowder and dust, inside out, confirming that there was no strong smell of blood, before quickly walking into the elevator. The elevator numbers jumped one by one, finally stopping at the 12th floor. ICU Intensive Care Unit. This was the quietest and costliest place in the entire hospital. Each tick of the machinery represented not only the continuation of life but also money flowing away like water. Lu Chen walked familiar paths to the special care ward at the end of the corridor. That was the living space he fought for his sister, Lu Qing, even at the cost of high-interest loans. Lu Qing suffered from spiritual energy overflow syndrome, a very rare congenital disease. Those with this illness have incredibly strong souls by nature but suffer because their fragile mortal bodies cannot cope. They need daily injections of expensive suppressants to stay alive, and even then, it only keeps them barely breathing. When Lu Chen reached the familiar glass door, his footsteps suddenly halted. The bed number 3, where Lu Qing should have been lying, was now empty. The sheets were stripped away, revealing a cold, hard mattress. The vital signs monitor beside it was also in a black screen state. Lu Chen's heart skipped a beat, a fear he had never felt before exploding along his spine. He had not panicked when facing 2 black iron level killers and not when surrounded by hordes of zombies, but at this moment, his hands were trembling slightly. Nurse. Lu Chen rushed to the nurse's station, his voice dangerously hoarse. Where is the patient in bed number 3? Where did Lu Qing go? The nurse on duty was a middle-aged woman in her 40s, engrossed in sorting through a pile of documents. Upon hearing Lu Chen's voice, she looked up, her eyes flashing with a complex sympathy, then sighed helplessly. Lu Chen, you finally made it. The head nurse stepped out from behind the counter, pointing towards the other end of the corridor, her voice lowered. Go check the overflow bed area, it's over by the vent. Overflow bed area? Vent? Lu Chen looked in the direction of her finger. There was a bustling corridor, the busiest place on the entire floor. A simple mobile hospital bed was squeezed near the fire hydrant, where a frail figure, barely more than a skeleton, lay. A thin blanket covered the girl, but it could not block the cold wind that swept through the night. She curled up into a ball, her pale face wearing an oxygen mask, and with each difficult breath, a faint white mist appeared on the mask. That was Lu Qing. She was Lu Chen's only family in this world, his only weakness. Lu Chen felt a buzzing in his head and rushed over. As if sensing the familiar footsteps, the girl's eyelashes fluttered, and she struggled to open her eyes. Her eyes were beautiful, but they looked cloudy due to long-term suffering from illness. The moment she saw Lu Chen, the pain in her eyes was forced away, replaced by an extremely weak smile. She wanted to raise her hand, but she didn't even have the strength to lift a finger. Lu Chen quickly knelt by the bedside, holding her small hand, which was as cold as ice. Brother, you're back. Lu Qing's voice was very weak, muffled by the oxygen mask, sounding like a broken wind. Cough cough. Was work smooth today? Lu Chen felt like his throat was stuffed with cotton, painfully tight. Clearly left out in the cold, clearly suffering from the bone-deep pain of energy overflow, her first words were still about worrying for him. I'm fine, I've made some money. Lu Chen lowered his head, resting his forehead against his sister's hand, his voice deep. Tell me, why are you here? Who moved you out? Lu Qing's gaze flickered, forcing a playful look. It was me. I felt too stuffy inside. Brother, you know, those special care wards are too expensive, costing several thousand a day. I wanted to save you some money. Tell the truth. Lu Chen interrupted her, his tone brooking no discussion. Lu Qing froze for a moment, her eyes turning red instantly, but she bit her lip and refused to speak. Was it because of unpaid fees, or was someone trying to make things difficult? A cold but somewhat helpless voice came from behind. The head nurse came over with several bottles of medication, skillfully changing Lu Qing's dressings while speaking softly. Lu Chen, you've been making this child suffer. This matter is not about money. The head nurse glanced around and leaned closer to Lu Chen's ear. This afternoon, a Director Su from the Urban Construction Bureau called the hospital director. He said that since someone was not following the rules at school, as punishment, the publicly beneficial cheap special medication quota should not be given to the family of such rule breakers. Also, Director Su said that the resources for the special care ward are limited and should be given to those who need it more. So on the hospital side, we are just workers, we can't do anything. Director Su. Su Chang. Lu Chen lowered his head, slowly squeezing a breath of cold air through his teeth. Good, very good. Since they couldn't finish me off at school during the day, they turned around and targeted my sister, who was still in middle school. The so-called more needed people meant throwing a critically ill patient, who could die anytime from respiratory failure, out to the corridor at the ventilation shaft to fend for herself. Moreover, the head nurse looked at Lu Chen hesitantly. Lu Qing's condition is very bad now. After stopping that cheap suppressant, her body reacted strongly. To maintain her vital signs, she must use fully self-paid imported medication, which costs 5,000 each, and cannot be covered by insurance. The financial department has already issued a final notice. If the payment is not made, the 4 will also have to stop. 5,000 each. That's tens of thousands a day. For any ordinary family, this is a disaster. Su Chang intends to use money to force Lu Chen to his knees, begging for mercy. At that moment, Lu Chen's phone in his pocket vibrated. He took it out to take a look. It was a text message from an unknown number. Lu Chen, is the hospital corridor cold? This is the consequence of offending me. I'm not unreasonable. Tomorrow morning, bring your dead dog to my door and kneel down, bow 3 times. Maybe I will show mercy and have my dad call the hospital so your sister can live a few more days. Su Yao. The white light of the phone screen shone on Lu Chen's face, revealing no expression. If it were the old good-for-nothing Lu Chen, he might feel despair, roar in anger, or even really kneel for his sister. But the current Lu Chen had just crawled back from the hell of the wilderness. His backpack was filled with a blood-stained machete, and in his beast space lay a hellhound eager for flesh and blood. Anger? No. Lu Chen felt an eerie calm, like the heavy silence just before a storm. He did not reply to the message but turned off the screen and put the phone back in his pocket. Nurse. Lu Chen stood up, pulling out a stack of warm cash and 2 bank cards he took from a killer, from the lining of his ragged uniform. Swipe the card. Lu Chen's voice was calm, without a hint of turmoil. Get my sister the best medicine, book the best hospital room. If there isn't enough money, I can go get it now. If she can't stay in the ICU, then get a VIP special room that shouldn't be dictated by the construction bureau, right? The head nurse was stunned. She looked at the young man in front of her. Clearly tattered and covered in indelible dust, yet the cold, fierce aura emanating from him sent a shiver even through her, someone used to life and death. Well, the VIP room can indeed be booked as long as there's money, but the deposit? Here is 110,000. Lu Chen slammed the 2 cards and 10,000 cash onto the stainless steel tray, the metallic cards clashing with a crisp sound. The password is the last 6 digits of the card number. First, pay the fee and get her moved. The head nurse looked deeply at Lu Chen, no longer questioning the source of the money, grabbed the items, and ran towards the payment office. I will take care of it now. I will arrange the transfer immediately. The corridor fell quiet again. Lu Chen sat back by the bed, carefully tucking in the blanket corners. Lu Qing had been staring at him wide-eyed, seeming to have many questions, but in the end, said nothing, just reached out her finger and lightly hooked Lu Chen's pinky. Brother, don't do anything foolish, she whispered. Lu Chen held onto his sister's hand, showing a gentle smile that brought comfort. Don't worry, I won't do anything foolish. He silently completed the second half of the sentence in his heart. I won't do anything foolish. I will only kill. Su Chang, Su Yao. Since. The smell of blood on the knife's edge was carefully wiped with alcohol, but the faint aura of killing seemed still embedded in the fibers. In front of him blocking the way were 2 old acquaintances. Su Yao's eyes were swollen like peaches, her once beautiful face now twisted by extreme resentment. She stared fiercely at Lu Chen, her gaze filled with a hunger to bite a piece of flesh from him. Standing next to her, Zhang Hao wore a smug expression, filled with false bravado. Although the injured iron-clawed eagle pained him, today with the Su family as his backing, he felt invincible. Everyone, look! This is the psychopathic Lu Chen. Zhang Hao shouted with a loud voice, pointing at Lu Chen with a duck-like croak. He has awakened a useless talent, yet out of jealousy for Su Yao, he used the despicable means of concentrated sulfuric acid to ruin her water arrow frog. This kind of person is a potential murderer. Everyone, stay away from him. The surrounding students were instantly up in arms, their eyes filled with disdain and fear as they looked at Lu Chen. In this world where strength is revered, using chemical agents, a method that does not rely on beast taming, to ruin someone else's pet beast would indeed be seen as a deviation and a vile act. Lu Chen did not even lift his eyelids. He felt as if he were watching 2 clowns performing, his right hand tucked into his pocket. In the beast taming space, the coal ball, which had just finished a hearty meal, was now sleeping, sensing its master's emotional turmoil. Its pair of blood-red compound eyes suddenly opened wide, releasing a low roar. Step aside. Lu Chen calmly uttered 2 words. Are you still feeling cocky? Su Yao screamed, pointing at Lu Chen's nose and scolding. Lu Chen, do you think today is still in the disciplinary office? Look who that is. Amid a low rumble of engine noise, a black official sedan ruthlessly pushed through the crowd, stopping right in the center of the school gate. The car door opened, and Su Chang stepped out, dressed in a crisp dark Zhongshan suit. Although he was merely the director of the Urban Construction Bureau, he now exuded an air of authority, inspecting his territory. Behind him followed 2 burly men in deep blue uniforms, badges of the Lingzheng City Guard pinned to their chests, their waists bulging with the signs of electric shock sticks and even firearms. Director Su. Dad. You must stand up for me. Su Yao leaped up with a sob, as if she had seen her savior. Su Chang patted his daughter's shoulder, his cold gaze scanning the crowd, locking onto Lu Chen fiercely. Lu Chen, we meet again. Su Chang's smile was more chilling than his demeanor, the arrogance of an upper-class man unabashed. Yesterday in the disciplinary office I let you off for the school's sake, but your actions of deliberately harming another's pet beast are extremely malicious. Now, in the capacity of the victim's family member, I ask these 2 comrades from the city guard to take you back for investigation. Investigation? Although the surrounding students were young, they were not foolish. Who didn't know that once you entered that kind of place, you wouldn't come out unscathed? Su Chang intended to use his power to completely ruin Lu Chen. The 2 city guard officers approached expressionless, flanking Lu Chen from left and right, one even displaying a shiny pair of handcuffs. Kid, be honest, don't force us to use force. Lu Chen looked at the handcuffs, a glimmer of mockery flashing in his eyes as his brain raced to devise a countermeasure. At that moment, a voice as cold as spring water suddenly rang out. Stop. The voice was not loud, but emanated an undeniable authority. The crowd automatically parted, and a girl dressed in a neat school uniform, with a red armband on her left arm, walked over. The girl had an astonishingly beautiful face, her skin whiter than snow, and her long black hair tied into a high ponytail that swayed gently with her steps. Her pair of eyes, as cold as autumn water, glinted with extreme clarity. As if nothing in this world could move her. It's Lin Qingxue, the S-level talent genius school beauty who controls ice elements. I heard she has been directly admitted to the prestigious academy in the capital. Why would she care about such trivial matters? The students' murmurs instantly rose by an octave. Lin Qingxue walked up to the two city guard officers, extending a long, delicate hand to block their way. This is the 3rd Beastmaster High School, and it falls under the jurisdiction of the Education Department. Lin Qingxue's voice held no fluctuations, she was simply stating a fact. According to the Beastmaster Protection Law and school regulations, unless holding a formal arrest warrant issued by a municipal level or higher security bureau, no external armed forces may take students away at the school gate. Director Su, do you have an arrest warrant? Su Chang's expression instantly darkened. He did not expect someone like Lin Qingxue to intervene at this moment, especially someone well known for being hard to handle. Classmate Lin Qingxue, this guy is a dangerous element. Su Chang suppressed his anger and said, I am doing this for campus safety. If he has violated school regulations, it should be handled by the disciplinary office. If he has committed a crime, the security bureau should take action. Lin Qingxue showed no sign of retreat, her cold eyes stared directly at Su Chang. Although Director Su is a leader of the Urban Construction Bureau, it seems you do not have the authority to enforce the law here. Moreover, the so-called intentional assault is still in the investigation phase. Isn't it a bit hasty to put handcuffs on a student in front of so many people? You. Su Yao, seeing Lin Qingxue stand up for Lu Chen, instantly exploded with jealousy. What she hated most was Lin Qingxue's lofty demeanor. Both were school beauties, so why was Lin Qingxue the favored one while she had become the laughingstock of the whole school? Lin Qingxue. What are you pretending to be, a justice warrior? Su Yao shouted bitterly, you wouldn't have a crush on this useless pretty boy, would you? He's a pervert, a poor wretch. Is it worth it to offend my dad for this trash? Lin Qingxue slightly tilted her head, her indifferent gaze sweeping over Su Yao, as if she were looking at a rock by the roadside. I don't know him. I'm just upholding school regulations. After saying that, she looked back at Su Chang, her tone a little heavier. Director Su, the morning self-study is about to start. If you insist on forcibly arresting someone, I will contact the board of directors and the education department right now. I think they would be very interested in the Urban Construction Bureau interfering with school matters. Su Chang's face twitched a few times. Of course, he knew Lin Qingxue was not easy to deal with. This girl not only had outstanding talent but also an unfathomable background. It was rumored she was connected to a prominent family in the provincial capital. If he rushed into a confrontation in front of everyone, it could indeed affect his career as a director. Well, very well. Today's students are indeed more successful than the last. Su Chang laughed angrily, waving his hand to signal the two city guard officers to step back. He turned his head, his gaze darkly fixated on Lu Chen, who had been silent all along. Kid, count yourself lucky that a woman is standing up for you. But you can avoid the initial confrontation, you can't escape the final one. This matter isn't over, we'll see how it goes. As he spoke, he was about to turn and leave, preparing to find a more ruthless way, like directly pressuring the disciplinary office to expel Lu Chen. Wait. Suddenly, Lu Chen, who had been silent, spoke up. He stepped out from behind Lin Qingxue and walked straight up to Su Chang. Everyone held their breath. Was this guy crazy? Lin's big school beauty had finally saved him, and he still wanted to provoke her? Lu Chen looked at Su Chang's chubby face, a chilling smile slowly forming at the corners of his mouth. Director Su, you just said you can avoid the initial confrontation but not the final one? Lu Chen's voice was very low, only the two of them could hear. Actually, I wanted to say the same thing. You cut off my sister's medicine and left her to die in the hallway. I don't want to wait until the final confrontation for this debt. Are you sure you want to make a move here, Director Su? Lu Chen's fingers lightly rested on the zipper of his backpack, the sight of a cold gleam from the machete inside reflecting ominously. I'm afraid I won't be able to help but cut you down right now. Su Chang's pupils suddenly constricted. Such presence. This kid might really have blood on his hands. Su Chang instinctively took a half step back, cold sweat instantly soaking his shirt. Lu Chen, however, had already withdrawn his gaze, adjusted the straps of his backpack, and strode into the school gate like nothing happened. As he passed by Lin Qingxue, he did not stop his steps but softly said thank you, then left a cold, indifferent back. Lin Qingxue stood in place, watching the direction Lu Chen left, and for the first time, a ripple appeared in her usually calm eyes. This guy. The aura that erupted just now actually made her internal ice crystal bird feel a hint of unease. F-grade talent? A useless person? Lin Qingxue narrowed her eyes and thought. Perhaps everyone in the school has misjudged him. Chapter 12, sorry, I am in self-defense. The morning study time passed in a hurry. Lu Chen had thought that after awakening, the school courses would be adjusted, but in reality, they were still teaching the same old clichés. There was nothing worth listening to. Not only that, but Su Chang and his daughter also buzzed around like a pair of flies, endlessly entangling him. On the large redwood desk in the office, a report on injuries was slammed harshly in front of Lu Chen, papers scattering all over the floor. The air was stifling, suffocating, as the principal, Li Gang, stood by, sweating profusely while pouring tea for Su Chang sitting at the head of the table, his hands trembling as if sifting chaff. Su Chang crossed his legs, pointing at the report with a predatory gaze, as if he were about to eat someone. Lu Chen, look carefully. This is the assessment sent from the city hospital just now. Su Chang knocked on the table, his tone cold. The water frog's mouth and esophagus suffered irreversible chemical corrosion, leading to organ failure, rated as a first-level disability. Your actions constitute attempted murder and malicious destruction of others' property. According to school rules and the security regulations of Lingji City, I have the right to demand the school immediately expel you, seal your beast space, and hand you over to the security bureau to serve time. Standing in the corner, Su Yao's originally drab face brightened slightly at these words. She viciously stared at Lu Chen, as if she could already see this poor boy begging for mercy on the ground. As long as Lu Chen's beast space was disabled, he would be a useless person, even inferior to an average one. Killing him then would be easier than squashing an ant. On the other side of the room, Lin Qingxue stood with her arms crossed, her cool brows slightly furrowed. Director Su, although the assessment results are serious, the cause still needs investigation. To convict solely based on the results does not follow the procedure. Classmate Lin Qingxue, facts speak louder than words. Li Gang jumped in at this moment, eager to perform in front of Su Chang. The victim is here, crying out. The weapon is still in Lu Chen's backpack. What else is there to investigate? This kind of troublemaker must be severely punished. All eyes focused on Lu Chen, waiting for his response. Was it fear? Was it a defense? Or was it despair? But Lu Chen simply calmly bent down, picked up a page of the assessment from the floor, glanced at it, and casually threw it into the nearby trash can. Is the show over? Lu Chen's voice was flat, as if he were asking about the weather. Su Chang's expression froze. What did you say? I said, has your performance ended? If it has, it's my turn now. Lu Chen took out a black USB drive from his pocket, something that Fat Wang had spent a fortune on last night to secretly hack into the Western District Chemical Factory's monitoring system. One must say, having a rich second-generation friend truly saved a lot of trouble. He walked directly to the projector in front of the desk, ignoring Li Gang's obstruction. He plugged in the USB drive. Since Director Su talks about evidence, let's take a look at the evidence. The projection screen lit up. The image shook a bit, but it was clear enough. It was a corner of the West District Chemical Plant, where Lu Chen was walking with a backpack, and Su Yao, along with her followers, blocked his way aggressively. From the speakers came Su Yao's sharp and arrogant voice. Water gun frog, high-pressure water gun. Spray this loser to death. In the footage, the water gun frog shot out a high-pressure stream of water that could pierce through wood, heading straight for Lu Chen's face. If Lu Chen hadn't dodged quickly, that hit to the eyes or throat would have been fatal, or at least severely injurious. Then came Lu Chen's counterattack, cold ball retaliation, waste frog, all in one breath. The video ended, and the entire teaching office fell into dead silence. Su Yao's face turned pale in an instant. She never expected that abandoned chemical plants still had working surveillance. Lu Chen turned to face the ashen-faced Su Chang, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Director Su, it seems your daughter has a poor memory. She forgot she was the one who made the first move. Lu Chen spoke leisurely, his voice clear and strong. According to the Great Xia Beastmaster Management Law, Chapter 3, Article 12, when a beastmaster encounters a deadly attack from someone else's pet in a non-competitive area, it is regarded as encountering a life-threatening situation. The attacked has the unlimited right to defend themselves. Even if I killed her on the spot, it would still be lawful self-defense. Lu Chen took a step forward, his gaze as sharp as a blade. I only disabled one of these two dogs' frogs. I was already very merciful. So, does Director Su think I should just stand there and let her kill me? You're twisting the argument. Li Gang shouted in frustration. Shut up. Su Chang slammed the table, causing the teacup on it to jump, hot tea splashing all over Li Gang, burning him and making him grit his teeth in silence. Su Chang fixed his furious gaze on Lu Chen, his chest rising and falling, showing his inner rage at that moment. He originally thought Lu Chen was just a student with no background, easy to pin a fabricated charge on. He never expected this kid to be so meticulous, even getting his hands on surveillance footage and invoking the Beastmaster law. In front of this video, all accusations became a joke. If this video spread out, plus Lin Qingxue as a witness, Su Chang wouldn't be able to touch Lu Chen. Instead, he would get in trouble for falsely accusing a student. Good self-defense. Su Chang suddenly laughed, his grin particularly vicious. He slowly stood up. A heavy pressure unique to a bronze-level powerhouse began to fill the room. Lu Chen, you're very smart, really very smart. As Su Chang spoke, he picked up the laptop on the table that was still plugged into the USB drive. Bang! With a crisp sound, Su Chang directly smashed the laptop hard onto the ground, then raised his shiny leather shoe and stomped down on it with force. The fragile electronic components beneath his foot let out a broken cry, and the USB drive along with the laptop instantly turned into a pile of scrap metal. Director Su. What are you doing? Lin Qingshue's face changed dramatically, stepping forward trying to stop him. But Su Chang didn't even glance her way, only staring at Lu Chen, his eyes filled with reckless arrogance. Evidence? There's no evidence now. Su Chang adjusted his collar, his tone cold. Here, in this small piece of land in Lingjiang City, my word is the law. I say you're guilty of attempted murder, you are guilty of attempted murder. Since you refuse to leave gracefully, let me help you. Come out, mountain rock bear. Suddenly, the floor beneath Su Chang glowed a brownish yellow, and a huge summoning array rapidly took shape. Roar! Accompanied by a deafening roar, a gigantic beast appeared out of thin air, standing over 2 meters tall, covered in thick armor like granite. Bronze 5-star, mountain rock bear. Its massive body nearly touched the ceiling, and the heavy pressure made the air in the room feel thick and sticky. Every movement it made caused the floor of the teaching office to groan under its weight. Su Yao saw that her father was finally serious, and the fear in her eyes instantly turned into wild joy. Dad. Let the rock bear crush him. Li Gang was so scared that he shrank behind the filing cabinet, trembling. Lin Qingxue felt the chilling energy rising in her body, ready to summon the ice crystal phoenix at any moment. Su Chang, are you crazy? This is a school. Lin Qingxue shouted harshly. Don't use the school to pressure me. At this moment, Su Chang had completely torn off his mask. He pointed at Lu Chen and commanded the rock bear. Disable his limbs for me. I'll take the responsibility if something happens. The rock bear lifted its massive paw, accompanied by a howling wind, and slammed down on Lu Chen like a small mountain. Under that huge shadow, Lu Chen's figure appeared so thin and small, as if he would be turned to mush in the next second. However, Lu Chen did not dodge. He looked at the gigantic paw rushing toward him, looked at Su Chang's twisted, snarling face, and the blood in his eyes finally could no longer be suppressed. It erupted completely. You don't listen to reason, you play the rogue when it comes to the law. Lu Chen's voice was as soft as the sigh of death. Then don't blame me for not being honorable. Cole Ball, it's breakfast time. Chapter 13, it is hungry, it wants to eat bear paw. Inside the teaching office, the air suddenly solidified. The enormous body of the rock bear almost filled half the room, casting heavy shadows that brought a suffocating earthy odor and pressure. Roar! The giant bear roared, shaking the windows violently. The paw, as big as a grinding stone, wrapped in a earthy yellow glow, slammed down toward Lu Chen's head like a battering ram. If this hit landed, let alone Lu Chen's F-grade frame, even a steel statue would be smashed into a pancake. Lu Chen! Quickly dodge! Lin Qingshue's pupils shrank. As an S-grade genius, her reaction was extremely quick. Almost instinctively, a flash of light appeared beside her, and a fully crystal-like ice crystal phoenix materialized, its wings spreading to block the blow for Lu Chen. Ice crystal shield. Lin Qingshue's cool voice was tinged with urgency. However, just as she was about to make her move, a hand suddenly reached out, gently pressing down on her wrist. That hand was unusually strong, steady as a mountain. Lin Qingsue froze. She turned in shock to meet Lu Chen's calm, even somewhat lazy eyes. Don't move. Lu Chen did not look at the roaring bear paw, but at Lin Qingsue, a hint of an elusive smile at the corner of his mouth. Be careful, you might get splattered with blood. What? Before Lin Qingsue could comprehend the meaning of those words, Lu Chen had already released his hand. The next second. Hiss. A voice that was extremely fierce, seemingly from the depths of purgatory, instantly drowned out the roar of the rock bear. Then, a black silhouette shot out like lightning, not choosing to evade but bravely colliding with that enormous bear paw. Boom! The muffled crash made everyone's heart tremble with shock. The expected scene of Lu Chen being turned to mush did not happen. There, beneath the giant rock bear's paw, a terrifying beast covered in black with a metallic sheen was holding its ground against the blow. Was that Cole Ball? No, that was not the same old scruffy dog at all. At that moment, Cole Ball had grown to a height of 1.2 meters, fully clad in black heavy armor as if forged from steel, with sharp spikes jutting out from its back, like a forest of spears. Most terrifying of all, it was surrounded by a rich, dark green poisonous mist. Although the bear paw held tremendous power, the moment it touched Cole Ball's back armor, it actually made a sizzling sound of corrosion. Is this the same dog? How is this possible? Li Gang was so scared that his eyes nearly popped out. Su Yao covered her mouth in terror, thinking that her water arrow frog had lost only because of a sneak attack. But now, seeing this monster-like creature, she finally understood how naive she had been. It has a bit of strength, but not much. Lu Chen stood at the edge of the poisonous mist, hands in pockets, commenting calmly. Cole Ball, stop playing. Since Director Su wants to ruin me, we should return the favor. Lu Chen's eyes suddenly turned cold, his voice like the judgment of death. Ruin it. Roar. Coalball let out an excited roar. It had been hungry for a long time. The energy from the zombie crystal it had swallowed before was still stirring inside, just right to grind its teeth on this big fellow. With a sudden burst of force, Coalball's limbs exploded with power that was simply shocking. It actually pushed away the heavy bear paw, its shape turning into a black whirlwind, racing up the thick arm of the rock giant bear. Claws of death. Coalball's claws, shimmering with ghostly blue light, easily tore apart the rock giant bear's proud granite armor like cutting tofu. Crack! Crack! Rubble flew everywhere. The rock giant bear let out a painful roar, swinging its other hand to try to swat the flea off its body. But Coalball was too fast. It nimbly changed direction and jumped straight onto the giant bear's shoulder, right in front of its terrified face. Ha! Coalball opened its maw full of fangs, a dark green glow swirling deep in its throat. Acid spray. Puff! A jet of high-pressure acid shot out like a sharp arrow, precisely hitting the rock giant bear's right eye. Ow ow ow. A terrifying scream echoed throughout the classroom building. The rock giant bear's hard eyelid couldn't stop this evolved strong acid, instantly melting through. The acid poured into the eye socket, and the excruciating pain reaching its nerves made this bronze 5-star beast instantly lose its sanity, crazily banging its head against the wall. My bear! Su Chang's face turned pale as he cried out. He could feel the spiritual connection with his pet beast shaking violently, a feedback of its severe injury. It's not over yet. Lu Chen sneered coldly. Coalball did not give the giant bear a moment's rest. Seizing the opportunity while the giant bear was in a frenzy, it leaped down from the shoulder, claws aimed at the giant bear's largest chest armor. Rip! The piercing sound of metal scraping made one's teeth ache. That thick rock armor, which could withstand bullets, was violently ripped open by Coalball's claws. It exposed the pulsing red muscle beneath. Then, Coalball bit down. Its venomous fangs sank deep into flesh, injecting corrosive blood instantly. That tyrannical toxin surged wildly through the veins. In just a few seconds, the skin on the rock giant bear's chest turned a strange purple-black, and it continued to spread. Boom! The rock giant bear finally could not hold on any longer, its enormous body crashing to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. It convulsed, frothing at the mouth, its eyes dazed. Where was the earlier might that could swat someone dead? Instant kill. A complete slaughter. Puff! The spiritual backlash from the severe injury to his pet beast made Su Chang spit out a mouthful of blood, staggering backward and crashing down onto the ground. He looked in disbelief at the black devil dog standing on the giant bear's head, then turned to look at Lu Chen, who stood expressionless at the side, finally revealing deep fear in his eyes. How could this possibly be an apprentice level? This was simply iron grade. Even stronger. Impossible, this can't be. Su Chang mumbled, blood filling his mouth, utterly disheveled. The room was dead silent. Only Coalball occasionally let out a few low growls, still pawing at the giant bear's large head, as if considering where to bite for the best taste. Lu Chen slowly walked in front of Su Chang, looking down at this man who had just tried to send him to prison. Director Su, it seems your bear isn't doing so well either. Lu Chen squatted down. Picking up the previous injury assessment report that had been thrown on the ground, he gently patted Su Chang's sweating face. Now, can we talk again about the issue of intentional injury? But this time, it seems like your bear is the one getting hurt. And Lu Chen pointed at the giant bear lying on the ground, barely alive, his eyes cold. If we don't hurry and detoxify it, it might not survive even 5 minutes. What do you want? Su Chang asked, his voice trembling. Very simple. Lu Chen stood up and stretched out a hand with 5 fingers spread open. 500,000. Compensation for mental distress, plus the scare I just received. If you give me 1 cent less, I will chop off a paw from your bear. Just right, my dog is hungry and wants to eat bear paws. Chapter 14. Su Yao is collapsing, the school beauty is imagining. In the office, the air seemed to freeze. The rock giant bear that had been so arrogant just a moment ago was now a dying mountain of flesh, its massive body twitching occasionally from the poison's invasion, making a sound of friction. And the once powerful Director Su, who relied on his authority, was now like a dead dog under Lu Chen's foot. Lu Chen's shoe sole was harshly grinding into Su Chang's fat face, squeezing half of it into a distorted shape, his meticulously styled slick-back hair now messy with sweat and blood, looking utterly pathetic. 500,000? Su Chang struggled to squeeze out a few words from between his teeth, his eyes filled with fear and humiliation. Lu Chen, you are blackmailing me. I am an official, do you dare? Crack. A crisp sound of bone cracking interrupted his words. With a slight increase of pressure under his foot, Su Chang's cheekbone instantly dented in. It seems Director Su hasn't realized the situation yet. Lu Chen squatted down, waving the folding knife in front of Su Chang's eyes, the blade reflecting Su Chang's terrified, enlarged pupils. I said, 500,000 is the compensation. As for who you are, that doesn't matter. What matters is that your life and your bear's life are both in my hands. 3. Lu Chen started to count down. 2. As the tip of the knife was about to come down, Su Chang finally broke down. I'll give it. Don't do it. Su Chang cried out, trembling as he pulled out a golden bank card from his pocket and threw it on the ground. There's 600,000 in it. The password is 6/8. Take it. Just take it. Lu Chen picked up the bank card, casually wiped the blood on it off on Su Chang, a satisfied smile curling at the corner of his mouth. See, it would have been fine if you cooperated from the start. Why suffer this flesh pain? Lu Chen put the card away, giving Su Chang's face another pat. Remember, if you want to trouble someone next time, think about your own weight first. After saying this, he stood up and glanced at Su Yao, who was cowering in the corner. At that moment, Su Yao had lost all her previous arrogance. She looked at her father, who lay on the ground like a dead dog, and then at the giant dark dog that looked like a demon. Her whole being seemed to have the soul sucked out. You are not human, you are a devil. Su Yao screamed, her mental defense completely collapsing. In a frenzy, she grabbed the craft knife from the table, wanting to rush at Lu Chen. I will kill you. I will kill you. However, she hadn't taken 2 steps. Roar. The coal-black creature that had been lying on the giant bear's head slowly turned its head, its eyes burning with dark red hellfire, coldly locking onto Su Yao. A terrifying pressure from a top predator instantly enveloped Su Yao's entire body. That was the aura of a true beast that had seen blood, killed lives, and crawled out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Ah! Su Yao was stopped in her tracks by that gaze, her legs went weak, and she fell to her knees on the ground. Immediately, a warm, foul-smelling liquid flowed down her thigh, spreading a large stain on the floor. She was actually scared to the point of losing control of her bladder. The room fell into dead silence. The Su family princess, who usually looked down on others and mocked Lu Chen as a good-for-nothing, was now scared into incontinence by just one stare from Lu Chen's dog. This extreme humiliation is even more painful than killing her. TCH, so dirty. Lu Chen frowned in disgust, too lazy to look at the father and daughter even one more time. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the corridor. Stop. Everyone, stop. A stern middle-aged man rushed in with several school board members. It was the principal of 3rd Beastmaster High School, Wang Zhen. Upon seeing the tragic scene in the office, Wang Zhen's eyelids twitched violently. But after all, he was someone who had seen a lot. His gaze lingered only for a moment on the dying rock giant bear before deeply looking at Lu Chen and the terrifying creature named Coalball. As a silver-level Beastmaster, he instantly recognized Coalball's extraordinary quality. This metallic mutated feature, this ability to surpass and kill a bronze 5-star opponent. How could this possibly be cultivated from an F-level talent? This is simply a monster. Principal. You have to stand up for me. Su Chang grasped at Wang Zhen like he had found a lifeline. This student is outrageous, openly beating teachers and extorting money. Enough. Wang Zhen coldly interrupted Su Chang. Director Su, I have already heard about what happened at the school gate just now. Using your position to oppress students, even resorting to private punishment, what do you think our school is? Your personal torture chamber? From now on, you are not allowed to step into this school again. I will personally communicate with the Urban Construction Bureau to have you suspended immediately. After saying that, Wang Zhen turned to Su Yao, who was crumpled on the ground, with cold eyes. As for Su Yao, exhibiting bad conduct, maliciously provoking and causing trouble, and seriously violating school regulations. Effective immediately, she is expelled. Su Chang and Su Yao were completely stunned. They did not expect the principal to go all out against them, for the sake of a poor student with no background. I refuse. Why? Su Yao screamed. Why? Wang Zhen said meaningfully, just because in this world, power is everything. A farce ended with the disgrace of the Su family father and daughter. 10 minutes later, on the rooftop of the teaching building. Lu Chen leaned against the railing, feeling the cool breeze caress his face. Coalball had returned to the Beastmaster space to digest the combat insights from earlier, and he was now toying with the golden card he had just obtained. 600,000. Adding this to his previous savings, it finally solved his immediate difficulties. His sister's upcoming medical expenses were now secure. How much longer are you going to keep watching? Lu Chen suddenly spoke without turning his head. In the shadows of the rooftop, Lin Qingxue slowly walked out. She still had that cold demeanor, but at that moment, her gaze towards Lu Chen held a hint of undisguised curiosity and complexity. That dog, what's its name? Lin Qingxue asked softly as she approached Lu Chen. Coalball. Lu Chen answered flatly. It is not an ordinary mutation. Lin Xingxue said with certainty, the defense of the rock giant bear is among the best in bronze level, even my ice crystal phoenix needs to charge a big move to break through its defenses. But your coal ball only used one claw. Lin Xingxue turned her head, her eyes like autumn water, directly gazing at Lu Chen's profile. Lu Chen, are you really F-level talent? Or are you playing dumb? Lu Chen turned to look at the girl who was revered as a goddess by all the boys in the school. He had to admit, she was very smart and keen. Whether it's F-level or S-level, does it really matter? Lu Chen shrugged, with an indifferent expression, what's important is that I won, and that's enough. As for coal ball. Lu Chen grinned playfully, leaning closer to Lin Xingxue, lowering his voice, lucky for me, I found a piece of mutated radiation meat for it to eat, and it didn't die but instead became stronger. So, does Lin the great school beauty want to give it a try? The distance between them was extremely close, and Lin Xingxue could even smell the faint scent of blood mixed with an indescribable hormonal aura from Lu Chen. She instinctively took a half step back, her ears slightly flushed, yet her gaze remained defiant. It's okay if you don't speak the truth. Lin Xingxue took a deep breath, regaining her aloofness, but I will keep an eye on you. Also, thank you for just now, for not letting that bear take a shot. Although she was confident she could block it, the feeling of being shielded by someone was something she had never experienced before. Don't get me wrong, I just don't want to dirty my school uniform. Lu Chen waved his hand and turned to walk towards the stairs. I'm leaving, goodbye. Watching Lu Chen's retreating figure, lonely and cold, yet exuding a powerful sense of assurance. Lin Xingxue bit her lip, replaying in her mind the moment when Lu Chen held her wrist and that domineering don't move. This guy, how many secrets is he hiding? Unknowingly, a seed called curiosity had quietly taken root at the bottom of this aloof school beauty's heart. And what she didn't know was that curiosity often marks the beginning of downfall. Chapter 15, 3 million for a life. At the top VIP ward of the Central Hospital in Lingjiang City. There was no pungent smell of disinfectant, instead, a faint scent of incense filled the air. Lu Chen sat on a soft leather sofa, holding the gold card he had just extorted from Su Chang, which contained 600,000. With a few tens of thousands in cash in his pocket, this used to be a considerable amount to him. But at this moment, in front of a doctor's test report, this significant amount felt as thin as scrap paper. Mr. Lu, your sister's condition is deteriorating faster than we anticipated. The attending physician, an old professor with graying hair, adjusted his glasses, pointed to data on the holographic projection, his expression grave. Originally, we thought we could suppress the energy riot in her body with imported suppressants, but we underestimated the essence of her so-called terminal illness. Her soul power is too strong, strong enough that it is bursting her body like a balloon. Lu Chen's fingers tightened slightly, the edge of the golden card digging into his fingertip. Just tell me the plan. Lu Chen's voice was somewhat hoarse. Change the medicine. The old professor sighed, pulling up an image of a dark golden potion on the electronic screen. This is the dragon blood potion, extracted from the spinal fluid of a subdragon beast. While it can't cure her, the powerful vitality it contains can reinforce her body, at least helping her survive these most dangerous 3 months. How much? 3 million per vial. The old professor's voice was soft but felt like a heavy hammer striking Lu Chen's heart. This is the internal channel price. Moreover, this potion must be injected within a week, or your sister's organs will begin to fail. 3 million. Lu Chen looked at the card in his hand which only had 600,000 and suddenly felt a deep irony. He had fought desperately, even trampling on the Su family, and the little money he had managed to scrape together was only enough to buy 1/5 of that potion. I understand. Lu Chen stood up, with no unnecessary bargaining talk. In this world, life was a clearly priced commodity, the poor could only wait to die. This was reality. Within this week, I will gather the money. In the meantime, please do everything to keep her alive. Lu Chen deeply bowed to the old professor, then turned and walked into the ward. On the hospital bed, Lu Qing was already asleep. Her small face remained pale, her brows tightly knitted, as if she were suffering even in her dreams. Lu Chen did not awaken her, only gently tucked the blanket around her. 3 million. Lu Chen stepped out of the ward, standing on the hospital rooftop, lighting a cigarette. In the small Lingjiang city, it would be impossible to earn 3 million in a week through regular channels, even robbing a bank wouldn't be enough. The only path was that place. Lu Chen exhaled a smoke ring, his gaze fixed on the western district of the city, where lights were bright, the biggest money pit in Lingjiang City, and also the largest meat grinder. The underground beast fighting arena, a life and death game. Winning a regular match would earn just a few tens of thousands, but if it was an unlimited fight signed under a life and death contract, the odds will be frighteningly high. Lu Poppy. Lu Chen extinguished his cigarette, a hint of bloody cold light flashing in his eyes. Since you want my life, then I will use my life to exchange for the money in your vault. At the same time, in the Su family's villa. The living room was in disarray, precious antique vases and expensive paintings turned into fragments on the ground. Get out! All of you, get out! Suyao sat on the carpet, her hair disheveled, holding a crystal ashtray and smashing it fiercely at the nanny trying to approach. She had been expelled. Just this afternoon, she became the laughingstock of the whole Lingjiang city. Everywhere in the social media circles and school forums were photos and videos of her wetting herself in fear, and those who once fawned over her were now trampling on her. And her father, Su Chang, because he was suspended for investigation, was locking himself in his study, drinking heavily, and didn't dare to go out. Lu Chen. Lin Qingxue. I want you dead. I want you all to die. Su Yao's eyes were bloodshot, her nails digging deeply into the carpet, bleeding profusely yet feeling no pain. Just then, a cold and eerie voice suddenly echoed by the floor-to-ceiling window. What a perfect hatred, truly mesmerizing. Who? Su Yao shot her head up abruptly and saw a man in a black trench coat and mask standing in the shadow of the curtain unnoticed. Who I am is not important, what matters is, I can help you take revenge. The man in black let out a low laugh, taking out a test tube filled with a strange purple-black liquid from his pocket, and gently placing it on the coffee table. What is this? Su Yao glared at the test tube warily, instinctively feeling a chill. This is power, and the key to rebirth. The man's voice was filled with temptation. Drink it, and you will gain power beyond ordinary people. Whatever Lu Chen, whatever S-class genius, will all be like ants in front of you. Of course, the cost is that you will lose some things that make you human. But in your current state, what does it mean to be human? Su Yao looked at the test tube, the purple-black liquid seemingly alive, boiling and reflecting her twisted and ugly face. Lose her humanity? Ha, she was no longer human, she was a rat crossing the street. As long as she could kill Lu Chen, as long as she could stomp Lin Qingxue's proud face under her feet, so what if she turned into a monster? I drink. Su Yao suddenly grabbed the test tube, pulled out the stopper, and downed it in one go. Gulp. The spicy, smelly liquid slid down her throat into her stomach. The next second. A piercing scream echoed through the villa. Su Yao rolled on the ground in pain, her skin began to rot, then rapidly grew black hard hair, her bones crackling as they broke, her originally beautiful face began to stretch and deform. The man in black watched this scene, took out his phone, and dialed a number, his tone respectful. Supervisor Lu, the second experimental subject has been successfully inoculated. The fusion degree is perfect. On the other end of the phone, Lu Poppy's cold laugh echoed. Very good. Prepare a big gift for that little bastard Lu Chen. I want him to be torn apart by his own classmates with his own hands. Chapter 16, Death List and the Poisonous Beauty. In the underground animal fighting arena of Lingjiang City, late at night. The roaring sounds were almost about to topple the ceiling. The air was filled with the mixed smell of cheap cigarettes, alcohol, and hormones. This was a true vacuum of law, a paradise for fugitives. Grim Reaper. Grim Reaper. Grim Reaper. In the audience, gamblers wildly waved cash, shouting the same name. In just 3 days, the codename Grim Reaper had become a new legend in the fighting arena. 13 consecutive victories, all instant kills. His black devil dog that breathed poisonous mist had become countless opponents' nightmare. In the lounge, Lu Chen was lowering his head, wiping the mask on his face. His current look was the same as when he first came, a black hoodie with the hood pulled down, wearing that pale and slightly eerie Grim Reaper mask. But this time, his eyes were colder and heavier than before. 3 million. After 3 days of relentless fighting, he had saved up 180,000 in his account. He still needed 120,000. Tonight, it had to be gathered. Knock, knock. The door to the lounge was knocked on. Come in. The door was pushed open, and instead of the young man responsible for arranging the matches, a woman walked in. A very beautiful, yet very dangerous woman. She was wearing a daringly tailored wine-red chipa with a high slit, revealing large patches of snow-white skin as she moved. Her long hair cascaded down, her eyes decorated with seductive purple eyeshadow, holding a slender lady's cigarette in her hand. Lu Ruyan. One of the top 3 gold medalists in the arena, known as the Black Widow. Oh, so this is the infamous Grim Reaper's little brother? Lu Ruyan exhaled a ring of smoke, her voice soft and alluring. Are you not feeling lonely hiding here all by yourself, polishing your mask? Lu Chen raised his head, looking at her coldly through the eye holes of his mask. Who are you? I am your opponent tonight, Lu Ruyan groaned as she sauntered closer to Lu Chen, directly sitting on the table beside him, her long legs entwined, brushing lightly against Lu Chen's arm. I heard you are short on money? How about I let you win a round? All you need to do is, keep me company tonight. Saying this, she stretched out a hand painted with bright red nail polish, gently caressing Lu Chen's shoulder. At the same time, a faintly sweet scent wafted from her sleeve. Warning, neurotoxin, soft muscle powder detected. Source, target nailed gaps in hidden pouch in the sleeve. Eating talent activated, immunity to toxins in progress. Absorbing. Under Lu Chen's mask, a mocking smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, this was Lu Pai's method. Sending a woman to poison? Such lowly tricks were precisely in line with that old man's style. Lu Chen didn't dodge, allowing the intoxicating scent to pierce into his nostrils. He even shook his body slightly to play along with her act, making his breathing a bit hurried. What's wrong, brother? Feeling a bit hot? Lu Ruyan's eyes lit up, her movements growing bolder, even wanting to take off Lu Chen's mask. Don't be shy, let me see if there's a handsome face hiding beneath this mask. Slap. Lu Chen suddenly raised his hand, grabbing Lu Ruyan's wrist. Lu Ruyan's face changed, trying to pull her hand back, only to find his grip surprisingly strong, like an iron claw. Your perfume smells too foul. Lu Chen's voice was hoarse and cold, without a trace of emotion, and don't touch my mask with your dirty hands. Lu Ruyan was stunned. Her unique blend of soft muscle powder, if inhaled even a little, would render a bronze-level beastmaster powerless within seconds. But why was the man in front of her showing no reaction at all? Are you okay? Lu Ruyan's eyes flashed with a hint of panic. Should I have a problem? Lu Chen retorted, his grip gradually tightening. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Let go. Lu Ruyan cried out in pain, her seductive demeanor vanishing in an instant, replaced by terror. I'm Lu's supervisor's person. If you dare to hurt me, you won't make it out of the arena alive tonight. Lu Chen released his hand, immediately wiping it dismissively on his clothes. Go back and tell Lu Pai that this kind of trick is nothing but a disgrace. Lu Chen stood up, his gaze sharp as a blade. How much is the odds for tonight's match? Lu Ruyan rubbed her swollen wrist, glaring fiercely at Lu Chen. Grim Reaper, don't get too arrogant. Tonight is a life and death match, the odds are 5-1. Provided you have the life to claim it. 5-1? Lu Chen smiled. 180,000 times 5. That was enough. Then you might as well go prepare a coffin. Lu Chen adjusted his collar and strode out of the lounge. Behind him, Lu Ruyan watched his back, her eyes nearly spilling with resentment. What are you pretending for? Once in the ring, my dream poison spider will suck the marrow from your brain. At that time, let's see if you can still be this tough. In the VIP box on the second floor, Lu Pai held a glass of red wine, looking down at the arena through the one-way glass. Boss, it seems that Lu Ruyan has failed. A subordinate reported in a low voice. As expected. Lu Pai chuckled coldly, swirling the wine in his glass. If that kid can't withstand even this bit of poison, he doesn't deserve me to use my trump card. Lu Ruyan is just an appetizer, the real killing move comes later. His gaze turned to the shadows on the other side of the arena, where something terrifying seemed to be held prisoner, emitting inhuman roars from time to time. Is Su Yao's transformation complete? It's almost done. Currently in a state of hunger, highly aggressive. Very good. Lu Pai downed the wine in his glass, his eyes cold and ruthless. Lu Chen, tonight is your day of death. I will make you know who the real god is in this beast arena. On the arena. The spotlight shone on Lu Chen, casting a long shadow. Opposite him, Lu Ruyan had summoned her pet beast, a giant spider the size of a millstone, covered in colorful patterns. Bronze 2-star, Dream Poison Spider. The match begins. The referee blew the whistle. Dream Poison Spider, spit silk. Wrap him up and choke him to death. Lu Ruyan screamed. The battle was about to erupt. Chapter 17, Charm? Sorry, I'm a straight man. The iron cage around the arena slowly descended, completely sealing off all noise and escape routes. The bright spotlight crossed each other like swords, turning this place into a bizarre death stage. Ladies and gentlemen, the main event of the night has arrived. The host's hoarse voice blasted through the loudspeaker, shaking everyone's eardrums. On one side is our winning star, the cold-blooded Grim Reaper. On the other is the queen of the beast arena, the deadly Black Widow, Lu Ruyan. Life and death match, no rules, the match ends only when one side is dead or unconscious. Last 10 seconds for betting, final chance. The betting amounts on the big screen flickered wildly. Grim Reaper, 1 pays 5. Lu Ruyan, 1 pays 1.2. Even though Lu Chen had already won 13 times in a row, most gamblers still placed their money on Lu Ruyan when facing the well-known Black Widow. After all, that was a bronze 2-star Dream Poison Spider, and Lu Ruyan's bloodless methods had long made people tremble in fear. In the arena, Lu Ruyan stood on the back of the Dream Poison Spider, looking down at Lu Chen from above. Her wine-red cheongsam was particularly eye-catching under the lights, and she played with a long, slender smoke gun, her eyes filled with mockery. Brother, the chance I gave you in the lounge just now, you didn't seize. Now it's too late to regret. Lu Ruyan gently exhaled a puff of pink smoke, which did not dissipate but flowed toward Lu Chen like it was alive. This was her signature move, dazzling perfume. Mixed with hallucinogens and nerve toxins, combined with the dream poison spider's mental waves, just inhaling a bit would cause severe hallucinations, making teammates see enemies and even harm one another. Dream poison spider, mental piercing. Lu Ruyan's eyes turned cold as she issued the command. Squeak! The giant patterned spider let out a sharp hiss, the compound eyes on its abdomen flickering with eerie purple light. Formless mental waves surged toward Lu Chen like a tide. At the same time, the pink smoke completely enveloped Lu Chen. The entire audience held their breath. In everyone's view, the figure wearing the Grim Reaper mask seemed to sway slightly, then stood frozen in place, as if under a spell. He's hit. Ha ha ha. I told you this kid couldn't do it. No one can withstand the Black Widow's poison. Grim Reaper? I think it's more like a dead dog. Kill him. Kill him. The gamblers shouted wildly, as if they could already see their cash in hand. Lu Ruyan saw Lu Chen standing still, her smile deepening. What a disobedient bad child. She jumped down from the spider's back, swaying her hips as she approached Lu Chen, now less than 2 meters away, a poison dagger somehow appearing in her hand. What a pity about the face under this mask, I haven't seen it yet. But it's okay, once you're dead, I'll peel it off and make it into a collectible. As Lu Ruyan spoke, she commanded the illusory dream spider to creep towards Lu Chen's back. That was the dead angle of defense. The illusory dream spider opened its mandibles, revealing 2 sharp fangs that glimmered with a ghostly blue light, aimed at Lu Chen's neck, ready to inject dissolving enzymes and feast on his brain. Die! A glint of ruthless malice flashed in Lu Ruyan's eyes, and the dagger in her hand plunged straight for Lu Chen's heart. This combo, mental control combined with physical assassination, she had used countless times, never missing. But just when the dagger was an inch away from Lu Chen's chest, and the spider's fangs were about to pierce his skin, Lu Chen, who had been keeping his head down, suddenly lifted it. Under the mask, his eyes were as clear as water, showing not a hint of being enchanted. Only endless mockery, and a coldness like looking at a corpse. What? Lu Ruyan's pupils suddenly constricted, her heart skipping a beat. Didn't get hit? How could this be possible? He stood in that high concentration of confusing fragrance for a whole half-minute. Before she could react, Lu Chen moved. His action was as fast as a black lightning bolt, his right hand shot out like an iron claw, firmly grasping Lu Ruyan's wrist, twisting it forcefully. Crack! The crisp sound of a bone fracturing echoed on the stage. Ah! Lu Ruyan let out a scream, the dagger clattering to the ground. But Lu Chen had no intention of stopping. His left hand seized Lu Ruyan's slender neck, lifting her into the air as if she were a small chick. Meanwhile, roar! The coal ball, already charged and ready, rushed out. It completely ignored the illusory dream spider's venom, which could corrode steel, and opened its large mouth filled with fangs, biting down on one of the spider's legs. Devour talent poison immunity. What was deadly poison to other beast pets was merely a spiced drink to the coal ball. Crack! The hard chitin shell was as weak as a biscuit under the coal ball's sharp teeth. One of the illusory dream spider's long legs was bitten off cleanly. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The illusory dream spider shrieked in pain, wanting to spit out silk for a counterattack. But the coal ball gave it no chance, spraying a thick, dark green strong acid directly into its mandibles. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. That was a terrifying chemical reaction. The insides of the illusory dream spider's head were instantly corroded into mush, its massive body twitching a few times before going completely still. Insta-kill. Another insta-kill. The arena fell silent. Though still waving money among the gamblers froze in mid-action, their passionate expressions fading into shock and fear. And at the center of the arena, Lu Ruyan's feet left the ground, her hands desperately clutching Lu Chen's arms, her beautiful face now swollen to a dark liver color, her eyes bulging, with none of the Black Widow charm remaining. Let go, I am Lu Zhu. She struggled to squeeze out a few words from her throat, attempting to threaten with her connections behind her. Lu Chen looked at her coldly, his gaze showing not a flicker of emotion. Your perfume really stinks. Lu Chen's voice was hoarse and flat, and your little tricks to entice others, it's best if you keep them to yourself to avoid embarrassment. After saying that, Lu Chen's arm muscles suddenly bulged, and like tossing garbage, he violently threw Lu Ruyan toward the iron cage on the edge of the arena. Bang! A muffled sound. Lu Ruyan crashed heavily into the iron cage, coughing out blood, and her whole body fell to the ground like a pile of mud, completely unconscious. Meanwhile, the battle on the coal ball's side also came to an end. It tore the corpse of the dream poison spider into pieces effortlessly, then pulled out a crystal core glowing with a faint purple light from the disgusting pile of goo and swallowed it whole. Devoured bronze 2-star dream poison spider crystal. Gained new trait, poison mist phantasm. Lu Chen didn't even glance at the unconscious Lu Chen, turned around to pick up the poison dagger on the ground, weighed it in his hand, then looked up at the one-way glass box on the second floor. Although he couldn't see the people inside, he knew Lu Pai was right there. Lu Chen raised his hand and made a slit-throat gesture on his neck with the dagger. Provocation. Barefaced provocation. Ding. At that moment, the mechanical alert rang out across the arena. Winner. Grim Reaper. Boom. Only then did the crowd erupt from the suffocating tension. Some were cursing, some were cheering, but more were filled with deep fear for that masked boy. Even the queen of the beast arena was brutally killed. What kind of monster is this Grim Reaper? Second floor box. Bang. The red wineglass in Lu Bapai's hand was smashed violently onto the carpet. He glared at the provoking figure on the stage, his face dark enough to drip water. Lost. Not only lost the match, but also lost the golden fighter he had painstakingly trained. More importantly, the odds of this life or death game were 1 to 5. If Lu Chen didn't pay, the arena's credibility would be ruined. If he paid, that would be a whopping 9 million. Supervisor, what should we do? A trembling subordinate asked beside him. Pay him. Lu Pai squeezed out 2 words between his teeth. In front of everyone, we cannot default. Transfer the money to his black card. But... Lu Pai turned around, his eyes flashing with malicious light. To have money to take, you must have a life to spend it. Activate the level 1 emergency plan. Notify the security team, bring that thing, and wait for him at the backstage exit. Tonight, I want him to spit out every penny he has eaten, principal and interest included, even his life. 10 minutes later, backstage exchange area. Lu Chen looked at the text message alert on his phone. Your account has been credited, 9 million yuan. Current balance, 10,800,000 yuan. Over 10 million. Looking at that string of zeros, Lu Chen let out a long breath of foul air. Enough. Not only is it enough for his sister's life-saving medicine, but also enough for future enhancement resources and even college fees. Let's go, Coalball. Lu Chen put away his phone and patted Coalball's head. Coalball let out a low growl, its metallic scale slightly opened, releasing a faint puff of toxic smoke. It keenly sensed the increasingly strong killing intent in the air. Lu Chen certainly knew things weren't that simple. Taking Lu Bapai's 10 million and thinking he could swagger out? That would be a dream. But since he dared to come, he never thought about being lenient. Lu Chen adjusted his collar, reinserted the poisoned dagger into his waist, and his eyes turned cold. The money is in hand. Next, it's time to kill. Chapter 18. Your rules? Those are the rules of the dead. 10 minutes later, backstage of the Beast Arena. The air here is much colder than on the arena stage, and the thick soundproof walls on both sides of the narrow corridor blocked the outside cheers, leaving only a dull buzzing sound. Lu Chen walked in the passage, his footsteps very light, each step felt like stepping on cotton. He tightly held that black card with over 10 million in it, but his mood did not relax at all. Because in the vision of the Eye of Truth, the green route that originally represented safety was now turning into a shocking red warning color at an alarming speed. Warning, high energy reaction ahead. Warning, a large number of armed personnel detected lying in ambush. Warning, extremely dangerous. Lu Chen stopped in his tracks. At the corner less than 10 meters in front of him, the dim sensor lights suddenly all lit up, and the blinding white light illuminated the corridor as bright as day. Crash. A sound of synchronized gunbolt pulls rang out. 12 burly men, dressed in black tactical vests and wearing bomb-proof helmets, stood like a black iron wall, completely blocking the way. Their weapons were varied, including electromagnetic interference guns targeting Beastmaster's mental powers, tranquilizer rifles strong enough to knock out elephants, and even 2 preset beast trap net launchers. This was not your ordinary security team, this was a hunting team specially designed to hunt high-level Beastmasters. The crowd parted, and a burly man with a face full of thick flesh and a scorpion tattoo on his bald head stepped forward. He played with a high-voltage electric baton still crackling with sparks, his gaze toward Lu Chen like he was looking at prey caught in a trap. Mr. Death, why the rush to leave? The bald captain's voice echoed in the closed corridor, tinged with the mocking tone of a cat playing with a mouse. You won over more than 10 million from us, and you want to leave without even a word? That's not how things work. Lu Chen stood still, his eyes under the mask as calm as an ancient well. Rules? Lu Chen's voice, processed through a voice changer, sounded hoarse and sharp. Supervisor Lu can't lose? You can't say it like that. The bald captain grinned with a forced smile and stepped forward. Supervisor Lu is a man of dignity. The money has already been paid to you. But... He suddenly shifted his tone, his eyes turning vicious. We received a tip-off, suspecting that you used some new type of banned stimulant during the match. To maintain the fairness of the beast fighting arena, we ask that you come with us to the investigation room on the 3rd basement level for a check. The 3rd basement. Lu Chen sneered in his heart. That was the beast fighting arena's dissection room. No one who entered ever came out alive, and even complete bodies could not be gathered. What if I don't go? Lu Chen asked calmly. Don't go? The bald captain sneered, suddenly swinging his electric baton, with blue arcs of electricity crackling in the air. Then don't blame us for being rude. Here, Supervisor Lu's word is law. Brothers, show him some color, just leave him breathing. At his command, the 12 fully armed security guards instantly spread out, surrounding Lu Chen in a fan shape. The dark muzzles of guns and launchers all locked onto his slender figure. The atmosphere tensed to the breaking point, as if even a tiny spark could trigger an explosion. However, facing this certain death, Lu Chen did not summon his beast to fight to the death, nor did he kneel and beg for mercy. He slowly raised his head, his gaze passing over the fierce-looking security guards, looking up to the ceiling above them. There, a thick red pipe wound along the ceiling. Due to years of neglect, the pipe joints had grown a thick layer of rust, and a faint smell of rotten eggs could even be detected. The Eye of Truth activated. A large amount of data streamed rapidly across Lu Chen's eyes. Target, underground gas main pipeline, severely aged. Status, internal pressure value 2.5 MPa, high pressure. Weakness, valve C12 rusted by 85%, structure extremely fragile. Calculation result, a physical impact of 500 newtons or more, or an open flame, could trigger a chain explosion. A faint but crazy arc slowly curved on Lu Chen's lips beneath the mask. Lu Poppy thought he could catch a turtle in this closed cage? Unfortunately, he didn't know he was locking in not a turtle, but a madman with a lighter. I don't recognize your rules. Lu Chen's voice suddenly turned icy cold, striking sharply in the silent corridor. The bald captain froze. What did you say? I said. Lu Chen suddenly raised his right hand and made a grabbing motion toward the ceiling. I only recognize the rules of the dead. Attack. The moment the two words were spoken, the shadow behind Lu Chen seemed to come to life. A shadow as dark as ink did not charge at the security guards, but instead, at an impossible angle, instantly shot up to the ceiling. Coal Ball. At this moment, Coalball's limbs had completely turned to metal, and its sharp claws easily pierced into the concrete of the ceiling. It was like a black nightmare hanging upside down. Before anyone could react, it fiercely waved at the rusty gas valve. Zizz! That was the spark generated by the intense friction of metal against metal, strikingly bright in the dim corridor. Immediately after. Sizzle! A sharp, ear-piercing sound of a gas leak rang out. High-pressure natural gas, like a rampaging dragon, burst forth from the cut opening. In an instant, the strong smell of gas filled the entire space. Gas pipe. He cut the gas pipe. The bald captain's face instantly turned pale. He was also a seasoned veteran who had mixed underground for many years. The moment he smelled it, along with the flash of sparks, his heart nearly stopped beating. Evacuate. Don't shoot. Never shoot. He screamed desperately, turning to run back. But in such a high concentration of gas, even the slightest static is a deadly trigger. Moreover, Coalball's claws still held the sparks from earlier friction. Lu Chen stood still, hands in his pockets, even had the leisure to adjust the mask on his face. It's too late. Boom. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. A dazzling orange-red fireball, centered around that valve, instantly expanded and exploded. The terrifying shockwave, with its high-temperature flames, rampaged like an angry flaming beast down the narrow corridor. The 12 elite security guards had not even begun to move when this destructive wave flung them away like dried leaves. Explosion-proof helmets? Tactical vests? In the face of this level of detonation, they were as fragile as paper. Ah! The mournful screams just rang out before being completely drowned out by the huge explosion. The ceiling of the corridor collapsed with a roar, emergency lights shattered, and only the red alarm light in the corner blinked frantically, illuminating the wreckage like a blood-red hell. Dust filled the air, flames soared to the sky. The bald captain was lucky. He was at the front and was blown around the corner in an instant, avoiding the explosion's epicenter. But he was in a pitiful state. One leg twisted in an uncanny angle, half of his face burned and covered in blisters, lying on the ground in agony, groaning, his ears buzzing with the sounds of explosion-induced tinnitus. Maniac, cough cough, that maniac. The bald captain looked in terror at the sea of fire ahead. He couldn't believe anyone could survive such an explosion. The guy called Death must have perished along with it. However, the next second. Tap. 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 A steady sound of footsteps came from the rolling thick smoke. The bald captain's pupils contracted to the size of pinpoints. At the end of the flickering flames, a tall figure slowly walked out. Lu Chen's black hoodie was covered in dust, yet the man remained completely unscathed. In front of him, a massive black giant dog maintained a defensive stance. The metal armor on Coalball's body layered like a shield, perfectly protecting its master behind. Those exploding shrapnel, capable of tearing through steel, left only a few shallow white marks on its gluttony armor. How is this possible? The bald captain trembled all over, scrambling back on both hands and feet, his pants wet with fear. What kind of monster is this? A flesh and blood shield against explosions? Lu Chen stepped closer to the bald captain, his boots crunching on the broken glass and shell casings scattered across the ground, making a sound that hurt the teeth. He looked down at the man who had just tried to incapacitate him, now helpless before him. The eyes behind the mask showed no pity. Go back and tell Lu the Skinner. Lu Chen slowly crouched down, picking up the electric baton that the bald captain had dropped on the ground. ZZ. He pressed the switch, and the blue electric arc danced in the air, illuminating the bald captain's desperate face. Tonight's game has just begun. If you want to kill me, go ahead. But next time, remember to bring more people. This little fish isn't enough to fill my dog's teeth. As the words fell, the electric baton in Lu Chen's hand harshly jabbed into the wound of the bald captain's broken leg. Ah! A scream that didn't sound human echoed through the hallway. The bald captain rolled his eyes back and fainted from the pain. Lu Chen casually tossed aside the electric baton and stood up. At this moment, more chaotic footsteps were already coming from the depths of the hallway. Clearly the other guards from the arena were rushing over. Cobalt, let's go. Lu Chen patted the black beast beside him. Roar. Cobalt let out a low growl and its body slipped back into the dark smoke. A man and a dog, like ghosts returned from hell, walked through the blood and ruins, creeping deeper into the darkness. 5 minutes later. Lu the Skinner arrived at the scene with a large group of men. Looking at the corridor that looked like it had been bombed, the cries of his elite subordinates on the ground, and the security captain who had been shocked into incontinence, Lu the Skinner's face, which was usually adorned with a fake smile, finally twisted completely. Useless. A bunch of useless idiots. Lu the Skinner kicked a piece of rubble on the ground, shaking with anger. He never expected that not only was Lu Chen not caught, but instead, he took advantage of the terrain to turn the situation around, crippling half of his security team. Boss, we found a line of words on the wall. One subordinate trembled, pointing at a soot-blackened wall nearby. Lu the Skinner walked over to take a look. It was 4 bold characters written in what seemed to be someone else's fresh blood, the handwriting furious, emanating a chilling killing intent. The Grim Reaper comes. Lu the Skinner stared fiercely at those 4 characters, the veins in his eyes bulging. Good. A good Grim Reaper. Lu the Skinner turned around and roared into the dark shadows behind him. Release Su Yao. Since you want to play, then I'll play with you to the end. Chapter 19 Lu Cheng. S-Rank Awakening. In the middle of the night, at the Central Hospital of Lingjiang City. The payment hall was cold and quiet, only the pale incandescent light flickered occasionally. Lu Chen pushed the door open and walked in. His once white school uniform was now soaked through with rain, clinging to him like a second skin. At the cuffs, a dark red stain was spreading, dripping from his fingertips onto the smooth floor tiles. You again? The middle-aged nurse behind the counter was casually crossing her legs, swiping through short videos, and looked up at the noise, her impatience visible at once. She recognized this face. The poor student who owed medical fees and came every month begging for a few more days. Lu Chen, right? Just in time. The nurse slammed her phone onto the desk and waved her hand dismissively like shooing away a fly. I just printed out the bill. Lu Chen's outstanding fees are already 3,002. The director said, if it's not paid by midnight tonight, no matter the consequences, medication will be stopped and the bed will be cleared. She glanced at Lu Chen's disheveled appearance and scoffed, look at you, did you just come back from a construction site? Reeking. I advise you to give it up, that girl's illness is a bottomless pit, it's better for everyone if you give up early. Lu Chen said nothing. He simply walked quietly to the counter, his eyes as black as an abyss, with no emotional fluctuation. In this cannibalistic world, the tears and dignity of the weak are the most worthless garbage. But he had no time for idle talk now. Swipe card. His voice was hoarse and cold. Lu Chen held a card between his fingers and gently placed it on the marble surface. It was a completely black card. There was no bank logo, no magnetic stripe, only in the bottom right corner of the card, a dark golden, menacing beast totem was printed. The nurse was about to mock, where did you get this card? But the moment her gaze touched that totem, her pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a pinhole. That was the supreme black card of the underground beast fighting arena in Linjiang? She had worked in this hospital for 20 years, and while she lacked other skills, her ability to judge people was finely honed. This anonymous black card, there were no more than 10 in circulation throughout Linjiang City. Each card's owner was a powerful figure in the underground world, with more lives stained on their hands than the meals she had eaten. How could this card be in the hands of this poor student? Could he be the illegitimate son of a big boss? Or Cold sweat dripped down the nurse's forehead, covered in foundation. She felt that she had not just mocked a poor person, but a beast dressed in human skin. What's wrong, can't swipe it? Lu Chen's fingers gently tapped on the counter. Thud. This dull sound felt like it was hitting the nurse's heart. It can. It can be swiped. Right away. The nurse hurriedly grabbed the card, trembling with fear, swiped it 3 times before finally getting it into the card slot. Beep. A crisp prompt sounded. Then, a series of numbers popped up on the display, nearly causing the nurse to kneel down on the spot. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. 1,080,000. 10 million level liquidity. The nurse's face went pale instantly, her legs trembling. Had she just told a millionaire to get lost? First, 5 million. Lu Chen's voice was eerily calm, as if speaking of waste paper rather than money. Get my sister a VIP special care room on the top floor. Please hire the best experts and the best imported suppressants. Restart all the previous medications that were stopped. Yes. Yes, sir. I will do it right away. The nurse's voice trembled, her earlier arrogance shattered, her face filled with an extreme submission. Top floor, VIP special care room. It was so quiet here, as if isolated from the world. The expensive constant temperature system completely blocked out the storm outside, and the air was filled with a faint scent of lavender. Lu Chen had already come in. The young girl lay quietly on the wide bed, her face pale to the point of transparency. Countless precise tubes connected to her body, and a pale blue high-grade energy suppressor was slowly dripping into her slender wrist through the infusion tube. Lu Chen stood by the window, looking at the night outside. The glass reflected his stern face and those eyes of truth that had never closed. Current balance, 5.8 million. There was still money. As long as there is money, life can be bought. Lu Chen turned around, sat at the bedside, and gently held his sister's cold hand. Only at this moment did the icy coldness in his eyes melt into a clumsy tenderness. Brother. A whisper as faint as a thread. Lu Chen's heart trembled, and he immediately leaned closer. I'm here. Lu Chen struggled to open her eyes. Her eyelashes were long, casting a fragile shadow beneath her eyelids. Perhaps due to the medication, her gaze was somewhat scattered, taking several seconds to focus on Lu Chen's face. You smell like rust. Lu Chen's voice was very soft, yet it made Lu Chen's fingers stiffen slightly. That was the smell of blood. No matter how long he washed in the rain, no matter how he threw away that coat, the lingering stench of slaughter could not escape the person closest to him. I went to the machinery factory to work, that's the smell of metal shavings. Lu Chen lied without changing his expression, reaching out to tuck her blanket. Don't think about it, sleep. The doctor said that with the new medication, you will get better. Lu Chen looked at him. In those clear eyes, it seemed as if many words were hidden. She knew her brother was lying, the smell of rust from the machinery factory was not like this. But she said nothing, just obediently nodded, managing a heart-wrenching smile. Brother, you must be tired too, go sleep. Before her words could finish, an unexpected change occurred. Lu Chen originally held Lu Chen's hand, and suddenly tightened her grip fiercely. Her strength was astonishing, her nails embedding deeply into Lu Chen's wrist, drawing blood. Brother! Don't go! This scream was piercing and heart-wrenching, totally unlike something a dying person would say. Lu Chen's face changed dramatically. Ching? He saw Lu Chen staring intently at a point in the void, and within her previously dazed eyes, a strange and deep blue light suddenly erupted. That was no ordinary light. That was a soul burning, a soul howling. The West, don't go to the West. Lu Chen trembled violently, the capillaries in her eyes bursting under the enormous mental strain, shedding 2 lines of horrifying blood tears. Blood, so much blood. The sky has turned red, that is the road of the dead. Brother, you will die, there are monsters everywhere. Buzz. The alarms in the entire hospital room went crazy, lights flickering as if disturbed by a strong magnetic field. Lu Chen did not call for the doctor. He pressed down hard on the frantic Lu Chen, and the golden light in his eyes surged instantly. Eye of truth, full power analysis. Swish. On the retina, rows of blood-red data streams flashed wildly. Warning. High-risk spiritual energy reaction detected. Target, Lu Chen. Status, spiritual energy overload/awakening, about to collapse. Talent rating, S level, mutation. Talent name, soul prophecy, prototype. Ability analysis. Her soul is naturally 100 times stronger than ordinary people, and the mortal shell cannot bear the eye of a deity. What is called a terminal illness is merely the unawakened talent squeezing the flesh. At this moment, through the cracks of time, she saw a glimpse of death in the future. Current prophecy, Western great danger, 10 deaths without life. S-level talent. Moreover, the most mysterious and rare spiritual system prophecy talent. Lu Chen looked at his sister, who was struggling in pain, a flash of shock crossing his eyes, followed by uncontrollable ecstasy, then turning into bone-chilling cold. So that's it. The brother is S-level Gluttony, the sister is S-level Prophecy. Heaven truly played a huge joke on the Lu family. Brother, don't go. Lu Qing's voice weakened, the blue light in her eyes gradually dimming, she slumped down, slipping back into deep unconsciousness. Beep beep beep. The life signs monitor returned to a steady rhythm. Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief, reaching out to wipe away the blood tears at his sister's eyes. S-level Prophecy, huh? He stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, pushing it open. A strong wind mixed with cold raindrops hit him directly. Lu Chen looked towards the west. That was the wealthy area of Lin City. Moreover, tonight, it was the place where those wanting his life had gathered. There is bloodlight in the west. 10 deaths without life. Lu Chen took out a crumpled cigarette he had taken from a dead person, placing it in his mouth without lighting it. He looked towards that direction, the corners of his mouth slowly curling up, revealing a row of ghostly white teeth, his smile sinister as a ghost. Since the prophecy said that there was bloodlight over there, it meant that many would die there tonight. Ching, you only saw half of it. Lu Chen's fingers gently pressed, and the cigarette instantly turned to dust, scattering in the wind. That road is indeed a road of death. However, that is a road of death reserved for the enemies. Boom! A thunderbolt split the night sky, illuminating the boy's face that bore no warmth. If the way ahead is hell, then let's slice through hell. Chapter 20, Raid the Old Nest. At 2 a.m, the pouring rain fell like a storm. Lin City's drainage system has always been a mess, with the underground sewers filled with a nauseating stench, the smell of city waste, dead rats, and industrial waste fermenting together. In this pitch-black darkness, 2 figures were trudging through the filthy water that reached their ankles. Chenggu, ugh, do we really have to go through here? Fat Wang wore an oversized raincoat, holding a military-grade tablet flickering with soft light, his face looking worse than the sewage on the ground. He covered his nose with one hand. One hand tightly grasped Lu Chen's clothing corner, fearing that a misstep would send him plunging into a deeper pit of filth. Lu Poppy is currently gathering people in the western suburbs villa area, preparing to capture me all at once. Lu Chen walked ahead without looking back. In this dark environment, his eyes faintly glimmered with a golden light, as if the eye of truth allowed him to navigate the complex underground maze with ease. Since he likes to wait for people so much, let him wait a little longer. In the spirit of reciprocity, I have to give him a big gift too. Lu Chen's voice echoed in the vast waterway, carrying a chilling sense that sent shivers down the spine. Wang Fatty shrunk his neck. Though he didn't know exactly what Lu Chen was planning, ever since Lu Chen had him prepare this decryption terminal, he had a feeling tonight would surely make big headlines. But Brother Chen, right ahead is directly beneath the arena. The security system there has 3 layers of underground sensors, as long as there is a vibration. That's for others. Lu Chen stopped, raising his gaze towards the thick concrete wall above. On his retina, the originally dark wall turned into intricate lines of data in his eyes. Target, underground arena vault base. Material, C30 concrete plus 50 mm alloy steel plate. Defense level, high. Weakness analysis, 3 meters directly above is the vault's sewage pipe interface, the steel plate's thickness is halved and is in a dead angle of monitoring. Current status, unattended, security forces have been redeployed to the western suburbs. A cruel smile curved at the corners of Lu Chen's mouth. Lu Poppy is a clever man, but he is too greedy and overconfident. He never imagined that someone would dare to turn around and rob his den at such a critical moment. Fatty, get to work. Lu Chen pointed to a rusty maintenance hatch above. I want all the sonar alarms and pressure sensors here to fail. Wang Fatty took a deep breath and wiped the rainwater off his face vigorously. Since he'd gotten on this pirate ship, might as well go all out. Though he was timid, he had learned quite a bit from the expert his family hired regarding electronic offense and defense. This fatty really has some skills. He began to type rapidly on the keyboard, green code cascading down the screen like a waterfall. The arena's intranet firewall indeed has hidden vulnerabilities. Found it. Wang Fatty's eyes sparkled, his finger pressing down heavily on the enter key. Done. Brother Chen, I've replaced the surveillance footage with a loop, and I've also disabled the underground vibration sensors for 5 minutes. 5 minutes is enough. Lu Chen nodded, then flipped his palm. A flash of light appeared, and a fierce black beast materialized in the narrow waterway. At this point, the coal ball was nearly the size of an adult cheetah, covered in matte metallic scales, its bony spikes shining coldly in the dim light. As soon as it appeared, the mutated rats that had been hiding in the shadows scattered in fear. Roar! The coal ball let out a low growl, its crimson eyes fixed on Lu Chen, filled with a desire for slaughter and destruction. There's something tasty above. Lu Chen patted its hard head, pointing to the weakest point above. Melt it. No extra orders were needed, the coal ball's fangs snapped open violently. Hiss! A thick stream of green, corrosive poison precisely struck that alloy steel plate. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The sound of painful corrosion instantly arose, with white smoke billowing. That special alloy, claimed to withstand rocket bombardments, began to soften and dissolve at a visible speed under the S-class gifted toxic acid of the coal ball, like butter on a hot pan. In just 30 seconds. A concrete layer half a meter thick, along with the steel plate, was completely melted away, revealing a 1-meter diameter hole. A glimmer of golden light shone through. "Fatty, keep watch down there." Lu Chen tossed out a sentence, his whole body moving like a nimble black cat. Grabbing the edge, he flipped up. The Beast Arena Vault. This is Lu Poppy's personal stronghold. Usually, besides himself, even the head of the bodyguards is not allowed to enter. As soon as Lu Chen landed, what caught his eye was a row of orderly safes and several large boxes piled in the corner. There were not mountains of cash as he imagined. In this day and age, large transactions are all done with digital currency. What is stored here is mostly unrecorded cash flow and the contraband Lu Poppy has scavenged over the years that hasn't been dealt with yet. Lu Chen didn't waste any words and directly opened the military bag he carried with him. Coal Ball watched the door. He walked to the pile of cash and pulled down the zipper. It was all old bills, not even in sequence, clearly used for laundering black money. Lu Chen moved quickly, swiftly sweeping bundle after bundle of cash into his bag with an expressionless face. Every single bill was stained with the blood of the dead beast masters and their pets in the arena. Now, it belonged to him. In just 2 minutes, 2 million cash was in hand. The remaining safes required a password, and forcing them open would trigger an independent alarm. Lu Chen was not greedy and decisively gave up. His gaze turned to the few boxes sealed in special lead cases in the corner. Item, black gold rock, high purity. Grade, tier 2 rare ore. Traits, extremely hard, contains gold attribute spiritual energy, the core material for forging Shen iron grade weapons. Effect on pets, after consumption, significantly enhances bone density and scale defense. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. No wonder Lu Poppy hid this stuff so deep. These few boxes of black gold rock are worth at least 3 million on the black market, and they are priceless. Woo! Coal Ball, who had been vigilant at the door, suddenly turned and fixed its gaze on those boxes, drool nearly dripping from its mouth. It sensed the vast energy contained inside. For it, possessing the gluttony trait, these rock-hard ores were the most delicious supplements. Want to eat? Lu Chen sliced open the lead case's latch, revealing the pitch-black, metallic lost ore inside. Eat! At the command, Coal Ball could no longer hold back and lunged forward. Crunch! Crunch! The sound of chewing that sent chills down one's spine echoed in the vault. The incredibly hard black gold rock was easily crushed like crispy shark meat under Coal Ball's steel teeth. As the ore was swallowed, Coal Ball's aura began to surge wildly. The data stream in Lu Chen's eyes flashed rapidly. Currently devouring high-energy minerals. Energy conversion in progress. S-class talent, Gluttony triggered. Absorption rate 100%. Defense increased. Bone strength enhanced. Skill gluttonous armor evolving. In just 1 minute, 2 whole boxes of black gold rock were devoured clean by Coal Ball. At this moment, Coal Ball hadn't grown in size, but its scales had turned a deeper hue, shimmering with a dark golden glow. The spiny protrusions along its back had also become sturdier, with hooks forming at the ends. This level of defense could probably leave no mark even if the swift-wind demon wolf clawed down. Burp. Coal Ball let out a satisfied burp, exhaling a plume of smoke with a sulfuric smell. Before it could savor the moment, Lu Chen's communicator on his wrist suddenly vibrated. That was a signal from Wang Fatty. Someone's coming. 2 minutes. Lu Chen's expression became serious. Lu Poppy's people reacted quickly. It must be the energy fluctuations here that drew attention. He glanced at the already looted cash and ores, then looked at those safes he couldn't open. If I can't take it, then let's not leave it behind. Lu Chen pulled out a high-explosive grenade he had scavenged from a killer earlier and gently placed it in the gap of the safe. He pulled the pin and removed the safety lever. The pressure activation device started. After doing all this, he patted Coal Ball's head and leapt back to the entrance of the sewer. Gone. A person and a beast quickly disappeared into the darkness. 30 seconds later. Several fully armed security personnel burst open the vault's large door. The supervisor said there was an unusual fluctuation. Hurry to check. Before the leading captain finished speaking, he saw the mess on the ground and the iron lump glowing red in the gap of the safe. Damn. Boom. A dull explosion sounded deep underground, causing the entire beast-fighting arena to tremble slightly. On the rainy night streets, an inconspicuous black van raced away. Inside the car, Fat Wine shivered as he drove, not knowing if it was fear or excitement. Brother Lu, was that noise just now too loud? Lu Chen sat in the passenger seat, counting the cash in the backpack. A total of 2.4 million in cash. Along with the 3 million in or that was consumed, Lu Poppy lost at least over 5 million this time. Plus the destroyed vault and damaged reputation. Lu Chen looked at the rain curtain outside, his lips slightly curled. Is it big? This is just the beginning. He took out the killer communicator, edited a message, and sent it to Lu Poppy. Just 4 simple words. How is home? After sending, Lu Chen crushed the communicator and threw it out the window. Go to the western suburbs. Lu Chen closed his eyes, leaned back in his chair, his voice calm as if he were just saying to go to the market for groceries. Since we took his money, we have to meet his people. Chapter 21. Only this capability? The heavy rain acted like a thick curtain, shrouding Linjiang City in a dead silence of gloom. But tonight, the tranquility here was completely shattered by the screeching sound of brakes. Dozens of modified black SUVs charged like a pack of mad bison, roaring through the rain and screeching to a halt in front of the collapsed vault ruins. The car doors were violently kicked open, and dozens of men in black raincoats, wielding electric batons and tranquilizer guns, rushed out. Each one had fierce eyes, clearly dangerous men who often danced on the edge of death. The crowd parted, and a middle-aged man dressed in an expensive suit, now soaked by the rain, stepped out. It was Lu Poppy. At this moment, he no longer possessed the calm demeanor of a smiling tiger. As he looked at the vault, blown open with a huge hole and thick black smoke billowing out, his face twitched violently, his eyes filled with a fierce redness. That was his money. It was everything he had accumulated over the past decade through deception and trickery. Now, it was all gone. Even the rare ores he planned to use to curry favor with powerful figures were completely looted. Lu Chen! A piercing roar escaped Lu Poppy's throat, filled with a bitter resentment as if he wanted to swallow a person whole. On the ruins, a young figure sat on a broken concrete slab. Lu Chen supported his chin with one hand. The heavy rain poured over him, but it couldn't extinguish the mocking cold light in his eyes. Director Lu, braving this heavy rain to take a stroll, you seem quite healthy. Lu Chen's voice was not loud, yet it pierced through the rain curtain, clearly reaching everyone's ears. Lu Poppy stared fiercely at Lu Chen, his chest heaving violently. He couldn't understand where Lu Chen found the courage to do something so earth-shattering. You didn't run? Lu Poppy gritted his teeth, his voice as cold as a snake's hiss. You took my money and blew up my vault, yet you still dare to stay here and wait for me? Lu Chen stood up and brushed the dust off his pants. Run? Why should I run? His lips slightly raised, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Staying here is certainly to deliver the Buddha to the west and, by the way, dismantle your old bones. Arrogant. Lu Poppy laughed with rage and suddenly waved his hand. Get him. Life or death doesn't matter. Whoever can cut off his head, a reward of 1 million. Under a great reward, there must be brave men. Dozens of thugs suddenly turned red with rage, swinging their weapons like a tidal wave rushing towards the top of the ruins. At the same time, they summoned their pet beasts one after another. In an instant, the howling of wolves and barking of dogs mixed with wind blades and fireballs, weaving a dense net of firepower that crashed down on Lu Chen. Lu Chen stood still, not moving an inch. On his retina, golden data streams flashed rapidly. A bunch of garbage. Just as those attacks were about to land, a huge pitch-black figure suddenly dashed out from the shadows behind him. Roar! A brutal roar shattered the falling raindrops. Coldball didn't use any skills at all, relying solely on its body reinforced by black gold rock. It charged directly into the crowd like an out-of-control heavy tank. Bang! 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 The sickening crack of bones echoed in succession. Those low-level pets, at the trainee and black iron level, were as fragile as paper in front of Coldball. A Blackwind wolf that tried to sneak attack was crushed by Coldball's paw, its brain matter exploding with the rainwater. Immediately after, its tail, covered in metal scales, swept out like a steel whip. Ah! 3 thugs, along with their beasts, were flung away, their chests caved in, and they were already spitting blood mid-air, clearly not going to survive. In just one encounter, the elite team led by Lu Poppy was thrown into chaos. Waste! All of you are waste. Lu Poppy looked at this scene with a grim face. Since that's the case. A glimmer of pain flashed in Lu Poppy's eyes, then transformed into a resolute killing intent. He abruptly pulled out a scarlet crystal from his pocket and crushed it hard. Come out. Bloodthirsty demon vine. Boom! The ground suddenly shook violently. The soil beneath the ruins roiled, and countless blood-red vines, thick as wrists and covered in barbs, burst forth from the ground, like giant pythons hunting for food, instantly occupying the entire battlefield. The air was instantly filled with a strong scent of blood. Bronze 9-star, a plant system overlord, bloodthirsty demon vine. This was Lu Poppy's final trump card, the reason he felt confident enough to escape even if facing the official law enforcement team. This demon vine had been nourished with the bodies of numerous death row inmates and arena combat losers, making it extremely ferocious. Die! Lu Pai shouted wildly. Countless blood-red vines seemed to understand the command, weaving into a deadly net in the air, with a piercing sound as they rushed towards Lu Chen and Coldball. The might of this strike even made the surrounding air emit a booming sound. Lu Chen stood in the shadow of the vines, as tiny as an ant. But he still didn't move. He was waiting. On his retina, the progress bar representing Coldball's digestion was undergoing its final jumps. 98%, 99%. Faced with the overwhelming attack, Coldball did not dodge. It stood guard in front of Lu Chen, a deep growl rumbling from its throat, filled with excitement and a desire for its impending power burst. Bang! 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 Hundreds of vines smashed onto Coldball. The immense impact shattered the concrete slab beneath its feet, sending dust flying. Got you! A manic joy flashed across Lu Pai's face. The hooks of the bloodthirsty demon vine contained a venom that paralyzed, and were incredibly sharp, able to easily pierce even the defense of a rock giant bear. This beast was doomed to die. Ha ha ha! Lu Chen, this is the price of your arrogance. Lu Pai's laughter suddenly stopped, like a duck with its throat gripped. As the dust settled, the Coldball that should have been turned into a porcupine, covered in blood and flesh, stood firm in place. Its black scales at this moment radiated a strange dark golden glow. Those blood-red vines, potent enough to pierce through steel plates, struck against it and produced a resounding clash of metal, sending sparks flying. Crack! Even a few vines snapped under the pressure, making them. The barbed spine directly broke. How is that possible? Lu Pai's eyes were about to pop out. Lu Chen slowly lifted his head, a trace of mockery flashing in his eyes of truth. Finished digesting, thanks to Boss Lu's feeding. He snapped his fingers. Coldball, let the big boss see what a real tough bone is. Roar! Coldball howled to the sky, a terrible aura bursting from within. S-class talent Gluttony activated. Rare or black gold rock digested. Skill awakening, black gold armor. Effect, body scales transformed into black gold alloy, physical defense increased by 300%, immune to all piercing damage of the same level, with an additional 30% rebound force. In the next second, Coldball moved. It was no longer passively taking hits, but transformed into a bolt of black gold lightning, charging straight toward the bloody demon vine through all the attacking vines. Clang, clang, clang. The dense sound of collisions was like rain hitting a banana leaf. Those terrifying blood-colored vines now seemed to strike against an indestructible steel plate, unable to stop Coldball in the slightest, except for sparking a series of fire. Is this your trump card? Lu Chen's voice rang coldly. Too fragile. Splash! Coldball reached the root of the demon vine, its massive tooth-filled mouth wide open, biting down hard on the vine's trunk. This bite was accompanied by a high-intensity corrosive acid. Squeak! The bloody demon vine let out a cry similar to a human scream. Its strongest trunk was as weak as tofu under Coldball's teeth, directly ripped apart. Green juice splattered everywhere. The massive vine network instantly lost its vitality, collapsing to the ground like a pile of mushy noodles. One hit, a lethal blow. The whole place fell silent. Only the sound of rain hitting the ground remained. The remaining henchmen were now utterly terrified, dropping their weapons on the ground without noticing. The bronze 9-star demon vine, just like that, it's gone? That was a monster, it was definitely a monster. Some people began to retreat, fear spreading in their eyes like a plague. Lu Chen stepped through the mud, walking slowly towards the already collapsed Lu Pai. Coldball followed behind him, still chewing on a piece of the demon vine's remains, its dark golden pupils coldly observing everyone. Don't come over. Lu Pai had completely broken down at this point. His proud wealth was gone, his strongest trump card wasted, and his subordinates lost their fighting spirit. He looked at the boy approaching him, seemingly seeing not a person, but a death god crawling out from hell. I have money. I can give you money. Lu Pai scrambled backward, his voice trembling and changing pitch. I can give you the shares of the fighting arena. As long as you don't kill me. You can't imagine my connections, killing me will bring you big trouble. Lu Chen stopped, looking down at the stray dog. He pulled out a folding knife from his pocket, washing the blood off it in the rain. Money? Lu Chen smiled, a chilling smile. You just said it yourself. He squatted down, gently tapping the cold sweat-covered cheek of Lu Pai with the blade. The killer was sent by you, and I killed it. The vault was opened by you, and I blew it up. Now you want to buy your life? Lu Chen leaned close to Lu Pai's ear, whispering. Too late. PFF. The flash of the knife. It didn't cut his throat but precisely stabbed through the center of Lu Pai's right palm, pinning him firmly into the muddy ground. Ah! A shrill scream resonated in the night sky. Lu Chen didn't kill him. Because compared to death, making a person who values wealth above everything turn into nothing, and then burdening him with enormous debt and the organization's pursuit, was a far crueler punishment. Scram! Lu Chen stood up, coldly spitting out one word. Those henchmen, long since scared silly, felt as if they were granted amnesty, scrambling into the car, not daring to even glance at the manager still wailing in the mud. Start the engine and flee in panic. Moments later, only Lu Chen remained in front of the ruins. The rain gradually lessened. Lu Chen turned around and looked at the coal ball devouring the remains of the devil vine. The coldness in his eyes dissipated a little. Eat quickly. He gazed into the darkness in the distance. Tonight's warm-up is over. Chapter 22: The Cost of So-Called Power. The rain stopped. The air above the ruins was thick and suffocating, mixed with the smell of blood from the slaughter that had just taken place and the scent of the mud. Lu Poppy was pinned to the mud with a big machete. His right hand had long been reduced to a bloody mess. But at this moment, he seemed to feel no pain, and a grotesque, twisted smile gradually appeared on his extremely pale face, which was a result of excessive blood loss. Cough cough. Lu Chen, do you think you've won? While coughing up blood, Lu Poppy stared hard at Lu Chen with his bloodshot eyes. You destroyed my money, ruined my devil vine, but I still have one last card. A trump card that I originally planned to use against the law enforcement team, even to seize power. Lu Chen was about to turn and leave when he paused slightly at these words. He turned his head and looked down at this madman, his gaze calm as if he were looking at a dying cockroach still struggling. If you're talking about that thing hiding in the underground cold storage on the 3rd floor, I advise you to save your energy. Lu Chen said flatly, with a heartbeat that chaotic, it's probably dying soon, right? Lu Poppy's smile froze on his face, then became even more sinister. Die? No. That is rebirth. That is perfect evolution. He suddenly took out a red remote control sealed in a lead box with his good left hand and unhesitatingly pressed the button with the skull logo. Since I can't live, then let us all go to hell together. Come out, my masterpiece. Boom. Bam. The ground near the vault ruins suddenly collapsed. Amidst the dull sound of the hydraulic machine, a massive special alloy cage slowly rose. Before the cage was fully opened, a nauseating stench of corpses had already spread throughout the area. Following that was a chilling roar that resembled neither human nor beast. Roar! Pain and madness were mixed within that sound, making one's scalp tingle with fear. Go! Kill him! Tear his flesh piece by piece! Lu Poppy shouted hysterically. Bang! The alloy cage door was smashed away by a terrifying brute force, crashing heavily against a distant wall, stirring up a cloud of dust. A figure burst out from the dust. It was not the massive beast one might imagine. This figure was somewhat small, still retaining a basic human outline. But when Lu Chen clearly saw the monster's appearance, even he, calm as he was, couldn't help but slightly narrow his pupils. It was a stitched monster. The left half of its body could still barely be recognized as a girl, with fair skin and a tattered skirt fluttering in the wind. But the right half of this body had been brutally grafted with a thick beast arm covered in black hair, and even a pulsating flesh tumor grew on the shoulder. The girl's face was completely destroyed. The left side faintly resembled Su Yao, while the right side's skin had been entirely stripped away, revealing red muscle textures and interwoven black stitches beneath. The right eye was missing, replaced by a murky yellow beast eye, radiating ferocity. Su Yao? Lu Chen whispered this name. There was no fear in him, only a deep sense of absurdity. This was the proud young lady, the one who had humiliated him? This was the daughter Su Chang was so proud of? To pursue so-called power, to take revenge on him, she had transformed herself into this ghastly figure? Kill. Lu Chen. The monster Su Yao tilted her head. The throat produced indistinct syllables. In that single human left eye, there was no longer any reason, only the most primitive desire to kill. The next second, she moved. Her speed was astonishing, almost leaving an afterimage in place. That enormous beastly arm, carrying the scent of blood, smashed towards Lu Chen's face. Roar! The coal ball instantly blocked in front of Lu Chen, its black body shimmering with a dark golden light. Black gold armor activated. Boom! A deep, muffled sound echoed. Su Yao's beastly arm slammed heavily on the back of the coal ball. The immense force caused the coal ball's limbs to sink half a foot into the ground, but its newly evolved black gold scales remained intact, not even a hint of a crack appeared. Instead, Su Yao was thrown back from the tremendous backlash, her beastly arm making a crisp cracking sound, clearly broken. Ah whoa! Su Yao let out a wretched scream, but this pain seemed to further ignite her ferocity. After landing, she got on all fours, ready to pounce like a true wild beast again. Lu Chen stood behind the coal ball, data flowing rapidly in his eyes. Target, Su Yao, mutant/failure. Race, half-beast/composite corpse. Level, forcefully upgraded to bronze 5 stars, extremely unstable. Status, genes collapsing, all reason lost. Weakness, rejection reaction at the energy core in the heart is severe. Evaluation, a pitiful creature that sacrificed its humanity for power, its soul is wailing. Did you see that? This is power. Lu Chen laughed crazily from the side, as if admiring a piece of art, injected her with 3 full tubes of beast god serum, even transplanted a violent ape's arm. Although her brain is broken, she is a perfect killing machine. Lu Chen withdrew his gaze and turned to look at the still cackling Lu Chen. Perfect? Lu Chen shook his head, his tone cold, just a pile of stitched-up rotten meat. After saying this, he drew the seized mountain-splitting knife from his waist. The blade glimmered coldly under the moonlight after the rain. Coal ball, pin her down. Lu Chen's voice was soft but carried an undeniable determination. Roar. The coal ball lowly growled, its form expanding again. Faced with Su Yao charging again, it no longer passively defended but directly opened its large mouth and spewed out a thick green poisonous mist. Corrosive poison abyss. Sizzle. The strong acid mist instantly enveloped Su Yao. Su Yao shrieked in agony, her transplanted beast arm swiftly rotting in the poisonous mist, and large patches of her already fragile human skin fell away. But she did not stop, instinct driving her to try to burst through the fog. At that moment, a dark metallic claw emerged from the mist, crashing down on her like pressing an insect, slamming her to the ground. Absolute power suppression. If it were a true bronze 5-star violent ape, perhaps it could have exchanged blows with the coal ball. But now, Su Yao was just a madman with a rank, lacking any combat skills. Lu Chen held the knife and stepped into the poisonous mist step by step. With the talent of Devour, he was completely immune to the deadly poison. He walked up to Su Yao, who was held down firmly by the coal ball. At that moment, Su Yao was still struggling desperately, her lone eye glaring fiercely at Lu Chen, repeatedly muttering, "Kill, kill." Lu Chen looked at her severely disfigured face. He remembered the scene in school when Su Yao arrogantly ordered Zhang Hao to beat him. He recalled her stepping on his head, mocking him as a big useless lump. Logically, he should hate her. He should even torment her, just like he did Lu Chen. But at this moment, looking at this monster writhing in the mud, Lu Chen felt not a hint of pleasure from revenge. Only indifference. A kind of indifference, looking down on ants. Why bother? Lu Chen crouched down, the mountain-splitting knife pressed against the still beating flesh next to Su Yao's heart. That was her heart. It is also her current energy core. To win against me, you turned yourself into this inhuman state. Su Yao, you are truly pathetic. Hearing these 2 words, Su Yao, still struggling, suddenly froze. Perhaps it was a glimmer before death, or perhaps these words pierced her last remaining nerve. In her murky beast eye, the fierce light slowly began to fade away. What replaced it was a deep fear, confusion, and despair. She stopped struggling and, with great difficulty, turned her eyes to look at Lu Chen. In that moment, Lu Chen saw the tears of a human, mixed with pus and blood, sliding down from the corner of her eyes. Kill me. Her voice was no longer a beast's roar, but it turned back into the sob of a once proud girl, so weak it was almost inaudible. So painful. Please, you. Lu Chen looked at her. There was no sarcasm, no pity, and no hesitation. Okay. Lu Chen nodded. For the sake of us being classmates, I will see you off. Put. The mountain-cutting knife did not pause at all, accurately piercing that flesh tumor. Blood gushed out, splattering all over Lu Chen's face. Su Yao's body convulsed violently for a moment, then completely softened. Her one eye looked at the sky, and the originally dim world seemed to finally brighten a little. In her final moments of life, the madness in her eyes completely faded away. The once unapproachable young lady, using her last bit of strength, moved her lips towards her killer, towards this useless person she once despised the most. Thank you. With these words, her breath ceased. Lu Chen pulled out the knife, casually wiped the bloodstains on Su Yao's tattered clothes, and stood up. He did not look at the corpse on the ground again. For Su Yao now, death was the greatest release. No, no. In the distance, Lu Chen, who witnessed this scene, completely collapsed. His last hope, his proud perfect masterpiece, was killed by Lu Chen like a chicken. How dare you, how can you? Lu Chen wailed incoherently, his mind teetering on the edge of madness. Lu Chen turned around, holding the knife, stepping through the mud, walking step by step towards Lu Chen. With each step, the killing intent around him grew stronger. Su Yao is free. Lu Chen arrived in front of Lu Chen, looking down at the middle-aged man with a face full of snot and tears. Director Lu, next, we should settle the score. Don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. Lu Chen reversed the knife's blade, reflecting his eyes that held no warmth. Chapter 23 New King Ascending, Death Behind the Scenes. At 4 in the morning, on the top floor office of the underground beast fighting arena in Linjiang City. Bang! With a muffled sound, a bloodied figure crashed heavily onto the floor, like a bag of tattered trash, leaving a shocking blood trail on the carpet. It was Lu Pai. At this moment, the blood hole in his right palm, pierced by the knife, was still oozing blood, and his expensive suit had already become rags. He gasped heavily, his eyes filled with extreme fear of death. Don't kill me. As Lu Pai crawled backward, he looked at the door with terror. Lu Chen stepped across the threshold, still holding the bloody mountain-cutting knife. His expression was calm, as if he had just returned home from morning exercise, effortlessly kicking the heavy redwood door shut. Director Lu, don't waste time. Lu Chen walked to the large office desk, casually pulled over the genuine leather boss chair, and sat down boldly. He raised his chin, pointing to the huge painting of a tiger descending the mountain on the wall. You said before, as long as I don't kill you, you'll give me all your trump cards. Lu Chen's fingertips lightly tapped on the table, making a chilling tap-tap sound. Now, I'll give you 1 minute. Open it. Lu Pai shuddered all over. He originally thought Lu Chen would directly kill him outside. Unexpectedly, Lu Chen had seen through the hidden compartment in his office with the eye of truth. This was his only chance to survive. I'll open it. I'll do it right now. Lu Pai, ignoring the intense pain in his hands, rolled and crawled to the picture frame, using his trembling left hand to enter the password and pass the iris verification. Beep. The safe popped open. Lu Pai frantically pulled out a sealed document bag and a few black bank cards, kneeling in front of Lu Chen with both hands held out. It's all here. This is all my savings from the last 10 years, and there's over 10 million in the cards. The password is 6/8. Seeing that Lu Chen said nothing, Lu Pai gritted his teeth and pointed at the document bag, lowering his voice to say. And this is the ledger of the Lin family from the provincial capital. It records all the evidence of their smuggling of spirit or an assassination of competitors. Lu Chen, no, Master Lu. This thing is worth a fortune. With it, the Lin family wouldn't dare to touch you. Lu Chen reached out to take the document bag, flipping through the ledger for 2 pages. A glimmer of gold flashed in his eyes. Item, Lin family private ledger, copy. Value, leverage. Enough to cause significant harm to the provincial capital's aristocracy, a key bargaining chip against Lin Qingshui and the Lin family's power. Indeed, it's quite a good item. Lu Chen closed the ledger and tucked it into his jacket, casually sweeping the bank cards into his military pouch. Seeing Lu Chen take the items, a glimmer of hope ignited in Lu Pai's eyes. Master Lu, since you have taken everything, can I? He spoke while cautiously inching toward the door. I will leave Linjiang immediately. I swear, I'll go abroad to wash dishes for the rest of my life, never to appear before you again. Lu Chen looked at his ingratiating demeanor, and the corners of his mouth suddenly curled into a playful arc. Supervisor Lu, your calculations are quite precise. Lu Chen leaned slightly forward, his pitch-black eyes seeming to see through the heart of man. Using my spoils to buy your life? Lu Pai's smile froze on his face. Well, what do you mean? I mean. Lu Chen's voice suddenly turned cold, like a chilling wind from the 9 underworlds. Killing you, these things are still mine. Before the words fell. Swish. A cold glint flashed. The machete in Lu Chen's hand flew out, transforming into a silver flash of lightning. Pooh. The sound of the sharp blade piercing flesh was clearly audible. Lu Pai didn't even have time to let out a scream, as his whole body was sent flying backward by the tremendous impact. The machete accurately pierced through his throat, its force pinning him to the boss chair he hadn't yet managed to sit back in. Blood flowed down the back of the chair, quickly staining the genuine leather cushion red. Lu Pai desperately gripped the knife handle, choking bubbles escaping his throat, his eyes bulging wide as he stared at Lu Chen, seemingly unable to believe until death that this young man was truly so unscrupulous, taking money and killing at the same time. For your next life, remember to calculate the interest clearly. Lu Chen stood up, walked to the corpse, expressionless as he pulled out the knife, wiping the bloodstains on Lu Pai's clothes. For such a vengeful little man, cutting the roots was the greatest responsibility to those around him. Brother Lu? The office door was pushed open a crack, and Fat Wang poked half his head in. Seeing the corpse pinned to the chair, his greasy body trembled violently, his face pale, almost throwing up on the spot. Although he had mentally prepared himself on the way, the visual shock was still too great. Come in, close the door. Lu Chen's voice was calm, without a trace of wave. Fat Wang swallowed hard, forcing down his nausea and fear, and stepped into the office. Brother Lu, what's the plan next? Should we hurry and flee? If the Lin family finds out. Flee? Lu Chen walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking out at the rising sun, the sunlight pouring over him, yet it couldn't dispel the chilling bloodthirst around him. Why run? He turned around, pointing to the boss chair still dripping with blood. Handle the corpse and change to a new chair. From now on, you will sit here. What? Wang Fatty's legs went weak, nearly kneeling on the ground, his voice suddenly heightened by 8 octaves. Me? Sit here? Brother Lu, don't joke with me. I'm just a useless person, I can only deal with some second-hand goods, but this is a gladiator arena. Can those ruthless killers listen to me? Lu Chen walked in front of Wang Fatty, staring into his eyes. Wango, your family is wealthy, but because of poor talent, you have been looked down upon by your family since childhood, right? Wang Fatty froze for a moment, lowering his head. This was the biggest thorn in his heart. Do you want to be a good-for-nothing rich second generation forever, being called fatty behind your back? Lu Chen patted the bag full of cash, his tone filled with temptation. The current gladiator arena is just an empty shell. Lu Bapai is dead, and this place is unowned. You have money, I have strength. There are over 10 million in liquid funds here. Take it and clean up the remaining mess. Use the money to recruit those scattered thugs. Wang Fatty's breathing began to quicken, his eyes filled with both fear and a hint of undeniable ambition. But, what if someone rebels? Rebels? Lu Chen let out a light laugh, a cold-killing intent flickering in his eyes. You will be the boss in front, responsible for counting money and smiling at people. As for those rebellious troublemakers... Lu Chen walked into the shadows, blending into the darkness. Tell them, this place is protected by death. Anyone who dares to touch you, I will make them meet the same fate as Lu Bapai. Death. Hearing this code name, Wang Fatty shuddered all over. Looking at this 18-year-old boy, ruthless as an old demon, he suddenly realized that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If he didn't cling to this strong leg, he would be nothing but a marginalized, worthless person for life. If he did it, even if he was just a puppet, he would be the king of the underground world in Zhang. I'll do it. Wang Fatty bit his teeth hard, the fat on his face trembling wildly, a fierce determination shining in his eyes. Brother Lu, no, boss. From now on, my life, Wang Fatty, is yours. Whoever you want me to bite, I'll bite. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. Handle it cleanly, don't leave any tails behind. As for the account book matter, keep it to yourself. After saying that, Lu Chen slung on his backpack, pulled down his hood, and turned to walk towards the door. Boss, where are you going? Wang Fatty instinctively asked. Going to school. Lu Chen didn't look back, pushing the door open and leaving. I'm a senior in high school, and I still have to prepare for the college entrance exam. You handle things here. Half an hour later, on a bustling street in the morning. Lu Chen, with a backpack on his back, walked through the crowd. If one didn't see the occasional cold glint in his eyes, no one would guess that this high school student had just cut through half of the underground world the night before. He bought 4 meat buns at the roadside, eating while checking his phone. Ding dong. A bank message popped up. Dear VIP customer Lu Chen, your transfer of 12 million has arrived. Current balance, 20.8 million. Looking at that string of zeros, Lu Chen felt little wave in his heart. This amount of money, for S-level talent, Gluttony, was just a beginning. But he touched the black account book in his arms, a slight smile playing on his lips. The Lin family. If he remembered correctly, the IC school beauty Lin Xingxue in school seemed to be from the provincial capital Lin family? And it was said she was also a sideline member excluded by the family. Interesting. Lu Chen took a bite of the meat bun, his gaze deep. Originally, he just wanted to make some money to save his sister, but unexpectedly caught hold of the lifeline of a wealthy family in the provincial capital. But it didn't matter. No matter if it's the Lin family or the Li family, as long as they block his path to become stronger, he wouldn't mind adding a few more names to the deaths list. First, I need to check on Xingqing. Lu Chen quickened his pace. The figure disappeared into the morning light. Chapter 24, Lu Chen, are you being capped? Lingjiang 3rd Beast Master High School. Before the bell for morning reading rang, the school gate was already bustling with excitement. Students were arriving in luxury cars one after another, but today everyone's gaze was drawn to a domineering matte black off-road vehicle. This car had no license plates, and its body was clearly modified for bulletproof protection, like an iron beast blocking the school gate. Wow, what kind of car is this? A military-grade modified Storm off-road? This one must cost over 5 million, right? Which rich boy in our school changed cars? Zhao Tai's Porsche looks like a toy compared to this. Under the envious, jealous, and hateful gazes of the students, the door of the driver's seat opened. Out came a fat man. But today, this fat man was not wearing the loose school uniform. Instead, he was in a well-tailored custom suit, and the Patek Philippe on his wrist sparkled with the glow of money in the morning light. Wang Fatty? Someone exclaimed. This is the Wang Fatty who usually followed Lu Chen around like a docile puppy? Everyone knew he was rich, but he used to be as timid as a quail. Why is he exuding such a nouveau riche aura today? Wang Fatty ignored the discussions around him, jogging around to the back seat, slightly bending his body, his expression respectful to the utmost, and he reached out to open the car door. Brother Lu, watch your step, don't step in the water. A foot clad in black combat boots stepped onto the ground. Then, Lu Chen stepped down. The whole place fell silent in an instant. If Wang Fatty's change was that of a nouveau riche, then Lu Chen's transformation was a complete rebirth. The boy who once wore a faded school uniform, with messy hair and gloomy eyes, was gone. In his place stood a young man dressed in a dark, fitted tactical coat. The clothing had no obvious logos, but those in the know could tell at a glance that it was from the underground Black Market's Nightwalker series, and this one jacket alone was worth 3 years of an average family's income. He had a shoulder bag slung over him, his demeanor lazy, but when his pitch-black eyes casually scanned the crowd, it unexpectedly exuded an inexplicable sense of pressure. Is that Lu Chen? My God, did he get plastic surgery? How can he look so much more handsome? Handsome my ass. That's money talking. Amidst the crowd, someone sourly yelled. A F-level talent poor guy, disappeared for a week, suddenly wearing designer clothes and driving a luxury car, even Wang Fatty is serving as his driver. Lu Chen, you must be kept by some rich lady. Once this was said, the originally quiet crowd erupted. Ha 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 ha. That's possible. I heard some wealthy ladies with peculiar tastes like cold-hearted young dogs. I said, a useless person can't possibly turn things around, turns out, he's selling himself. Laughter and jeering echoed one after another. Wang Fatty's face darkened in an instant. After hanging out with Lu Chen in the underground beast fighting arena for a week, though he hadn't personally killed anyone, he had seen plenty of blood and had long lost that timidness. Shut up. Who has a dirty mouth? Wang Fatty pointed into the crowd, his wealthy second-generation attitude flaring up, cursing, this car was given to Brother Lu by me. I'm rich, and I'm happy to give it, what's it to you? Say one more word, and I'll throw money at you until you choke. The surrounding students were taken aback by Wang Fatty's sudden outburst. This fat man usually was so timid, today, why was he so fiery like he had eaten gunpowder? Lu Chen raised his hand and patted Wang Fatty's shoulder, signaling him to calm down. A lion will not turn back because a dog barks. Let's go, we still have morning reading. Lu Chen adjusted his collar and stepped toward the school gate. Just then. Stop. A stern voice with a sharp edge came from inside the school gate. The crowd parted automatically, and a middle-aged man dressed in a gray Zhongshan suit, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, walked out with his hands behind his back. Behind him followed 2 burly security guards, their faces displaying a menacing expression. Seeing this man, the surrounding students immediately fell silent. It's the new dean. It's over, Lu Chen is in trouble. I heard the former Director Li gang was scared sick, this one seems to be a tough character, rumored to be from the Lin family in the provincial capital. Lu Chen stopped in his tracks and slightly raised his eyes. The eye of truth quietly opened. Target, Lin Zhendong. Identity, new dean of the 3rd Beast Tamer High School / member of the collateral branch of the Lin family. Level, senior silver level Beast Tamer. Personality, greedy, snobbish, bullies the weak and fears the strong. Purpose, on behalf of Su Chang, here to regulate discipline, but in fact, to find reasons to expel you. Which class are you in, student? Lin Zhendong adjusted his glasses, feigning ignorance. He scrutinized Lu Chen from top to bottom, a glimpse of greed flashing in his eyes. This kid's gear is worth at least 100,000. Senior 3, 2, Lu Chen replied blandly. Lu Chen? Lin Zhendong sneered, pulling out a small notebook from his pocket and pretended to flip through it. Absent for a week, disappeared without reason, seriously violated school rules. Moreover. He pointed at the luxury car behind Lu Chen and then at his clothes, his tone suddenly becoming severe. As a student, wearing bizarre clothes and driving an unknown luxury car, your lifestyle is extremely extravagant. I have reason to suspect you are engaged in unlawful activities or corrupting the school's atmosphere. The surrounding students looked at Lu Chen with glee, reveling in his misfortune. Being labeled with the lifestyle issue tag could lead to serious penalties or even expulsion. Now, come with me to the dean's office for an investigation. Clarify the source of your money. If you can't explain, get out of school. Lin Zhendong waved his hand, and the 2 security guards stepped forward, trying to grab Lu Chen's shoulder. Let's see who dares. Wang Fatty suddenly stepped forward and stood in front of Lu Chen. Although he was not strong, he was the young master of the Wang family, and that air of arrogance remained. Director Lin, this car is from my family, the clothes were given by me. Why is it wrong for me, Wang Fatty, to spend money on friends? Wang Fatty. Don't think just because your family has some money that you can run wild at school. If you dare to talk back, do you believe I will expel you too? Lin Jindong's face turned livid. He came to establish authority. How could he be contradicted by a student? You. Wang Fatty was about to bring up the title Death God, but felt a gentle pat on his shoulder. Step aside. Lu Chen's voice was soft but carried an undeniable calmness. Wang Fatty immediately stepped back obediently. Yes, Brother Lu. Lu Chen took a step forward, staring directly into Lin Jindong's eyes. Facing the pressure released by a silver-level beast tamer, he didn't even blink. You are Director Lin, right? Lu Chen's lips curled into a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown. You want to investigate my money? What? Afraid? Lin Jindong snorted coldly, lowering his voice to threaten. Kid, don't think I don't know what you've done outside. Director Su has told me that you've offended someone you shouldn't have. If you don't peel off this skin and kneel to apologize today, I'll make sure you can't survive in Linjiang City. Lu Chen smiled. He shook his head, then slowly walked up to Lin Jindong, leaning close to his ear. The two were so close that those around them thought Lu Chen was going to concede and plead. Lin Jindong, third branch of the Lin family. Lu Chen whispered in a voice only the two could hear. Lin Jindong frowned. You investigated me? Lu Chen ignored him and continued. In June 2022, responsible for the procurement project of the Lin family's Red Star spiritual mine. The actual volume in stock was 3 tons less than the accounts, and that batch eventually flowed into the black market, profiting 4,500,000. Lin Jindong's pupils shrank suddenly, his body stiffening like stone. Also, at the end of last year, to place your illegitimate child in the elite class, you gave a certain leader in the education bureau an 800,000 shopping card. The card number ends with 7788. With each word Lu Chen uttered, Lin Jindong's face grew a shade paler. By the time the last word illegitimate child came out, cold sweat was pouring down Lin Jindong's forehead, and his legs began to tremble uncontrollably. How could this be possible? This is all top secret. Especially the matter of the spiritual mine, that is the core secret of the Lin family. How could this kid possibly know? Even the specific amount is spot on. That ledger. Lin Jindong's mind exploded with a thought. He remembered that Lu Boppy seemed to always have some dirt on the Lin family. Could it be Lu classmate Lu? Lin Jindong's voice trembled. Gone was the arrogance he had just a moment ago. He looked at Lu Chen in terror, as if he were staring at a devil who held his life in his hands. Director Lin, my money comes from a legitimate source. It was a scholarship specifically established by Supervisor Lu during his life to support poor students. Lu Chen took a step back, reaching out to help Lin Jindong straighten his slightly crooked tie, his movements gentle as if he were a good student who respected his teacher. Do you think this explanation is reasonable? Lin Jindong felt the tie around his neck tightening like a noose, strangling him to the point of breathlessness. Reasonable. Extremely reasonable. Lin Jindong desperately nodded, forcing a smile on his face that looked worse than crying, his voice loud as if shouting a slogan. Classmate Lu Chen excels in both studies and character, he is the pride of the school. Who dares say he is being capped? That is slander. That is a rumor. After finishing, he turned around and roared at the 2 security guards who were still stunned. What are you still doing? Don't you see classmate Lu is going to be late? Hurry up and make way. The entire audience was stunned. Those students waiting to see Lu Chen's joke gaped, their jaws dropped. What is happening? How could Director Lin, who just wanted to expel Lu Chen, become this way after just a few whispered words from Lu Chen? Brother Lu amazing. Wang Pengzi beside him gave a thumbs up, his eyes full of admiration. As expected of Brother Lu, even people from the Lin family can be dealt with in just a few words. Lu Chen's expression was calm, as if he had merely done an insignificant little thing. Let's go. He casually shoved his hand into his pocket and strode into the campus under the awe, confusion, and shock of everyone. Lin Jindong stood there, watching Lu Chen's back, wiped the cold sweat off his face, and found that his back was already soaked. The tide has changed. He murmured. This so-called F-grade waste holds a bomb that can break through the heavens. In Class 2 of the senior year. The moment Lu Chen pushed open the door, the noisy classroom fell silent. Dozens of eyes all turned to the door. Zhang Hao's seat in the back corner was empty, and a bouquet of white chrysanthemums now occupied that spot. Su Yao's seat was also empty. Everyone knew in their hearts that the absence of these two was related to Lu Chen, but no one dared to speak, no one dared to ask. Lu Chen ignored the complicated gazes and walked straight to his seat, the king's hometown in the last row by the window. However, when he reached his desk, he paused for a moment. On his desk lay a beautifully packed lunch, along with a bottle of ice-cold milk that was still chilly to the touch. A pink sticky note was attached to the lunchbox, with a neat line of small characters written on it. I heard you are back, remember to eat breakfast. Lin Qingxue. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. At this moment, the classmates' gazes became even more bizarre. That was sent by the school beauty Lin Qingxue? The one known as the Ice Mountain Goddess, who showed no warmth to any boy, actually brought Lu Chen a love breakfast? Could it be that the rich woman keeping Lu Chen is actually Lin Qingxue? Someone couldn't help but mutter softly. Lu Chen picked up the lunchbox. Through the eye of truth, what he saw was not love, but full of testing and curiosity. The people of the Lin family. Lu Chen's lips curled into a playful smile. Since you want to play, then I will play along too. He ripped open the wrapping and started eating it in big bites in front of the whole class. Chapter 25, The School Beauty's Late Night Invitation. As the bell for the end of evening study rang, the noisy campus gradually fell silent. Lu Chen packed his bag and was about to get up when a pink letter folded into a heart shape was thrown onto his desk. The boys around who hadn't left instantly widened their eyes. That was thrown by Lin Qingxue when she passed by just now. Lu Chen unfolded the letter, which had only a short line of neatly written words. See you on the rooftop. If you don't come, I will tell the whole class about your trip to the western suburbs yesterday. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. Is this a threat? Interesting. He casually crumpled the letter and accurately tossed it into the trash can in the back corner of the classroom, then walked with his hands in his pockets toward the rooftop. On the rooftop of the teaching building. The night wind was slightly cool, blowing the girl's white school uniform skirt. Lin Qingxue stood by the railing, with her back to the entrance. She seemed to have dressed up specially today. Her usually neatly tied high ponytail was let down, cascading like a waterfall on her shoulders, and her cold, beautiful face was lightly made up, looking exceptionally captivating under the dim moonlight. But this was not a romantic date. You came? Hearing the footsteps behind her, Lin Qingxue turned around. Her expression was complicated, filled with both curiosity and a hint of nervousness that she couldn't hide. The class monitor calls a slacker like me to the rooftop in the middle of the night. Aren't you afraid of being misunderstood if someone sees? Lu Chen leaned against the rusty iron door and lit a cigarette. Although smoking was banned at school, he clearly didn't care about these rules right now. Lin Qingxue looked at the boy whose expression was indifferent in the smoke, took a deep breath. Lu Chen, stop pretending. She stepped forward 2 steps, her gaze fixated on Lu Chen's eyes as if trying to see through his soul. This morning, Lin Jindong's cowardice was not an act. He was afraid of you, terrified to death. And that car of yours, it's a military-modified vehicle. The black market in Linjiang is the only place it could be obtained. Lin Qingxue's voice grew more certain, carrying an aggressive momentum. Most importantly, an explosion happened at the western suburbs arena last night, and the supervisor, Lu Poppy, is missing and suspected dead. Meanwhile, you just happened to disappear on the same day and suddenly returned rich today. At this point, Lin Qingxue paused, her beautiful eyes gleaming with wisdom. There aren't so many coincidences in the world. She took a deep breath and asked the question that had been weighing on her mind all day. Lu Chen, did you kill Lu Poppy? The air instantly froze. Only the sound of the wind could be heard on the rooftop. Lu Chen's fingers holding the cigarette slightly paused. He looked at the overly smart school beauty in front of him, and the golden light in his eyes flickered away. Target, Lin Qingxue. Status, extremely tense/adrenaline skyrocketing/anticipation. Psychological color, pink mixed with vibrant red, excitement and curiosity. Analysis, she doesn't see you as a criminal, she is seeking someone like herself. Lu Chen smiled. He threw away the cigarette butt, gently crushing it with his toes. Class monitor, do you know that some things shouldn't be said lightly? Lu Chen took long strides toward Lin Qingxue. His pace was not fast, but each step felt like a heavy hammer pounding against Lin Qingxue's heart. In that moment, she felt like she was facing not a high school student, but a prehistoric beast that had just awakened. I am not speaking recklessly, I'm stating facts. Lin Qingxue instinctively stepped back until her back hit the cold cement wall. No retreat. Lu Chen approached her without stopping, closing the distance between them to just a few centimeters. Lu Chen reached out, bracing his hand against the wall beside Lin Qingxue's ear. Boom! A muffled sound. It was an extremely standard wall slam. But he wasn't holding flowers, only a mixed chilling aura of tobacco and faint blood. In an instant, Lin Qingxue was enveloped. Lin Qingxue's breath became chaotic in an instant. She looked up at Lu Chen, who was so close. His pitch-black eyes were unfathomable, reflecting her panicked face. What do you want to do? Lin Qingxue's voice trembled a little, her cheeks quickly flushed with a layer of red. Kill Lu Poppy? Lu Chen lowered his head, his lips almost touching Lin Qingxue's crystal earlobe. The hot air he breathed brushed against her neck, causing a flurry of goosebumps. Such scum, even if dead, deserves it. However, Lu Chen's voice became deep and hoarse, carrying a dangerous magnetism. If these words come from your mouth and spread out, it will bring you big trouble. Some things are safer the less you know, class leader. Lin Qingxue felt her heart almost leap out of her throat. She should be afraid. Facing a murder suspect, confronted with such an aggressive posture, as a well-behaved girl, she should scream, should run away. But she looked at Lu Chen's hard-edged profile, at the indifference in his eyes that regarded human life as nothing, and she surprisingly felt her legs weaken. Not because of fear, but because of an inexplicable excitement. In this world that worships the strong, Lu Chen's dangerous and powerful aura had a deadly attraction for her, a young lady confined by rules since childhood. I'm not afraid. Lin Qingxue, almost unconsciously, raised her head, meeting Lu Chen's gaze, biting her lip as she spoke. I'm not afraid of trouble, I am not afraid of you. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, looking at her with some surprise. Lin Qingxue took a deep breath, as if making a decision, a stubbornness appeared on her flushed face. Lu Chen, I don't care if you are the Grim Reaper or a loser. I came to find you for only one thing. She stretched out her hand, gently grasping Lu Chen's sleeve, her fingertips turned slightly white from the force. In 1 month, it will be the college entrance examination. This year's exam rules have changed to wilderness survival battle. We have to enter the real fallen zone, face real monsters, and even the hunting of other candidates. Lin Qingxue stared into Lu Chen's eyes, each word pronounced clearly. All my teammates withdrew yesterday because they were afraid of death. I need a teammate. A teammate who is ruthless, strong, even willing to kill. Lu Chen, shall we team up? Lu Chen looked at the girl before him, whose face was full of expectation. Under the eye of truth, her psychological defenses had completely opened up to him. It was a kind of unreserved trust, even carrying a hint of a craving for submission. Team up? Lu Chen withdrew his hand that was propped against the wall, taking a step back, creating distance between them. The suffocating sense of oppression disappeared, and Lin Qingxue felt a faint sense of loss rise in her heart. I'm an F-grade talent waste, you are an S-grade genius. Aren't you afraid of being dragged down by teaming with me? Lu Chen lit a cigarette, looking at her with a half-smile. You are not a waste. Lin Qingxue said firmly, an S-grade ice element talent is strong, but I have never killed anyone. You have. That is enough. And Lin Qingxue lowered her head, her voice suddenly becoming smaller, her face as red as a ripe apple. And I have money, I have resources. As long as you agree to take me, what the Lin family can give you, I can give you too. Lu Chen was taken aback for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh out loud. This sounded so much like a proposal of a sugar baby, right? However, wilderness survival battle, huh? Lu Chen exhaled a puff of smoke. This was indeed a good opportunity for monster leveling up and evolution. Rather than waste time with a bunch of useless teammates, teaming up with this naive but extremely talented campus beauty seemed like a good choice. After all, S-grade ice control, combined with Coal Ball's poisonous fog and strong attack, was indeed a golden pairing. I'll watch how you perform. Lu Chen did not directly agree, but did not refuse. He turned and walked towards the rooftop door, waving goodbye to Lin Qingxue with his back facing her. Bring me a cup of sweet soy milk for morning reading tomorrow. Watching Lu Chen disappear into the darkness, Lin Qingxue stood still, unable to move for a long time. The night wind brushed by, and she felt a chill on her back, realizing she had been so nervous that she was sweating coldly. But when she touched her ear, which had just felt Lu Chen's breath, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but lift slightly, revealing a bright and charming smile she had never displayed before in front of others. The Grim Reaper who drinks sweet soy milk is quite cute. Chapter 26, College Entrance Exam Rules, Survival in Despair. The day before the college entrance exam, at Linjiang City's 3rd Beastmaster High School. The sky was gloomy, making it hard to breathe. All the third-year students gathered in the grand auditorium, thousands of eyes fixed on the huge holographic projection screen ahead. At this time in previous years, everyone would be discussing the exam room assignments, but today, the air was filled with a suffocating atmosphere of impending doom. Silence. The principal stood on the stage, his voice booming through the loudspeaker, causing eardrums to ring painfully. His face was unusually serious, even showing a hint of reluctance. According to the urgent notice from the Provincial Education Office, in response to the increasingly severe abyss invasion situation, this year's college entrance exam rules will be completely reformed. The auditorium fell silent. The principal took a deep breath and pressed the remote control. A blood-red map appeared on the screen. It was an island isolated in the sea, shrouded in mist and black storms, shaped like a menacing skull. This year's exam will be held on Despair Island. Boom, these 3 words exploded in the auditorium, igniting chaos. Despair Island? Isn't that where serious criminals were previously imprisoned and experimental beasts were kept? Are you crazy? That's a real hellhole. It's said to be filled with mutated beasts, including silver-tier lord monsters. You want us to take the exam in such a place? Is this an exam or a death sentence? Fear etched on the faces of students. Many timid girls had already begun to cry, and even Zhao Tai, usually arrogant, looked pale. Be quiet. The principal roared again, silencing the commotion. The rules are simple: survival. 50,000 candidates from the province will be randomly dropped into the outer area of Despair Island. The exam duration is 7 days. Everything on the island must be fought for. You will face not only fierce beasts but also other candidates. Each person will enter with a score wristband. You gain points by killing beasts, but the quickest way to score is to snatch wristbands from other candidates. Collect 10 wristbands to pass. Collect 100 wristbands for guaranteed admission to top universities. Lastly, the principal paused, his tone turning as cold as ice. On the island, apart from the absolute prohibition against directly killing candidates, there are no additional rules. Maiming each other is left to fate. The death waiver is already on your terminals, sign it, and you will depart tomorrow. If you don't sign, it will be considered as giving up the exam. A dead silence followed. This is raising a poisonous insect. The higher-ups no longer need flowers in the greenhouse, they need wolves that can crawl out from the sea of corpses and blood. Lu Chen sat in a corner, looking at the map of Despair Island on the screen, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. No rules? Snatching? Survival? For him, this was simply paradise. With the talents of Truth's Eye and Gluttony, he loved this chaotic hunting ground. It meant endless resources, countless cores, and... ding-dong! At that moment, a synchronized alert sound suddenly rang out. It wasn't from someone's phone, but rather from almost every candidate's communication terminal in the auditorium, all receiving the same push notification at once. It was a pinned post on the Provincial City's college entrance exam forum, highlighted in bolded, glaringly eye-catching. Bounty notice. Publisher, Lin family of Provincial City Lin Phone. Content: who can cripple a limb of the Linjiang 3rd High School candidate Lu Chen on Despair Island? Bounty of 1 million. Disable all 4 limbs, bounty of 5 million. If I can turn him into a complete cripple, even if he's an F-level talent student, I will guarantee him admission to the Imperial Capital University. At this moment, the air in the auditorium seemed to freeze. Thousands of gazes, like searchlights, suddenly concentrated on Lu Chen in the corner. In those gazes, there was no longer mockery or fear, but blatant greed. 5 million. A guaranteed admission spot to Imperial Capital University. For these students from ordinary families, this was a chance to soar to the skies. As long as they could ruin a useless F-level talent, they could change their fate. Gulps. Someone swallowed hard, and in this quiet environment, it sounded particularly loud. Then, whispers spread like a plague. That's the bounty issued by young Master Lin Feng. The Lin family always keeps their word. Although Lu Chen has been acting a bit strange lately, he is still an F-level. If we team up. 5 million. That's enough for my family to live a lifetime. Feeling the malicious gazes around him, Fatty Wang was so scared that his body trembled, and cold sweat instantly soaked his back. He jumped up and stood in front of Lu Chen, huffing and puffing as he shouted. What are you looking at? Don't you want to live anymore? Who dares to touch my brother Lu? But this time, his roar did not have much deterrent effect. In the face of huge temptations, fear was infinitely diminished. Lu Chen. Lin Xingxue, who had been sitting beside Lu Chen, had a pale face. She stared viciously at the name on her phone screen, gritting her teeth and saying, It's Lin Feng. The eldest young master of the Lin family's main lineage, and my good brother from a different mother. He is targeting me. He knows I am close to you, and wants to warn me by ruining you, forcing me to obediently go back to accept the family marriage. Lin Xingxue turned her head, her eyes filled with guilt and anxiety. I'm sorry, I've implicated you. He has a lot of power in the provincial city, and he must have arranged many assassins among the exam candidates this time. Lu Chen, why don't you give up the exam? The 3 words had not been spoken when they were interrupted by Lu Chen. Lu Chen slowly stood up. He casually put one hand in his pocket, his gaze calmly sweeping across the entire venue. 5 million. Lu Chen suddenly laughed. The laugh was not loud, but it clearly spread throughout the venue. So my hands and feet are worth that much. He walked out of his seat, heading straight to the door of the auditorium. The students along the way instinctively wanted to block him, but when they met his ink-black eyes, they instinctively shrank back. When he reached the door, Lu Chen stopped, turning his back to everyone, his voice indifferent. Those who want to claim the bounty, feel free to come. After saying that, he pushed open the door, his figure disappearing into the haze outside. Only that bloody sentence echoed in the auditorium, making the crowd, who were just fired up, suddenly feel a bone-chilling coldness rushing from their feet to the top of their heads. A madman. Don't forget, he is a complete madman. Outside the school gate, in a black off-road vehicle. Fatty Wang was driving while trembling and wiping sweat. Brother Lu, this is serious. There are 50,000 candidates in the province, and even if only 1/10 of them are tempted, that's 5,000 people. One spit each could drown us. And I've heard about that Lin Feng, he is ruthless. He definitely sent real killers into the exam hall this time. Compared to Fatty Wang's anxiety, Lu Chen appeared unusually calm. He leaned back in the seat, resting his eyes, rolling 2 walnuts in his hand. They were collectibles he had swiped from Lu Bapi's office, and he had already cracked them. Fatty. Lu Chen spoke faintly. Ha? Brother Lu, you said. You say, if so many candidates are robbed, how many points can we get? Fatty Wang was stunned, almost hitting the brakes like it was the gas pedal. Robbed? Since they want to hunt me, they need to be prepared to be counterattacked. Lu Chen opened his eyes, pulling out the Lin family ledger he had gotten from Lu Bapi. Fingers gently stroked the cover. Lin Feng, right? I wasn't planning to target your Lin family so soon. Since you brought your face closer, don't blame me for slapping you too hard. Where is Lin Qingxue? Lu Chen asked. She was just picked up by her family. They said she needs to prepare some secret weapon and will meet at the port tomorrow. Lu Chen nodded. Let's go to the black market. Brother Lu, why are we going to the black market? To gather some intel. Lu Chen looked out at the rapidly retreating scenery, the corner of his mouth curving into a cruel arc. Since it's a life or death survival, how can we miss out on the poison circle? Chapter 27, landed into a box. V-room. A huge military transport plane cut through the sky, the roar of the engines deafening. Here, 3,000 meters above Despair Island. Looking down through the cabin window, the entire island was shrouded in a strange black fog, with jagged rocks and dense primitive jungles faintly visible, like an open giant mouth waiting to swallow the fallen flesh. All units, pay attention, we are about to enter the drop zone. Countdown 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. Inside the cabin, the atmosphere was suppressed to the extreme. Hundreds of candidates carried parachute bags, all pale, and some even trembling with their legs. But among them, Lu Chen was not one of them. He sat by the cabin door, eyes closed, playing with a black alloy battle knife just dug up from the black market. The blade was long, non-reflective, a weapon made specifically for killing. 3, 2, 1, jump. The cabin door opened, and the fierce wind rushed in. Lu Chen showed no hesitation, not even doing a safety check, and jumped directly. Whoosh! 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 The sensation of weightlessness struck, the cold air cutting against his face like knives. Lu Chen adjusted his posture in the air, his eye of truth instantly activated. In his vision, the black jungle below transformed into countless lines and data points. He was searching for the best landing spot while also observing his prey. In his sight, many red dots were falling towards the same direction as him. Looks like many want to take my head for that 5 million. A cold smile crept on Lu Chen's lips. Bang! The parachute opened precisely 300 meters above the ground. The immense pull abruptly reduced the falling speed. 10 seconds later. Lu Chen landed accurately on a stony beach at the edge of the island. He quickly cut the parachute cords, rolled on the ground to dissipate the force, and crouched like a cheetah, scanning the surroundings vigilantly. This was Zone F, resource poor but boasting an open view. Yet, the moment he landed. Rustle! From the bushes on the right, an extremely faint sound emerged. If it were an ordinary candidate, they would definitely not hear it at all during the shock of just landing. But Lu Chen was different, his senses had long surpassed that of ordinary people due to his talent gluttony. They're coming. Lu Chen did not move, still maintaining a half-crouched position to organize his parachute bag, as if completely unaware. The next second. Make your move. Don't let him escape. A loud shout rang out. 3 figures suddenly darted out from the bushes, encircling Lu Chen in a triangular formation. These 3 had obviously formed a team long ago and were extremely well coordinated. The one on the left was a tall, thin guy who summoned a bronze 1-star windblade mantis, whose blades whistled towards Lu Chen's legs. On the right was a muscular man holding a tower shield, followed by a iron armor pig the size of a small hill, roaring as it charged. And in the middle was clearly the captain, holding a modified tranquilizer crossbow, his aim locked onto Lu Chen's neck. Ha ha ha. The 5 million is mine. The captain's eyes were filled with ecstasy. They were so lucky, they had just landed and bumped into this big fat sheep wanted province-wide. An F-grade waste, in a 3-on-1 encirclement, was like a lamb ready for slaughter. The term landed into a box describes such an unfortunate soul. Facing the imminent attack, Lu Chen finally moved. He did not summon the coal ball. To deal with these few rotten sweet potatoes and smelly bird eggs, there was no need for a trump card. Just as the two blades of wind were about to slice through his ankles, Lu Chen's body bent backward at an extremely strange angle, as if it had no bones, avoiding the blades of wind. At the same time, the eye of truth glowed red. Target, 3-person team. Weakness analysis. Left side, unsteady lower body, right knee has an old injury. Right side, line of sight blocked by the tower shield, blind spot on the lower left. Middle, reload gap of 0.5 seconds, heart armor is empty. Too slow. Lu Chen whispered 3 words. Swish. The military boots under his feet stepped on the rubble, and instead of retreating, he advanced, exploding forward with a speed even faster than the charging armored pig. First strike. Lu Chen's figure appeared like a ghost behind the tall, thin man on the left. Before the opponent could react, the cold back of the knife slammed heavily onto his right knee pit. Crack. A clear sound of bone cracking rang out. Ah! The tall, thin man screamed tragically and fell to the ground. Lu Chen kicked him in the back, sending him flying like a cannonball, crashing right into the wind blade mantis that tried to assist. One person and one pet rolled into a ball, passing out on the spot. Second strike. Using the reaction force, Lu Chen spun in the air, and the alloy saber in his hand drew a dark arc. This strike was aimed straight at the burly man holding the tower shield. The burly man was startled and instinctively raised his shield to block. But he was wrong. Lu Chen's target was not the person, but the heavy armored pig. The knife edge accurately pierced into the gap of the armored pig's neck shell. This was its only soft spot. Roar! The armored pig let out a mournful roar, its massive body collapsing with a bang, twitching wildly. Before the burly man could react, he felt darkness in front of him. Lu Chen had leapt onto the pig's head, delivering a knee strike directly to his chin. Bang! The burly man's 200-pound body was lifted off the ground, his teeth mixed with blood sprayed into the air, and his eyes rolled back as he fell unconscious. In the blink of an eye, 2 team members were taken out. The one in the middle holding the tranquilizer crossbow was completely dumbfounded. He maintained the position of raising the crossbow, his finger frozen on the trigger, but he couldn't pull it no matter what. Because a cold battle knife was now pressed against his carotid artery. The chill from the blade made his entire blood freeze. Lu Chen stood in front of him without even taking a breath. His pair of pitch-black eyes looked at him as if he were staring at a dead man. 5 million. The captain's teeth chattered, and a wet spot instantly appeared in his pants. 5 million, but you need to be alive to spend it. Lu Chen twisted his wrist. He did not cut his throat. The hilt slammed hard onto the captain's temple. Thud. The last person slumped to the ground. From being attacked to the end, it took less than 10 seconds. Even the monitoring drone in the air hadn't had time to zoom in on the scene. Lu Chen sheathed his knife, his movements as smooth as flowing clouds. He crouched down, skillfully stripping the score wristbands from the 3 men's wrists. Ding! Points obtained, 30 points. Penny pincher. Lu Chen curled his lip, disdainfully tossing the wristbands into his bag. After doing all this, he did not hurry to leave. He slowly raised his head and looked at the hovering examination drone with flashing red lights. At this moment, in the monitoring hall of the provincial city, countless eyes were fixated on this screen. Especially Lin Feng, who sat in the luxurious box, waiting to see Lu Chen's miserable state. Lu Chen faced the camera, raised his hand to straighten his slightly messy collar. Then, he raised his right hand and slowly made a cutthroat gesture on his neck. On that originally indifferent face, a brilliantly terrifying smile slowly blossomed. Lin Feng, right? Lu Chen looked at the camera, his lips moving silently as he said. Clean your neck. I'm coming. Provincial City, College Entrance Examination Monitoring Center, VIP Observation Room. Bang! A precious crystal goblet was smashed on the ground, red wine splattering everywhere like a pool of glaring blood. On the sofa, a young man in a white suit, with a soft and beautiful appearance, suddenly stood up, his face dark enough to drip water. It was Lin Feng, the eldest son of the Lin family. On the big screen, the image was frozen on Lu Chen's extremely arrogant smile. Good, very good. Lin Feng stared fiercely at Lu Chen on the screen, his knuckles turning white as he gritted his teeth and laughed. A dirty bug from the bottom dares to threaten me? Let's see how long you can be so arrogant. He turned around and shouted harshly at the butler behind him. Tell the night owls not to hold back. Chop off Lu Chen's hands and feet, I want him alive. I want to personally pull out his teeth one by one. Despair Island, Area F, Rocky Shore. Lu Chen withdrew his gaze and no longer paid attention to the drone. His earlier words were not just for Lin Feng, but for all those on the island who wanted to claim the bounty. The roles of hunter and prey had switched from this moment on. Coal ball. Lu Chen silently thought. The space distorted, and a pitch-black figure appeared at his feet. Coal Ball had grown larger again, its black and gold scales almost invisible in the dim light, and its blood-red eyes revealed a thirst for blood. Are you hungry? Lu Chen patted its head and looked toward the depths of the jungle. Under the eye of truth, the entire island seemed to transform into a giant buffet. Countless ferocious beasts, countless exam candidates. Go eat. Lu Chen drew his combat knife, his figure merging into the dark jungle. This time, we are going to eat until we are full. Chapter 28, Lin Qingshue's Crisis. Despair Island, Area D, Dense Forest. This is the heart of the island, with towering trees reaching into the clouds, and dense foliage blocking most of the sunlight, casting the entire forest in a cold and damp gloom year-round. At this moment, the silence of the jungle was shattered by intense waves of spiritual energy. Bang! A thick ice wall exploded instantly under the impact of a fireball, countless shards of ice flying everywhere. Lin Qingxue staggered backward, her white school uniform now dirty and ragged from mud and black ash, with a wound on her left arm, blood seeping out and staining her sleeve red. Above her, the originally majestic ice crystal phoenix was now in dire straits. Most of its transparent blue feathers had fallen out, its right wing twisted unnaturally, clearly severely injured, barely able to maintain a low hover while letting out mournful cries. Still trying to run? My little lady. A mocking voice came from all around. 5 exam candidates in camouflage clothing emerged from behind the trees, forming a fan shape, completely blocking Lin Qingxue at the edge of a cliff. The leader was a boy with a face full of acne, named Zhou Tong. He was from a subordinate family of the Lin family, and his only mission on the island was to force Lin Qingxue out or force her to bow down to Lin Feng. Young Master Lin Feng said that as long as you are willing to crush the distress signal and withdraw from the competition, and swear to return and accept the family marriage, we will immediately stop. Zhou Tong toyed with a fiery dagger in his hand, his greedy gaze sweeping over Lin Qingxue's stunning face, even in her disheveled state. Otherwise, this is a remote mountain, and if something accidental happens, no one will know. The other 4 henchmen let out a series of lewd laughs. Lin Qingxue leaned against the cold rock, her chest heaving violently. She gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with stubbornness and coldness. Dream on. She spat out 2 words through clenched teeth. Stubborn. Zhou Tong's face darkened, the last bit of patience gone. Since you don't know how to appreciate kindness, don't blame us for being ruthless. First, take out that bird, then tie her up and send her to young Master Lin. Attack. With a single order. The 5 exam candidates simultaneously summoned their beasts. Flamehound, Gale Wolf, Iron-Skinned Wild Bull, 5 bronze-level ferocious beasts charged at the already exhausted Lin Qingxue with fierce smiles. Screech. The ice crystal Yuan bird let out a desperate screech, wanting to use its body to shield its master, but as soon as it flapped its wings, it was hit hard in the chest by a fireball, falling with a mournful cry. Little ice. Lin Qingxue exclaimed, watching as the horns of the iron-skinned bull were about to pierce through the body of the Yuan bird, while 2 other wind blades were already aimed straight at her face. Despair. This was the first time Lin Qingxue truly felt the breath of death. She closed her eyes, tightly gripping the ice explosion rune she had prepared long ago. Even if she died, she wanted to take 2 down with her. However, at that moment of life and death. Crack! Suddenly, a crisp sound of a branch snapping came from above. Immediately after, a shadow fell from the sky like a meteor. No flashy skills or effects, only pure, ultimate speed and power. Boom! That shadow landed heavily on the back of the charging iron-skinned bull. Accompanied by the nauseating sound of bones shattering, the half-ton bull didn't even let out a scream, its entire spine instantaneously crushed, and its massive body collapsed onto the ground like a puddle of mud, kicking up a cloud of dust. Silence reigned. Everyone was stunned by this sudden change. As the dust settled, a boy dressed in a black tactical coat stood with 1 foot on the bull's sunken back, holding half of a compressed biscuit, leisurely stuffing it into his mouth. He chewed a couple of times, swallowed, and then looked up, his dark eyes scanning the crowd before finally resting on the dazed Lin Qingxue. Hey, class monitor. Lu Chen dusted off the biscuit crumbs from his hands, his tone as casual as if he had run into an old classmate on the street. You look pretty disheveled. Lin Qingxue opened her eyes, looking at the figure that fell from the sky, her heart missed a beat. It was him. The guy who kept her awake all night last night. Lu Chen? Zhou Tong was taken aback when he recognized the arrival, then immediately filled with joy. Ha ha ha. What a lucky break. I was just worried about finding you, and you just delivered yourself to my door. Zhou Tong pointed at Lu Chen, his voice trembling with excitement. Brothers. Forget that woman. Let's take down this good-for-nothing first. The 5 million bounty is ours. Lu Chen didn't even glance at Zhou Tong. He simply turned around, facing away from the fierce enemies, looking at Lin Qingxue and extending a finger. I save you once, you give me half of your points. Lin Qingxue was stunned. At this moment, that's what you want to say? Shouldn't you ask, are you okay, or say don't worry, I'm here instead? What? Is it too expensive? Lu Chen frowned slightly, seeming a bit impatient. How about 20% off? Can't go any lower, my appearance fee is very high. Watch out behind you. Lin Qingxue shouted in panic, seeing the fiery dog pouncing on Lu Chen's back. But Lu Chen seemed to have eyes on the back of his head as he didn't turn around and stabbed backward with a flick of his wrist. PFF. The black alloy blade stabbed precisely into the fiery dog's open mouth, directly piercing through its skull. Woof! The fiery dog instantly dropped dead. Lu Chen pulled out the knife, shaking off the droplets of blood, still staring at Lin Qingxue, waiting for her response. Half the points in exchange for a life plus a pass for entry. This is a deal where you can only profit. Lin Qingxue looked at this guy who regarded strong enemies as nothing and only focused on business. Her momentary feelings of gratitude instantly dissipated, replaced by a desire to bite him. Is this guy really the so-called Grim Reaper? How come he acts like a cheat? But looking at the fierce enemies around, she could only grit her teeth and nod. Deal. It's a trade. Nice and straightforward. Lu Chen snapped his fingers, finally revealing a satisfied smile at the corners of his mouth. In the next second, the shrewdness in his eyes vanished, replaced by an oppressive ferocity and coldness. Coal ball, come out and wash the ground. Roar. With Lu Chen's call, a large swath of thick green poison mist suddenly surged from the surrounding bushes. A fierce black gold figure burst forth from the mist, like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. It was the hungry coal ball. Ah! What is this thing? My hand. My hand is rotten. Poison. It's poisonous. Run. Originally dreaming of wealth, Zhou Tong and the others instantly fell into hell. In the face of Coal Ball's terrifying black gold armor and corrosive poison prison, their proud bronze-level pets were as fragile as paper. In just half a minute, the battle was over. Injured people and pet corpses lay scattered on the ground. Zhou Tong was stomped on the face by Lu Chen, his teeth shattered everywhere, his body twitching. Lu Chen skillfully crouched down and began to loot the corpses. Score wristbands, 5 of them, 150 points. Oh, this dagger is of mysterious iron level? It's mine now. There are also a few bottles of recovery potions, not bad. While rummaging, Lu Chen calculated in his mind. Lin Qingxue, holding the injured ice crystal phoenix, stared blankly at this scene. She still hadn't returned to her senses from the shock just now. So strong. Not only was that black monster ridiculously powerful, but Lu Chen's own combat power was even more terrifying. The assassin who had tried to ambush him had his 2 arms dislocated barehanded, fainting without a scream. Is this his true strength? Here. After finishing looting, Lu Chen walked over and threw a potion to Lin Qingxue. This for me? Lin Qingxue was somewhat shocked. This guy actually cares about others? This is from Zhou Tong's bag, considered your share of the spoils. Lu Chen pointed at her wrist. Score wristband, quickly heal your injury, then transfer. From that fight, plus the 5 of them's wristbands, you owe me 75 points. Lin Qingxue. She withdrew her earlier feeling of gratitude. This bastard is a complete money grubber. Transfer it. Lin Qingxue angrily drank the potion, then operated her wristband, transferring half of her points to Lu Chen. Ding. Transfer successful. Lu Chen looked at the points skyrocketing on the wristband, feeling very good. A pleasant cooperation. He reached out, wanting to pull Lin Qingxue up. Lin Qingxue looked at that blood-stained yet slender and strong hand, hesitated for a moment, then put her hand up. The touch was cold, yet very strong. The moment Lin Qingxue was pulled up by Lu Chen, she looked at the devastation all around and suddenly asked. Lu Chen, with just the 2 of us, can we really win? Lin Feng has gathered all the affiliated forces of the Lin family this time. Lu Chen released his hand and turned to look deeper into the forest. At this moment, distant shouts and sounds of battle from more candidates could faintly be heard. 2 people? Lu Chen turned back, glancing at the coal ball, which was greedily devouring the ironhide manbull corpse, a strange light flashing in his eyes. Who said we are going to win the competition? Lin Qingxue was stunned. Then what are we going for? Lu Chen wiped the blood off the edge of his knife, a chilling smile on his face. We are going to stock up. Since Lin Feng has sent in so many experience packs, if we don't take them all, wouldn't that be too disrespectful to him? After speaking, he looked at Lin Qingxue. Can we still go? We are heading to the central zone. Lin Qingxue looked at Lu Chen's arrogant back, took a deep breath, the confusion in her eyes dissipated, and she regained that determined demeanor of a cold school beauty. Yes. She summoned back the ice crystal phoenix, whose injuries had eased, and quickly followed. Lu Chen, although you are a swindler, that kick just now was quite cool. Lu Chen, who was walking ahead, paused his steps, did not turn back, and simply replied lightly. Coolness comes with a fee. Remember to tip next time. Chapter 29, Poison Circle Shrinks, All-Out Pressure. Despair Island, third day. The sky presented a sickly dark red color, signaling that a high-altitude electromagnetic storm was about to sweep in. The broadcast tower at the island's perimeter emitted a harsh buzzing sound every hour, reminding all surviving candidates, the safe zone is shrinking. If they don't hurry to the central area, they will be swallowed by the black magnetic storm at the island's edge, a force strong enough to tear steel apart. On the only path from Area F to the central region, there is a dangerous, narrow canyon known as the Twin Serpent Gorge. At this moment, 700 or 800 candidates had gathered at the entrance of the gorge. Most of them were ragged, wounded, clearly the elite survivors from the previous days of fighting in beast waves. What's going on? Why can't we go forward? It seems like a fog has appeared, such a heavy fog. Someone pointed in panic towards the deep part of the gorge. In the once dim gorge, a thick rolling smoke now surged. It wasn't ordinary mountain mist, but a strange, dark green toxic miasma, like a high wall of despair, completely sealing the only way forward. A few passing birds accidentally brushed the edge of the mist, and before they could even scream, they turned into a pool of rotten blood and fell. Hiss! A series of cold gasps echoed through the crowd. This poison mist is too strong. Even black iron-level beasts would be killed instantly. Can we take a detour? There's no time. The magnetic storm is closing in from behind in 10 minutes, taking a detour means death. Caught between a rock and a hard place. In front, deadly poison. Behind, the magnetic storm. Despair quickly spread among the crowd. Just then, a lazy voice came through a loudspeaker from the cliff above the gorge, echoing in the empty valley. Good morning, everyone. Everyone suddenly looked up. On a protruding rock on the cliff sat a man and a woman. The man wore a stylish black tactical coat, sunglasses, and held a loudspeaker snatched from some unlucky person, swinging his legs nonchalantly. The woman was dressed in white, as pure as snow. Though her face was expressionless, her stunning beauty was known to everyone present. It's Lu Chen. And Lin, the school beauty. Holy crap. Could this poison mist be? Lu Chen, holding the loudspeaker, as if he could see through everyone's thoughts, smiled and said. No need to guess, this mist is something I released. I opened this mountain, I planted this tree. If you want to pass through here, cough cough, got carried away there. Lu Chen cleared his throat and put on a fake, sympathetic businessman's face. Due to congestion on the road ahead, and to ensure the safety of all candidates, I have specially set up a toll station here. Not 998, not 988, just give up your score wristbands, and you'll get an exclusive detox package to safely pass through the gorge. The entire crowd was in an uproar. Lu Chen. Are you crazy? A boy in a key class uniform with a crew cut yelled angrily, there are over 800 of us. You think you can rob all of us? This is blatant sabotage of the exam rules. Rules? Lu Chen took off his sunglasses, revealing eyes that gleamed with a cold, truth-seeking light. The principal said, the only rule on this island is survival. I'm not forcing you. You can choose not to pay and wait for the magnetic storm to give you a free electric therapy session. At this point, Lu Chen snapped his fingers. Cobalt, give them a little extra seasoning. Roar. A deep beastly roar came from deep within the gorge. Immediately, the previously still toxic mist surged forward by 10 meters as if it had come to life. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The rocks at the front were instantly corroded into ashes. The suffocating sensation and the threat of death made everyone instinctively step back, their faces pale. I'll count to 3. Lu Chen raised 3 fingers. 3. 2. Don't listen to him. We can just rush through. I don't believe he dares to kill so many of us. The boy with the crew cut was clearly rebellious, summoning a rock giant lizard with a shield, planning to charge into the poison mist. Brothers, follow me. He's just one person, let's kill him. In his view, this so-called poison mist was just a trick. How could anyone have a poison skill that covered the entire gorge? Only a golden level or higher beast could do that. Looking at the buzzcut man who was leading the charge, Lu Chen sighed helplessly. Good words are hard to persuade a damned ghost. The next second, the buzzcut man, who dashed into the poisonous mist, suddenly let out a heart-wrenching scream. Ah! My eyes. My face. His proud rock giant lizard shield melted away in front of the poisonous mist like foam, followed by his skin and clothes. In less than 3 seconds, the buzzcut man crawled back out, his whole body rotted and covered in blood and flesh, writhing in pain on the ground, looking hopelessly damaged. The whole scene fell silent. Just moments ago, those who were eager to charge in like him were now trembling in fear, their legs cramping, cold sweat soaking their bodies instantly. This was not a trick. This was a deadly poisonous hell that could take lives. Who else wants to give it a try? Lu Chen's voice remained flat, as if he had just swatted a fly. No one spoke. Fear exploded among the crowd like a plague. I surrender. Finally, someone broke down. A girl cried as she stepped forward, taking off the points bracelet from her wrist and holding it high. I'll give you all my points. Please, give me the antidote, I don't want to die. Lu Chen's mouth curved up slightly, and he beckoned with his finger. Cobalt, attend to the customer. In the poisonous mist, a faint shadow took the bracelet. Soon after, a fragrant green pill was thrown out. It wasn't some high-grade elixir, it was just a pill Lu Chen made from easily found cleansing grass, but under the influence of his gluttony talent, it could temporarily create a poison resistance field in the consumer's body. The girl swallowed the pill and, trembling, walked into the poisonous mist. A miraculous scene occurred. Those originally ferocious poisonous mists automatically parted a path for her, as if they were meeting a kindred spirit. She passed through the canyon unharmed. I can really get through. This scene shattered the psychological defenses of everyone completely. It was better to give up points and save their lives than to be eliminated or even mutilated. After all, as long as the green hill remains, one need not worry about firewood. I'll also surrender. Give me one. Don't crowd. I came first. Lu Gu. Lu Yi. I have 50 points, all for you. The over 800 exam takers, who were shouting to fight just moments ago, were now eagerly lining up, afraid that if they were late, Lu Chen's antidote would be sold out. On the cliff. Lin Xingxue watched this magical scene below, her whole being stunned. She looked at Lu Chen, who was busy collecting bracelets, and then at her own pitiful amount of points on her wrist. Is this what you call stocking up? Lin Xingxue felt her worldview was being reshaped. While others came to the exam for survival, this guy had come for wholesale. Don't just stand there. Lu Chen tossed a pile of bracelets into Lin Xingxue's arms, not looking back as he said, help count the points. This is a physical job. Lin Xingxue. In the provincial city, the monitoring hall. At this moment, the big screen displayed the points leaderboard for all the exam takers in the province, which was undergoing dramatic changes. Originally, ranked first was Lin Feng, with 1,200 points. He was sitting steadily at the top thanks to his family's dead servants' feeding points. But just a moment ago, the name that was originally ranked 98th, Lu Chen, saw its number suddenly begin to jump wildly. 1,500, 2,000, 3,000, 5,000. In just 10 short minutes, Lu Chen's points broke through the 8,000 mark directly. And it was still skyrocketing at a rate of several points per second. This is cheating? Is the system malfunctioning? How is it possible for anyone to gain points so quickly? Even slaughtering beast tides isn't this exaggerated. The examiners in the monitoring room were all confused, staring wide-eyed at the screen. The chief examiner pulled up the monitoring footage of Double Snake Canyon. When they saw Lu Chen's operation at the toll station, the entire monitoring hall fell into silence for a minute. Does this comply with the rules? A weak examiner asked. The chief examiner's mouth twitched, and after a deep breath, he said, the rules only state that killing is not allowed, but they never said anything about collecting tolls. This Lu Chen is quite a talent. Or rather, a genius. Bang! A glass was instantly crushed into powder. Lin Feng looked at the leaderboard handed to him by his subordinate, the name that stomped on him hard, the elegance on his face completely vanished, his features twisting like a monster. 800 points. He actually dares to write on my head. This is a blatant humiliation. At this moment, Lin Feng's points were only 1,002, even less than a fraction of Lu Chen's. This was more painful for the proud him than being killed. Young master, the Night Owl team has already had it over. His subordinate cautiously wiped his sweat. As long as Night Owl acts, Lu Chen is undoubtedly doomed. By then these points. I want him dead. Lin Feng howled in despair. Notify Night Owl, forget about the rules. Use forbidden drugs. Use that thing. I not only want his points, but I also want him to kneel like a dog in front of the whole province and beg for mercy. Despair Island, Double Serpent Gorge. As the last candidate's hand ring was taken away, Lu Chen stretched lazily, looking at the terrifying number displayed on his hand ring, 9,800. First in the province. A clear, undisputed number one. Feels good. Lu Chen put on the slightly heated hand ring, glancing at the complexly expression Lin Xingxue beside him. Let's go, the points are enough. Where to? Lin Xingxue instinctively asked. Lu Chen stood up, looking toward the gorge's exit. There lay an open plain, which was the only way to the final competition circle. At the end of that plain, who knows what dangers were still hidden. Let's go collect the package. Lu Chen drew his battle knife, a madness rising in his eyes. Since someone has placed a bounty of 5 million on me, wouldn't it seem rude if I didn't go check it out myself? Moreover, Lu Chen patted the head of the coal ball beside him. At this moment, the energy within the coal ball had accumulated to a critical point. It seems like the little guy is about to evolve again. Chapter 30, New Pet Beast Scarlet Blood Demoness. In the central area of Despair Island, at the edge of Area A. The smell of blood in the air was so thick it felt like it could be twisted into water. The originally lush jungle had suddenly changed its tune here. Trees were dead, the ground showing a strange charred black color. The surroundings were horrifyingly silent, not even the sound of insects could be heard, only the crunch sound made by the 2 humans and 1 beast stepping on dry branches. Lu Chen, something feels off here. Lin Qingxue closely followed behind Lu Chen, the ice crystal phoenix on her shoulder restlessly stirring, emitting a low warning sound. The further we go, the more corpses there are. Indeed. Since entering Area A, dried-up beast corpses were everywhere on the ground. They weren't killed but seemed to have their entire vitality drained out by something, leaving only skin over bones, a gruesome sight. The source is up ahead. Lu Chen stopped, his eyes slightly squinting behind his sunglasses. The eye of truth was alerting wildly. 300 meters ahead, there was a huge energy reaction source, as red as blood, exuding an extremely evil aura. The 2 pushed aside the last layer of withered bushes. The sight before them made even the well-informed Lin Qingxue cover her mouth, nearly throwing up. It was a giant natural pit. The pit was piled high with corpses. Some were candidates, some were beasts. And at the very center of the pile, there grew an extraordinarily eerie plant. It was a vine completely red, as thick as a python, its surface covered with pulsating patterns like blood vessels. It had no leaves, only countless long tendrils greedily writhing, piercing, and sucking on those corpses. At the top of that vine, there bloomed a massive flower bud, seemingly nourished by blood. The bud opened and closed, like it was breathing, or like it was chewing. Mutated plant blood-sucking demon vine? Lin Qingxue's face turned pale, her voice trembling. This is a forbidden creature from textbooks. It's said that as long as it touches a drop of blood, it will relentlessly hunt its prey, unfading and unyielding. Until it becomes a dried corpse. How could something like this appear in an exam room? It seems someone intentionally kept it here. Lu Chen looked at the ghost vine, his lips curling into a fervent smile. In his eyes, this was not a monster, but a perfect piece of art. Target, bloodthirsty ghost vine, mutation. Level, bronze 9 stars, suppressed, combat capability comparable to silver. Attributes, wood/blood/poison. Status, extremely hungry/berserk/currently undergoing second stage evolution. Potentials, S-class, possesses the extremely rare blood sacrifice feature, can grow infinitely by sucking blood. Weakness, afraid of fire, and has not awakened intelligence, acting solely on instinct. An S-class potential plant-type pet beast. Lu Chen licked his lips. Although his talent of devouring could swallow everything, he now happened to need a control-type means. Coalball was a tank plus warrior, and this ghost vine could serve as a mage and support. Coalball, go say hello. Lu Chen snapped his fingers. Roar. The long-suppressed coalball rushed like a heavy war vehicle into the corpse pit. Hiss. Sensing the intrusion of a living creature, the bloodthirsty ghost vine instantly went berserk. Countless blood-colored tendrils shot out like javelins, aiming to stab Coalition Ball from all directions. The air even echoed with the sound of piercing. Clang, clang. The tendrils struck Coalition Ball's black gold armor, sending sparks flying. Although they couldn't penetrate the thick alloy armor, the ghost vine's power was astonishing, managing to entangle the several hundred pounds heavy coal ball, trying to drag it into the corpse pile. Ice storm. Lin Qingxue reacted quickly, commanding the ice crystal phoenix to spray a wave of cold air, trying to freeze the tendrils. But the moment the cold air touched the ghost vine, it surprisingly secreted a layer of sticky blood plasma, instantly melting the ice. It's useless, it's burning its own blood to resist. Lu Chen watched the battlefield, the light in his eyes growing ever brighter. This is right. The fiercer, the stronger, the more it suited his taste. Come back, Coalball. Lu Chen suddenly spoke. Coalball, who was struggling with the ghost vine, paused for a moment, reluctant but obediently broke free from the entanglement and jumped back to Lu Chen's side. Lu Chen, what are you doing? Without a frontline tanking, we'll all die. Lin Qingxue panicked. Lu Chen ignored her and drew his battle knife, walking alone toward the furious ghost vine. Lu Chen! Are you crazy? In Lin Qingxue's terrified gaze, Lu Chen stepped into the attack range of the ghost vine. Hiss! The ghost vine sensed the overwhelming power of blood within this human, a supplement more delicious than any fierce beast. It trembled with excitement. The huge flower bud suddenly opened, revealing countless barbed teeth inside. Whoosh! A main tendril shot toward Lu Chen's heart with a piercing scream. Lu Chen didn't dodge. He simply raised his left hand and grabbed the tendril, aiming at him. PFF. The sharp barbs punctured his palm instantly, blood flowing down his arm. Lu Chen! Lin Qingxue exclaimed. But in the next moment, a strange scene unfolded. Lu Chen looked at his bleeding palm, not in pain, but displaying an extremely cruel smile. Want to drink my blood? Then let me feed you enough. Lu Chen suddenly shoved his bleeding palm into the gaping mouth of the ghost vine's opened bud. Active feeding? What kind of suicidal act is this? However, the expected scene of Lu Chen being sucked dry did not occur. S-class talent devouring, activated. Special effect, blood of gluttony. Analysis, the host's blood contains the absolute pressure of a superior predator and the rule of devouring. For lower creatures, this is both a supreme supplement and a deadly poison. Gulp. The ghost vine instinctively took a big gulp. Immediately after. Hiss. The once arrogant ghost vine suddenly trembled violently. It was as if it had swallowed a mouthful of scalding lava. The bright red tendrils instantly turned dark purple, with veins bulging wildly on the surface. It felt it. The blood contained not the aroma of food, but a terrifying will that made its soul tremble, a will that came from the top of the food chain. That kind of will charged recklessly through its body, violently erasing its meager intelligence, forcibly branding the mark of Lu Chen. Submit, or die. The ghost vine desperately tried to spit out Lu Chen's hand, wanting to escape from this terrifying human. You can't spit out what you've eaten. Lu Chen's eyes were cold, his right hand tightly grasping the root of the vine, spiritual energy surging crazily into it through the wound. Kneel for me. Boom! A dark red wave of energy exploded from Lu Chen's center. The ghost vine let out a cry that resembled begging. Its massive body began to shrink rapidly, the previously menacing barbs retracting into its body, the eerie bloodlight also gradually softening. 1 minute later. The giant creature that had occupied the entire corpse pit vanished. In its place was a delicate vine as thick as a wrist, completely transparent and glistening like a ruby. It obediently wrapped around Lu Chen's left arm, the once fierce bud transforming into a thumb-sized, dewy red lotus, affectionately rubbing against Lu Chen's cheek. Contract successful. Second pet beast obtained, Crimson Blood Demoness, mutation. Nickname, Red Lotus. Good girl. Lu Chen withdrew his hand. The wound on his palm was healing at a visibly rapid speed. This was the Red Lotus's feeding ability. But this little thing seemed still not satisfied. That small red flower quietly extended a tendril as thin as a hair, wanting to steal a little more of the blood left over at Lu Chen's wound. Snap. Lu Chen mercilessly flicked it. Drink sparingly, even a landlord doesn't have excess grain. The red lotus shrank its petals in grievance, then, as if trying to please him, wrapped around him tighter. The sensation was cool and soft. If not said, who would think this thing was just a monster that devoured people without spitting out bones? Lin Qingxue stood at a distance, witnessing the entire scene. Her worldview was once again greatly shocked. Others formed contracts with pet beasts, feeding and comforting them, checking for mental compatibility, fearing their pets might retaliate. This guy, however. He directly shoved his hand in, forcibly bullying a fierce beast into submission? What kind of CEO-style contract method is this? Done. Lu Chen turned around, raising his left arm to show off his new accessory. Does it look good? Lin Qingxue looked at the red lotus twirling around Lu Chen's arm, her lips twitching. Lu Chen. Is this pet of yours a bit improper? Where is it improper? Lu Chen solemnly touched the petals of the red lotus, which immediately produced a sound similar to a girl's soft gasp. Lin Qingxue. It seems to really like your body, Lin Qingxue mused for a long time before finally saying something. Of course, it drank my blood, so it's now mine. Oh no, it's my plant. Lu Chen smiled, a flicker of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. With the red lotus, his shortcomings were completely filled. The coal ball was responsible for withstanding damage and physical output, while the red lotus was responsible for control and blood-sucking endurance, plus his own true eye and close compatibility. This was the true Reaper complete form. Let's go. Lu Chen looked towards the mountain shrouded in a black storm ahead. That was the highest point of Despair Island, and also the center of the final circle. Lin Feng and his Night Owl team should be getting impatient by now, right? Lu Chen caressed the red lotus on his left arm, whispering softly. Just in time, my new partner is hungry. Since he is the young master of a prestigious family, the taste of the blood should be sweeter than that of ordinary people, right? The red lotus seemed to understand its master's words, the petals suddenly opening wide, revealing a trace of blood-red light, excitedly tightening around Lu Chen's arm. Chapter 31, Lin Feng's Apocalypse. The summit of Despair Island. A dead volcanic crater. This is the high ground of the entire exam site, and also the endpoint of the black magnetic storm circle. The wild wind howls, stirring up clouds of volcanic ash. Lin Feng, dressed in a spotless white combat suit, sits on a throne made of piled rocks, holding a glass of red wine from who knows where, gently swirling it. Behind him stands the Night Owl team, ranked second in the province, along with over 50 elite candidates recruited under the intimidation and bribery of the Lin family. They all summoned their pet beasts, having already laid a web of traps. They're coming. Lin Feng took a sip of wine, glancing mockingly at the road at the foot of the mountain. Two figures are casually walking up. The man has his hands in his pockets, looking lazy. The woman follows behind, hugging a pile of just stolen supplies. Lu Chen, you sure made us wait. Lin Feng stood up, looking down at Lu Chen from above, a cruel smile curling at his lips. I thought you would hide like a rat until the last moment, but you actually dared to come to your death. What, do you really think being first on the leaderboard makes you invincible? Lu Chen stopped, looked up at the arrogant young master, and then at the sea of people behind him. 55 people. Lu Chen ignored Lin Feng's mockery and counted the heads himself, then shook his head in disappointment. Young Master Lin, is your life worth just this little show? Arrogant. Lin Feng's face suddenly turned cold, and he smashed the wineglass in his hand. Lu Chen, do you really think I'm that useless, Lu Bai? Today, not only will I cripple you, but I will also trample you into the mud in front of tens of millions of viewers, so you can never rise again. Attack! Don't kill them, leave them breathing. With a command, over 50 elite candidates launched their attacks simultaneously. In an instant, colorful skill effects lit up the dark sky. Fireballs, ice spikes, wind blades, rocks. It was like a dazzling meteor shower, crashing down at Lu Chen with a devastating aura. With such a dense attack, even seasoned silver-level beast masters would have to dodge. Lin Qingshue's face changed drastically, and she instinctively summoned her ice crystal phoenix for defense. Lu Chen pressed his hand on her shoulder, his other hand gently stroking the vivid red entwined around his left arm. These weaklings are just right to whet the appetite of my new partner. Go, Red Lotus. Don't eat too much, save some room. Lu Chen waved his left arm. Swish. The red jade vine, previously only the thickness of a wrist, instantly detached from his arm and burrowed into the ground. The next second. Boom. The entire dead volcanic crater shook violently, as if a terrifying monster was awakening beneath the ground. What's happening? Is it an earthquake? Look at the ground. Quickly look at the ground. Before the candidates could react, countless thick crimson vines burst through the earth. They were no longer the slender forms from before, but transformed into a ferocious blood-colored giant python, moving at lightning speed, accurately coiling around every attacking candidate and beast. Ah! What is this thing? My spirit power is depleting. Help! Let me go! Screams erupted one after another. Those vines did not directly strangle them, but rather hung them upside down in midair. The barbs on the vines pierced their skin, releasing a strong paralyzing toxin, while greedily draining their stamina and spirit energy. In just a few seconds, the 50-person siege team, once fierce and aggressive, now looked like salted fish hanging on a rack, each with a pale face, unable to even move a finger. Total control of the scene. The horror of the S-level potential mutated plants was fully revealed at this moment. This is bloodthirsty ghost vine? Lin Feng looked at the hellish scene before him, his composure instantly collapsing, revealing a hint of unbelievable fear. You're crazy. You actually contracted this forbidden creature? Lu Chen stood in the vine jungle, the beautiful main flower of the red lotus affectionately rubbing against his cheek, as if celebrating its success. Forbidden? Lu Chen smiled and took steps toward Lin Feng. That's for the weak. To me, it's very obedient. Now, the area is cleared. Young Master Lin, it's your turn. Lin Feng watched Lu Chen approaching, his eye twitching violently. He stepped back, a hint of madness flashing in his eyes. Good. Very good. It looks like I underestimated you. But do you think this means you win? Come out. Thunder Tyrannosaurus. Roar. A deafening dragon roar echoed through the sky. The space behind Lin Feng cracked open, and a massive creature of the sub-dragon species, wrapped in blue lightning, roared out. Standing 5 meters tall, it was covered in thick blue-purple scales, and a stout tail crackled with daunting electric arcs. Silver grade. This was the true trump card the Lin family prepared for Lin Feng. The Lin family had spent countless resources on this sub-dragon, even resorting to forbidden drugs to forcefully hasten its growth. Thunder Tyrannosaurus. Tear him apart. Lin Feng shouted frantically. Roar! The Thunder Tyrannosaurus opened its huge mouth, and a thick bolt of lightning shot straight towards Lu Chen's face. The terrifying heat distorted the air around them. Lu Chen stood still, not moving at all. Cinder. Time to eat. Boom. A pitch-black figure instantly blocked in front of Lu Chen. Sizzle. The lightning bolt, capable of melting steel, struck Cinder, but it was merely brushed off like water flowing over a rock, sending only a dazzling spray of sparks. The black gold armor on Cinder turned completely dark gold at this moment, with a strange sheen flowing over its surface, bouncing off all the electric power. What? Lin Feng's eyes were about to pop out. The strongest breath of the Thunder Tyrannosaurus couldn't even break the skin of this black dog? Roar! Cinder shook off the sparks on its body and looked at the gigantic creature before it, drooling with desire. Dragon meat. Even though it's a subdragon, it's still a dragon. Before the Thunder Tyrannosaurus could react, Cinder suddenly pushed off with its hind legs, like a black cannonball, crashing straight into the Thunder Tyrannosaurus's embrace. Close combat. This was Cinder's favorite part. Ignoring the high-voltage current surging over the Thunder Tyrannosaurus, it opened its mouth filled with syringe-like fangs and bit down on the Tyrannosaurus's tail, which was gathering power. Crack! A clear sound of bone breaking echoed through the live broadcast equipment across the province. Ow! The Thunder Tyrannosaurus let out an extremely tragic scream. Cinder abruptly shook its head, and shockingly tore off that thick dragon tail. Blood gushed out like a fountain. Cinder didn't care at all, and in front of everyone, like chewing on spicy strips, it began to munch that piece of dragon tail, crunch, crunch. Gluttony activated. Devouring dragon blood, reinforcing its physique. Not bad. Lu Chen commented for Cinder. Meanwhile, the Thunder Tyrannosaurus, having lost its balance and tail, rolled on the ground in pain, devoid of any former kingly aura. Lin Feng was completely dumbfounded. His greatest reliance, his prideful silver-grade subdragon, was actually treated as a snack by Lu Chen's dog? No, this is impossible. Lin Feng's face went pale, his legs going soft as he slumped to the ground. A black combat boot appeared before his eyes, ruthlessly stepping on the elegant hand he still had out in battle. Ah! With 10 fingers jointly connected to the heart, Lin Feng let out a scream like a slaughtered pig. Lu Chen looked down at him, his eyes filled with no pity. Just now, you said you would cripple me? Lu Chen pressed down hard. Crack! The sound of finger bones shattering was distinctly audible. Still want me to kneel? Lu Chen lifted his foot and stepped onto Lin Feng's knee this time. Crack! Another crisp sound followed. Lin Feng's leg bent in an eerie reverse angle. I am not a demon. Lu Chen's voice was eerily calm, as if stating a truth. I only believe in reciprocity. Since you have put a bounty on my limbs, I will take yours. Fair, right? Stop. Stop. I am the young master of the Lin family. If you dare to touch me, my ancestors won't let you go. Lin Feng cried in pain, tears and snot streaming down his face, still trying to threaten with his family name. Lu Chen smiled. He bent down, grabbing Lin Feng's hair and forcing him to lift his head, facing the live-streaming drone flashing red lights not far away. Come on, young Master Lin, say hello to your family. Lu Chen looked at the camera, his eyes shining with a chilling madness. Lin family head, do you see this? This is just interest. Those who wanted my life earlier, I've sent them home. As for your son. In front of the entire province's audience, Lu Chen lifted his right foot and stomped heavily on Lin Feng's other intact leg. Crack! A tragic scream echoed through the sky, then suddenly stopped. Lin Feng fainted from the pain. Lu Chen smiled at the camera, showing that signature, nightmare-inducing grin. I'll be waiting for you at Emperor University. Anyone wanting revenge is always welcome. But next time, remember to prepare a coffin. In the provincial city, the Lin family mansion. PFF. With a dull sound. Sitting in the main seat, watching the live stream, Lin Zhentian, the head of the Lin family, spat out a mouthful of old blood, staining the expensive coffee table in front of him. You dare? His eyes were bloodshot, staring fiercely at the screen showing that arrogant young man stepping on his son, his whole body trembling violently. That was the Lin family's prodigy. The future of the Lin family. Investigate. Find out everything about this Lu Chen. Inform the dark forces in the capital. If he dares to step into the capital, at any cost, I want him torn to pieces. The entire Lin family mansion fell into rage and chaos in an instant. And on the other side of the screen, the storm on Despair Island finally calmed down. Lu Chen released Lin Feng, who lay there like a dead dog, and turned to look at Lin Xingxue, who had been standing by. Class monitor, why are you in a daze? Lu Chen wiped his hands and pointed at the captives scattered everywhere and the score bracelets collected by the Red Lotus. Get to work. This is tens of thousands of points, can't you even count money? Lin Qingshui looked at this boy who had just stepped on the provincial city's pride, then turned and became a money-hungry figure again, took a deep breath. She knew that from today on. The whole Linjiang province, even the entire Daxia country, would remember this name. The Harbinger of Death, Lu Chen. Chapter 32, Top Scholar Declines Emperor University and Devil City University. 3 days after the college entrance examination ended, Linjiang City's third Beast Master High School was in complete uproar. Big names that could only be seen on TV usually were today flooding into the school like it was a market day. Even the luxurious cars were so numerous that they blocked the street called Top Scholar Road at the school entrance. In the grand auditorium, a red carpet laid on the ground, flowers blooming in abundance. A huge electronic screen displayed the final score list of this year's provincial college entrance examination. At the top, the name was in bold golden letters, piercing to the eyes. First place, Lu Chen. Total score, 58,900 points. Rating, SSS, unprecedented. And on the second line, originally meant for a proud son of heaven, Lin Feng's name was instead clouded in gray, the score stuck at a pitiful 1,200 points, the status bar marked with the glaring severely injured/withdrawn. A staggering gap of nearly 60,000 points. This score not only shattered the historical record of Linjiang province but exceeded the previous record tenfold. Lu Chen. I am the director of the admissions office at Emperor University. As long as you come to our school, your tuition will be waived, with 2 million scholarships each year, a furnished apartment in the second ring of the capital. Plus a full set of silver-grade gear. An elderly man with gold-rimmed glasses. A refined middle-aged man squeezed to the front, waving a gilded acceptance letter in his hand, excited to the point of spitting. Old Zhang, this is no fun. 2 million to brush off a beggar? Beside him, a fashionable woman adorned with jewelry pushed him aside and threw a flirtatious glance at Lu Chen. Lu Chen, come to our Magic Do University. We don't talk money, we talk resources. Choose 3 S-Class Beast techniques. One-on-one guidance from golden-level mentors. Plus, our school is filled with beauties, the school flower rankings are famous nationwide. Go away. What's so good about Magic Do University? Our Jiangnan Academy offers 5 million. We'll take it. 1 million signing bonus. Lu Chen sat in the center of the podium, watching this scene unfold like a market scramble for talent, his face showing little expression. He twirled a signature pen in his hand, and the eye of truth quietly opened. Above the heads of these flashy enrollment directors, all he saw were dull words like comfort, academics, and greenhouse. Ladies and gentlemen. Lu Chen suddenly spoke, his voice not loud but instantly silencing the noisy venue. The conditions are very tempting. He put down the pen, leaning slightly forward, his dark eyes sweeping across the crowd. But I only have one question. The director from the Imperial Capital University immediately straightened his back, asked. As long as we can do it, we will not be vague. Lu Chen's lips curled up slightly as he calmly asked. Does your school have any deaths? The entire crowd froze. The Imperial Capital director thought he misheard and then burst out laughing. Lu Chen really knows how to joke. Our Imperial Capital University is the safest school in the country, with an expert-level powerhouse stationed, not even a fly can get in. The safety rate is 100%. An absolute ivory tower. The woman from Magic Do University hurriedly echoed, yes, yes. Our school also has a fully enclosed management system, and even in practical training, teachers protect the students throughout, ensuring no harm comes to them. After hearing this, the light in Lu Chen's eyes instantly dimmed. He leaned back in his chair, revealing a hint of disappointment that he did not hide. 100% safe? Lu Chen scoffed, standing up. Then what's the difference with a pig farm? These words directly slapped the faces of all the top universities present. The Imperial Capital director's smile froze on his face, his expression suddenly turning ashen. Lu Chen. What do you mean by that? We are here to protect talent. Do you want to go to some wild chicken university where people die every day? You are right. Lu Chen placed one hand in his pocket, his gaze cold. I am a beast master, not a flower in a greenhouse. The place I want to go must be able to kill, shed blood, and make me stronger. As for you folks. Lu Chen shook his head and mercilessly spat out 2 words. Too soft. The entire venue fell into silence. Fat Wang, standing nearby, was drenched in cold sweat, thinking to himself that Lu Ge was too arrogant. This was one of the top 2 universities in the country, and he actually called them a pig farm? Lin Qingshui stood behind Lu Chen, looking at his upright figure, her beautiful eyes shining brightly. This was the man she had her eyes on. Humph. Unappreciative. The director from the Imperial Capital shook with rage, pointing at Lu Chen's nose and scolding, let me tell you. Apart from us wanting you, no proper university in the country will accept a madman like you. You refuse us, and just wait to attend a vocational school. Who says nobody wants to accept him? Just then, a hoarse voice, tinged with a bit of drunkenness, came from the entrance of the auditorium. The crowd parted automatically. A shabby old man in a worn camouflage outfit, with unkempt hair and a stainless steel flask in hand, staggered in. He had no aura of a powerhouse, and even emitted a smell of cheap alcohol, looking like an old man who had mistakenly walked onto the set. Where did this beggar come from? Security. Where's security? The Imperial Capital director shouted with a frown. Burp. The old man burped, ignoring the disdainful glances around him, and walked straight to the podium. He lifted his murky eyes, glanced at Lu Chen, and grinned, revealing a big set of yellow teeth. Kid, you've got quite the attitude. The old man tilted his head back and took a swig of liquor, carelessly wiping his mouth. Think they're too soft? Want to come try us? Lu Chen looked at the old man. Under the eye of truth, he didn't see any data. Only a sea of red. Red like a mountain of corpses, a sea of blood. Behind the seemingly wasted old man, it felt as if countless soldiers stood, a terrifying killing aura made from countless wronged souls in the fires of war. This old man was a butcher known for his bloodthirsty ways. Which school are you from? Lu Chen became curious. The old man pulled out a greasy flyer from his wrinkled pocket and casually slapped it on the table. The War Academy of Magic City. Upon hearing these 6 words, the director from the Imperial Capital and the woman from Magic City, who were about to call security, suddenly changed their expressions. They instinctively took 2 steps back, their eyes filled with caution. War Academy? Isn't that a madman's asylum? Some students in the audience gasped. I've heard that school is in Magic City but isn't under the Ministry of Education, it directly belongs to the military. It's a place specially for training war machines. I heard the admission rate is only half because the other half gets eliminated or becomes disabled during the entrance exams. The graduation rate is even lower. It's said that every year, 20% of students die on the Abyss battlefield. The old man ignored the discussions, staring at Lu Chen instead, raising 3 fingers. First, we have no money. Not a single scholarship, and you have to earn your own tuition. Second, we don't have school beauties. Just female tyrannosaurs and instructors who want to kill you. Third, and most important. The old man leaned closer to Lu Chen, and a sudden, heart-stopping light burst from his murky eyes. Our school's death rate is 30% every year. That means, if you enter, there's a 30% chance you'll be sent back in a coffin. So, how about it? Are you scared? As soon as these words were spoken, the entire room fell silent. Is this called recruitment? This is simply a call for ghosts. Fat Wan's legs went weak, desperately pulling Lu Chen's sleeve. Lu Gu. Don't act rashly. This old man looks untrustworthy. Let's go to the Imperial Capital University instead, where there's air conditioning and girls. Why go to your death? Lu Chen ignored Fat Wang. He looked at the old man, at the bloodstains on the greasy flyer. His talent of gluttony began to stir restlessly within. That was a thirst for killing and becoming stronger. A death rate of 30%? Lu Chen picked up the flyer, his mouth curving into a smile that would give Lin Feng nightmares. Then the remaining 70% must be very strong, right? The old man was taken aback, then laughed heartily. Of course. Anyone who survives graduation from us, even a dog, can kill a silver-level beast. Good. Lu Chen did not hesitate at all, grabbing a pen from the table and signing his name on the greasy flyer. I'm in. Lu Chen. Are you crazy? The director from the Imperial Capital shouted in disbelief. You're throwing away a bright future for that meat grinder? You'll regret it. Lu Chen turned around, tossing the signed flyer to the old man, then looked at those so-called elite school representatives. A future? Lu Chen adjusted his collar, his tone indifferent. My future is carved out by killing. Not through begging. Afterward, he looked at the old man. When do we leave? The old man satisfiedly pocketed the flyer and took another swig of liquor, brisk. Since you've signed, let's not waste time. You have 3 days to handle your affairs. Handle family matters. 3 days later, I'll meet you at the train station. Remember to bring a coffin fund, our cremation fees are quite expensive. With that, the old man turned and left, his figure casual and unkempt. Chapter 33. Farewell and Arrangement. On the west outskirts of Linjiang City, in Chuizhu Alley. This is the most remote corner of the old city, with a bumpy bluestone road and dilapidated houses waiting to be demolished on both sides. Lu Chen carried Lu Qing on his back, stepping on the fallen leaves covering the ground, and stopped in front of a small courtyard that looked ready to collapse. Brother, why are we here? Lu Qing lay weakly on Lu Chen's back, her voice soft. After several days of turmoil, although expensive inhibitors were keeping her alive, her face was still pale like a blank sheet of paper. to take you to see a doctor. Lu Chen replied softly, then raised his foot and rhythmically kicked 3 times on the wooden door that was peeling paint. Bang, bang, bang. After a moment, the door opened. A lively old man wearing a tang suit and with gray hair opened the door. He held 2 walnuts in his hand and squinted his eyes to size up Lu Chen, finally resting his gaze on Lu Qing. Is that old man who never dies the one who sent you? Lu Chen nodded and took out a letter from his pocket, handing it over. It was a letter from the mysterious VIP old man he had met at the Colosseum. Though the old man did not appear in person, he sent this letter, claiming it could save Lu Qing's life. Ghost Hand Zhang, Dr. Zhang. Lu Chen's tone was respectful, but his back was straight. I heard that as long as there is a breath left, you can pull a person back from the hands of the King of Hell. Don't flatter me. Dr. Zhang took the letter, glanced at it, and casually tossed it aside, stepping aside to make room. Come in. I have to give that old fool face, but this girl's illness. Humph, S-level talent backlash, this is divine punishment, not easy to treat. The yard was filled with the fragrance of herbs, with countless unknown medicinal plants drying everywhere. Lu Chen carefully placed Lu Qing on the bamboo bed in the inner room. Dr. Zhang walked over and placed 2 fingers on Lu Qing's pulse. Just 3 seconds later, his expression changed. Ha! A spark of light suddenly burst from the old man's cloudy eyes as he fixed his gaze on Lu Qing. This pulse. The soul power is astonishingly strong? This girl is a freak. He excitedly rubbed his hands, as if he were examining a rare treasure. Good. Interesting. I'll take on this illness. Dr. Zhang turned around and extended 5 fingers. I must warn you first. First, during the treatment, no one can see her except me. Second, the treatment fee is very high, 1 million a month. If it's less by even a cent, I will immediately throw her out. Deal. Lu Chen hesitated not at all. He took out the black card with over 10 million balance and placed it directly on the table. Here is 10 million, prepaying for 1 year. If that's not enough, I'll add more. Dr. Zhang was momentarily stunned, then grinned widely, revealing yellow teeth, refreshing. I like your wealthy style. The deal was done, and it was time to leave. Lu Chen walked to the bedside, looking at his sister, who had changed into a patient's gown. Ching ching. He squatted down and helped her arrange her somewhat messy bangs. Brother has to go to a very far place to study. It might take a long time before I can come back to see you. Lu Qing's eyes instantly turned red. Though she did not know what the Magic Capital War Academy was, she could tell from her brother's resolute eyes that it must be a very dangerous place. Brother. Lu Qing stretched out her frail little hand, tightly grasping Lu Chen's sleeve, her knuckles turning white. You will come back, right? Lu Chen smiled. That was a gentle smile that belonged only to his sister. He reached out and gently rubbed Lu Qing's head. She was the one he cherished the most in this life. Don't worry. Brother is a cat, with 9 lives. You behave and get treated here. Although Dr. Zhang has a bad temper, his skills are real. Lu Chen's voice was soft, yet it carried an undeniable firmness. When you get better, brother will take you to eat the best food in the world. Lu Qing sniffled, holding back tears, and suddenly her eyes flashed with a determination that didn't match her age. Brother, I don't just want to be treated. She looked at Lu Chen and said seriously. I also want to become strong. When I recover, I will also take the entrance exam for the War Academy. I don't want to be your burden forever, I want to be your eyes. Lu Chen was slightly taken aback. He remembered that day in the hospital when Lu Qing awakened her soul prophecy. Okay. Lu Chen rubbed her hair again, stood up, and waved his hand behind him. Then I'll wait for you at the peak. After speaking, he strode out of the room without looking back. Because he was afraid that if he turned around, he wouldn't want to leave. Leaving Chui Bamboo Lane, Lu Chen did not go directly to the train station. He hailed a car by the roadside, heading straight for the Golden Tower in the city center. There, it was originally Lu Pa Pai's territory. Now, it was the base of the new underground king, Fat Wang. Top floor office. On the genuine leather boss chair that originally belonged to Lu Pa Pai, a round figure was sitting at this moment. Fat Wang was dressed in a customized high-end suit, his hair slicked back, and he was yelling on the phone, spitting as he cursed. What? That bald guy in the North District isn't listening? Tell him to either behave or tonight I'll bring people to smash his shabby place. Damn. What kind of level does he think he is to negotiate with me? Smack. Hanging up the phone, Fat Wang lifted the teacup on the table, about to take a sip when he looked up and was so startled that his hand shook, spilling the hot tea all over his pants. Ow. Fat Wang yelped as he jumped up, patting his pants while looking at the figure that had appeared at the door without him noticing. Lu? Brother Lu? Why are you here? Didn't you say you were going to the train station? Lu Chen closed the door, walked to the sofa, and idly toyed with a golden toad ornament on the table. Came to see how imposing you've become. Fat Wang chuckled, scratching his head, his fierce demeanor instantly turning flattering. Brother Lu, don't make fun of me. I'm just relying on your aura. If it weren't for your Grim Reaper name, those desperados would have torn me apart by now. You know that's good. Lu Chen put down the golden toad, his expression becoming serious. I am going to leave soon. Some things need to be made clear. Fat Wang instantly wiped the smile off his face, standing up straight. First, money. Lu Chen pointed at Fat Wang. For the arena and underground markets, you take 30%, and the remaining 70% must be exchanged for high-level cultivation resources, sent to Magic City for me every month. The War Academy is a money-burning place. Without resources, I can't go anywhere. No problem. Fat Wang patted his chest. Brother Lu, don't worry, your money is my life. If it's a penny short, I'll chop off my hand. Second, intelligence. Lu Chen pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket, which had several names written on it. Although Su Chang has fallen, there are still remnants in the construction bureau. As for Lin Jiandong, that old fox may seem to have softened for now, but there's no guarantee he won't bite back. I need you to use the intelligence network of the underground world to monitor the movements of these people closely. Especially any actions from the Lin family in Linjiang City. Inform me immediately. Understood. Fat Wang took the paper, carefully placing it in his pocket. If those Lin family brats dare to make a move, I'll let you know right away. Third. Lu Chen stood up, walked to Fat Wang, and patted his solid shoulder. Stay alive. Fat Wang was taken aback. With me not around to keep an eye on this fat meat in Linjiang, there will surely be some talented people wanting a piece of the pie. Lu Chen suddenly had a black scale in his hand. It was shed during the evolution of a coal ball, still retaining the terrifying aura of an S-level fierce beast. Take this. If anyone dares to touch you, show this. Tell them I'm going to Magic City for school, not that I'm dead. Whoever dares to harm my people, when I return, I will annihilate their entire clan. Fat Wang held the cold scale, his eyes suddenly becoming a bit moist. He knew this was not just a protective amulet, it was also a heavy trust. From this moment on, he was no longer the lazy rich second-generation Wang Go. He was Lu Chen's lifeline in Linjiang and also the steadiest logistics chief. Brother Lu. Wang Fatty sniffed, his eyes filled with an unprecedented determination. You can go boldly. Here in Linjiang, even if the sky falls, I, Fatty, will support you. As long as I am alive, your backyard will not catch fire. Lu Chen looked at this once timid fat man, now with a hint of a heroic aura in his eyes, and nodded in satisfaction. This chess piece has truly come to life. Let's go. Lu Chen pulled down his hat brim and turned to walk outside. No need to see me off. Half an hour later, at Linjiang train station. The whistle of the green train sounded long, urging the departing passengers. Lu Chen sat by the window, watching the bustling crowd on the platform. He did not see any familiar faces. It was time to say all there was to say, and to bid farewell to all that needed saying. Alone, without a care. This was the state that Grim Reaper should have. Beer, drinks, mineral water, please keep your legs in. The train attendant pushed a cart by. Lu Chen withdrew his gaze and took out a book about the War Academy of Magic City from his bag. On the title page, in blood-red letters, was inscribed the school's motto. Born for war, die without regret. Interesting. Lu Chen's lips curled up slightly. As the train slowly started, the scenery outside began to retreat. The high-rise buildings of Linjiang gradually faded away, replaced by endless wilderness. Lu Chen touched the red lotus that was coiling around his left arm, now peacefully asleep, and sensed the coal ball digesting the dragon's tail in the contract space. Magic City. The Lin family. And those so-called geniuses up high. Lu Chen closed the book, closed his eyes, hiding the ambition that could ignite a prairie fire. I'm coming. Chapter 34, is this called the entrance ceremony? Magic City, a steel giant known as the Eastern Fortress. Far from the bustling city center, on the east coast, lies a building complex resembling a military forbidden zone. The huge black metal walls rise up to 30 meters, covered with various claw marks and burn marks, as if it had just undergone a fierce siege. This is the War Academy of Magic City. A taxi stopped a kilometer away from the school gate. Young man, I'll drop you off here. The driver glanced at the imposing gate ahead, withdrawing his neck. That's the king of Hell's Hall, ordinary vehicles like ours don't dare approach. Thanks. Lu Chen paid the fare, shouldered his simple army pack, and got out of the car alone. He wore that iconic black tactical windbreaker and sunglasses, his figure tall and straight. He had no luggage but a black shoulder bag. Just yesterday, he parted ways with Lin Xingshuet at the train station. That young lady was ultimately forced by her family to attend the Imperial Capital University, leaving in tears, vowing to transfer over whenever she had a chance. Being alone is quiet. Lu Chen chewed gum, hands in his pockets, stepping towards the large black gate adorned with a skull decoration. At this moment, quite a few new students had gathered at the school gate. But this group of so-called children of heaven was now huddled at the door like quails, too scared to step inside. Because right under the gate, there was an old square table. A few upperclassmen in uniforms, with thick faces, were lounging with their legs crossed, smoking, blocking all freshmen trying to enter. Stop. Who let you in? A short-haired boy with a nasty scar on his left cheek waved a metal baton in front of a timid new student wearing glasses. Senior, hello. The glasses-wearing freshman trembled. I came to register. Register? Do you understand the rules? The scar-faced boy sneered, swinging the baton against the table with a loud bang. First lesson of the War Academy, learn to respect the strong. Us upperclassmen have sacrificed our precious training time to welcome you rookies. This compensation for missed work, tea fees, and even the protection fees at school, should we come to some understanding? The bespectacled freshman was almost in tears. Senior, how much? Not much, 50,000 cash, or 10 low-grade spirit stones. 50,000? The surrounding freshmen were in an uproar. This was practically robbery. Don't want to pay? That's fine. Behind the scar-faced man, two equally sturdy boys stood up, exuding spirit pressure at the peak of bronze or even just entering the silver level. If you don't pay, then you can practice a bit with the seniors. If you can last 3 moves under us, then you won't have to pay. But, fists have no eyes, so if you end up with a broken arm or leg, don't blame the seniors for not warning you. This was a blatant threat. The bespectacled freshman had never seen such a situation. Frightened, he quickly pulled out his phone. I'll pay. I'll pay. With the first to take the lead, even though the remaining freshmen felt indignant, most dared not voice their anger, lining up to pay. TSK, this year's batch is worse than the last, all a bunch of softies. The scar-faced man counted the transfer records, his face full of disdain. Until a black-clad figure ignored the long line and walked directly toward the entrance. Hey! The guy in the trench coat. Are you blind? The scar-faced man's face darkened, and with a quick flick of his baton, he blocked Lu Chen's path. Didn't you see everyone queuing to pay? Do you understand the rules? Lu Chen stopped, turned his head, the sunglasses slid down his nose, revealing a pair of eyes black as ink. Rules? Lu Chen glanced at the payment code on the table, then looked at the scar-faced man. The eye of truth opened silently. Target, Zhang Hu, second-year student. Level, silver 1 star, just broke through, unstable realm. Combat power, just a doorman level. Weakness, unstable footwork, overly reliant on strength, poor agility. Senior, is this money really necessary? Lu Chen smiled brightly, a hint of white teeth showing. Zhang Hu looked at Lu Chen's attire, especially that expensive black market trench coat, his eyes brightened. This is a big fat sheep. Of course. Zhang Hu arrogantly replied, seeing how you're decked out, you can pay 100,000. After paying, no one will dare to touch you in school if you use my name, Zhang Hu. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. 100,000? Senior's appetite is quite big. Stop wasting words. Pay up, or... Before Zhang Hu could finish, Lu Chen suddenly sighed. I originally wanted to interact with you as an ordinary student, but you pushed me. Since this is a war academy, let me teach the seniors a rule. Zhang Hu's expression changed. Kid, you want to die? Before he could finish his sentence. Whoosh! Lu Chen's left arm suddenly shot up. He didn't summon any gigantic beasts, only a strange red light burst forth from his sleeve. Fast. Fast to the extreme. That was the crimson blood demoness red lotus, entwined around Lu Chen's arm. Zhang Hu felt a blur of vision, and before he could summon a pet beast, he felt a tight grip around his neck, and a massive force instantly lifted him off the ground. Brother Tiger. The two followers behind him were startled and were about to make a move. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 red vines, like spirits striking out, accurately wrapped around their ankles. Up! Lu Chen casually put one hand in his pocket, raising his left arm slightly. Ah! Accompanied by 3 screams. Under the stunned gazes of hundreds of freshmen and onlookers, Zhang Hu and his 2 friends were like 3 tied-up zongzi, directly tossed into the air. The vines cleverly wound around the huge metal arch at the entrance. These 3 arrogant silver-level seniors were instantly suspended 5 meters off the ground, hanging upside down. They struggled desperately, trying to summon their beast pets, but countless tiny barbs shot out from the vines, piercing their skin and injecting powerful paralyzing toxins. Don't move. Lu Chen stood below. Looking up at the 3 hanging upside down, he smiled gently. My pet has a bad temper, the more you move, the tighter it will grip. If it breaks your neck or somewhere else, I'm not responsible. Zhang Hu and the others instantly froze, their faces turning as purple as liver, not daring to move at all. The whole place fell into a dead silence. Only the sea breeze blew through, making a whimpering sound. With one move. There wasn't even a formal summoning ritual, relying solely on the plant parasitizing his arm, he had easily killed 3 silver-level second-year students? This newcomer is a monster? This is the protection fee? Lu Chen walked up to the table, picked up Zhang Hu's phone, and glanced at the number on it. Not a small amount, over 100,000. He casually tossed the phone to the bespectacled freshman who had been extorted. Return everyone's money. As for these 3 seniors? Lu Chen rummaged through Zhang Hu's pocket, pulled out his own wallet, took out a few thousand cash, and stuffed it into his pocket. This money is my tuition fee for teaching the seniors a lesson. After saying that, Lu Chen adjusted his collar and swaggered into the gates of the Magic City War Academy amid the awe, admiration, and shock of everyone, leaving behind the 3 dangling mascots swaying in the wind at the archway. Until Lu Chen's figure disappeared down the tree-lined path, the crowd burst into roars. Wow! Who is that? So fierce. Lu Chen. I recognize him. He is the perfect scorer from Linjiang province this year. The one who broke the leaderboard? No wonder he is so abnormal. Rookie King. This is absolutely the Rookie King of this generation. On the top floor of a teaching building not far away. In front of a floor-to-ceiling window, an old man in military uniform with one eye was observing everything happening at the school gate through binoculars. He was the drunken old man who had come for enrollment that day. At this moment, he held no wine bottle, his eyes clear and sharp. Dean, this kid just arrived and is causing trouble, hanging Zhang Hu and the others at the school gate. Isn't that a bit arrogant? A young instructor next to him asked worriedly. Zhang Hu is from the Tiger Society, his brother Zhang Long is the head of the student council's discipline department, a golden-level powerhouse. Arrogant? The old dean put down the binoculars, a playful smile creeping onto his lips. If young people aren't arrogant, are they still young? This kid is even more ruthless and steady than I imagined. Just now, whether it was the timing or control of strength, it was perfect. Most importantly, the old dean pointed in the direction Lu Chen had left. I really like that kind of dismissive gaze, that's the look that only someone who has seen blood and killed can possess. Send my orders. No one is allowed to take down Zhang Hu and them. Let them hang for 24 hours. Tell all the teachers and students, this is the consequence of being outmatched. Here, if you get beaten, just swallow it, if you want revenge, go train. As for Lu Chen. The old dean's voice carried a sense of anticipation. Arrange for him to be in room 1. I want to see how this little wolf cub, just entering the wolf pack, can stir up this dead water. The young instructor's face changed dramatically. Room 1? That place is? Go handle it. Yes. Chapter 35, S-Class Dormitory, Haunted House. At the Magic City War Academy, the Logistics Department. You are Lu Chen? The one responsible for dormitory assignments was a middle-aged chubby teacher with a Mediterranean hairstyle. He adjusted his thick glasses on his nose and scanned Lu Chen with his green bean-sized eyes, revealing an indescribably strange look. That's me. Lu Chen leaned against the counter, his fingers gently tapping the surface, his expression calm. He had been walking here, and the voices around him hadn't stopped. After all, hanging 3 second-year seniors at the school gate as if they were cured meat had already exploded on the campus for him. Well, considering you are this year's Rookie King and also the valedictorian with an SSS rating on admission. The Mediterranean teacher pulled out a rusty brass key from the deepest part of the drawer. It was the kind of old-fashioned long-handled key, with a skull-shaped pendant hanging from it, looking eerie and spooky. The school has specially approved, assigning you to Villa Number 1 in the Tian district. However, the Mediterranean teacher coughed softly, a smirk of gloating appeared at the corner of his mouth. Today's students all emphasize hard work and perseverance. This villa is located in a rather remote area, with a relatively tranquil environment. I hope you can get used to living here. Several freshmen lining up for keys nearby, once they heard Tian Number 1 and saw the shape of the key, their expressions changed instantly. What the hell, is it the legendary one? Villa Number 13? That haunted house? I heard that a stubborn senior lived there last year, and the next day he was carried out, completely insane, shouting, "There are ghosts, there are ghosts." This is not a reward, it's clearly a trap for this newcomer. Whispers drifted into Lu Chen's ears. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, reaching out to take the cold key. Haunted house? Looking at the Mediterranean teacher's expectant expression, the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. Thanks. I like peace and quiet. After saying that, Lu Chen grabbed the key and turned to leave. Watching Lu Chen's departing figure, the Mediterranean teacher snickered, taking a sip from his thermos. Peace and quiet? Humph, tonight you'll cry. Do you really think being a thorn in a military academy is easy? At the northernmost point of the campus, deep in an abandoned forest. Here, rather than a dormitory area, it was more like a mass grave. Surrounding it was overgrown with weeds, with grass taller than a person rustling in the sea breeze. At the end of the forest stood a two-story European-style villa. The walls were mottled, covered in withered ivy, like countless dry arms gripping the wall tightly. Half of the window glass was shattered, the dark holes looking like dead eyes, coldly staring at any visitors. This is the Tian No. 1 area, also known as Villa No. 13. At this moment, it was noon, the sun shining brightly, but just approaching this house within 100 meters, the temperature would drop suddenly by more than 10 degrees, chilling one to the bone. It is indeed quite cool. Lu Chen stood in front of the rusted iron gate, not rushing to go inside. Behind his sunglasses, the eye of truth quietly opened. He didn't see any Sadako or Kayako. In his eyes, the entire villa was wrapped in a dense black fog, almost tangible. That black mist surged endlessly from deep underground, like a black fountain, turning this area into a huge negative energy field. High-risk environment detected. Environment type, extreme earth vein, leakage point. Analysis, this place is located at the pole node of the underground spiritual veins of the Magic City. Evil energy accumulates here year-round, and ordinary beings living here for a long time will have their minds eroded and bodies rotten. Evaluation, a dead end for the living, but for spirits, toxins, and dark creatures, it's a 5-star buffet. Seeing the last line of text, Lu Chen smiled. He smiled very happily. I knew it, the school wouldn't really assign students to a haunted house. Turns out it's a feng shui treasure. For a normal beast master, even if they were gold rank, living here would require them to use spiritual power daily to resist the erosion of energy, making it impossible to cultivate at all. But he was different. Lu Chen took out the key and poked it into the rusty lock. Creak. The sound of grating friction echoed, and the door slowly opened. A cold black wind instantly rushed over, as if countless wronged souls were screaming in his ears. Woo woo woo. If someone timid were here, they would probably have wet their pants by now. But Lu Chen stood at the door, took a deep breath, as if savoring a delicious dish. Come out, it's time to eat. He snapped his fingers. Roar. Hiss. 2 beams of light flashed by. Coal Ball and Red Lotus appeared simultaneously in the living room. As soon as Coal Ball landed, those scarlet eyes lit up. It was originally poison type and steel type. But after devouring the tail of that thunderous Tyrannosaurus Rex, the undead attribute within it remained in a state of hunger. Here, the sinister energy was like a high-purity energy drink for it. Woof! Coal Ball excitedly barked, opening its abyssal mouth wide and inhaling sharply. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The thick black mist in the living room instantly formed a vortex, wildly surging into Coal Ball's stomach. S-level talent gluttony, cooperation. Devouring extreme energy. Undead attribute strengthening. Bone density increasing. Meanwhile, Holian's performance was even more graceful and greedy. It rooted itself in the cracks of the floor, countless tiny roots spreading out in an instant, piercing into the ground, searching for the leak of that earth vein. For it, which possessed the bloodthirsty trait, this cold and brutal energy was second only to fresh blood in deliciousness. The originally crystal-clear red jade vines began to emit a faint purple light, while the delicate red lotus bud unfurled to perfection, resembling a black hole, frantically devouring everything around it. In just 10 minutes. The originally creepy and terrifying haunted house had become cleaner than a 5-star hotel. The air was fresh, the temperature just right, and even the shadows that were supposed to scare people in the corners were licked clean by Coal Ball like a dessert after meal. Burp. Coal Ball let out a satisfied burp, lying on the ground with a round belly, looking utterly content. Holian lazily coiled back around Lu Chen's arm, its petals appearing even more delicate and dripping, clearly satisfied with this afternoon tea. Not bad, it's a good place. Lu Chen glanced around. This villa, although worn out, had a spacious layout, not only 2 floors but also a huge basement. He walked down the stairs. The basement was over 200 square meters, constructed entirely of thick granite, with excellent soundproofing. Most importantly, this was the very point where the extreme earth vein gushed forth. Isn't this a natural cultivation room and laboratory? Lu Chen's eyes lit up. You must know, renting such a high-concentration spiritual energy cultivation room outside costs thousands for just 1 hour. Here, it was not only free but also had an endless supply of energy, plus a natural defense mechanism ordinary people would not dare to approach. Saved 100 million. Lu Chen's mood brightened. He opened his military bag and began taking out his various jars and bottles. This would be his future stronghold. He would transform this place into a fortress that only he could control. Meanwhile, at the Demon City War Academy forum, a post was trending, the title vivid and bright. Gambling. Rookie King Lu Chen moves into haunted house number 13, how many hours do you think he can last? The comments instantly broke 1,000. I bet 1 hour. I've been there, it's too creepy, even standing at the door made my legs weak. 3 hours, after all, he's the top student, he must have some life-saving means. But it's not just about strength, that's a mental attack. Offending Senior Zhang Huan ending up in such a place, Lu Chen is finished. He'll probably be in the infirmary by tomorrow morning. Don't be sour upstairs, what if he really has skills? Skills? That's an extreme earth vein. Even gold-level mentors don't dare to stay there overnight, can a freshman turn the tide? Everyone was waiting to see Lu Chen's joke. Some even set up telescopes on the dormitory rooftop, staring towards Villa number 13, waiting to see Lu Chen flee in disgrace. However, an hour passed. 2 hours passed. Until nightfall, not only did no screams come from that dilapidated villa, but lights turned on instead. In fact, holy cow! Look quickly. Is that smoke rising from the chimney? One boy with a telescope exclaimed. In Villa number 13, white smoke was indeed curling up from the chimney, and a scent of hot pot wafted in with the wind. Is he cooking hot pot? Everyone was dumbfounded. In the most terrifying haunted house in the school, in the chilling atmosphere that supposedly could freeze even ghosts, this guy was actually cooking hot pot? Villa 13, basement. Lu Chen set up a large copper pot, with a spicy beef oil base that he brought from Lingjiang. Red oil was boiling in the pot, and several slices of premium snowflake beef he bought from the school supermarket were cooking just right. Coalball, stop stealing, that's my tripe. Lu Chen knocked his chopsticks on Coalball's head, who was trying to sneak a bite, then picked up the tripe, rolled it in the dipping sauce, and stuffed it into his mouth. Delicious. He took a sip of ice-cold beer, feeling the spiritual power in his body continuously growing due to the talent of gluttony. Eating hot pot while practicing automatically, he could also let his 2 pet beasts enjoy a buffet. Such a wonderful life, he wouldn't trade it for even the principal. I need to get Fatty to send over some furniture tomorrow, this bedboard is too hard. While eating, Lu Chen was planning for a beautiful future. As for those outside who were waiting to see him make a fool of himself, Lu Chen smiled, he didn't mind sharing his pleasant life with them. Chapter 36, the top 100 list opens, who will be the new king? In the morning of the War Academy in Magic City, there was no clear sound of study, only the deafening noise of drills and the roars of fierce beasts. Central Training Ground. On the massive square that could accommodate tens of thousands of people, it was currently packed with people. Freshmen, sophomores, and even some seniors who had been out on missions for years came rushing back. Everyone's gaze was focused on the huge black steel in the center of the training ground. The steel was named Top 100 List. Everyone listen up. A burly, pig-faced bald instructor stood on the high platform, his voice booming like thunder throughout the crowd. The War Academy does not raise idle people. If you want resources, want credits, want to be respected, speak with your fists. Today, the top 100 list is reset. Everyone, a no-holds-barred battle for ranking. Those who make it into the top 100 will have their credits doubled every month. Those who make it into the top 10 will gain access to the S-Class training room. At this point, the bald instructor paused, a trace of frenzied light flashing in his eyes. And the one who takes the top spot, the new king, will receive a chance to bathe in the True Dragon Blood Pool. Boom, the crowd erupted instantly. True Dragon Blood Pool? The school is really putting in the effort this time. That's a holy elixir made from the true blood of a sub-dragon mixed with countless heavenly treasures. Soaking once can directly enhance physical strength and even have a chance to awaken dragon bloodline skills. Damn it, I'm going all out. If I can soak in there, I'd be willing to trade 10 years of my life. Even those aristocratic students who had always appeared indifferent were now breathing rapidly. In a corner of the crowd, Lu Chen was chewing gum, and when he heard the words True Dragon Blood Pool, his eyes behind the sunglasses lit up. Although his physical strength now far exceeded that of ordinary people, as Coal Ball and Red Lotus evolved, the backlash pressure from the S-Class talent, Gluttony, was getting stronger. His body was like a container, about to overflow with the energy from those two monsters. This dragon blood pool was simply tailor-made for him. This bath, I'm definitely taking. Lu Chen spat out his gum, stretched his neck, and a series of crisp sounds echoed. Oh, isn't this our killing king Lu Chen? A strange voice suddenly came from beside him. The crowd parted, and a group of students wearing custom combat suits with various family crests embroidered on their chests approached. Leading them was a silver-haired boy, who looked effeminate, playing with 2 exquisite willow leaf blades in his hands. He looked at Lu Chen with undisguised contempt and hostility in his eyes. Let me introduce myself, Bai Xiao from the Bai family of Magic City. The silver-haired boy stopped 3 meters in front of Lu Chen, looking him up and down with a gaze that seemed to regard a country bumpkin. I heard you got the top score in that small place called Linjiang? And you moved into Villa 13? Bai Xiao sneered, the willow leaf knife in his hand spinning rapidly at his fingertips. Kid, the magic capital is not the countryside. The waters here are deep, some things are not for a stray dog like you with no background to touch. I want the spot for the dragon blood pool. If you know what's good for you, get lost to the outside of the top 100, otherwise. Bai Xiao suddenly pointed the knife's edge at Lu Chen's throat. In the arena, fists and feet have no eyes. If I ruin you, the school won't concern itself with compensation. The surrounding students instantly fell silent, each with excited gazes. This was about to become a fight. The local aristocratic family of the magic capital was going against an outsider. Faced with Bai Xiao's provocation, Lu Chen didn't even take his hands out of his pockets. He merely tilted his head slightly, glanced at Bai Xiao, and asked a question that left everyone stunned. Can you take a hit? Bai Xiao was taken aback. What? I asked if you can take a hit. Lu Chen took off his sunglasses, a hint of impatience flashing in his eyes of truth. I'm in a hurry, I don't have time for your nonsense. If you can't take a hit, I suggest you call 120 first. Wild. Simply wild beyond measure. Bai Xiao's face instantly turned the color of pig liver, his murderous intent could no longer be suppressed. Good. Very good. If you don't want to drink a toast, then you'll drink the penalty wine. He suddenly turned around and leapt onto the nearest arena, looking down at Lu Chen. Lu Chen. Get up here. I want to crush your teeth one by one in front of the entire school. Lu Chen sighed and leisurely walked up to the arena. Referee, let's start. At the referee's command. Come out. Storm Griffin. Bai Xiao shouted in anger, and space behind him cracked open. A ferocious bird, with a wingspan of over 5 meters, wrapped in a green whirlwind, screamed out. Silver 3-star. And it was an extremely rare high-mobility wind-type pet. This is the foundation of the aristocratic family. A silver 3-star pet in the first year, someone gasped from the audience. Die. Bai Xiao showed no martial virtue and directly merged with his pet for the attack. The storm griffin flapped its wings, and countless crescent-shaped wind blades swooped down like a meat grinder, covering Lu Chen. At the same time, the willow leaf knife in Bai Xiao's hand transformed into 2 cold lights, hidden among the wind blades, aimed straight at Lu Chen's eyes. This set of combo moves was extremely vicious, clearly aiming to cripple him. Lu Chen stood still, watching the sea of wind blades, a cruel arc curled at the corner of his mouth. Fanciful. He didn't summon Hong Lian, not even letting the cold ball fully emerge. Cold ball, arm guard form. Crack. Lu Chen's right arm was instantly wrapped in a layer of pitch-black liquid metal, hardening into a fearsome black-golden arm armor, with 5 fingers transformed into sharp metal claws. Facing the wind blades that could shred rocks, Lu Chen didn't retreat but advanced. He stomped his foot hard, the whole person shot up like a black cannonball, charging into the storm. Looking to die. Bai Xiao was overjoyed. He's going to take a skill head-on? Is Lu Chen a fool? However, the next second, his smile froze on his face. Clink clink clank. The dense wind blades slashed against Lu Chen's black golden arm armor, like hitting the hardest alloy steel plate. Sparks flew, but not even a white mark was left behind. Lu Chen pushed through the storm, instantly breaking through the attack net, appearing right in front of the storm griffin. Too fragile. Lu Chen coldly spat out 3 words. He extended his right hand with the black golden claws and grabbed the proud wing root of the storm griffin. Get down for me. Boom. Lu Chen's right arm exploded with power. That huge griffin was actually pulled down from the air by him with one hand, crashing hard onto the specially made floor of the arena. Ow! The griffin let out a miserable scream, dust rising. Before it could struggle to get up, Lu Chen had already stepped on its head, the black golden claws flipped down, directly against its throat. And Bai Xiao, hiding behind the griffin, was completely dumbstruck at this moment. His proud pet, pressed down and rubbed against the ground with just one glance? What kind of monstrous strength is this? Now, it's your turn. Lu Chen turned his head and looked at Bai Xiao. In that moment, Bai Xiao felt as if he was stared at by an ancient ferocious beast, his blood felt like it had frozen. You better not come over. I admit. The word lose had not yet left his mouth. Lu Chen's figure had already vanished from his spot. Bang! A plain and simple straight punch landed heavily on Bai Xiao's well-maintained face. The sound of his nasal bone shattering was clearly audible. Bai Xiao flew sideways, and before he had even hit the ground, Lu Chen had grabbed his ankle and smashed him hard against the ground like a hammer. Bang! This one is to teach you not to point fingers at others. Bang! This one is to teach you not to show off in front of me. Bang! This one is simply because I find you unpleasant. The whole place fell silent. Tens of thousands of teachers and students stared in shock at the brutal scene on the stage. That young master from the Bai family, usually so high and mighty, was now like a rag doll, being tossed around by Lu Chen. No fancy skills, no cool effects. Only the most primitive, savage, and violent crushing. 3 minutes later. Lu Chen let go of his hand. Bai Xiao was already unrecognizable, bloodied and limp on the ground, not knowing how many bones were broken, gasping for breath as if there was no more air left. The storm griffin had curled up in the corner, trembling, not daring to look at Lu Chen at all. Lu Chen shook off the blood on his hands, the black golden armor slowly receding, returning to the appearance of a lazy young man. He looked around, his gaze sweeping over the pale-faced descendants of noble families in the audience. Is there anyone else? Not a single person dared to speak. Even Bai Xiao, a silver 3-star, was beaten like a dog. If they went up, they would only be serving themselves on a platter. Since no one dares, then I'll take this first place. Lu Chen turned and jumped off the stage, heading straight for the stone tablet representing the highest honor, the top 100 ranking. He reached out and carved his name at the top. Lu Chen. In that moment, the originally noisy training ground fell into an eerie silence. Everyone watching that figure had only 2 words left in their minds. Tyrant. This was not a beastmaster, this was a tyrant wearing human skin. On the distant high platform, the bald instructor watched the scene. Instead of being angry, he smiled, showing his gleaming white teeth. Good kid, ruthless and powerful. Only such mad dogs deserve to enter our war academy. Send my orders, open the true dragon blood pool. Let him soak in it. If he can drain that whole pool dry, then he deserves the skill. Chapter 37, Dragon Blood Baptism, Kobol's Second Evolution. Devil City War Academy, 10 floors underground. This is the forbidden area of the entire school and the place known as the true dragon blood pool. The heavy alloy doors slowly opened, and a wave of scorching air mixed with a strong smell of blood and pressure rushed toward them. Go in. The bald instructor stood at the door, looking at Lu Chen beside him, his eyes holding a hint of envy. The blood in this pool is the heart's blood of a Diamond Peak subdragon-type magma earth dragon killed by the former principal, mixed with more than 300 types of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, boiled for a full 10 years. A single drop is worth a fortune. Ordinary students, even those in the top 10 of the ranking, can only soak in the diluted outer pool for half an hour. Only you, the new king, are qualified to enter the main pool. The bald instructor patted Lu Chen's shoulder and seriously reminded him. Remember, dragon blood is domineering, it contains the brutal will of the subdragon. Most people can only last an hour inside. If you feel your meridian swelling or become spiritless, get out immediately, or you will explode. Explode? Lu Chen took off his sunglasses, looking at the rolling red bubbles, like a pool of magma, with the corner of his mouth curling up. That depends on whether this pool is deep enough. After saying this, he stripped off his clothes. Exposing his strong upper body, he leaped forward. Splash! Lu Chen plunged completely into the blood pool. SSS. As soon as he hit the water, Lu Chen gasped in cold air. Pain. A piercing pain. That was not water, it was clearly boiling molten iron. Countless violent energies surged into his body through his pores. As if countless tiny fire dragons were biting his muscles and meridians. If it were an ordinary person, they would have probably screamed in agony by now. But Lu Chen just furrowed his brows, and then a golden light surged in his eyes. S-class talent Gluttony, full power activated. Boom! Every cell in his body seemed to awaken at this moment, turning into greedy black holes. The originally rampaging violent energy instantly transformed into the purest nutrients. Being devoured, digested, and restructured frantically. That tearing pain quickly faded, replaced by a mesmerizing feeling of fullness. Cobol, come out. With a thought, he summoned. A flash of black light appeared, and Cobol emerged in the blood pool. Woof! As soon as Cobol came out, it was scalded by the boiling blood and bared its teeth. But soon after, it caught the alluring scent emanating from deep within the bloodline. The tail of the thunder tyrant it had swallowed before was digested. But that dragon blood had always slept within its body, unable to fully merge. At this moment, stimulated by the pool full of dragon blood, its genetic lock moved. Don't be polite. Lu Chen leaned against the pool wall, comfortably closing his eyes, feeling as if he were soaking in a hot spring. It's an all-you-can-eat buffet. With the master's permission, Cobol's crimson eyes instantly shone like 2 searchlights. It was no longer passively absorbing, it opened its abyssal mouth and suddenly inhaled deeply towards the blood water below. Glug! Glug! Like a great whale drinking water. The once calm surface of the blood pool suddenly formed a huge vortex. In the monitoring room, the bald instructor was sitting cross-legged, staring at the data on the screen, holding a teacup. This kid has good physique, he's been inside for 5 minutes, and his heart rate is still so stable. He glanced at the liquid level meter beside him. The consumption rate seems normal. Wham. The bald instructor spat hot tea directly onto the screen. He saw the red line representing the blood pool's liquid level decreasing at a terrifying speed visible to the naked eye. 99%, 90%, 80%. What the hell? What's going on? Is it leaking? The bald instructor hurriedly wiped the screen, adjusting the monitoring display. Then, he witnessed a scene he would never forget for life. In the image, that black dog was drinking the priceless dragon blood like it was plain water. And Lu Chen was not to be outdone, creating a vacuum of spiritual energy around his body. The swallowing speed no less than the dog. Stop. Stop it. The bald instructor's heart felt like it was bleeding, slamming the table and shouting, "That's meant for soaking. Not for drinking. One gulp is worth millions." He wanted to rush in to stop it, but before he reached the door, a terrifying aura that made even him feel palpitations suddenly erupted from the depths of the blood pool. Boom! The entire underground level 10 shook violently, as if an earthquake had occurred. Evolved? The bald instructor paused, his expression changed dramatically. Directly evolving in the dragon blood pool? What kind of monster has this kid raised? Within the blood pool, the once brimming pool water had now nearly drained, leaving only a shallow layer at the bottom. Lu Chen opened his eyes, feeling the seemingly endless power within him. His skin had become tougher, his bones faintly glowing with golden light. With just his physical strength, he could now kill an armored brute bull with a single punch. But he paid no attention to his own transformation. Instead, his gaze burned as he looked ahead. That enormous black cocoon of light. After Coldball drank more than half of the pool's dragon blood, it fell into a deep sleep. Its body enveloped by a thick layer of blood scab. At this moment, the layer of blood scab was covered with cracks. Crack! A giant claw, covered in dark golden dragon scales, suddenly shattered the shell. Roar! A vast, ancient, and brutally filled dragon's roar echoed throughout the underground space. The sound mixed with the howls of the three-headed hellhound and the roars of the giant dragon, shaking the metallic walls until they hummed. Bang! The cocoon of light exploded completely. A brand new terrible creature appeared before Lu Chen. Its size had swollen several times compared to before, standing 2 meters tall and nearly 5 meters long, as if it were a heavy armored vehicle. The original black fur had completely vanished, replaced by thick dragon scales as dark as ink, edged with dark golden shimmer. Each scale looked like it had been tempered through countless forges, shining with a chilling metallic light. Most striking was its head. On its fierce wolf-like head, a pair of backward-curving dragon horns burned with hellish black fire. The spine-like bone spikes on its back had become even thicker, spewing not green toxic mist, but a black dragon breath mixed with sulfur and deadly poison. Its limbs were strong and powerful, with claws transformed into dragon claws. The tail behind it was entirely dragon-like, covered in barbs, slicing through the air with a shrill whoosh. Majestic, domineering, and fierce. This was a war machine born for slaughter. The Eye of Truth activated automatically. Pet name, Coldball. Current form, Hell Dragon Bone Demon Dog, mutation/second stage. Level, Silver 2 stars, accumulated power, leaping several levels. Attributes, Undead/Poison/Steel/Dragon, newly added. Potential, Peak Lord level. New traits. Dragon Might, carries the pressure of high-tier creatures, exerting absolute control over lower bloodline ferocious beasts. Dragon Scale Armor, greatly enhances both physical and magical defense, immune to matching tier fire and poison damage. New skills. Hell Dragon Breath, exhales black dragon breath carrying corrosive, burning, and mental pollution properties. Bone Armament, can control its own bones to grow outwards, forming various shapes of bone blades or shields. Cool. Lu Chen looked at the giant creature before him and gave a one-word evaluation. Woof. Hearing the owner's praise, the seemingly fierce demon dog immediately stuck out its tongue and wagged its deadly dragon tail, wanting to leap into Lu Chen's arms like before and act cute. Stop. Lu Chen's face changed, quickly reaching out to stop it. With your current weight, if you jump on me, I'll have to go to the infirmary. Coldball whined in grievance, lowering its head and rubbing its gigantic head against Lu Chen's hand. The black fire on its dragon horns did not burn Lu Chen, instead, it gently wrapped around his fingers. Clatter. The door was violently pushed open. The bald instructor stormed in, agitated. Lu Chen. You waste. Do you have any idea how much that half pool of blood is worth? The instructor's roar abruptly stopped. He stared blankly at the giant beast occupying half the room, radiating terrifying dragon might, his eyes nearly popping out. Is this your dog? The bald instructor swallowed hard, feeling a hint of threat emanating from Coldball that even made him, a golden tier expert, feel uneasy. Silver tier? And a true dragon might? Instructor. Lu Chen put on his clothes, patted Cobal's scales, smiling innocently. The bath water was a bit too little, I didn't get to soak for long before it was finished. Can we have more next time? The bald instructor looked at the empty blood pool, then at this heavily armed monster, his mouth twitching wildly. He wanted to curse. But looking at Lu Chen's calm eyes, a sudden thought popped into his mind. This kid may end up causing trouble for the entire Magic City in the future. Get out! The instructor took a deep breath, pointing to the door, gritting his teeth as he said. Take your dog, leave immediately, right now. If you stay for another second, I'll lose 10 years off my life. Lu Chen shrugged. Then I'll head back first. Thank you, instructor, that shower was really nice. After saying this, he swaggered out of the forbidden area, carrying a huge black coal-like object. Only the bald instructor was left alone, staring at the dry pool, feeling like crying without tears. Oh dear, how am I supposed to report this to the principal? Chapter 38, Night Princess. The night in the Magic City is even more bustling than the day. As the largest metropolis in the East, its underground world is equally vast and orderly. The Never Sleep Street in the East District appears to be a thriving bar street but is actually the largest entrance to the underground black market in the Magic City. At 2 in the morning, at the Dark Raven Bar. This place is mixed with students from the War Academy and desperate criminals from the black market, the air thick with the scent of cheap tobacco, alcohol, and hormones. Ding-a-ling. The wind chimes on the door chimed softly. Lu Chen pushed the door open and entered. He had changed out of his school uniform, now wearing a black tactical trench coat, the brim of his hat pulled low, revealing only the chiseled lower half of his face. The originally noisy bar momentarily fell silent. Countless scrutinizing, greedy, and fierce gazes were cast upon him. In this place, a fresh face often means a fat sheep. Lu Chen ignored the stares and walked straight to the corner of the bar and sat down. A glass of ice water. The bartender, a bald man polishing a glass, snorted with laughter. Kid, coming to Dark Raven for water? Didn't you wean yet? We either drink Bloody Marys or... Slap. A black metal card was delicately slapped on the bar by 2 slender fingers. The card had no elaborate patterns, only a menacing skulldog head symbol. This was the new identity proof that Fat Wang just arranged for Lu Chen, representing the highest authority in the underground world of Linjiang. The bald bartender's pupils slightly constricted. That was a token from the underground overlord of another province. Sorry, I was rude. The bartender's attitude instantly made a 180-degree turn, quickly pouring a glass of pure water with ice, respectfully pushing it in front of Lu Chen. Lu Chen lifted the glass, gently swirling the ice inside. He came tonight to deal with the materials of that silver-grade storm griffin. That kind of thing, with a clear family mark, is easily troublesome through regular channels. The black market is the best place to sell it off. Just then, the once noisy dance floor suddenly quieted down. A faint, almost ethereal fragrance mixed with a chilling aura slowly drifted down from the VIP passage on the second floor. The crowd automatically parted, even those who were drunkenly lost were like chickens with their necks squeezed, all silent as if caught in fear, instinctively bowing their heads, not daring to look directly. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of high heels clicking on the wooden floor was distinctly audible. A woman in a dark purple high-slit cheongsam descended. She was beautiful. Her beauty was not the cold, ethereal aura of Lin Qingxue but a dangerously seductive charm. Her black long hair casually draped, her skin pale almost to the point of being sickly, but her lips painted a bright scarlet. What was most striking was her shadow. Clearly, the light came from above, but her shadow did not fall under her feet. Instead, it twisted and stretched on the surrounding walls and floors like a living creature. It's Miss Night Princess. Someone whispered in awe. Night Princess. The top student of the 3rd year at the War Academy of the Magic City, an S-level talent in the Shadow Department. At the same time, she held an even more terrifying identity, the only daughter of the master of the underground black market in the Magic City. In the underground world of the Magic City, she is the undisputed Queen of the Night. Night Princess paid no attention to the gazes around her, her narrow phoenix eyes sweeping the bar until they finally fixed on Lu Chen in the corner. Her lips curled up slightly, revealing a playful smile. She stepped forward, directly approaching the bar. She sat down beside Lu Chen, her long legs crossed, the slit of her cheepa revealing a breathtaking glimpse of pure white skin. A glass of abyss kiss. Yi Ji knocked on the table, her voice lazy and hoarse. Then she turned her head, resting her chin on one hand, staring directly at Lu Chen without any shyness. Freshman, alone? Lu Chen took a sip of ice water, not looking at her, just responding blandly. Who are you? People around them gasped in shock. Is this kid crazy? How dare he talk to Yi Ji like that? But Yi Ji was not angry, instead, she laughed even more happily. She extended her finger, intending to hook Lu Chen's chin. So cold. I've seen your video on the school forum, treating that waste by Xiao like a dog. I really like that fierce spirit. Just as Yiji's finger was about to touch Lu Chen's chin, he leaned back slightly, avoiding her delicate hand painted with red nail polish. Speak directly, don't touch. Lu Chen put down his cup, turned his head, and for the first time, looked straight at the woman behind his dark sunglasses. Yiji's finger hung in the air, not awkward at all, but instead, she let out a series of tinkling laughter that turned the heads of many men around. What's wrong? Are you shy? Or are you afraid I might eat you? She leaned forward, her fragrance scent growing stronger, almost breathing in Lu Chen's face. Freshman, I'm doing this for your own good. In Magic City, only I can protect you from the powerful families that will try to play with you. Protect me? Lu Chen's lips curled into a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown. His gaze passed over Yiji's stunning face and directly landed on the shadow behind her. Under the eye of truth, that seemingly calm shadow was boiling with a terrifying killing intent. 3 pitch-black blades, formed from shadow energy, were locking onto his throat, heart, and forehead. If he made even the slightest move, these 3 blades would instantly take his life. Woman. Lu Chen extended his hand, pointing at the twisted black shadow on the ground, his tone as calm as discussing the weather. Chatting is fine. But don't you get tired of holding those 3 knives hidden in your shadow? The air instantly froze. Yiji's flirty smile froze on her face. In that moment, a chilling light burst forth from her once lazy phoenix eyes. The surrounding temperature seemed to drop to freezing point. You can see? Yiji withdrew all her frivolity, her voice becoming cold and dangerous. That was her core talent skill, shadow kill. Using light and shadow refraction to hide killing intent, silently, even golden-level experts might not notice. This freshman, who had just entered school, could see through it at a glance. Not only can I see, but I also know that the knife on the left is off by 3 inches. Lu Chen shook the ice water in his hand, his expression indifferent. If you don't adjust it, you won't kill anyone, you'll only slice off my collar. Yiji stared at Lu Chen for 3 seconds. Suddenly, she laughed. This laugh was no longer the previous false flirtation but a kind of bloody appreciation for encountering someone of her kind. Splash. The shadow on the ground stirred, and the locked killing intent instantly dissipated. Interesting. Yiji picked up the glass of hibiscus and drank it all at once. Lu Chen, you are indeed different from those useless kids raised by powerful families. Then let's not go around in circles. Yiji took out a pitch-black metal card from her handbag and slid it across the bar to Lu Chen. The card bore the image of a blood-dripping eye. Are you interested in doing a part-time job? Lu Chen picked up the card and took a glance. Task code, Cleansing Harbinger. Issued by Magic City Black Market. Content, clean up the garbage that the authorities cannot deal with or that is too deeply hidden. This includes, but is not limited to, fallen beast masters, cult members, and uncontrollable mutated experiments. Reward, 3 times the market price, plus S-level intelligence privileges in the black market. Cleansing Harbinger? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. I know you lack money and resources. Night Princess leaned closer to Lu Chen, lowering her voice as she spoke. Recently, the sewers of Magic City are not peaceful. A batch of dirty things has come out. The official patrol teams are tied up and unable to deal with it. But we need someone to clean them up. What do you think? Although this job is a bit dirty, the rewards are plenty. And... Night Princess looked at Lu Chen, her eyes filled with mischief. It seems you quite enjoy the act of killing? Lu Chen toyed with the card in his hands. Indeed, those credits from school couldn't possibly feed the 2 gluttons, Coles and Red Lotus. Plus, he had offended the Bai family and urgently needed to expand his own influence and information network. The black market was a pretty good knife. 3 times the reward. Lu Chen put away the card, stood up, and downed the glass of ice water he hadn't finished. In addition, I want the materials to be prepared within 10 minutes. The smile on Night Princess's lips grew even wider. Deal. Welcome to the underground world, my Mr. Cleaner. Chapter 39, Mission Elimination of the Cult Stronghold. The slums of the West District in Magic City are forgotten corners by the neon lights. There are no high-rise buildings, only a maze of illegal constructions and dark alleys flowing with sewage. The air is filled with the smell of rotten garbage and cheap alcohol, and occasionally a muffled scream can be heard. Late at night, the rain falls in a misty haze. 2 figures move like ghosts through the dark alleys. Brother, this place stinks. Night Princess wore a tight black leather outfit that highlighted her breathtaking curves. She covered her mouth and nose in disgust, but intentionally or unintentionally leaned towards Lu Chen, her captivating phoenix eyes sparkling. How about you carry your sister? These new shoes of mine don't want to touch that dirty water. Lu Chen, dressed in tactical clothing and donned with a hood, expressionless, took a step aside to avoid Night Princess's fragrant body. He kept his gaze straight ahead, the eye of truth shimmering with a faint light in the darkness. Truly lacking romance. Night Princess playfully rolled her eyes at him, but a trace of appreciation flashed in her gaze. She liked men who weren't swayed by her beauty, because only such people could survive longer on the battlefield. We're here. Lu Chen suddenly stopped, his eyes locking onto an abandoned slaughterhouse ahead. Although it seemed deserted on the surface, in Lu Chen's sight, the underground of this building radiated a nauseating dark red light. That was not ordinary killing, it was an energy fluctuation with a sense of some evil ritual. The beast god cult stronghold. Lu Chen lowered his voice and drew a metal combat knife from his waist. Intelligence shows that dozens of missing homeless people and low-level beast tamers have been taken here recently. Night Princess also stopped joking, her fingertips swirling with dark shadow energy. Those lunatics from the beast god cult love to conduct human experiments and sacrifices. It seems tonight, we will unleash a killing spree. Action. Lu Chen said no more, making a hand gesture. Night Princess understood immediately. Suddenly, the shadows beneath her feet boiled and transformed into countless black blades, silently infiltrating the slaughterhouse's door. Puff. Puff. The two sentries at the door never made a sound, their throats sliced open by the shadow blades, their bodies dragged into the darkness as if they had never existed. S-level shadow talent, the supreme weapon for infiltration and assassination. The two moved as if in a realm untouched by others, following the stench of blood straight to the entrance of the basement. The heavy iron door was tightly closed, with eerie red light seeping through the crack and deep chanting sounds. Coals. Lu Chen took a half step back. A huge shadow suddenly appeared out of thin air. The evolved coals had grown too massive, feeling a bit cramped in this narrow passage. Its dragon horns, burning with black flames, scraped against the ceiling, emitting a sizzling sound. Open the door. Roar. The coal ball opened its massive mouth filled with sharp teeth, spewing out a breath of black dragon fire. Inferno dragon breath. Boom. That heavy iron gate, capable of withstanding explosives, instantly melted into a pool of molten iron under the high temperature of the dragon breath. Who is it? Enemy attack. Enemy attack. The basement instantly fell into chaos. Lu Chen stepped on the molten iron and walked in with big strides. The scene before him made his pupils slightly constrict. This was not just a basement, it was clearly a human hell. In a space of hundreds of square meters, there were hooks and torture devices everywhere. On the ground was a huge blood-red magic circle, with dozens of victims, their clothes tattered, tied at the nodes of the circle. Most had already lost their breath, with only a few still weakly moaning. In the center of the magic circle, an old man dressed in a scarlet robe, with strange runes painted on his face, was holding a bone knife that was still dripping blood, frantically chanting incantations. As he chanted, the blood of the victims uncontrollably flowed from their wounds, gathering into a sphere above the magic circle. There, a vague blood-colored shadow was slowly taking shape. The shadow had 3 heads, emanating a terrifying pressure that sent chills down the spine. That is. Night Princess's expression changed, and for the first time, her originally lazy eyes showed seriousness. A false god projection? These madmen are really summoning the projection of an abyss demon god? He. Since you're here, become the offerings to the beast god together. The red-robed old man turned around, his murky eyes filled with madness. The great beast god is about to descend. No one can stop this. Beast god guards. Kill them. With his furious shout, over 20 cultists, dressed in animal skins and emitting a smell of beasts, rushed out from the shadows around. Each one summoned its ferocious beast, blood-eyed demon apes, corpse wolves, 2-headed snakes, all were bloodthirsty monsters. A bunch of garbage. Lu Chen scoffed, not needing to lift a hand. Red lotus. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Countless crystal-clear red jade vines shot out from his left arm, instantly weaving into a deadly net in the air. Death bind. Ah! The 7 or 8 cultists charging in front hadn't even gotten close before being directly pierced through the chest by the vines, or choked around their necks and hung high. Red Lotus trembled excitedly, it could sense the violent medicinal power in their blood, the best nourishment. On the other side, the coal ball was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. As a silver-grade dragon bone magic dog, the dragon might from its body naturally suppressed these lower beasts. Roar! The coal ball let out a roar mixed with dragon song. Those originally ferocious blood-eyed demon apes and corpse wolves were so scared that they froze and trembled on the ground. Boom! The coal ball smashed down a claw, directly turning a 2-headed snake into mush. Its tail, covered in black gold dragon scales, swept out like a broom, sending the remaining cultists and their beasts flying, crashing into the wall and turning into a puddle of mush. Massacre. This was completely a one-sided slaughter. Night Princess stood behind Lu Chen, playing with 2 shadow daggers, and didn't even have to take action. She looked at Lu Chen's indifferent back, her eyes shining even brighter with fascination. This brother truly becomes more and more intriguing. She licked her red lips and casually tossed a shadow blade, pinning a cultist who tried to sneak attack Lu Chen against the wall. No. This is impossible. The red-robed old man watched his carefully trained beast god guards instantly wiped out, screaming in despair. Since you seek death, then become one with the beast god. He suddenly plunged the bone knife into his own heart. Put. The old man spat out a mouthful of blood from his heart, splattering it in the center of the magic circle. Buzz. Having absorbed the priest's life sacrifice, the blood-red magic circle instantly shone brilliantly. In midair, the originally blurry three-headed phantom began to solidify. An extremely evil, ancient, chaotic aura descended, making the gravity in the entire basement feel as if it had suddenly increased tenfold. Not good. The ritual is about to be completed. Night Ji's face turned pale, the pressure making the spiritual energy in her body move sluggishly. Lu Chen. We need to retreat. That is divine pressure that even gold level, no, not even platinum level can resist. It is a true god projection from the abyss. Night Ji grabbed Lu Chen's hand and tried to run outside. But she could not pull him. Lu Chen stood firm, staring hard at the deity taking shape in midair. There was no fear on his face. On the contrary, his throat rolled, a sign of swallowing saliva. A god? Lu Chen's truth eye flashed wildly, analyzing the essence of this monster before him. Target, pseudo-god projection, incomplete. Composition, high purity abyss spiritual energy plus grudges plus living blood essence. Status, descending. Evaluation, a massive high-level energy conglomerate without consciousness, only instinct. The taste, extremely delicious. Lu Chen smiled. He laughed more crazily than that cultist. Night Ji, do you know what my talent is called? Night Ji was stunned. What? Lu Chen broke free from Night Ji's hand and took steps towards the blood-red phantom emanating overwhelming pressure. In Night Ji's terrified gaze, Lu Chen opened his arms, as if embracing the monster. It's called Gluttony. No matter if you are a god or a demon. The golden light in Lu Chen's eyes instantly transformed into a pitch-black vortex, and behind him, it seemed as if a giant mouth of the abyss capable of swallowing heaven and earth emerged. As long as you dare to show your blood bar, I dare to eat it in front of you. Coal ball. Red Lotus. It's time to eat. Roar. Coal Ball and Red Lotus felt their master's will, and instead of being crushed by the divine pressure, they erupted with unprecedented greed. This was a feast of hunting for mortals against pseudo-gods. Chapter 40, Pseudo-God? Just an ingredient. The air over the underground altar seemed to solidify. The blood-red phantom suspended in midair finally took complete form. It had three blurry heads, representing pain, despair, and hatred. Even though it was just a projection, the ancient aura from the abyss still caused fine cracks to appear in the surrounding space. Buzz. An invisible mental shockwave swept across the area. Night Ji groaned softly, blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. As a shadow-type talent user, she was most sensitive to this high-dimensional mental pressure. At this moment, she felt as if her soul was being tightly gripped by a large hand, and moving even a finger was a luxury. Lu Chen. Quick, run. Night Ji gritted her teeth, trying with all her might to hold on to Lu Chen. This is a true divine creature. Even just the projection is not something we can contend against. We will die. To her, Lu Chen's current behavior was equivalent to seeking death. How could humans resist gods? Even pseudo-gods. However, she pulled at emptiness. Lu Chen not only did not retreat but took another step forward. He looked up, staring at the three-headed monster radiating overwhelming pressure. In Night Ji's terrified gaze, Lu Chen took off his sunglasses and casually threw them to the ground. In those pitch-black eyes, there was not a hint of fear. What burned within was naked, almost overflowing hunger. Gulp. Lu Chen's throat rolled as he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. So fragrant. He murmured, his voice filled with a sickly excitement. High-purity soul energy, mixed with hundreds of portions of blood essence, and that little bit of supreme divine rules. Lu Chen stretched out his tongue, licking his cracked lips. Is this the taste of a god? The pseudo-god projection in midair seemed to sense this tiny creature's offense. It lowered its three gigantic heads, six eyes burning with blood fire fixed on Lu Chen. Mortal, kneel. A grand and distorted voice exploded directly in Lu Chen's mind. If it were an ordinary person, they would have already collapsed mentally, turning into a walking corpse. But Lu Chen just dug in his ears, with a look of impatience. So noisy. He suddenly raised his hand, pointing at the false god in the sky, as if directing the opening of a buffet. Cobalt, bite its head. Red Lotus, bind its hands. Tear it apart for me. Roar. Cobalt, who could no longer hold back, let out an earth-shattering roar. Facing the divine might, as a hellhound with dragon blood, its innate cruelty was fully ignited. God? In the eyes of the glutton, even a god was just a piece of larger meat. Boom! Cobalt pushed off with its powerful hind legs, its massive body soared into the sky like a black intercontinental missile, defying the terrifying mental pressure. Ants! The false god's projection was enraged, raising a huge blood-colored hand to swat the black dog dead. But before that hand could fall, it was tightly entangled by countless crystal-clear red jade vines. ZZZZ. Red lotus's buds bloomed, countless tendrils madly stabbing into the false god's energy body, greedily sucking its essence energy. What? A hint of astonishment seemed to flash across the false god's blurry face. It could not understand why these lowly creatures not only feared it but dared to consume it. In that moment of pause, Cobalt had already charged in front of it. That mouth, full of razor-sharp fangs, suddenly opened wide, even larger than the false god's head. Crunch! A sound that made one's teeth ache. Cobalt actually bit off the false god's head that represented pain. Ah! The false god let out a chilling scream, its voice no longer dignified but filled with fear. The taste is a bit woody, but very chewy. Lu Chen stood below, also not idle. Although he couldn't fly, he could absorb. S-class talent gluttony, maximum power. Lu Chen's hands grasped in the air, the space behind him twisted as if forming a huge black vortex. Come down to me. A terrifying suction exploded. It was the absolute right of predation from the top of the food chain. The already injured false god projection could not control itself, forcibly pulled towards the ground by the suction. No. This is impossible. What are you? The false god roared in panic. It felt its divine essence rapidly flowing away, merging into that boy's body. What am I? Lu Chen grabbed a limb of the false god that was hanging down. That arm was made of high-density energy, feeling scalding hot, enough to vaporize steel instantly. But Lu Chen's palm was covered with a layer of black ghostly light. Not only did he not get hurt but he directly sunk his fingers into it. I am your diner. Rip! Lu Chen exerted force with his arms, actually tearing a large piece of energy flesh from the false god. He did not hesitate, stuffing it directly into his mouth. A bit spicy. Lu Chen chewed a couple of times, swallowed it down, and a look of delight appeared on his face. This scene completely shattered Yi Ji's worldview. She stood dazed in the corner, watching her usually lazy brother, now like a starving wolf, tearing into the god. And that once towering false god was now like a helpless doll being pinned down by one man, one dog, and one flower, frantically torn apart. Its screams grew fainter, its body more and more transparent. 5 minutes later. As Cobalt swallowed the last head, Red Lotus drained the final drop of essence blood. Lu Chen held a crystal the size of a fingernail, emitting a faint golden light, the only core left after the false god projection shattered. Divine fragment. Good stuff. Without a word, Lu Chen tossed it into his mouth, as if eating a popping candy. Boom! A massive energy exploded within him like never before. Lu Chen's body trembled violently, and a layer of fine black blood seeped from his skin. It was the impurities being expelled. His bones crackled like popping beans, his breath steadily rising. Ding! Devouring successful. Target, false god projection, incomplete. Gained massive spiritual energy, level increased. Silver 3-star, silver 4-star, silver 5-star. S-class talent gluttony gained divine nourishment, undergoing transformation. Advancement successful. Current talent, gluttony plunder, 2nd stage. Lu Chen suddenly opened his eyes. The originally pitch-black pupils now had an additional dark golden halo, making them look even more mysterious and intimidating. He slowly exhaled a breath of foul air, looking at the stunned Night Princess, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, returning to his lazy demeanor. Night Princess, stop being dazed. I'm full now, it's time to work. Lu Chen pointed at the scattered corpses of the cultists around and the valuables that hadn't been moved yet. Remember to clean up the battlefield. This time, I want 70% of the spoils. Night Princess looked at Lu Chen, her throat moved a bit, and after a while, she found her voice again. Are you human or a ghost? Lu Chen smiled, picked up the sunglasses from the ground and put them back on. I'm a foodie. Specializing in handling these high-end ingredients. Half an hour later, the two walked out of the abandoned slaughterhouse. The building behind them was engulfed in flames, turning all the evils and traces into ashes. Night Princess looked at Lu Chen walking ahead, her eyes filled with complex feelings. Fear, awe, and an even stronger desire to conquer. Lu Chen. Night Princess suddenly walked a few steps faster and linked her arm with Lu Chen's. This time, she did not use seductive magic, nor did she hide a dagger, but truly leaned half of her weight against him. That piece of divine fragment from earlier, did you really eat it? Yeah, it was crunchy. Then do you feel anything special now? Like a rush of blood? Or, do you want to do something crazy with me? Night Princess's voice was alluring, with a hint of temptation. Lu Chen stopped his steps and felt the newly awakened power within him. Talent effect plunder. When devouring higher-level creatures or special individuals, there is a chance to directly plunder the core skills of the target and convert them into a form suitable for the host. Plundered skill this time, Soul Whale, from False God Projection. Effect, emits a soul shock that ignores defenses, capable of causing wide-range dizziness or single-target soul slaying. Crazy things? Lu Chen turned to look at Night Princess, the corner of his mouth slightly raised beneath the sunglasses. I do feel like it. Right now. I really want to find a stronger opponent and test my new moves. Night Princess. This day was not going to be easy to talk about. He's just a damn steel straight man who knows nothing but killing. Chapter 41, Fallen Saintess by Ling. Deep within the abandoned slaughterhouse, the fire was still raging, devouring every trace of evil. In a secret room behind the altar, Lu Chen discovered a fish that slipped through the net. It was a girl curled up in the corner. She wore a pure white gown that clashed with the surrounding environment, her long hair cascading down, and her skin showed a pale hue indicative of years without sunlight. Hearing the footsteps, the girl slowly lifted her head. It was a face as delicate as a porcelain doll, but her eyes were hollow and empty, lacking any focus, like a shell devoid of soul. She is a saintess candidate from the beast god cult. Night Princess walked over, spinning the shadow dagger in her hand, a hint of killing intent flashing in her eyes. This kind of deeply brainwashed saintess is a vessel cultivated by the church since childhood, specifically designed to carry the will of the false god. Keeping her is a disaster, it's better to kill her. As she spoke, she was about to strike. Wait. Lu Chen reached out to block Night Princess's blade. Behind the sunglasses, the data stream of the Eye of Truth was refreshing rapidly. Target, by Ling. Identity, 19th Saintess of the Beast God Cult, Candidate. Talent, S-Class Holy Light Praise, Light System/Healing System. Status, Deep Mind Control, Thought Seal/Spiritual Energy Lockdown. Ability, possesses extremely strong group healing and purification abilities, making her a top-tier support talent. S-level healing type? Lu Chen's eyes brightened. Isn't this exactly the moving spring water he has always yearned for? Although Hong Lian also has the ability to absorb and refund, that only works on Lu Chen himself. As a tank, Coldball gets injured every time after a battle, relying solely on eating meat to recover is too slow. If there was a strong healer, his team's endurance would be directly boosted a level. Yi Ji, stop. Lu Chen looked at the girl with hollow eyes, and a satisfied smile crept onto his lips. I want this loot. Yi Ji furrowed her brows, you want her? She has already been brainwashed into a machine that only knows how to kill heretics, having her around is like carrying a ticking time bomb. As if to confirm Yi Ji's words, Bai Ling in the corner suddenly moved. Heretic, purification. She murmured mechanically, and the once hollow eyes suddenly shone with blinding white light. Buzz. A beam of destructive light surged directly towards Lu Chen's face. Be careful. Yi Ji exclaimed. But Lu Chen did not dodge or evade. Bang. The light beam crashed into him, but it felt like hitting an invisible barrier. Lu Chen's windbreaker rustled, and a layer of dark golden dragon scale phantom emerged on the surface of his skin that was the dragon scale armor feedback that Coldball gave him. It was a bit hot, but it didn't break his defense at all. Indeed, quite fierce. Lu Chen faced the light beam, stepping forward to Bai Ling. Bai Ling wanted to continue attacking, but her spiritual energy had already been drained by the earlier ritual, and she was now at the end of her strength. Just sleep for a while. Lu Chen raised his hand, accurately striking her neck with a knife hand. Bai Ling's body softened and fell into Lu Chen's arms. Lu Chen hoisted her over his shoulder like a sack, turning to the speechless Yi Ji and saying, Thanks for your hard work tonight, I'll treat you to drinks another day. Yi Ji looked at Lu Chen's treasure-found expression, rolling her eyes in exasperation. Lu Chen, I've found out that you are not only a madman but also a hoarder. You dare to bring such dangerous items home, be careful you don't get stabbed in the back one day. Don't worry. Lu Chen patted the sack on his shoulder, his eyes confident. Once in my hands, even if it's a ghost, it will have to obediently grind the mill for me. In the underground basement of Villa 13 at the War Academy of Magic City. When Bai Ling woke up, she found herself tightly bound on an operating chair. The ropes on her body were not ordinary ropes, but some kind of red vines with barbs. As soon as she struggled slightly, the barbs would pierce into her skin, causing pain while also draining her spiritual energy. Awake? A cold voice came from the darkness. Bai Ling turned her head in confusion. She saw a boy dressed in a white coat, wearing sunglasses, sitting across from her, holding a shiny surgical knife, peeling an apple. Behind him lay a giant black demon dog, eyeing her with a gaze that seemed to see reserves, drooling. Heretic, die. Bai Ling's mind felt the stamped seal of thought flare up again, her eyes sharpened as she prepared to mobilize the light element in her body for self-detonation. Quiet down. Lu Chen bit a piece of apple while taking off his sunglasses. The Eye of Truth, activated. In his vision, deep in Bai Ling's brain, there was a tangled black energy lock, tightly winding around her pineal gland. That was the mental restriction left by the Beast God Church. S-level talent, yet treated as a disposable container, it's truly a waste. Lu Chen stood up and walked in front of Bai Ling. He extended his finger and tapped on Bai Ling's forehead. Look into my eyes. Bai Ling instinctively lifted her head. Boom. She saw a pair of eyes that seemed to contain endless abysses. Within those eyes, there was a dark golden aura slowly rotating, a pressure only divine beings possess. Ah! Bai Ling let out a painful scream. She felt an overwhelmingly domineering mental power forcefully breaking into her mind, like a red-hot sharp blade, fiercely stabbing at that black restriction. It might hurt a bit, bear with it. Lu Chen's expression was emotionless as he unleashed his newly acquired skill, Soul Scream. But he controlled the force. It was not to kill, but to shatter the chains. Crack! In Bai Ling's mind, a crisp sound seemed to resonate. The black seal that had plagued her for over a decade, turning her into a walking corpse, shattered into pieces under Lu Chen's spiritual strike laced with divine pressure, crumbling like glass. Countless sealed memories surged back like a tide. She remembered. She was not some saint. She was Bai Ling, a girl born into an ordinary family. At 5 years old, followers of the Beast God cult broke into her home, killed her parents, and abducted her, torturing and brainwashing her day and night, forcing her to learn the light-based spells of murder. Woo-woo. The emptiness in Bai Ling's eyes faded, replaced by extreme pain and despair. She curled up in the chair, crying loudly, her sobs heart-wrenching. Lu Chen did not comfort her. He simply stood quietly to the side, finished the apple in his hand, and waited for her cries to subside before casually speaking. Have you cried enough? Bai Ling looked up, her tear-stained face reflecting her timid gaze as she looked at the terrifying boy before her. Who are you? Why did you save me? My name is Lu Chen. Saving you is not out of charity. Lu Chen pulled out a pre-prepared soul contract and slapped it down in front of Bai Ling. I need a healer. The Beast God cult has been wiped out by me. You have nowhere to go now. If you step out of this door, you will either be executed as a remnant of a cult by the authorities or be captured by other dark forces to continue being a vessel. Lu Chen leaned down, looking directly into her eyes, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Sign it, and become my exclusive healer. I will give you protection, give you the power for revenge. All you need to do is keep our lives hanging in the balance when my team gets hurt. What do you say? This deal seems fair, right? Bai Ling looked at the contract and then at the monstrous red vines and sinister hellhound behind Lu Chen. This was a den of demons. But in this boy's eyes, she saw no greed or depravity, only absolute rationality and strength. Compared to the hypocritical and disgusting Beast God cult, perhaps this was the true path to survival. I'll sign. Bai Ling bit her finger and tremblingly pressed her fingerprint on the contract. Buzz. The contract was established. Lu Chen felt a faint, yet palpable connection forming between him and Bai Ling. It was the control of life and death. Very good. Lu Chen snapped his fingers. The red vine immediately loosened its grip. Welcome to Villa number 13. Lu Chen pointed to the two monstrous beings behind him. Let me introduce. This is Machio, responsible for tanking and damage output. That is Honglian, in charge of crowd control and draining blood. You are Bai Ling, and you'll be responsible for healing and purification from now on. As for me. Lu Chen put his sunglasses back on, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. I'm the assassin responsible for sending enemies to hell. Thus, Lu Chen's four-member team took shape, formally established in the dim underground room. Tank, controller, healer, assassin. A terrifying team born for slaughter and survival was about to make the entire demon city tremble. Chapter 42 S-level mission Death Swamp. In the War Academy of Demon City, Mission Hall. The gigantic electronic screen scrolled various mission information, from the simplest D-level exterminate the sewer rat infestation to the highest SSS level abyss frontline support, everything was included. Lu Chen stood in front of the S-level mission board, looking up at the top red highlighted information. S-level mission, disturbance in the Death Swamp. Location, 300 miles outside the western suburbs of Demon City, S-level forbidden zone Death Swamp. Objective, investigate the reason for the abnormal increase in toxic mist density in the core area of the swamp, and bring back at least 10 corrupted Crocodile King crystal cores. Rewards, 10,000 academic credits, 1 B-level alloy war knife, and a batch of specially supplied cultivation resources from the Demon City military. Danger warning, the area is perpetually shrouded in poisonous miasma, even a silver-level beastmaster. Without professional anti-poison equipment, you will surely die within 10 minutes. This one will do. Lu Chen tore off the mission briefing and slammed it down on the counter. The person in charge of registration was a junior sister. She glanced at the task list, then at Lu Chen, her brow furrowed tightly. Junior, although you are the rookie king, the death marsh is no joke. It's a real-life forbidden zone. The toxins in the air can corrode spiritual shields directly. Last month, a gold-level senior went in, and he didn't make it out. It's fine. Lu Chen chewed gum, looking calm. I can resist toxins. The senior sister wanted to persuade him again, but seeing the unyielding look in Lu Chen's eyes, she could only let out a sigh and stamp the form. Words of caution can't help stubborn ghosts. I hope you can come back alive. 3 hours later. A military off-road vehicle stopped at the edge of the death marsh. As soon as they got out of the car, a thick, rotten egg-smelling green mist hit them in the face. The world ahead seemed to be covered with a layer of sickly green filter, the dead trees twisted like ghostly claws, and huge bubbles periodically surfaced in the muddy pits, bursting and releasing nauseating toxic smoke. Ugh. Bai Ling turned pale as soon as she got out, covering her mouth and gagging. As a light-based healer, she had a natural aversion to an environment filled with filth and deadly poison. Eat this. Lu Chen casually threw her a black pill made from a mixture of coal and herbs. It was a detox pill. Bai Ling swallowed it with disgust, instantly feeling a cool airflow protecting her heart veins, the suffocating sensation diminishing considerably. Stay close. If you fall into the mud, I won't save you. Lu Chen adjusted the collar of his windbreaker and stepped boldly into the green dead zone. If this place was hell for others, for him, it was simply paradise. S-class talent Gluttony, passive. Detecting high concentration of environmental toxins absorbing converting to spiritual energy. With each breath Lu Chen took, the miasma, which could kill an elephant, seemed to have a life of its own, joyfully entering his nostrils. Ha! Lu Chen took a deep breath, a look of pleasure on his face. This smell is strong enough. Beside him, the coal ball was even more excited, bouncing around. This environment filled with decay and toxins had awakened its undead and toxic attributes to the extreme. Even the red lotus coiling around his arm quietly extended a few tendrils, greedily absorbing the nutrients in the air. These two, one person and one pet, felt as if they had returned to their own backyard. Only Bai Ling cautiously shielded herself with a holy light shield, closely following Lu Chen like a frightened little rabbit, afraid that if she lagged behind even a moment, this ghostly place would swallow her whole. Meanwhile, 2 kilometers behind them. 5 figures in grey camouflage clothing, all wearing full-face gas masks, were crouched in a thicket. Damn it, this hellish place is not suitable for humans. The leader, a killer codenamed Viper, was looking at the air detector in his hand, swearing. Toxin concentration exceeds 3 times the limit. Our gas mask filters won't last more than 2 hours. Damn the Lin family for sending us to this place to kill. Boss, that kid went in. The observer next to him put down his binoculars, his voice trembling, and he's not wearing a mask. What? Viper froze for a moment and snatched the binoculars from him. Through the lens, Lu Chen was leisurely strolling through the marsh, even stopping occasionally to take deep breaths of the green toxic gas, looking quite pleased. Damn. Is this kid a monster? Viper felt his worldview shatter. This was the death marsh, where even gold-level beasts dared not linger. How could he act like he was in a park? Boss, what do we do? Should we keep following? One of the subordinates hesitated a bit. Follow. Viper gritted his teeth. The Lin family paid 50 million. That's 50 million. As long as we take him down, we won't have to work our lives away for this broken organization anymore. I refuse to believe he is really invulnerable to everything. When he goes deeper into the heart of the marsh and wears himself out, that will be his time to die. In the death marsh, the core area. The mist here was so thick that one couldn't see their own 5 fingers, and the air was as sticky as water. Lu Chen suddenly stopped. What's wrong, Lu Chen? Bai Ling nervously gripped her staff, thinking a beast was about to attack. Tired. Let's take a break. Lu Chen found a relatively clean giant rock and pulled out a picnic cloth from his backpack to spread it out. Then, under Bai Ling's astonished gaze, he magically pulled out a self-heating hot pot, a chilled cola, and 2 bags of beef jerky. Come, sit. Lu Chen patted the spot beside him, tore open the beef jerky package, and threw some to the little coal ball, also pouring a bottle of nutrient solution for the red lotus. A picnic, in a place like this? Bai Ling felt like she was going crazy. All around was deadly poison, and giant crocodiles could pop out from the ground at any time, yet this guy was in the mood to eat hot pot? Relax a bit, little Bai. Lu Chen opened the cola, making a fizzing sound as bubbles surged out. He took a big sip, then took off his sunglasses, his golden eyes casually scanning through the thick fog behind them. Under the eye of truth, 5 sneaky red dots were surrounding them in a fan shape. Target, Bloodhand Assassin Organization, Class B. Number of people, 5. Average level, Silver 5 stars, the captain is Gold 1 star. Employer, Lin family from the provincial city. Status, gas mask filter nearing exhaustion, anxious, killing intent fluctuating wildly. The Lin family really thinks highly of me, hiring gold-level assassins. Lu Chen's lips curled slightly as he picked up a piece of cooked tripe and stuffed it into his mouth. However, choosing this place to kill me is the biggest mistake of your lives. He put down his chopsticks and suddenly shouted into the empty mist. Hey! Those brothers lying in the mud over there. His voice pierced through the fog, clearly reaching far away. You've been watching for so long, aren't you hungry? This hot pot tastes great, want to come over and eat with me? 200 meters away in the bushes. The viper froze, cold sweat instantly pouring down. Found out? Impossible. We used the highest grade concealment powder, not even thermal imaging can detect us. How could he possibly find us? The subordinates panicked. Don't panic. The viper forced calm, he's trying to bluff us. Don't make a sound. But the next second, a jet-black dragon breath, like the scythe of death, suddenly tore through the fog, accurately striking the bushes where they hid. Boom! A violent explosion sounded, black flames spreading. Ah! 2 assassins who reacted too slowly were instantly swallowed by the dragon breath, not even having time to scream before being turned to ashes. Bluff you? Lu Chen's voice rang out again, rich with sarcasm. I could smell the killing intent from 2 miles away. Like flies in a toilet, it's hard not to notice. Since you don't want to come out for dinner, then become my meal. Lu Chen stood up, and the little coal ball behind him let out a deafening dragon roar. Roar! The terrifying sound wave dispersed the surrounding poison mist. Lu Chen stood on the rock, looking down at the remaining 3 assassins who were desperately fleeing, his eyes flickering with a bloodthirsty red light. Welcome to my home ground, the Death Marsh. Here, I am the hunter. And you? Lu Chen slowly drew out the alloy combat knife from his back, the blade pointing straight at the viper wearing a golden mask. Are just prey. Chapter 43, I see you struggling in the poison fog. In the core area of the Death Marsh, the green miasma was thick as a boiling witch's brew. Make your move. Don't give him a chance to breathe. With a thunderous shout, the remaining 3 assassins simultaneously threw their flags. Buzz! 3 earth-colored beams of light shot up into the sky, merging in midair, instantly forming a translucent hemispherical barrier. Locking down a 50-meter area tightly. 3 talents death trap. The leader viper finally breathed a sigh of relief. He removed his mask, revealing a face covered in scars, with a cruel gaze. Lu Chen, I know you're inside. This is a B-class trapping formation, capable of isolating internal and external spiritual energy, and it can even increase gravity. Now you are a fish in a barrel. Come out and die obediently, I will give you a quick end. Although Viper was a golden 1-star powerhouse, in such a poisonous environment, his strength was suppressed by at least 30%. He didn't want to take risks in close combat, he just wanted to exhaust Lu Chen using the formation. However, there were no sounds of begging for mercy from inside the barrier. Only a somewhat mocking laughter could be heard, drifting through the dense fog. A fish in a barrel? Captain Viper, do you have some misunderstanding about the current situation? Lu Chen's figure flickered in the mist, still holding the box of self-heating hot pot that he hadn't finished. Your pathetic formation indeed prevents me from leaving. But think about it. Lu Chen put down his chopsticks, his golden glowing eyes piercing through the mist, coldly gazing at Viper. You also can't get out. What do you mean? Viper suddenly felt a strong sense of unease rising within him. Lu Chen snapped his fingers. Coal ball, add a meal. Roar! The coal ball, lurking behind Lu Chen, suddenly opened its enormous abyssal mouth. Skill corrosive poison prison. Boom! A thick, almost black poisonous smoke billowed out from within it. But this poisonous smoke did not spread outward, instead, it was tightly locked within this 50-meter space due to the barrier's existence. The naturally green miasma in the swamp, upon meeting the coal ball's purgatorial corpse poison, seemed to undergo some horrific chemical reaction. Green and black intertwined, transforming instantly into a dark purple, fiercely corrosive poisonous storm. Zzzz. The air was filled with the painful sound of corrosion. In just 3 seconds, the inside of the barrier, which could still vaguely see figures, completely turned into a gas chamber where one couldn't see their own hand. Cough cough cough. My eyes. What's with this poisonous gas? The gas masks have failed. The other 2 silver-level assassins screamed in despair. Their prideful military-grade gas masks, under the assault of the double poison domain, had their filters instantly scrapped, and the mask surface even began to melt. Hold your breath. Activate the shield. Quickly activate the shield. Viper was horrified, quickly summoning a spiritual power shield. But what made him despair was that this dark purple poisonous mist could even corrode spiritual power. His golden-level shield thinned rapidly in the poisonous mist, emitting sizzling white smoke. In this barrier, I am God. Lu Chen's voice echoed from all directions, sometimes left, sometimes right, like a ghost. Having the talent of gluttony, he not only felt no discomfort in this high-concentration poisonous environment, but rather felt every pore in his body cheering, his spiritual power recovery rate skyrocketing. Now, the game begins. Who will die first? Ah! A shrill scream interrupted Viper's thoughts. Just less than 5 meters to his left, a subordinate suddenly went mad, wildly swinging his knife at the muddy ground. What is it? Something has grabbed my foot. Help me. Boss, save me. Puff. The voice abruptly stopped. Through the rolling poisonous mist, Viper was horrified to see that subordinate's body rapidly sinking. In the muck of the swamp, countless translucent red vines had emerged, tightly gripping that subordinate's ankle, thigh, and waist. That was Red Lotus. In this nutrient-rich death swamp, the root systems of the Red Lotus had long spread throughout the entire underground. It was like a patient fisherman, quietly waiting for its prey to fall into the net. Gurgle. The assassin barely managed to stretch out one hand before being forcibly dragged into the bottomless mud. A few seconds later, the muddy water churned, and a stream of bright red blood floated up, quickly swallowed by the swamp. Drowned alive. Third brother. The remaining assassin completely broke down. The fear of not seeing the enemy and only waiting to die in the poisonous mist shattered his mental defenses. I'll fight you to the end. He roared, summoning a fiery lion, wanting to blow up the barrier with self-destruction. But how could Lu Chen give him that chance? Too noisy. A black shadow flashed through the toxic fog. Puff. A fine head flew high into the air. Lu Chen, holding a metal combat knife, moved like lightning, beheading the assassin before he could even issue the self-destruct command. Blood sprayed out, instantly caught by the Red Lotus's vines, absorbed completely. In the blink of an eye, 2 peak silver assassins were wiped out. Only the Viper was left. Lu Chen. The Viper's eyes turned red, trembling all over. He never expected that as a proper golden tier powerhouse, leading an elite team to kill a college freshman, he would end up in such a predicament. This was not hunting, it was clearly delivering food. Don't shout so loudly. A path opened in the toxic fog. Lu Chen, holding a blood-dripping combat knife, walked step by step toward the Viper. The coal ball followed behind him, its black fire-burning dragon horns flickering in and out of sight in the toxic mist, while Red Lotus's vines danced in the air like tentacles. 1 person, 2 pets. Like a combination of demons crawling out of hell. Actually, I should thank you. Lu Chen looked at the Viper, who had retreated to the edge of the barrier with nowhere to escape, and said sincerely. If it weren't for your barrier, this poisonous gas wouldn't be so thick, and it wouldn't taste so good. As for a reward. Lu Chen slowly raised the combat knife in his hand, the blade reflecting the Viper's desperate face. I allow you to leave behind your legacy. Go die. The Viper erupted with his final ferocity, burning his blood, as his dagger transformed into a golden light piercing toward Lu Chen's heart. This was the death throes of a golden tier powerhouse. When? A crisp sound echoed. A claw covered in black gold dragon scales casually blocked the dagger. The coal ball disdainfully exhaled a puff of breath, and the dragon claw suddenly tightened. Crack. That B-class alloy dagger was instantaneously crushed into scrap metal. The next second. Puff. Countless red vines shot out from the swamp behind the Viper, instantly piercing his limbs and hanging him in midair like a rag doll. The Viper spat blood, his eyes vacant. Lu Chen stepped forward, reaching to pull off an ancient-looking silver ring from his broken finger. A spatial ring. Only golden tier powerhouses or core members of prominent families could possess such luxury. Thanks. Without a word, Lu Chen turned and plunged the knife precisely into the Viper's heart. Kill Golden 1-star Beast Master, earn points plus 5,000, Black Market Bounty. Devour talent triggered, absorbing part of golden level spiritual energy. As the Viper's corpse was pulled underground by the Red Lotus to become fertilizer, the earth-yellow barrier that trapped everyone slowly dissipated due to the loss of energy supply. The poisonous mist gradually thinned. White Spirit, who had been hiding behind a rock, trembling under the shining light shield, finally dared to peek out. She looked at the chaos on the ground and then at Lu Chen, who was cleaning the ring, swallowing hard. Is this over? 3 top assassins just vanished? Not even a complete corpse was left behind? What else? Should we hold a memorial service for them? Lu Chen delved his spiritual power into the spatial ring. The space inside was small, only about 2 cubic meters. Apart from a dozen intermediate spirit stones and a few unnamed bank cards, a stack of documents in the corner caught Lu Chen's attention. He took out the documents and flipped through 2 pages. A cold smile gradually formed on his lips. As expected, it's the Lin family. This was the order record of the Bloodhand organization, clearly stating that the client was the steward of the Lin family in the provincial city. Regarding Lu Chen's detailed assassination plan and rewards, there was even a surveillance report on Lin Xingxue at the Imperial Capital University. It seems that the young master of the Lin family isn't settled even with his leg broken. Lu Chen closed the file and put the ring on his hand. Let's go, Bai Ling. The mission is complete, the money is earned, and the evidence is in hand. Lu Chen looked towards the depths of the swamp, where a trembling corrupted crocodile king was getting ready to escape after watching the entire show. By the way, take that crocodile down as a report. After we return. Lu Chen touched the ring on his hand, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. It's time to send a gift back to the Lin family. Chapter 44, Snatching a Person. After leaving the core area of the death swamp, the communication signal finally resumed. Lu Chen sat in the passenger seat of the military off-road vehicle, closing his eyes to rest, pondering how to upgrade the security system of the villa with the unexpected wealth on his return. Suddenly, the personal terminal on his wrist vibrated wildly. It was a highest priority distress signal. Lu Chen. Save me. I'm on Blackwater Road, segment G7. The family wants to force me back to the imperial capital for an arranged marriage. They have golden-level experts. I do not want to leave. Help me. The message abruptly ended, clearly cut off by force. Lu Chen opened his eyes sharply, the golden light in his eyes flashing momentarily. Stop. Bai Ling, who was driving, jolted in surprise and slammed the brakes. What's wrong, Captain? Is there a monster? Lu Chen didn't explain, only quickly pulled up the map. Blackwater Road, segment G7, was the essential route connecting Magic City and the imperial capital, and coincidentally, that segment hugged the edge of the death swamp, directly above an extremely unstable geological layer. Bai Ling, you go on ahead. Lu Chen opened the car door, his voice icy. Huh? Bai Ling looked a bit confused. I have an urgent matter. You take the coal ball and the spoils back to school to report. Lu Chen glanced at the moving red dot on the map, a wild curve forming at the corner of his mouth. I'm going to pick up a new roommate. After saying that, he didn't wait for Bai Ling to respond, directly pulling out a folding magnetic levitation motorcycle from his military bag, one he had previously bought from the black market. V-room. The engine roared. Lu Chen shot out like a black lightning bolt, not going back along the road, but instead charging directly into the mud at the edge of the swamp. Blackwater Road. A convoy made up of 5 bulletproof luxury vehicles was speeding. In the back seat of the middle-stretched Lincoln, Lin Xingxue had her hands locked in special magic restraining handcuffs, her face pale as she leaned against the car window. Her phone had been confiscated and crushed. Sitting next to her were 2 expressionless female bodyguards, staring at her intently. In the front passenger seat sat an old man in a tang suit, who was closing his eyes to rest. He was the second butler of the Lin family and the golden-level expert responsible for escorting Lin Xingxue back to the capital, Lin Fu. Miss, don't struggle. Lin Fu didn't even lift his eyelids, saying faintly, the head of the family's orders, the marriage alliance with the Zhao family in the imperial capital is imperative, this is for the family's benefit. Benefit? Lin Xingxue bit her lip, her eyes filled with despair and anger. Is it for the benefit to sell me like goods? Lin Feng broke his leg, so you push me out for a marriage? Do you still have any humanity left? Humanity is worth nothing in front of family interest. Lin Fu's tone was cold. In 10 minutes we will leave the area of Magic City, and when that happens... Swish! A sharp screech of brakes suddenly rang out. The huge inertia caused everyone in the car to lurch forward. What happened? Lin Fu suddenly opened his eyes, murderous intent overflowing. Butler! Up ahead! Someone is blocking the road, the driver shouted in terror. Lin Fu looked through the windshield. He saw a dilapidated magnetic levitation motorcycle blocking the road ahead. A young boy in a black trench coat sat on the motorcycle, holding an unlit cigarette in his mouth, and playing with an unknown remote control in his hand. He stood in the middle of the road, like a nail, firmly holding back the convoy's path. Lu Chen? In the back seat, Lin Xingxue saw that familiar figure, and tears instantly filled her eyes. He really came. Oh? Is he the one who ruined the young master? Lin Fu squinted his eyes and pushed the door to get out of the car. From the cars behind him, more than a dozen fully armed black-clothed bodyguards rushed out, each one a silver-level expert. Kid, you have some guts. Lin Fu walked towards Lu Chen step by step, his golden level pressure bearing down like a mountain. Originally, the family had planned to deal with you later, but I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to my door. Perfect. I can take your head back, the young master will surely be pleased. Lu Chen sat in the car, facing the pressure of the golden level expert, without even moving his eyebrows. You're Lin's steward, right? Lu Chen took out a lighter, lit the cigarette in his mouth with a snap, and took a deep puff. Leave the people and roll back to the capital. I can pretend nothing happened today. Ha 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 ha. Lin Fu laughed like he had heard the greatest joke, looking up to the sky. With you? A freshman? Or with that dog of yours? I know you have some skill, but in front of a golden level, you're just a slightly stronger ant. Get them. I don't care if they live or die. At Lin Fu's command, those bodyguards immediately summoned their beasts, ready to launch an attack. Lu Chen sighed. Since you won't listen to reason, I'll just have to invite you to see the fireworks. He blew out a smoke ring and gently pressed the red button on the remote he held. The remote was not connected to a bomb, but to a high-frequency vibrator he had just buried deep in the marsh beneath the road. And at that spot, there was an extremely unstable methane gas pit that had accumulated for thousands of years. What fireworks? Before Lin Fu could mock, he suddenly felt the ground beneath him shake violently. A heart-pounding wave of terrifying energy surged from deep below. Not good. There's something underground. Lin Fu's face changed dramatically, and he tried to step back. Boom! A deafening roar echoed, like the earth itself was raging. The entire stretch of road instantly collapsed. The high-concentration methane gas buried underground was detonated by the vibration, turning into a gigantic mushroom cloud that soared into the sky. The terrifying shockwave mixed with rubble and mud, instantly tossed the luxury car convoy into the air. Ah! The screams were drowned out by the explosion. Those bodyguards who hadn't had time to act were instantly blown away, spitting blood, and fell into the mud pit like dumplings. Even the golden level Lin Fu was left covered in dirt by the sudden explosion, his protective spirit shield nearly shattered, and he was blasted dozens of meters away. Madman! You madman! Lin Fu crawled out of the mud pit, half of his hair burned, roaring in anger. This kid actually dared to detonate a methane pit on the national highway? Didn't he fear blowing himself up too? Amongst the swirling smoke and dust, a black figure moved through the ruins like a ghost. Lu Chen used the Eye of Truth to avoid all the explosion points, precisely locating the overturned stretch limousine. Hong Lian! Whoosh! Red vines shot out like swords, instantly cutting through the deformed car door. Lu Chen reached out and pulled the terrified Lin Xingxue from inside. Let's go! He yanked Lin Xingxue out and held her in his arms, turning to run. Want to run? Die! Lin Fu saw this scene, his eyes wide with rage. He didn't care about his injuries, unleashing all his spirit power, a huge golden-winged rock phantom appearing behind him, filled with terrifying killing intent as it lunged at Lu Chen's back. This strike was a bitter blow from a golden-level expert. Just at that moment of crisis. Who is setting off firecrackers near the school? Don't they know it's nap time today? Immediately, a brilliant sword light cut through the sky, instantly shattering Lin Fu's golden-winged pink phantom and fiercely carving a deep chasm before him. Boom! Lin Fu was forced back several steps, his face filled with horror as he looked up. In the air, a middle-aged man in pajamas, standing on a flying sword and looking grumpy, was glaring down below. This was the director of the Educational Affairs Office of the War Academy in Magic City, known as the Sword Demon, Zhao Wuji. Zhao. Director Zhao? Lin Fu recognized the person, and his face instantly turned extremely ugly. Which corner did this old fool crawl out from? Dare to make a move in front of the War Academy? Zhao Wuji landed in front of Lu Chen, glanced at Lu Chen who was disheveled but still calm, and then looked at the imposing Lin Fu, frowning. Lu Chen, what's going on? Did you blow up the road? Lu Chen set Lin Xingxue down, dusted off his clothes innocently, and pointed at Lin Fu. Director Zhao, you came at just the right time. I just returned from a mission and saw this group of people sneakily planning to kidnap my classmate on the road. To protect my classmate, in my rush, not only did I not control my strength well, but I also accidentally ignited the gas underground. As he said this, Lu Chen showed a "I am a good student" expression and earnestly stated. Although I blew up the road, I saved someone. This should count as a righteous act, right? Kidnapping? Zhao Wuji's gaze instantly turned cold as he looked at Lin Fu. Sir, in front of the War Academy, are you trying to kidnap our students? Do you think my sword is useless? Lin Fu trembled with anger, pointing at Lu Chen and scolding. Nonsense. This is our Lin family's business. I'm taking the young lady home. I won't go back. Suddenly, Lin Xingxue, who had been silent, shouted loudly, gripping Lu Chen's arm tightly, her eyes resolute. Director Zhao, I transferred from the Imperial Capital University. I want to transfer to the War Academy. They are here to take me. Lu Chen added, that's right, teacher. The Lin family tried to hire someone to kill me and now they want to forcibly kidnap a female student. This behavior is simply disregarding our school. Zhao Wuji was a protective person. Hearing this plus being woken up early, he exploded on the spot. Lin family? The Imperial Capital Lin family is impressive, huh? Zhao Wuji's long sword shook, a pressure far more terrifying than Lin Fu instantly enveloped the entire scene. This is Magic City. This is the territory of the War Academy. I'll give you 3 seconds to leave with your people. Otherwise, I'll treat it as an invasion by hostile forces and slash you directly. Lin Fu's face turned ashen, staring fiercely at Lu Chen and Lin Qingxue, then looking at the overwhelmingly strong Zhao Wuji. He knew he couldn't take them away today. Forcibly taking them would mean going to war with the Magic City War Academy, a responsibility he couldn't bear. Alright, very well. Lin Fu gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with hatred. Lu Chen, and the young lady. You can hide from the beginning, but you can't hide from the end. The family head won't let you go. After saying this, he waved his hand, leading a group of defeated soldiers, slinking back into the remaining car and leaving in disgrace. Watching the convoy leave, Zhao Wuji sheathed his sword and shot an annoyed glance at Lu Chen. Alright, stop pretending. The gas pit was intentionally blown up by you, wasn't it? Lu Chen laughed sheepishly. Teacher, you're so wise. Stop flattering. The road repair costs will be deducted from your credits. Zhao Wuji cursed, then glanced at the still frightened Lin Qingxue and sighed. This girl is the young lady of the Lin family? Since she doesn't want to go back, let her stay here for now. The school may not care about family matters, but as long as she's on campus, no one dares to come and grab her. After finishing, Zhao Wuji flew away on his sword to catch up on sleep. On the road, only Lu Chen and Lin Qingxue were left. It's all right. Lu Chen turned around, looking at the disheveled Lin Qingxue, her hair a mess. Lin Qingxue looked at the boy in front of her, and all her earlier strength instantly crumbled. She suddenly lunged into Lu Chen's arms, tightly hugging his waist, tears flowing uncontrollably. Lu Chen. I have nowhere to go. I only have you left. Lu Chen's body stiffened for a moment, then he sighed helplessly and patted her back. Alright, don't wipe your snot on my clothes, this trench coat is very expensive. He pulled Lin Qingxue away, looking at her tear-streaked face, a faint smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Since you have nowhere to go, then come back home with me. Just right, my villa is also missing someone to cook. Lin Qingxue laughed through her tears, hitting him hard. I am a young lady. I won't cook. Then learn. Lu Chen hopped on his motorcycle, patting the back seat. Get on. We're going back to Villa 13. Under the setting sun, the black motorcycle roared off towards the distant War Academy standing in the shadows. Lin Qingxue tightly wrapped her arms around Lu Chen's waist, her face pressed against his broad back. The wind was strong, tousling her hair, but she felt an unprecedented sense of stability. She listened to the strong and steady heartbeat of the boy. It was the most comforting sound she had ever heard in her life. Lu Chen. What's up? The wind was too loud, and Lu Chen's voice sounded somewhat muffled. Thank you. If you really want to thank me, just transfer all your points to me when we get back. The road maintenance fee is very expensive. Get lost. The sunset stretched their shadows long. From today on, that eerie haunted house seemed to gain another resident. Chapter 45, A Lucky Find, Ancient Divine Scrap Metal. The night in Magic City grew deeper, and beneath the neon lights, another revelry was brewing. On the underground third floor of Dark Crow Bar. This is the largest underground auction site in Magic City, and only those holding a black gold invitation can enter. Under the huge circular dome, hundreds of masked buyers sat quietly in the shadows, the air heavy with the scent of money and desire fermenting. In the VIP room on the second floor, Yi Ji swirled her red wine glass, her long legs crossed on the coffee table, overlooking the venue through one-way glass. Brother, I heard you are keeping a beauty hidden in your golden house? She turned her head, looking at Lu Chen on the sofa with a smile that was neither fully a smile nor a frown. How is that young lady from the Lin family? If you're tired of her, I have something better here. Lu Chen was browsing tonight's auction catalog. Hearing this, he didn't raise his head but replied lightly. She is my teammate and also my roommate. As for the satisfaction, her cooking skills really need some practice. So boring. Yi Ji pouted, but she knew this was Lu Chen's nature. She pointed at the auction starting below. There are good things tonight. I heard there's a batch of antiques just dug out from the Ninth Abyss ruins. Although most are just scrap metal, occasionally you can find treasures. I hope there's something that catches my eye. Lu Chen closed the catalog. He indeed needed equipment now. Although he had an alloy battle knife, facing increasingly strong enemies, especially those of golden or even platinum levels, pure cold weapons were starting to fall short. The auction progressed quickly. Most of the items for sale were rare beast materials, high-level potions, or illegal weapons from the black market. Although they were quite valuable, they held little attraction for Lu Chen, who possessed the gluttony talent. Until the auctioneer struck the gavel, the voice becoming more exciting. Ladies and gentlemen. Next is one of tonight's highlight items. This item was brought back by a famous ruins hunter team from the ancient mechanical civilization ruins in the 9th layer of the abyss. As the red cloth was lifted, a rusty, even somewhat deformed metal sphere appeared on the display stand. It was about the size of a basketball, covered in marks of erosion from time and looked like a piece of junk picked up from a scrapyard. Beneath the stage, a wave of hissing arose. What is this? Isn't this just a chunk of iron? Is this really the final item? Are we scavengers? This is too casual. The auctioneer wiped cold sweat and quickly explained. Everyone, please don't rush. After appraisal, although it's damaged on the outside, it was once the energy core of an ancient divine mech. Though its energy is now depleted and its internal structure is damaged, its material is extremely special, even modern laser cutting can't destroy it. If we can study the alloy formula inside, its value is immeasurable. Starting price, 500,000. The room fell silent. Who would spend 500,000 to take back an iron ball that can't be cut, can't be used as a decoration? There are plenty of research institutions now, yet no one has cracked the secrets of ancient alloys. So fake, it's a scam. Let it pass, hurry to the next item. Even Night G in the box shook her head. It seems this black market made a mistake, taking a junk item for a treasure. Brother, let's go, there's nothing good left to see. Wait. Lu Chen suddenly sat up straight. He took off his sunglasses, and his pair of pitch-black eyes stared intensely at the junk ball on the stage. To others, it was just worthless metal trash. But in Lu Chen's eye of truth, the sphere was emitting an extremely faint yet exceptionally noble light of pale blue. On his retina, rows of golden data were flashing wildly. Target, damaged ancient mecha core, codename, natural disaster. Level? Surpassing current civil level. Status, dormant/self-repairing, progress 0.01%. Core components, nano divine metal plus eternal power furnace, extinguished. Hidden attributes. Self-repair, as long as enough metal and energy is provided, it can endlessly absorb, repair, and evolve. Divine link, it is a mechanical life with a soul, waiting for a new driver. I've struck gold. Lu Chen took a deep breath, suppressing the joy in his heart. This is not junk. This is clearly the heart of a mechanical deity that has not yet hatched. As long as it can be activated, and with his gluttony talent to feed it, he could even craft a towering machine by hand. 500,000. Just as the auctioneer awkwardly prepared to announce it passed, a lazy voice came from the second floor box. The entire room was stunned, then everyone looked toward the lit box. Is that Miss Night G's box? Who is so wasteful? Probably a younger man raised by Night G, treating a woman's money as nothing, buying junk to take home for noise? The auctioneer was overjoyed. Great. 500,000 once. Is there a higher bid? 600,000. At that moment, in a corner of the first floor, a middle-aged man wearing gray overalls and thick glasses suddenly raised his bid card. He was a senior technician from the Mechanic Guild of Magic City. Although he couldn't tell what divine object this was, he was very interested in the uncuttable alloy material and wanted to buy it for experiments. Lu Chen's brows furrowed. Someone is competing? 1 million. Lu Chen's voice remained calm, directly raising the bid by 400,000. The middle-aged technician hesitated, then gritted his teeth and raised his card, 110,000. My friend, I am from the Mechanic Guild, this item has research value for me, can you give me some face? He was trying to assert pressure with his identity. 2 million. Lu Chen didn't even blink, directly stating a price that made the entire room gasp. The middle-aged technician's face turned red, finally angrily lowering his card. 2 million for an experimental material already exceeded his budget. 2 million once. 2 million twice. 3 million. Just as the hammer was about to fall, another arrogant voice suddenly echoed from a luxurious box. Lu Chen turned to look. Standing at the window of that box was a young man wearing a white suit, holding a young model, looking provocatively at Lu Chen. It's the second young master of the Zhao family, Zhao Tang. Night Ji introduced lightly from the side. He's well known as a rich second generation and has a good relationship with Bai Xiao. It is probably because they heard you beat Bai Xiao at school, deliberately coming to disgust you. Disgust me? Lu Chen smiled. More than money? Right now, he was holding on to several tens of millions of dirty money sent over by the Lin family, struggling to find a place to spend it. Is there anything more satisfying than using the enemy's money to buy your own powerful gear? 5 million. Lu Chen quoted the price again, his voice revealing no emotional fluctuations. Zhao Tang was taken aback, not expecting Lu Chen to be this tough. He sneered, "You think you can compete with my money? You're just a country bumpkin relying on Yi Ji's support. Let's see how much you can handle." 6 million. Zhao Tang shouted. 10 million. Lu Chen directly doubled the price. Boom. The entire venue erupted in chaos. 10 million. To buy a rusty iron ball? This was no longer wasting money, it was madness. Even Yi Ji couldn't help but tug at Lu Chen's sleeve. "Brother, are you serious? This thing isn't worth that price. If you want to piss off Zhao Tang, I can just get someone to break his legs, no need to waste money." "It's worth it." Lu Chen only said 2 words, his gaze still locked on that iron ball. Zhao Tang was dumbfounded as well. 10 million for scrap metal, he would definitely get his legs broken when he went home. He originally just wanted to raise the price to annoy Lu Chen, but he didn't expect Lu Chen to be a madman. "Fine. You've got guts." Zhao Tang gritted his teeth and sat back down, not forgetting to threaten, 10 million for a pile of garbage, I can't wait to see how you cry later. 10 million 3 times. Deal. With the wooden hammer's fall, this farce finally came to an end. 10 minutes later, backstage at the settlement area. Lu Chen took out a black anonymous bank card. This was pulled from the space ring of the Killer Viper, swiping the card to pay, the action smooth and flowing. If the Lin family knew their money was used to buy this thing, they would probably be so angry they'd come back to life. Lu Chen felt a rush of satisfaction inside. When the staff handed that heavy iron ball to Lu Chen, he could clearly feel that the metal seemed to tremble slightly in his hand. That was a signal of hunger. It was craving energy. "Don't rush." Lu Chen gently stroked the rough metal surface, injecting a trace of spiritual power with the attribute of gluttony into it. Buzz. The blue light inside the iron ball flickered imperceptibly, then immediately fell silent. "When we get home, I'll let you eat to your fill." Lu Chen stored the iron ball in the space ring and turned to look at the curious Yi Ji. "Let's go, sister. We had a good harvest tonight." Yi Ji watched Lu Chen's expression as if he had struck gold and, though filled with questions, she did not ask more. Smart women know when to keep silent. "Now that we've made a purchase, shouldn't we celebrate with a drink?" Yi Ji linked her arm with Lu Chen, pressing her weight against him. "To celebrate you becoming a 10 million debtor?" "No time." Lu Chen coldly withdrew his arm. "I need to go home and feed the dog, and I have to study this iron ball. Another day." After speaking, he pulled down his hat's brim and turned, disappearing into the dark street. Watching Lu Chen's ungrateful back, Yi Ji stamped her foot in anger, grinding her teeth. "Lu Chen, you might as well live with that iron ball for the rest of your life. Single forever." Chapter 46, Devouring Metal, The Awakening of the Third Pet Beast. Returning to Villa number 13, it was already deep night. The entire villa was quiet, only the even breathing from the guest room on the second floor indicated that Bai Ling had fallen asleep. This newly recruited dedicated nanny had evidently not adapted to this high-intensity runaway life and was already worn out. Lu Chen did not disturb her and walked straight into the basement. The heavy blast-proof door closed, cutting off all outside sounds. "Come out, big guy." Lu Chen opened his military bag and placed the big iron ball that he bought for 10 million onto the experimental table. Under the light, this rusty metal ball looked lifeless, as if it had been picked up from a trash heap. But Lu Chen could feel it, it was hungry. And it was starving madly. "Don't rush, I'll make sure you're full." Lu Chen waved his hand. The space ring flickered with soft light. Crash. A burst of crisp sounds of metal clashing. A large pile of rare metals instantly filled half of the basement. Among them were the black gold ore looted from Lu's treasury, the secret silver dagger seized from the assassin Viper, and a batch of high-energy titanium alloy swept up by Lu Chen in the black market. Together, these things were worth at least 5 million. Buzz. As if sensing the thick metallic aura around, the originally silent iron ball suddenly began to tremble violently. The rust on its surface began to flake off, revealing the complex blue light pathways inside. "Eat." Lu Chen pressed one hand on the iron ball, gold light swirling in his eyes. S-Class Talent Gluttony, activated. Link established guiding consumption. Crack. Crack. A strange scene unfolded. The iron ball actually melted like liquid, extending countless silver-white nanotendrils. These tendrils crazily coiled around the black gold ore in secret silver, stuffing them directly into its own body. No smelting, no forging. Just the most primitive, most savage consumption. As large amounts of rare metals were swallowed, the mass of silver liquid metal began to continuously swell, squirm, and reshape. ZZZZZ. Sounds of electricity echoed in the basement. Lu Chen stood aside, a layer of fine sweat beading on his forehead. He was using his mental power to guide this violent mechanical life into shape. According to the conventional mechanic route, this thing should have been activated into a set of exoskeleton armor, worn by a beast master. But Lu Chen thought that was too boring. He was a beast master, not Iron Man. What he needed was a killing machine capable of independent combat, possessing the instincts of a beast. Change for me. Lu Chen shouted lowly, abruptly pouring a bottle of dragon blood, left behind from the evolution of coal balls, onto the mass of liquid metal. Since it was mechanical, then give it the bloodlust of a beast. Boom! The moment the dragon blood touched the nanometal, it was a fierce clash between biology and machinery. The red blood aura intertwined with the blue electric light, illuminating the entire basement. The mass of metal seemed to let out a painful howl. It began to twist and stretch wildly. Bones formed titanium alloy spine. Muscles formed high-polymer hydraulic transmission bundles. Skin formed black gold composite armor. Time passed second by second. The pile of metal on the ground visibly decreased in speed. Finally, when the last piece of secret silver was completely swallowed. Roar! A roar filled with metallic resonance shook the basement, causing cracks to appear in the explosion-proof glass. As the smoke cleared, a steel monster filled with the aesthetics of violence stood quietly before Lu Chen. It was no longer a ball. It looked like a dinosaur walking upright, or rather, a smaller version of mechanical Godzilla. Standing 2.5 meters tall, it displayed a cold silver-gray color. Its whole body was covered with thick armored plates, with a row of heat dissipation panels on its back, serving as exhaust for the high-energy reactor. Its eyes were two crimson electronic eyes, flashing with cold and dangerous light. Most exaggerated was its weapon system. Each shoulder bore a 6-tube micro-missile launcher, made from forcibly compressed secret silver and gunpowder. In the chest area was a round energy core, inside which rolled blue plasma slurry. And its tail was actually a 2-meter-long high-frequency vibrating chainsaw sword. Majestic. Dominant. A perfect combination of technology and wildness. Lu Chen looked at the creation before him, nodding in satisfaction. The Eye of Truth automatically scanned. Beast name, Mechanical Tyrant, mutated. Current form, Initial Combat Form. Level, Silver 3-star, Initial. Attributes, Mechanical/Fire/Thunder. Potential, SSS level, Mechanical Ascension. Core skills. Full missile launch, the shoulder micro-missile launcher instantly pours firepower. The bombardment begins. Plasma breath, charging the core in the chest, spitting out high-energy plasma beams, extremely penetrating. Self-repair, as long as there is metal, it can regenerate infinitely. Mechanical dominance, unlocked, can control other lower mechanical units. Ka. The mechanical tyrant turned its metallic head, its electronic eyes scanning the surroundings, finally locking onto Lu Chen. It lowered its head, knelt on one knee, and emitted a clanking sound of grinding gears. Master. It can actually speak? Although in a completely emotionless electronic synthesized voice, it was enough to astonish people. Stand up. Lu Chen patted its cold, hard thigh armor, feeling the chilling touch and hearing the dull metallic sound. At that moment, the coal ball, which had been sleeping in the corner, was awakened. It opened its eyes in confusion, seeing such a large iron lump suddenly appeared in the house, instantly alerting. Woof! The coal ball stood up, its white-silver 5-star dragon power releasing, wanting to give this newcomer a show of strength. However, the mechanical tyrant slowly turned its head, the red light in its electronic eyes flashing. Z. The heat sink behind it suddenly sprayed out a wave of heat, and the missile nest on its shoulder opened automatically, locking onto the coal ball's head. Not only unafraid, but even ready for a fight. Roar! The coal ball was furious. I am the boss, and you, a piece of iron, dare to stare at me? Seeing the two monsters about to fight in the basement, ready to tear down the rickety house. Both of you, sit down. Lu Chen shouted coldly. In an instant, both the dog and the machine froze, obediently putting away their fangs and missiles, squatting on the ground like two naughty elementary school students. From now on, we are all family. Don't show off your weapons at every turn. Lu Chen scolded, then stroked his chin, walking around the mechanical tyrant twice. Since you are part of the team, we need a name. He looked at this mighty mechanical monster, and then at its two strong legs like pillars. Look at your iron body and pillar-like legs. Lu Chen snapped his fingers. I'll call you Iron Pillar. The air suddenly fell silent. The mechanical tyrant's crimson electronic eyes seemed to flicker, as if it was experiencing something like crash or speechless emotional waves. Woof, woof, woof. The coal ball laughed so hard it rolled on the ground. That's what you get. With a name like Iron Pillar, I'll see how you fit in when we go out. What? Don't like it? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. How about air dog? Just right to pair with coal ball. Z. The mechanical tyrant immediately stood upright, emitting a firm electronic voice. Thank you, Master, for the name. Codename, Iron Pillar. Confirmed. Compared to Air Dog, Iron Pillar is obviously a more impressive name. Very good. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. From this moment, his main force was completely formed. Close combat tank and burst damage, Coal Ball. Long range control and endurance, Red Lotus. Firepower coverage and turret, Iron Pillar. Logistical support and healer, White Spirit. Plus him, the resilient and strong commander. This is a real army. Lu Chen looked at the three monsters in front of him, the ambition in his eyes burning. With Iron Pillar, the so-called newcomer ranking match should be even more interesting. He remembered that tomorrow was the battle for the top 10 of the Strong 100 list. Aren't those noble heirs fond of competing in equipment and heritage? Then let them see what true dimensional suppression looks like. Chapter 47, The Formation of the Team. The morning sunlight spilled through the broken window frame, casting shadows on the mottled floor of Villa number 13. For ordinary people, morning means the aroma of coffee and bread. But for Lin Qingxue, who was temporarily staying in the haunted house, every day she was awakened not by an alarm clock, but by a chilling sound of chewing. Crunch crunch. Gulp, sizzle. Lin Qingxue, wearing an oversized white shirt, sleepily pushed open her door and walked barefoot to the stairs. As soon as she looked down, her still drowsy brain instantly woke up. In the living room on the first floor, a breakfast meeting is taking place that could scare the heart out of an ordinary beast master. At the dining table, a gigantic coal ball is lying on the ground, with a large iron barrel in front of it that is used to hold chemical waste. It buries its head inside, gulping down the green foamy, toxic liquid that emits a horrible smell, looking as if it is enjoying a luxurious soup, occasionally letting out satisfied grunts. Across from it, the new member Iron Pillar, the mechanical tyrant, grabs titanium alloy steel bars as thick as his wrists and shoves them into his mouth as if he were eating cookies. Crunchy. While chewing, Iron Pillar's crimson electronic eyes flash, producing an emotionless electronic sound. The most outrageous one is Honglien. This gorgeous plant is winding around the stair railing, numerous roots inserted into several blood bags, which were bought from the black market by Lu Chen, containing high-level beast blood, gracefully sipping the bright red liquid as if enjoying afternoon tea. Venom, metal, blood. This is the standard diet of this household. Woken up? A lazy voice comes from the kitchen. Lu Chen walks out with 2 plates. He is only wearing a black tank top, showing off his perfectly sculpted muscles, a physique honed by dragon blood. Lin Qingxue's face turns red, subconsciously tugging at the hem of her shirt to cover her long, fair, and perfectly shaped legs. Good morning. She feels a bit awkward. To escape the Lin family's pursuit, she has had to stay with Lu Chen these days. Though it's for safety, the fact that a man and a woman are living under one roof, even with the cleaning made by Ling around, still makes one feel shy and nervous. Come and eat. Bai Ling is still in the basement preparing medicine. I made this meal. Lu Chen places the plates on the table. Fortunately, it's normal fried eggs and bacon, not some weird metal or poison. Lin Qingxue breathes a sigh of relief and obediently sits down. Lu Chen. She pokes at the fried egg while secretly stealing glances at Lu Chen's profile. Lu Chen doesn't lift his head, wiping the machine oil off Iron Pillar with a cloth. I transferred schools. Lin Qingxue takes a deep breath, as if making a determined resolution. Lu Chen pauses, turning his head to look at her. Where to? Here. Lin Qingxue points to the ground, War Academy of Magic City. I went to find teacher Zhao Wuji. I am an S-rank ice-type talent, and although I lack actual combat experience compared to you, I am still among the best among my peers. Teacher Zhao was very happy and approved my transfer application on the spot. Lu Chen raises an eyebrow, puts down the cloth, and sits down across the table. Miss Lin, why leave an ivory tower like Imperial Capital University to come to a crazy place where you could die at any time? What are you after? Lin Qingxue puts down her fork, looking straight into Lu Chen's eyes. In her eyes, which once held only pride and innocence, there is now a determination born from betrayal. Because I want to become stronger. The Lin family treats me as a bargaining chip because I am weak. If I have enough strength, who would dare force me into marriage? And Lin Qingxue bites her lip, a blush rising on her face, but her gaze does not waver. You said that your future is carved out by killing. I want to kill alongside you. Next month is the National Beast Master University competition. I've heard the rewards are generous, with not just huge cash prizes but also opportunities to enter national-level secret realms. Lin Qingxue stands up, leaning her hands on the table, her body slightly forward, staring at Lu Chen. Lu Chen, does your battle team need more members? I have the strongest ice-type control ability, I have money, and I can help you handle those tedious social matters that you're impatient with. Let me join the team. The air falls silent for a few seconds. The nearby coal ball lifts its head, green venom still hanging from its mouth, curiously watching the two humans. Lu Chen leaned against the back of the chair, his fingers gently tapping on the table. He was weighing his options. Indeed, although his team had strong firepower, high toughness, and a healer, it lacked a large area magical control. While Hong Lian could control, it was only a single target strong control, which was a bit weak in large-scale battles. Lin Qingxue's S-Class, Ice Element Control, could perfectly fill this last piece of the puzzle. Moreover, although this girl sometimes had a bit of a princess temper, she proved that she was not just a crying vase on Despair Island. You want to join my team? Lu Chen's mouth curled into a playful arc. He suddenly reached out and grabbed Lin Qingxue's wrist, pulling her in front of him. The distance between them instantly closed, close enough to feel each other's breath. My team does not care for idle people, and definitely not princesses. Lu Chen's voice was deep and full of pressure. Once you enter my team, you are no longer the Lin family's eldest daughter, just a warrior named Lin Qingxue. On the battlefield, if I say go east, even if there is a mountain of knives and a sea of flames ahead, you must jump. Even if I ask you to kill, you must act. Can you do it? Lin Qingxue looked at Lu Chen, who was so close. In her pitch-black eyes, there was no trace of pity, only absolute rationality and coldness. Her heart raced, she was not afraid but instead filled with an inexplicable excitement. This was the man she chose. I can do it. Lin Qingxue did not hesitate at all, reaching back to grasp Lu Chen's hand. From today onwards, my 180 pounds, oh no, this life of mine is yours. Captain. Lu Chen looked at her serious expression, the coldness in his eyes gradually dissipating, turning into a satisfied smile. Okay. He released her hand and picked up the sandwich to take a bite. Welcome to the team. Since we are family now, the rent is waived. But for future meal and utility costs, you and Bai Ling will split. Lin Qingxue. This money grubber. The flirty atmosphere disappeared without a trace. Ding dong. At that moment, the doorbell of the villa rang. This legendary haunted house was usually approached only by delivery people. Lu Chen wiped his mouth, activated his eye of truth, and looked through the wall towards the door outside. Standing outside was a young man in a white uniform with a golden dragon badge embroidered on his chest. A few proud companions followed him, each wearing an expression that read, I am number one in the world. That was the emblem of the Imperial Capital University. Oh, someone here to pick a fight? Lu Chen swallowed the last bite of breakfast, stood up, and stretched his neck. Just formed a team, and someone comes knocking to be a punching bag. Let's go, classmate Lin. Lu Chen picked up the windbreaker hanging on the back of the chair and casually draped it over his shoulders, the imposing aura of the tyrant instantly returning. Let's go see which blind fool dares to crash my place. Chapter 48 Team Formation Dusk. Outside the rusty iron gate of Villa Number 13, the atmosphere was tense, the air seemingly about to freeze. Facing the group of students from Imperial Capital University in white uniforms with golden dragon badges, Lu Chen had one hand in his pocket, the black tactical windbreaker billowing in the sea breeze. He held an unlit cigarette between his lips, and his gaze behind the sunglasses was calm like a dead pool, without a ripple in sight. Lin Qingxue, are you crazy? The young man at the front, named Huangfu Ao, was the reserve captain of the university's school team and a direct descendant of the Huangfu family. He looked at Lin Qingxue, who stood behind Lu Chen, with disbelief and anger, his handsome face slightly twisted with jealousy. Why are you abandoning the good Imperial Capital University, rejecting the Huangji team that your family arranged for you, and running to this godforsaken place to hang out with a trash pick? Huangfu Ao pointed at the creepy and overgrown villa behind him. He pointed at Lu Chen, his face filled with contempt that seemed ready to spill over. Look at this place, eerie like a haunted house. Now look at the person beside you, a nobody from the mud. What else can he do besides using some ruthless methods? Qingxue, you are willingly falling into depravity. Come back with us. I can plead for you with the family, as long as you turn back now, there is still a place for you in the Emperor's battle team. Lin Qingxue looked at this former childhood friend with a blank expression. If it were in the past, she might have been crushed by the pressure from her family. But now, after witnessing Lu Chen's mad path to strength, after experiencing the bloody freedom of Despair Island, she only found this lofty young master in front of her laughably childish. Huangfu Ao, are you finished? Lin Qingxue said coldly, her staff tapping lightly, a chill spreading out. If you're done, then get lost. You are not welcome here. You. Huangfu Ao's face stiffened, then darkened. You are refusing a toast and forcing a punishment. Since you are so stubborn, I have no choice but to bring you back for Uncle Lin. He swung his hand suddenly, his gaze maliciously fixed on Lu Chen. Make a move. Help the young lady into the car. As for that little punk. Huangfu Ao smirked cruelly, making a throat-cutting gesture. Break his limbs, throw him into the sea to feed the fish. Let him know there are some people he will never be worthy of in his life. Yes. The 4 uniformed team members behind him instantly unleashed their spiritual power. All were above silver 3 stars, with 2 even at the peak of silver. 5 ferocious pets were summoned: Blazing Lion King, Purple Thunder Leopard. A complete strong offensive formation, carrying the unique oppressive aura of noble scions, charged toward Lu Chen. Tisk. Lu Chen sighed, finally taking the cigarette out of his mouth and crushing it in his palm. I just wanted to quietly have breakfast, and you forced me to make a move. He raised his eyelids, his eyes shining with a golden light, filled only with chilling indifference. Since you're here, then let's not leave. Just right, my team just formed, and I'm short a few practice dummies. Lu Chen snapped his fingers, his voice not loud but clearly echoed throughout the scene. Gather. Boom. Before the words even faded, the villa's door exploded open, with chips flying everywhere. Roar. A roar mixed with a vast dragon's chant shattered everyone's eardrums. A coal-black boulder the size of a heavy tank broke through the doorframe and charged out. Its dark golden dragon scales shimmered with an indestructible sheen under the sunlight, and the dragon horns burning with black flames emitted a terrifying dragon might, just a gaze making the opposing Blazing Lion King weak in the legs. Target locked. All missile launchers prepare. Immediately, heavy mechanical footsteps sounded, the ground trembling slightly. The towering mechanical tyrant Iron Pillar stepped out with a heavy pace. The 6-tube missile launcher on its shoulders opened instantly, 12 miniature missiles locking onto the 5 people opposite. The plasma core in its chest lit up with a dazzling blue light, making a grinding charge sound that could make one's teeth ache. Mechanical system? Or is it a war machine? Huangfu Ao's face changed. But it wasn't over yet. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Countless transparent red jade vines shot out from the second-floor window like numerous red snakes, instantly sealing off all escape routes for Huangfu Ao and others. The blood-red lotus buds on the vines opened and closed, exuding a bloody thirst. Finally, a girl in a white dress, pale-faced, quietly walked out, standing behind Lu Chen. She held no weapon, but the purifying yet strangely eerie holy light emanating from her made everyone feel an inexplicable heart palpitation. That was Bai Ling. And Lin Xingxue also silently raised her staff. The temperature around them instantly plummeted, countless ice crystals forming in the air. In front was the dragon Hound. Vines behind, missiles above, frost in between. Lu Chen stood among a group of monsters, his trench coat fluttering like the arrival of a demon. Let me introduce. Lu Chen's lips curled up, revealing a set of icy white teeth. This is my battle team. Now, who is garbage? Huangfu Ao looked at the terrifying lineup before him, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. What the hell is this configuration? The dragon might on that dog is stronger than a real dragon. The firepower of that mechanical beast can flatten a whole street. And that plant is clearly a variant of the bloodthirsty vine from Forbidden Creatures. This is not a student battle team. This is a group of demons crawling out of the abyss. Misunderstanding. Huangfu Ao's throat was dry, instinctively wanting to retreat. Too late. Lu Chen's eyes turned cold, his palms slashing down violently. Taiju, open fire. Boom. 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 Without any nonsense, the missile pod on Taiju's shoulder instantly unleashed a barrage. But these were not lethal high-explosive bombs, they were powerful shock bombs and tear gas specially modified by Lu Chen. Even so, the deafening explosion kicked up clouds of dust from the ground. Cough cough cough. My eyes. Ah. My leg. In the smoke, the coal ball charged into the crowd like black lightning. He didn't even use dragon breath, just relying on his brute strength and black gold armor, bulldozing through. Boom. 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 Huangfu Ao's proud flaming Lion King was slapped away by the coal ball, sending Huangfu Ao himself rolling out like a ball. Next, the vines of the red lotus shot out like spirits, hanging the remaining few people upside down and mercilessly slamming them against the hard ground repeatedly. Crack. 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 Like the sound of cucumbers being smashed, it sent chills down everyone's spine. In less than a minute, the once invincible Huangji reserve team from the Imperial Capital University now lay sprawled on the ground. Huangfu Ao was even more swollen than a pig head, with 7 or 8 broken bones, curled up in the mud groaning in pain. Lu Chen walked over, stepping on Huangfu Ao's well-maintained face, his military boot grinding down hard. Go back and tell the Lin family, what else is the Huangfu family? Lu Chen leaned down, his voice calm yet cruel. I have protected Lin Xingxue. Want to snatch someone? Sure. Exchange your life for it. After speaking, Lu Chen flicked his toe, sending Huang Fuao flying a dozen meters like trash. Get lost. Huang Fuao gritted his teeth against the pain, crawling and rolling into the car with his subordinate's help. Before leaving, he shot Lu Chen a glance filled with hatred, but more importantly, deep fear. The convoy fled in disarray, disappearing at the end of the road. The entrance of the villa returned to calm. Lu Chen turned around, looking at his teammates behind him. The coal ball was squatting on the ground licking his paws, Taiju was dissipating heat, the red lotus coiled back around his arm, and Bai Ling was treating the coal ball for a small scrape. Lin Xingxue looked at him with full admiration, her eyes sparkling with light. Captain, shouldn't we give the team a name? Lin Xingxue stepped forward, the national competition registration is coming up, we can't just call ourselves Team 13 Villa, right? Name it? Lu Chen rubbed his chin. How about Avengers? God of Death? Bai Ling weakly suggested on the side, isn't that a bit too fierce? Lu Chen chuckled, not answering immediately. He looked up at the setting sun on the horizon. The sky was painted blood red, dyeing the steel jungle of Magic City into a murderous golden hue. That was the end of daylight, and the prelude to night. The twilight of the gods. Lu Chen suddenly spoke, his voice deep and powerful. In this era, so-called noble families and wealthy clans are like those gods high up in the heavens. They monopolize resources, set rules, and treat human lives as mere grass. Lu Chen turned around, looking at his group, whether they came from humble beginnings or were abandoned by their families. A teammate who was viewed as a monster. And we are here to bury the people of this old era with our own hands. We are their gravediggers. Lu Chen's lips curled into a proud smile. Let's call it Twilight. The meaning, the twilight of the gods. Lin Xingxue was momentarily stunned, then her eyes burst with brilliant light. This name is just too fitting. Whether it is her, the discarded child abandoned by her family, or Bai Ling, the heretic who escaped from a cult, or Lu Chen, the monster who turned from an F rank. They came together to bring down those lofty gods in front of them. All right. Let's call it Twilight. Lin Xingxue nodded heavily. Agreed, Bai Ling replied softly, her eyes resolute. Woof. The coal ball expressed agreement. Codename, Twilight. Recorded in the database, generating team emblem. Taiju's electronic eyes flickered. Lu Chen looked at this team that could even be considered peculiar and terrifying in the entire league, pulling out the national competition registration form he got from the black market. He wrote down 2 characters in the team name section. Twilight. Let's go. Lu Chen put away the pen, flicked his tactical coat, and turned towards the villa. The training continues. In a month, I want these 2 words to resound throughout the entire imperial capital. Chapter 49, Everyone Here is Trash. At the Warlord Academy in Demon City, Central Square. Today's weather is rarely clear, but there is a suffocating low pressure in the air. A huge streamlined floating airship hovered above the square, its side emblazoned with a golden 5-clawed dragon emblem, shining brilliantly in the sunlight. This is the emblem of the Imperial University, symbolizing the authority of the highest institution in the Great Xia Kingdom. The hatch opened, and a red carpet was rolled out. A group of young people in snow-white uniforms, wearing golden emblems on their chests, walked down. Each of them held their heads high, with proud expressions, looking at the War Academy students around them dressed in dirt and blood-stained camouflage, their eyes filled with unabashed disdain. They looked like a group of white swans that had fallen into a pigsty. Leading them was a tall young man. He had a well-groomed slick-back hairstyle, fair skin, and a smile that seemed more like a smirk. But the aura he exuded was extremely terrifying, his spirit pressure clearly at the initial stage of golden rank. Is this the Warlord Academy? The young man stood on the red carpet, covering his nose with a handkerchief, his brow furrowed. The air is full of the smell of engine oil and sweat. Xingxue, is this the place you would rather betray your family to come to? His gaze swept through the crowd, precisely landing on Lin Xingxue, who stood at the forefront of the Twilight team. Lin Xingxue, dressed in a sharp combat outfit today, coldly glared at the young man. Zhao Ji, you are not welcome here. Zhao Ji. A side branch of the Imperial Zhao family, vice president of the student council at the Imperial University, and also Lin Xingxue's so-called fiancé, though this was just a quip made by the family heads after a few drinks, Zhao Ji took it seriously. Or rather, he was attracted to Lin Xingxue's S-rank ice-type talent and Lin family's resources. Whether I'm welcomed or not, it's not up to you to decide. Zhao Ji casually tossed the handkerchief to a follower behind him and walked toward Lin Xingxue with elegant strides. I am here to communicate on behalf of the Imperial University. Is this how your War Academy treats guests? The surrounding War Academy students clenched their fists, fire blazing in their eyes. Damn, what's this pretty boy acting for? Running wild on our territory, he doesn't even know where this is. Shoo! Lower your voice. That's Zhao Ji. One of the imperial capital's princes. I heard he contracted a pure-blood golden sacred dragon, we can't mess with him. Listening to the whispers around him, Zhao Ji's smile grew even wider. He stopped 5 meters away from Lin Qingxue, scanning the area before finally landing on a few people beside Lin Qingxue. A plain-looking boy, a deadpan girl. An iron lump smelling of oil, and a yawning black dog? Is this your teammate? Zhao Ji sneered, shook his head, his tone full of pity and mockery. Qingxue, I really feel sorry for you. You're throwing away the top resources of the Imperial Capital University to come to this garbage dump, mixing with a bunch of scrap metal. Garbage dump? As soon as these 5 words were spoken, the scene erupted. Thousands of students from the War Academy were furious, some had even summoned their pets. Who do you say is garbage? If you have guts, step into the ring. I'll tear your mouth apart. Facing the heated crowd, Zhao Ji remained calm. The dozen elite students from Imperial Capital University behind him instantly released their aura, all showing golden level fluctuations, forcefully suppressing the anger in the crowd. Am I wrong? Zhao Ji spread his hands, looking innocent. Gathering a bunch of madmen, violent freaks, and defective products that mainstream society has eliminated, calling it War Academy. What is this if not a garbage dump? Qingxue, come back with me. Zhao Ji reached out his hand to Lin Qingxue, his gaze turning affectionate, but deep inside hid a nauseating desire for possession. Just nod your head, and I can overlook the previous matter of running away from marriage. You are still the future mistress of the Zhao family, still the envy of everyone. As for these pieces of garbage. Zhao Ji glanced at Lu Chen and others beside him, his eyes disdainful as if looking at ants. They are destined to become cannon fodder on the battlefield, unworthy to stand with you. Lin Qingxue trembled with anger. Just as she was about to summon her pet, a large hand pressed on her shoulder. Slap. A crisp sound of a lighter ignited. Lu Chen lit the cigarette in his mouth, took a deep breath, and then blew a thick smoke ring toward Zhao Ji's handsome face. Cough cough cough. Zhao Ji, caught off guard, choked and stepped back 2 paces, his elegant demeanor instantly shattered. Who are you? Zhao Ji glared at Lu Chen. I'm the station master here. Lu Chen lazily leaned against the iron pillar, cigarette in hand. Since you say this is a garbage dump, then who threw in this bag of non-recyclable harmful waste? Put. The surrounding students couldn't hold back, laughing out loud. You say I'm garbage? Zhao Ji's face instantly darkened, the killing intent in his eyes no longer hidden. Lu Chen, right? I know you. The so-called new king from Linjiang, that nouveau riche who got first place by luck and despicable means. Zhao Ji adjusted his collar, restoring his superior demeanor. I'm not here today to argue with someone like you from the lower class. He looked at Lin Qingxue and suddenly pulled out a golden contract from his pocket, unfolding it in public. Qingxue, since you're reluctant to give up, let's follow the rules of beast tamers. Friendly match. I'll compete against your team. Best of 3. Zhao Ji shook the contract in his hand, a cold smile playing at the corner of his mouth as if the scheme had succeeded. If I lose, this marriage contract signed between your family and the Zhao family will be null and void on the spot. I, Zhao Ji, swear that I will never trouble you again in this lifetime. As soon as these words were spoken, Lin Qingxue's eyes brightened. This marriage contract was her greatest heartache, the shackle controlling her by her family. But Zhao Ji's tone suddenly shifted, his gaze turning aggressive. If you lose, or if your team loses, you will have to obediently return with me to the imperial capital, fulfill the marriage contract, and marry immediately. So, what do you say? Dare to bet? This was a blatant scheme. Zhao Ji was very clear about Lin Qingxue's weakness. She wanted too much to break free from her family's control. And Zhao Ji had absolute confidence in his own strength. Even though Lu Chen had some fame, he still paled in comparison to true royal background. Lin Qingxue clenched her fingers. This was a rare opportunity, but also a huge trap. She instinctively looked at Lu Chen. For some unknown reason, this man has become her pillar of support. Lu Chen took his last puff of smoke, throwing the cigarette butt to the ground and stamping it out. He walked up to Zhao Ji, and their eyes met. One was noble and arrogant, like a dragon in the sky. The other was lazy and casual, like a demon from hell. Betting on a marriage contract? Lu Chen laughed. Young Master Zhao, have you made a mistake? Lu Chen reached out, wrapping an arm around Lin Qingxue's shoulder and pulling her into his embrace. This action caused an uproar in the crowd and turned Zhao Ji's face a shade of green. She is my teammate, she is mine. Lu Chen's voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable dominance. Did you ask me before using my person as a bet? Who do you think you are? Zhao Ji gritted his teeth, this is between her and me. Now, it is my matter. Lu Chen released Lin Qingxue, stepped forward, and stared fiercely at Zhao Ji. Want to have a friendly match? Fine. Want to bet on a marriage contract? Sure. But this bet is too light. Lu Chen held out 3 fingers, waving them before Zhao Ji. If you lose, the marriage contract being annulled is just the beginning. Also, I want all your resource quotas from the Imperial Capital University transferred to my team. And... Lu Chen's gaze dropped, landing on Zhao Ji's knees, as he flashed that signature, chilling smile. I want you to kneel at the gates of the War Academy and shout 3 times to all the students, I am trash. That is called fair. The whole place fell silent. Everyone was dumbfounded by Lu Chen's crazy bet. Resources? Kneeling? This was simply trampling the Zhao family's face into the ground. Good. Very good. Zhao Ji laughed in anger, the fury in his eyes nearly bursting out. Lu Chen, you have successfully provoked me. I accept. Tomorrow morning, in the training ground, I will make you know that the consequences of provoking the royal family are 1,000 times worse than death. After finishing, Zhao Ji snorted coldly, leaving with the people from the Imperial Capital University. Watching the airship leave, Lin Qingxue nervously tugged at Lu Chen's sleeve. Lu Chen, Zhao Ji is at gold level, and his golden sacred dragon is a pure-blood dragon species with strong resistance to elemental attacks. Are you afraid? Lu Chen turned to look at her. No. I am not afraid. Lin Qingxue gritted her teeth, for freedom, I will fight. Then that's good. Lu Chen ruffled her hair and glanced at the eager coal ball and iron pillar behind him. Golden sacred dragon? Lu Chen licked his lips, a hint of greed flashing in his eyes. Coal ball just evolved, and I was worried about where to find supplements. Since this prince is delivering dragon meat from afar, then we will reluctantly take its skin. Chapter 50, The Dragon Slaying Feast. The next morning, at the central training ground of the War Academy in the Magic City. The sunlight was glaring, and the air was hot. The audience seats, accommodating 50,000 people, were packed, and even the aisles were full. Not only were there faculty and students from the school, but even spies from various forces in the Magic City and some reporters who had caught wind of the news had come. The prince of the Imperial family, a side branch, challenged the new king of the War Academy in the Magic City. And even bet on the Lin family's young lady's marriage contract and a kneeling apology. Such a sensational spectacle would be a major story even throughout the entire Dixia country. On the arena, Zhao Ji, dressed in white, stood on the back of a gigantic creature he had just summoned, the golden sacred dragon. This giant dragon was as tall as a 3-story building, covered in sparkling golden scales, its wings spread wide, blocking out the sun. Above it, a light griffin circled, its sharp eagle eyes firmly fixed on the entering Lu Chen. In synchronization, one person trained 2 golden-level pets, a double gold lineup. Lu Chen. Zhao Ji looked down from above, his voice amplified by spiritual power, echoing throughout the venue. Today, I will let you know that some bloodlines are a chasm that you can never cross in your lifetime. Bring out your pile of broken copper and iron. Lu Chen walked to the edge of the arena, spat out his chewing gum, and under the black tactical coat, muscles slightly tense. Golf? He raised his head, and the eyes behind the sunglasses instantly turned into golden vertical pupils, the eye of truth, fully activated. In Lu Chen's sight, the golden holy dragon and the radiant griffin were no longer awe-inspiring divine beasts, but live targets made of countless data nodes and energy flow lines. Make your move. With Lu Chen's low command, 3 shadows surged up behind him at the same time. Roar! The coal ball let out a brutal roar, exerting its limbs, and the ground shattered instantly, turning into a black lightning bolt, zigzagging to evade the aerial griffin's lock, rushing toward the giant dragon's feet. The heat sink behind the iron pillar spewed out rolling steam, and the tracked wheels rotated rapidly, like a drifting war chariot, dashing along the edge of the arena while opening the missile nest on its shoulder. The red lotus instantly sank into the ground, disappearing from sight. Trivial skills. Griffin, Holy Lightstorm. Holy Dragon, Stomp. Zhao Ji looked down on them with disdain. The radiant griffin in the sky flapped its wings fiercely, and countless light blades rained down, covering the entire field and blocking all movement space. The golden holy dragon raised its giant foot, akin to a towering pillar, and ruthlessly stomped toward the rushing coal ball. There was no way to dodge. Just when everyone thought the coal ball would be squished into a pulp. Iron pillar. Disruption bomb. Smoke. Lu Chen's calm voice pierced through the battlefield. Z. The roaming mechanical tyrant suddenly came to a halt, launching dozens of special-tipped projectiles from its shoulder launchers. They did not fly toward the enemy but exploded mid-air. Boom. 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 Not lethal shells, but high-concentration black phosphorus smoke bombs and bright shock bombs. The entire arena was instantly engulfed in thick smoke and blinding light. What? Zhao Ji's vision was obstructed, and the holy dragon and griffin also emitted uneasy growls due to the strong light stimulus. Now! Red Lotus, pull them down. In the smoke, Lu Chen's voice was like a ghost. Swish, swish, swish. The ground exploded without warning, and hundreds of robust red jade vines shot up like predatory tentacles, not attacking the thick-skinned holy dragon but darting like javelins toward the low-flying radiant griffin. The griffin, hindered by the obstructed view, reacted half a beat too slowly. That half-beat turned out to be fatal. The vines tightly ensnared its claws and the roots of its wings. Get down here! Lu Chen roared in the smoke. The Red Lotus exerted force, and at the same time, the coal ball actually leaped off the giant foot stomped down by the holy dragon, using it as leverage for a double jump, like a black meteor, opening its mouth full of fangs, aiming to bite down hard on the griffin's neck which was being dragged by the Red Lotus. Gah! A chilling scream echoed. The aerial overlord was forcibly yanked down to the ground, crashing heavily onto the arena. You scoundrel! Zhao Ji's eyes were about to split, and the holy dragon beneath him roared in rage due to its companion's injury, opening its mouth to unleash dragon breath to sweep away the smoke. Want to spit fire? Did you ask me? A cold voice suddenly rang in Zhao Ji's ear. Zhao Ji's hair stood on end, and he suddenly turned around. He saw Lu Chen somehow using the mechanical arm of the iron pillar to bounce directly onto the back of the golden holy dragon. He held a black alloy war knife with the reverse grip, and the eye of truth firmly locked onto a slightly raised scale on the back of the dragon's neck. The vital point. Get off! Zhao Ji swung his folding fan, and a golden defensive barrier formed to try and knock Lu Chen away. But Lu Chen ignored the barrier entirely. Iron pillar. Fire. In the smoke below, a blinding blue light suddenly lit up. That was the mechanical tyrant's chest, charged for a long time, plasma cannon. Boom! The thick blue beam accurately struck the golden holy dragon's jaw, which was about to unleash dragon breath. This shot directly blocked the dragon's breath back. Ugh! The holy dragon let out a muffled cry of pain, its massive head rearing back violently, throwing Zhao Ji off balance, and the defensive barrier shattered instantly. Opportunity! A cold light exploded in Lu Chen's eyes. He moved steadily on the bumping dragon's back. A slide rushed to the reverse scale, hands gripping the knife, using all his strength to stab down fiercely. Plop! The battle knife pierced through the scales, going straight down to the hilt. Blood gushed out like a fountain, splattering all over Lu Chen. Roar! The searing pain drove the golden sacred dragon completely insane, wildly thrashing its body, trying to shake off the ants on its back. Its tail swung, smashing the ground around it into pieces. Lu Chen gripped the knife handle tightly, his whole body was flung into the air, like a flag swaying in a storm. Coal balls. Red Lotus. It's time to eat. Lu Chen's voice was no longer just a simple command, but an opening speech for a wild feast. Roar! Coal balls, who had already dealt with the griffin, rushed over, covered in blood. Its crimson eyes were filled with the desire for advanced dragon blood. It wasted no time with fancy moves, directly activating the black gold armor, enduring the giant feat of the sacred dragon stomping down, and bit down on the dragon's left hind leg's Achilles tendon. Crack! The once indestructible dragon scales crumbled like paper under Coalball's sharp teeth. Hiss! At the same time, Red Lotus's vines climbed up like countless greedy giant pythons, crazily wrapping around the sacred dragon's leg, instantly constricting the dragon's mouth that was trying to open again, forcibly choking the dragon's breath in its throat. Whoa whoa! The sacred dragon let out a mournful cry, its massive body lost balance and crashed down. Boom! Dust flew everywhere. Zhao Ji tumbled down from the dragon's back, and before he could stabilize himself, a cold mechanical paw heavily stomped on his chest. The heated cannon muzzle of the iron pillar pressed directly against Zhao Ji's forehead. ZZZ, charging. The emotionless electronic voice made Zhao Ji instantly stiffen, unable to move a muscle. But this was not the most terrifying part. What truly filled him with despair was the golden sacred dragon he once viewed with pride. At this moment, it was no longer the ruler of the battlefield, but a massive piece of fresh meat being violently torn apart. Creak! Creak! Coalballs was on the dragon's back, devouring the tough dragon flesh. Devouring golden-level dragon meat. S-tier talent devouring conversion in progress. Physical strength greatly enhanced. Bone density significantly increased. Muscle explosive power greatly enhanced. Visibly, Coalball's already fierce body expanded once more. The muscle lines on its back bulged like steel cables, and its originally black scales became thicker and deeper, as if each piece was compressed with immense gravity. It slammed a claw down on the dragon's body. Bang! A muffled sound erupted. With no skill enhancement, relying solely on pure physical strength, it shattered a rib of the sacred dragon. That sheer feeling of power was more shocking than any magic. And Red Lotus was even more frenzied. Its roots burrowed deep into the dragon's wounds, countless tiny tendrils spreading inside the dragon's body, greedily drinking the precious dragon blood. Absorbing golden-level dragon blood. Vine toughness enhanced. Extension ability greatly increased. The originally translucent red jade vines now became thicker and more resilient. They tightened around the sacred dragon's neck, the constriction growing stronger as the devouring continued. Crack, crack, crack. That was the sound of the golden sacred dragon's neck bones breaking under the unbearable pressure. With only the physical strangulation force of the vines, it was about to snap the giant dragon's neck. No. No. Zhao Ji looked at his beast being devoured alive and watched as the two monsters grew more terrifying with their meal. His mental defenses completely collapsed. Stop. Make them stop. My dragon. The dragon is going to die. Zhao Ji screamed hysterically. But Coalball and Red Lotus paid him no mind. Under the boost of the devouring talent, this buffet was bringing about a qualitative leap in their physical qualities. Lu Chen jumped down from the dragon's back, unsheathed his battle knife, and shook off the dragon's blood on it. He walked up to Zhao Ji, who was pinned down by the iron pillar. Slowly squatting down, he took off his sunglasses, revealing a pair of still calm eyes. Is this the foundation of the royal family? Lu Chen reached out and patted Zhao Ji's face, pale as paper, his voice as gentle as greeting an old friend. Young Master Zhao, your dragon indeed tastes pretty good, huh? It has even fattened my family's pet beast. Humiliation. Extreme humiliation. Zhao Ji trembled all over, his eyes filled with fear and humiliation. He wanted to resist, but the barrel of the iron pillar was radiating the high temperature of death, and the two monsters beside him were even more terrifying. I admit. Shoo. Lu Chen raised his index finger, resting it on his lips, interrupting his confession. Admitting defeat is fine. Lu Chen pointed at the tens of thousands of spectators around and then at the direction of the school gate. But don't forget our bet. Kneel down. Shout loudly. Otherwise. Lu Chen pointed at the holy dragon that had been eaten to the brink of death. I will let the Coalball eat your dragon completely, leaving no bones behind. Zhao Ji looked at the once majestic, now barely alive, half-eaten holy dragon and felt his mental defenses collapse completely. He didn't want to die, nor did he want to lose his pet beast entirely. Thud. Under the dead silence of the crowd, this prince from the imperial capital, his knees softening, knelt before Lu Chen. I am trash. I am trash. I am trash. 3 cries, filled with a sobbing tone, echoed throughout the arena. Wow. The audience erupted. Cheers, screams, and applause burst out like a tsunami, almost overturning the roof. We won. We won. Dragon Slayer. The newcomer king has slain the dragon. So cool. This is the battle we wanted. Amidst the roaring waves of sound, Lu Chen stood up, retracting his battle knife. He didn't look at Zhao Ji again, as if he hadn't even seen the dust on the ground. He turned around, with 3 pet beasts, full of murderous intent, just after a feast, and their physical strength surged, walking towards Lin Xingxue, who had already shed tears. With each step that Coalball took, it left a deep footprint on the specially made arena floor, a testament to its increased weight and density. Don't cry. Lu Chen walked to her, reaching out to wipe away the tears from the corner of her eyes, his mouth slightly raised. I told you. The true future is fought for. Let's go, come home with me. Chapter 51, Journey begins. Destination, National College Frenzy Competition. 7 days later, outside the city of Magic City, G4 Wild Road. A storm was coming, dark clouds pressing down on the horizon. The black SUV sped wildly on the highway. In the driver's seat, Bai Ling clutched the steering wheel tightly, her small face pale. Master, the road conditions ahead are unclear. Should we detour? In the back seat, Lin Xingxue gripped her staff, her eyes alertly watching outside. Beep beep. Lu Chen's wrist terminal chimed. The sender was Wang Fatty, red encrypted message. Lu Chen glanced at it, chuckled, and casually projected the screen onto the central console. No need to detour, it won't help anyway. He opened a can of cola, his tone relaxed. Zhao Ji has put a 100 million bounty on the dark web for my head. 100 million? Bai Ling was so shocked she almost jumped up. Does that mean we're walking ATMs? Lin Xingxue's face darkened, an S-class bounty. With such a heavy reward, there will surely be brave men following us. Lu Chen's fingers slid across the virtual screen, looking at the detailed list sent by Wang Fatty, as if perusing a menu. Indeed, quite a few. The Ghost Shadow Hunter team, all equipped with snipers, with the farthest kill record of 2,000 meters, the Blood Wolf mercenary group, skilled in traps and poison gas, reportedly slaughtered a village on the border last time. As Lu Chen read, he clicked his tongue in surprise. The Zhao family has really invested heavily this time, hiring a bunch of ruthless characters. Seems my head is worth even more than I thought. Ding. The cold electronic voice of the Iron Pillar interjected timely, radar scan completed. Within a 10-mile radius, high-energy responses, 12 locations. 3 vehicles behind, 2 ambush groups ahead. All equipped with military-grade optical camouflage. On the screen, 12 red dots were rapidly shrinking the encirclement. Clearly, they were seasoned experts working in harmony. Master, the opponent is trying to lock onto our engine's heat source. An attack is expected in 3 minutes. Lu Chen, instead of panicking, picked up the list sent by Wang Fatty, and began to circle several items with a pen, a calculating glint in his eyes. I was still worried about how to get some high-grade rations for the coal balls. Since it's delivered to my door, I won't hold back. He stretched lazily, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Stop the car. 3 kilometers behind, inside an invisible hover war vehicle. A man codenamed Ghost Eye was staring at Lu Chen's vehicle through a scope, a cold smile playing at his lips. In his ear, the voices of other squad leaders came through. Ghost Eye, that kid's car is fast. Ahead is a narrow pass, a dead end. Once he goes in, he's a sitting duck. What's the rush? Ghost Eye grunted, $1 billion in bounty will soon be in my pocket. Follow my orders, old 3, is your EMP ready? Don't worry, boss. Just one shot, and even if he's in a tank, he won't stand a chance. Ghost Eye licked his lips, as if he could already see piles of cash. Remember, I want that kid, Lu Chen, alive. I want to cut his tendons and make him kneel to lick my shoes clean. Laughter erupted in the channel. Got it. I can't wait to hear how this rookie king screams. The off-road vehicle was about to charge into the narrow pass. Screech. The screech of sudden brakes tore through the wilderness. The off-road vehicle abruptly stopped in the middle of the road without warning, shutting off the engine. The car was positioned sideways, even had its hazard lights on. The hunters behind were stunned, the ambush rhythm they had prepared instantly disrupted. What's going on? Did it break down? Doesn't seem like it. This position is too strange. Did he discover us? Impossible. Ghost Eye firmly denied, our stealth equipment is military grade, not even gold tier can detect it. This kid is probably scared out of his wits or his car broke down. Don't panic, everyone steady your guns, wait for my order. 12 gun barrels locked onto that stationary car, hidden in the dark. Just as Ghost Eye prepared to give the order to attack. Buzz buzz buzz. Suddenly, a piercing static noise exploded in everyone's earpieces. Following that, a lazy voice emerged from the so-called secure encrypted channel. Hello? Testing. Hey, friends over there, could you turn off the safety? I can hear you drooling from inside the car. Silence engulfed the wilderness. Ghost Eye froze, cold sweat instantly pouring down. Who? Who's on the channel? The door of the off-road vehicle swung open. Lu Chen stepped out, holding a communicator impaled by a steel post, wearing military boots, standing in the middle of the road as if taking a leisurely stroll in his backyard. He didn't look in any specific direction but spoke to the air. Who am I? Don't you plan to use my head to exchange for a villa? Lu Chen chuckled lightly and read into the communicator. Ghost Eye, gold 1 star, hiding behind that big rock on the left slope, right? Your optical camouflage needs a battery change, the thermal imaging leaks like a sieve. Blood Wolf, in the bushes on the right, be careful not to step on your own buried mines. Also, your chameleon pet's tail is peeking out. And those in the narrow pass, stop crouching, the ground is cold, you might catch rheumatism. Lu Chen called out everyone's precise coordinates as if taking roll call, even pointing out their equipment flaws. This was not just reconnaissance, it was sheer humiliation and crushing dominance. The hunters were completely flustered. Being exposed down to their underwear felt scarier than facing high-level ferocious beasts. They were in the light, while the opponent was in the dark. No, although the opponent stood in the light, it seemed they had the gaze of God. How is this possible? This is a military encrypted channel. Ghost Eye's hands trembled. Retreat. Quickly retreat. Our positions are exposed. This kid has a trick, someone shouted in fear over the channel. Since we've come all this way, why rush to leave? Lu Chen casually tossed aside the communicator. He drew out the alloy war knife from his back. I originally came to compete and didn't want to cause trouble. But since you came to deliver equipment, and even planned to deliver heads. He raised his head, and the eye of truth burst forth with golden light. If I don't accept, wouldn't I appear very unfriendly? Let me tell you some bad news, you are surrounded by me. As soon as the words fell. Roar! In the originally empty darkness, 2 scarlet lanterns suddenly lit up. While Lu Chen was speaking loudly to attract the enemy's attention, the coal ball had already quietly sneaked behind the hunters. It did not rush to attack but, like looking at a plaything, breathed out a sulfurous breath at the back of the ghost eye's head. That scorching, deathly temperature sent shivers down the ghost eye's spine. On the other side, the earth rumbled. Countless red jade vines burst from the ground, instantly weaving into a net that tightly ensnared the legs of the hunters trying to escape. The roles of hunter and prey were instantly reversed. Lu Chen twisted his wrist, and the blade cut through the rain curtain, his voice cold as ice. You won't be getting that 100 million bounty. But the equipment on you and the money in your cards, I will recover for the Zhao family. Little ones, leave no survivors, it's time to feast. Chapter 52, Hellfire, Real Fire Coverage. The heavy rain poured down, making the wild road muddy and impassable. Leave no survivors. As Lu Chen's light command fell, the Coal Ball and Red Lotus acted like two tireless harvesters, killing all those ghost shadows and blood wolf members who tried to escape. Blood mixed with rainwater flowed into the ditches, and the air was filled with a nauseating smell of rust. Is this the end? Inside the car, Bai Ling leaned on the window, watching the battlefield outside, feeling as if she was dreaming. Those bounty hunters that struck fear in the dark web actually couldn't last even 10 minutes in front of this man? End? Not yet. Lu Chen did not get in the car but jumped onto the bullet-riddled roof, sitting cross-legged. The main course has just been served. Before the words fell. Boom! 500 meters in front of the SUV, the highway bridge spanning the dry riverbed suddenly let out a loud noise. Then, the entire bridge deck seemed to be forcibly cut off by a tremendous power and collapsed with a loud bang. In the rising dust, countless blinding headlights suddenly lit up, illuminating the area where Lu Chen was like daylight. Clap, clap, clap. On the other side of the broken bridge, a bald, muscular man in a red tactical exoskeleton clapped his hands while slowly walking out with dozens of fully armed beast masters. They all had a burning skull flame emblem tattooed on their chests. Wonderful, truly wonderful. The bald man's voice was loud, reverberating through the loudspeaker to the point of painful eardrums. No wonder it's worth 100 million for a head. Someone like Ghost Eye, who only hides in the sewers, really isn't enough to fill your teeth. The moment Lin Xingxue saw the emblem, her pupils contracted and her voice changed. It's the Hellfire Mercenary Group. The leader Blazing Flame is a Golden Stage powerhouse. They specialize in taking large-scale war missions. How could they come to a place like this? Golden Stage. Moreover, it's an entire group's formation. On both sides of the broken bridge, countless shadows emerged simultaneously. Flame mages, heavy gunners, rock puppets, a fully equipped battle group of 50 people instantly formed a firepower encirclement with no gaps. The leader Blazing Flame grinned fiercely and raised his right hand, fire elements wildly gathering in his palm. Everyone, listen up. No need to hold back, fire coverage. Blow that car, along with the people inside, to bits for me. Boom, boom, boom. There were no tests or one-on-one challenges. Once the Hellfire Mercenary Group made a move, it was a guaranteed kill. Fireballs, lightning, wind blades, and rocks, mixed with technological rockets and heavy machine gun bullets, rained down on Lu Chen like a storm. The scene was like a bombardment in modern war, cleansing the ground. It's over. Bai Ling closed her eyes in despair. With such a density of attacks, even a real tank would be turned into molten iron. However, Lu Chen, sitting on the roof of the car, didn't change his posture at all. He crushed the lollipop in his mouth, raised his right hand, and gently snapped his fingers against the dazzling firelight. Snap. The command was given. Zing detected high-risk strike. Annihilation mode deactivated, defense mode activated. The off-road vehicle beneath Lu Chen suddenly let out a series of mechanical sounds. Ka ka ka. The armor of the vehicle instantly collapsed and reformed. Countless pieces of black alloy plates flipped, revealing the complex blue energy circuits below. A 3-meter-tall steel giant didn't fully stand up but squatted, blocking its massive mechanical body in front of Lin Xingxue and Bai Ling. Its chest's circular core reactor instantaneously radiated a dazzling blue light like the sun. Buzz. A hemispherical pale blue energy barrier expanded outward at lightning speed, centered around the iron pillar. Absolute domain energy matrix. The next second. Boom 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 boom. Countless spells and shells slammed fiercely against that seemingly weak blue light shield. Explosions erupted into the sky, dyeing the entire night red. Dust rolled as the ground trembled. The fire leader on the opposite side looked at the target engulfed in flames, whistling proudly, done. Time to wrap up. However, as the dust settled, the smile on the fire leader's face instantly froze in panic. In the center of the charred land, that pale blue light shield still stood firm, even without a ripple on its surface. Beneath that light shield, Lu Chen was still sitting on the shoulder of the mechanical giant, disdainfully patting the dust off his trench coat. How is this possible? The fire leader's eyes were nearly popping out. That was a mix of thousands of high-explosive bombs and gold-level magic. Even platinum-level defense couldn't be unscathed. Is this your full strength? Lu Chen looked down from above at the dumbstruck mercenary group, sighed, his tone filled with disappointment. It's a bit lacking. He patted the cold armor of the iron pillar underneath him. Iron pillar, show them what real firepower covering looks like. Command confirmed. The iron pillar's pair of crimson electronic eyes suddenly flashed. Ka-cha! Ka-cha! The originally smooth armor plates on its shoulders instantly opened, revealing two dense, honeycomb-like missile launchers. Not only that, but countless tiny launch pads opened on its back, legs, and even arms. The entire mech instantly transformed into a steel porcupine ready to explode. Target locked, all personnel. Miniature tracking missiles, all fire. Whoosh 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 whoosh. At that moment, everyone seemed to hear the wailing of death. Countless miniature missiles streaked through the air with long white tails, like a swarm of killer bees, rushing towards the broken bridge and hills across. This was not a battle. This was a dimensional strike. Defend! Quickly defend! The fire leader shouted desperately, raising the strongest flame shield, frantically pulling several subordinates to block in front of him. But it was useless. Those missiles seemed to have eyes, accurately drilling into every defensive blind spot, then exploding amidst the crowd. Boom 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 boom. The continuous explosions engulfed the entire canyon. Screams and curses were instantly swallowed by the flames. The once well-organized Hellfire mercenary group was instantly blown into chaos, limbs flying everywhere. The already broken bridge, under this terrifying carpet bombing, was completely reduced to dust. Half a minute later, the continuous explosions finally ceased. The once boisterous battlefield now only had the crackling of burning flames and the acrid smell of charred remains lingering in the air. The golden-level mercenary group that had once dominated the underground world. Under this wave of dimensionality reduction, almost the entire army was wiped out. Everywhere lay severed limbs and broken arms, as tragic as a scene from a hellish battlefield. Done, let's wrap it up. Lu Chen sat on the shoulder of the mech, just about to signal Taiju to switch forms and leave. Suddenly. Boom. 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 Heavy footsteps sounded from the center of the sea of flames, each step causing the ground to tremble. A force, more violent and hotter than before, was wildly rising in the middle of the ruins. Kill them all. The hoarse voice seemed to be produced by two red-hot coals rubbing against each other. Lu Chen slightly squinted, looking in that direction. Amidst the raging fire, a figure slowly stood up. It was Captain Baoyan. But his appearance had completely changed. His red exoskeleton armor had melted under the high temperature, yet this did not harm him. Instead, it acted like fuel, igniting some forbidden power within him. His skin began to crack, and orange-red lava flowed from the crevices. His hair turned into burning flames, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a giant, towering 4 meters tall, his body flowing with scorching lava. Half-step platinum-level pressure, released without reservation. Lu Chen. Baoyan let out a roar, the heat wave from his mouth instantly turning several remaining surviving men into ashes. You destroyed my hard work. I will melt you into molten iron. Drink your blood. Chew your bones. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The asphalt road beneath his feet instantly melted, turning into a pool of thick black water. Special talent? Elementalization? Lin Qingshuan in the back seat turned pale, her hand holding the staff trembling. Lu Chen, be careful. He has the lava giant talent. In this state, physical attacks are nearly ineffective, and the temperature reaches thousands of degrees. Taiju's armor can't withstand it. Faced with the raging lava beast, Lu Chen did not let Taiju continue firing. He watched the lava giant charging towards him, and in his eyes of truth, there was no fear, but rather a flash of a look of food. Thousands of degrees? Lu Chen's lips curled into a strange arc. He patted the coal ball that had been crouching beside him, already drooling over Baoyan. Coal ball, don't hold back. Go see if this is the Soul Reaping King. Lu Chen pointed at the lava giant charging toward them, chuckling lightly. Or is it just a dessert served on a platter? Roar! The coal ball's dark golden pupils instantly shrank to the size of a pinprick, letting out a deeply aggressive low growl from its throat. It did not retreat but stepped forward, braving the rolling heat wave, taking a step out. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The air twisted from the intense heat, making the vision unclear. On the highway, the thick layer of asphalt looked like a boiling pool of black sesame paste, releasing suffocating toxic smoke. Even the guardrails along the roadside were visibly softening and bending. And at the center of it all, the man named Baoyan had completely lost his human form. He had turned into a towering 4-meter-tall lava giant. Dark red magma made up his muscles, flowing flames were his blood. With every step he took, the ground would be left with a deep, charred footprint. Die. All of you die. Baoyan's voice was like rocks rubbing against each other, filled with madness and destructive desire. Facing the missile bombardment that had once made him despair, he did not flinch or retreat. Several remaining micro-missiles struck him but only burst into weak sparks, failing to penetrate even the layer of flowing magma on his surface. Immunity to physical attacks at the same tier. Elementalization. This was the foundation of a half-step platinum-level powerhouse, and also the greatest reliance of the Hellfire Mercenary Corps to dominate the wilderness. Frost Nova. At the back seat of the off-road vehicle, Lin Xingxue gritted her silver teeth. The staff in hand was suddenly swung down. A chilling ring of ice howled out, trying to freeze the flaming monster that was rushing toward them. However, before the ice ring could touch the exploding flames, it evaporated instantly 3 meters away from him with a hiss. It's useless. Bai Ling shouted in despair, the level suppression is too strong. Our skills can't get close to him at all. Lu Chen. Your turtle shell can't save you. The raging fire had a monstrous grin on its lava-formed face. It leaped high into the air, and its massive right arm suddenly expanded, turning into a molten fist capable of smashing tanks, descending with destructive force toward Lu Chen, who was sitting atop a steel pillar. If that punch landed, not only the pillar but even the underground shelter could be crushed. The shadow of death loomed above. Yet Lu Chen remained steady, sitting calmly as the wind gusted around him. He looked at the approaching molten fist and, instead of dodging, commented casually, "The timing is just right." The next second. Roar! The black coal ball squatting by Lu Chen's feet suddenly moved. It didn't activate the black gold armor to withstand the blow, but instead, its limbs exerted powerful force, charging forward like a black cannonball, directly at the fist of thousands of degrees. Seeking death, the raging fire laughed maniacally, "A beast is just a beast, thinking it can withstand lava with its flesh? I'll turn you to ash." But at the moment of impact, something strange happened to the black scales on the coal ball's body. The originally dark metallic sheen suddenly transformed into a bright red, as if each scale was breathing, craving the heat. S-Class Talent Gluttony, Advanced. Trait triggered, Elemental Devour. Ah! In the eyes of everyone in terror, the coal ball's enormous toothy mouth opened wide to an exaggerated degree, even larger than the molten fist. It didn't collide, instead, it took a gigantic bite. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The expected image of the coal ball being burnt to charcoal did not appear. On the contrary. Crack! A crisp sound that made one's teeth ache echoed across the battlefield. That sound was like someone crunching on a freshly baked, incredibly crispy cookie. What? The sinister grin on the raging fire's face instantly froze. It realized in horror that its right arm, invincible enough to melt steel, had been severed at the elbow. And opposite it. The coal ball fell to the ground, holding the severed lava arm in its mouth. The arm was still oozing hot magma, emanating thousands of degrees of heat, but to the coal ball, it was like a freshly made, steaming donut. Crunch crunch. The coal ball chewed a couple of times. The hard rocky shell was crushed, and the high-energy magma burst out, sliding down the coal ball's throat. It even remembered to smack its lips, as if savoring the purity of the fire element within. Gulp. It swallowed it down. Burp. The coal ball let out a burp that smelled of sulfur and sparks, licked its lips, and then looked up, its dark golden eyes fixed on the raging fire, filled with open disdain. Is this it? This is the ultimate move of half-step platinum? A bit hot in the mouth, but crispy and flavorful like chicken. Ah! Only then did the delayed pain finally pierce into the raging fire's nerves. It looked at its empty right arm, letting out the most wretched scream. Compared to the pain in its body, the collapse of its worldview left it more shattered. How is this possible? How can this be? The raging fire staggered backward, its lava-formed face full of terror. That's lava. It's elemental. How could you bite it off? How could you eat it? Lu Chen sat high above, watching the scene below, the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. Coal ball, how does it taste? Woof. It's okay, just a bit stuck in the teeth. Lu Chen jumped down from the iron pillar's shoulder, dusting off his hands, stepping towards the frightened Baoyan, who was retreating again and again. I've heard that your Hellfire Mercenary Corps loves to turn people into ashes? Lu Chen's eyes suddenly turned cold, his battle knife gleaming with a chilling light in the fire. Do you know what it feels like to be eaten as food? No, don't come any closer, you monster. At this moment, Baoyan had lost all dignity of a strong person, clutching his severed arm, terrified and wanting to retreat. But the surviving mercenaries behind him were even more fearful than he was. Their captain's strongest form was devoured alive by that dog. What the hell should they fight? Run. Run fast. This is not a human. This is a devil. The remaining 10 or so mercenaries completely broke down. They didn't even care about their severely injured captain, madly scattering towards the dense forest beside the road. As long as they got into the forest, using the terrain for cover, there might be a glimmer of hope. Lu Chen glanced at the fleeing figures but did not pursue. He simply lifted his left hand gently, stroking the excited and slightly trembling Honglian coiled around his arm. Want to run? Lu Chen shook his head, his tone like pronouncing a death sentence. Since you've come, let's leave you all as fertilizer. Honglian, go. Turn this place into your blooming garden. Chapter 54, Blood Red Forest, Honglian's Advancement. Run. Get into the woods. Don't look back. The vice-captain of the Hellfire Mercenary Corps, a wind element magician who usually killed without mercy, was now like a quail that had been scared out of its wits. He was wildly sprinting towards the dense forest by the road while hoarsely shouting, his voice laced with sobs. Behind him, the boy sitting on the mech's shoulder was playing with a battle knife, his gaze as calm as if he were watching a group of dead people. They can't fight back. They can't fight back at all. It wasn't a battle, it was a massacre. It was a lopsided strike. As long as I can get into the woods, it will be fine. The last shred of luck in the vice-captain's heart burned wildly. He was a beast master of the wind element, best at agility and hiding. As long as he could get into the complex terrain of the primitive forest, they could never catch him easily again. Scatter and run. Let whoever can survive be the lucky one. The remaining mercenaries clearly thought the same thing. They discarded their heavy weapons, even leaving behind their wounded companions, using their utmost strength to rush into the lush, seemingly vibrant primitive forest. Closer. 50 meters. 30 meters. 10 meters. The vice-captain was the first to rush deep into the woods. He immediately cast the windwalk spell, stopping behind a towering tree, gasping for air, his heart racing so fast it felt like it might burst. Surrounded by dense vegetation, the canopy above blocking out the sun. Huff, huff, safe now. The vice-captain wiped the cold sweat and blood from his face and looked back in the direction of the road. There were no pursuers in sight, that human boy didn't seem to intend to chase them. A wave of euphoric relief surged through him. Fool! Letting the tiger return to the mountain. The vice-captain's eyes flashed with resentment. Once I escape back to headquarters, I will definitely sell your intel to. However. Before he could finish his sentence, a voice as indifferent as if it came from the heavens suddenly pierced through the hundreds of meters distance, ringing clearly in his ears and in the ears of all the fleeing mercenaries. Who told you that this was a forest? The vice-captain blanked for a moment. What do you mean? What is it if this isn't a forest? In the next second, a sudden change occurred. The ground began to tremble violently, as if a giant dragon that had slept for 1,000 years was turning over. Sizzle, 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 a sound that made one's teeth ache, the sound of plants growing wildly, instantly drowned out the wind's sound, the heartbeat's sound. Lu Chen stood on the road. His left hand was raised high, a cruel smile on his face. Coiling around his arm, the blood demoness, Crimson Lotus, was radiating an otherworldly bloodlight at that moment. The vines, originally only as thick as a wrist, were now expanding and extending at a frenzied speed, burrowing into the asphalt beneath Lu Chen's feet, reaching deep into the earth. Since the first second of the battle began, the roots of Crimson Lotus have already claimed control over a radius of 500 meters. Lu Chen clenched his 5 fingers tightly, his voice like the death knell of a Grim Reaper. That is my back garden. Rise. Boom. Within the depths of the jungle, the ground suddenly exploded. At that moment, the world turned blood red. Countless thick vines, as robust as pythons and translucent like crystal yet flowing with scarlet liquid, burst forth from the earth without warning. They were not one or two, but thousands upon thousands, densely packed, instantly replacing the original bushes and weeds. They did not resemble plants, but more like numerous tentacles, ready to devour, precisely appearing under the feet of every fleeing mercenary. Ah! What are these things? The vice-captain tried to lift his leg, but with horror, he found his feet tightly ensnared. The barbs on the vines shimmered coldly, instantly piercing through his proud B-class combat boots, digging into his flesh. Pain! A piercing pain accompanied by numbness surged through his body instantly. Wind blade! Cut this off for me! The vice-captain roared as he swung out a wind blade, aiming to sever those damn vines. Dang! A crisp sound echoed. The wind blade, capable of cutting through rock, struck the vines of Crimson Lotus and only sparked a shower of embers. The vines were as hard as iron, their surface even coated with a faint layer of spiritual energy film. How is this possible? What level of plant-type beast is this? The vice-captain fell into despair. He didn't even have time to make a second move when a terrifying force lifted him upside down, violently flinging him into the air. It wasn't just him. The entire jungle seemed to come alive, transforming into a giant meat grinder. Dozens of mercenaries, without exception, were caught. They were like flies trapped by a Venus flytrap, dangled on treetops by countless crimson vines. Help! My spiritual power, my blood is draining. Let me go. Ah. I'm not running anymore. I surrender. The piercing screams rose and fell, like the wails of demons in purgatory. But soon, this sound diminished because Crimson Lotus could hardly wait to begin its feast. Glug. Glug. The thick vines pulsed rhythmically, it was the sound of swallowing. In Lu Chen's eye of truth, he could see rich, almost tangible red life essence flowing through the network of vines, wildly converging towards the body of Crimson Lotus. That was the essence blood of a dozen silver-grade and even golden-grade powerhouses. For the blood-sucking evolving blood demonis, this was the highest-grade supplement in the world. Those mercenaries hanging from the trees visibly withered at a rapid pace. Muscles that were once plump shrank, rosy skin turned gray and wrinkled, eye sockets sunken, hair falling out. In just 10 seconds. The originally lively, revenge-driven high-level beast masters all turned into desiccated corpses blowing in the wind, their faces still holding the expression of extreme terror from their prior lives. This is the terrifying nature of S-class potential plant-type beasts. Once given enough fertilizer, they become the most ruthless cleaners on the battlefield. Buzz. Having absorbed such vast amounts of blood essence energy, the Crimson Lotus entwined around Lu Chen's arm suddenly exploded with a dazzling bloodlight, even dyeing the surrounding air red. It actively detached from Lu Chen's arm and hovered in the air. The flower bud, which was once poised to bloom, seemed to hear an ancient summons at this moment and slowly unfurled. 1 petal, 2 petals, 3 petals. 9 petals, carved like rubies, fully blossomed. On each petal, mysterious golden patterns swirled. The flower's center exhaled a faint pink mist, carrying a deadly sweet fragrance, a high concentration of hallucinogenic and paralyzing toxins. Ding! The pet beast Crimson Blood Demonis has devoured a large amount of high-grade flesh and blood, energy accumulation complete. Evolution successful. Current level, Golden 1 star, Lord level. New form unlocked, Blood Field. New skills unlocked, Thorn Strangulation, Life Drain, Group, Blood Toxin Pollen. As the evolution completed, the originally green jungle had completely transformed. All the trees were dyed a strange dark red, vines intertwined into a web, countless corpses like ripe fruits, gently swaying in the wind, making a clack-clack sound of bones colliding. Blood rain poured down, and floral fragrance filled the air. A sense of ultimate horror and a beauty intertwined with seduction impacted every onlooker's visual nerves and psychological defenses. Ugh! Inside the off-road vehicle, Bai Ling could no longer hold back, pushing open the car door, clutching the tire and retching violently. Though she had seen dead people, the scene of using people as fertilizer and turning the jungle into a slaughterhouse had exceeded her psychological limit. Even Lin Qingxue, who was accustomed to grand scenes, now had a pale face, her fingers trembling slightly as they gripped her staff. She looked at the boy's silhouette standing against the blood-red background, her gaze filled with admiration and a deep respect. This man. Not only is he a madman himself, but his pet beasts are even more twisted. But strangely, beneath this fear, she felt a sense of unprecedented security. In this cannibal world, only those more ruthless than demons can protect what they wish to safeguard. Lu Chen was very satisfied. He waved his hand, and the fully bloomed red lotus, radiating lord-level pressure, flew back to him, obediently wrapping around his wrist. The petals gently brushed against his skin, conveying an emotion of attachment, as if it were being affectionate and seeking praise. Well done, Red Lotus. Lu Chen caressed the petals of the red lotus, clearly feeling the joy and strength being transmitted to him. He turned around, no longer looking at the now dead blood-red forest. There were no living people left there. Those who wanted to kill him for a bounty had now become the stepping stones on his path to becoming stronger. Lu Chen held his battle knife, stepping on the scorched ground, walking step by step to the center of the battlefield. There lay a half-step platinum powerhouse, only half of his body remaining, barely hanging on to life. That was the main course he prepared for himself. The coal ball is full, and the red lotus is also full. Lu Chen walked to the almost breathless, glassy-eyed bee explosion, crouching down. He took off his sunglasses, revealing a pair of eyes swirling with golden whirlpools, his voice gentle as if speaking to an old friend. Captain, don't rush to die. Your lava talent is quite impressive. Can I borrow it? Chapter 55, Gluttony Devour, Lava Body. In the center of the ruins, the heat wave was oppressive. Once invincible Hellfire Captain Bee explosion, now only half of his charred remains lay helplessly on the scorching asphalt ground. His once proud lava avatar had degenerated back to its original bloodied form due to energy depletion and the gnawing of the coal ball. Don't kill me. Bee Explosion looked at Lu Chen, who was crouching in front of him, as though seeing a demon crawling out of the abyss. He trembled, stretching out the only remaining hand, trying to grasp Lu Chen's pant leg, his last lifeline. I can give you anything you want. Shoo. Lu Chen raised his index finger, gently pressing it against his lips, his golden-eye gaze revealing no curiosity. I'm not interested in dead people's possessions. Moreover, that little treasure of yours is less attractive than that thing inside your body. Lu Chen removed his sunglasses, activating the Eye of Truth to full power. In his sight, deep within the dying flame of life of the explosion, a dazzling orange-red light was weakly pulsing. That was not a heart. That was the lava origin, born from countless refinements by a half-step platinum-level warrior, merging with the rules of fire elements. For Lu Chen, who possessed the talent of gluttony, this was the finest ingredient in the world. Since we are about to die, let's not waste it. Lu Chen slowly extended his right hand, fingers spread, hovering above the explosion's crown. Talent Gluttony, activate. Boom! A heart-pounding black suction erupted from the palm of Lu Chen's hand. It was neither wind nor gravity, but an absolute plunder originating from the soul level. Under this pull, it seemed as if an illusory, greedy giant mouth appeared behind Lu Chen, silently roaring at the explosion on the ground. Ah ah ah! The explosion let out a scream 100 times more tragic than when he lost his arm. He felt his soul, his flesh and blood, even the spiritual power he struggled for half his life, being forcibly drawn out by a dominating force. No! This is my power. You can't. Give it to me. Lu Chen's gaze sharpened, and his 5 fingers suddenly closed. Give me swallow. Whoosh! A thick, lava-like red light, exuding terrifying high temperatures, was forcibly grabbed out of the explosion's body by Lu Chen. As the red light left the body, the scream of the explosion abruptly halted. His body visibly decayed and wind eroded away, like a piece of burning wood charcoal that turned to ashes with a gust, completely dissipating into the heavens and the earth. A generation's mercenary group leader, a half-step platinum warrior, thus perished, leaving no bones behind. And that red light, without any obstruction, smoothly drilled into Lu Chen's body through his palm. Lu Chen grunted softly, his body shaking sharply. Pain. That was a pain like pouring molten iron into his veins. High-energy elemental origin detected. Gluttony transformation in progress, impurities being removed, gene reorganization. Plunder successful. Gained physical characteristic, lava body, beginner. Hiss hiss hiss. A large amount of white steam burst out from Lu Chen's pores, enveloping him in a hazy white mist. Through the mist, one could vaguely see dark red flowing light appear beneath Lu Chen's originally fair skin, as if lava was flowing through his veins. His muscle lines became firmer, and every inch of his skin radiated astonishing heat. This state lasted for a full minute. When the steam dissipated, Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes. Deep within his originally pitch-black pupils, it seemed there was an unquenchable flame burning. He lowered his head, looking at his palm still steaming. Although he did not gain the ability to fully elementalize like the explosion, nor did he learn the skill to spew fire. But he could feel that his physical strength had risen a level, and moreover. Lu Chen bent down and picked up a piece of asphalt that had been burned red and reached temperatures of several hundred degrees due to the earlier battle. In the past, his hand would surely have been scalded. But now. Hiss. The stone emitted smoke in his hand, but he felt no pain at all. Instead, he felt warm and very comfortable. Is this the affinity for fire elements? Lu Chen smirked slightly, his fingers suddenly exerting force. Crack. That hard and scorching rock was easily crushed to powder in his hand. Even lava, now, couldn't possibly hurt him. Humanoid beast. In the distance, in the off-road vehicle, Lin Qingxue looked at the boy standing in the steam, as if he were a god or demon, murmuring to herself. She had seen countless geniuses and countless strong ones. But never had she seen anyone, like Lu Chen, grow stronger by eating others. This simply violated the fundamental laws of beast masters. Yet powerful enough to bring despair. Ha! Lu Chen exhaled a breath with the scent of sulfur, the red light on his body gradually fading, returning to a normal skin tone. He took a bottle of water from his military pouch and tilted his head back to drink. The water hit his throat, making a hiss sound as it vaporized. Refreshing. Lu Chen wiped the corner of his mouth and turned to look at the 2 women in the car, revealing a characteristic, harmless smile. All done. He pointed to the wreckage of the battlefield behind him, then gestured to the blood-colored forest filled with drying corpses that Hong Lian had created. The scenery here is nice, but the smell is too strong. Lu Chen walked to the side of the car, opened the door, but did not rush to get in. His gaze turned north, toward the brightly lit imperial capital under the night sky. Bai Ling, I have a task for you. Lu Chen's voice grew a bit cold. What is it, master? We are going to participate in a competition, and we are also going to visit the Zhao family. Lu Chen picked up a thick steel cable from the ground that hadn't been burned through. It was a tool used by the Hellfire mercenary group to tow vehicles. Since it's a visit, it would be too rude to go empty-handed. He glanced back at the dozen or so corpses hanging in the blood-colored forest. Tie up all this trash. Lu Chen tossed the steel cable to the approaching Tai Zhu, his tone eerily calm. Hang them on the back of the car. I want to drag them into the imperial capital. This is my gift for the Zhao family and for the entire elite circle of the imperial capital. A meeting gift. Chapter 56, Northward Bound. The night was torn apart by the rising sun, and the smoke on the desolate road had not yet dissipated. Ugh. When Bai Ling saw Taizhu faithfully carrying out Lu Chen's orders, using the thick steel cable to string up the corpses on the ground, she couldn't hold back any longer and covered her mouth, rushing to the roadside to dry heave. This scene was simply too shocking. Lin Qingshua's face was pale. She tightly grasped her staff, looking at Lu Chen, who was lighting a cigarette by the car, her voice a bit dry. Lu Chen, do we really have to do this? There are more than 10 corpses. If we drag them into the imperial capital like this, it will cause panic. Moreover, this is openly provoking the entire security regulations and the bottom line of the noble families in the imperial capital. Security regulations? Lu Chen took a deep puff of smoke, the spicy fumes swirling in his lungs, easing some of the heat after the killing. He turned his head, looking at Lin Qingxue through his sunglasses, and a fiercely arrogant smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Miss Lin, don't you understand? Lu Chen pointed to the long corpse tail behind him. Since the Zhao family issued that 100 million bounty, this is no longer a simple competition. This is war. In war, mercy towards the enemy is cruelty to yourself. I not only want to kill, but I also want to destroy their morale. Lu Chen walked to the back of the car and tugged hard on the cable, confirming it was secure before patting Taizhu's cold armor. Fear is the most effective passport in this world. I want the Zhao family, the Lin family, and all those hiding in the shadows plotting against us to know. Lu Chen's voice suddenly turned cold, like a chilling wind sweeping across the wasteland. If you provoke me, Lu Chen, there's only one outcome. That is to become an accessory at the back of my car, dragged around for public display. Lin Qingxue looked at the filled with anger boy in front of her, her heart trembled violently. She stopped talking and silently turned to get in the car. She knew Lu Chen was right. In this world of the law of the jungle, only by being more ruthless than the wicked can you intimidate the greedy wolves. Get in the car, let's go. Lu Chen flicked the cigarette butt away and sat in the passenger seat. V-room. The engine of the off-road vehicle let out a deep roar. Taizhu did not switch back to normal vehicle mode but maintained a semi-armored off-road form. Although the machine gun on the roof was retracted, its fierce metallic quality still instilled fear. The wheels turned, rolling over the bloodstains on the ground. As the vehicle accelerated, the dozens of meters-long steel cable behind it was instantly taut. Whoosh! The body was dragged along the rough asphalt road, making a chilling friction sound, leaving a wide and shocking dark red blood mark on the highway. Heading north. 2 hours later. As they got closer to the capital city, the vehicles on the desolate highway gradually increased. Besides the various teams participating in the national competition, there were also many traveling merchant caravans and adventurers. Hey, old one, look at that car in front. Why does it look so familiar? It seems like one of those military modifications. On a luxurious bus coming from the neighboring province, a young candidate was leaning against the window, curiously pointing ahead. That was the competition team from the Jiangnan Academy. The teacher in charge, referred to as Old Wang, adjusted his glasses and casually took a look, only to frown immediately. That car is indeed nice, but its driving style is too aggressive, hogging the middle of the road. Wait a minute. Old Wang's pupils suddenly contracted, as if he had seen something incredible. What is being dragged behind that car? As they drew nearer, everyone on the bus could see clearly. It was not cargo, nor was it luggage. It was people. A string of bodies rolling and dragging on the ground at high speed. What the hell? Ugh. The bus was instantly thrown into chaos, with screams and vomiting erupting. Those pampered genius students had never seen such a scene before. Quick! Take a picture. This is big news. Someone trembled as they pulled out their phone. And on the other side, an outdoor streamer named Wild Survival, About, was riding a hovering motorcycle, live streaming while searching for content on the highway. Everyone! Today we are about to reach the capital city. I heard that this national competition has gathered many masters, and the Zhao family's Emperor's squad is a strong contender for the championship. Abao was confidently speaking to the camera when suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a speeding black off-road vehicle. That car was incredibly fast, carrying a suffocating scent of blood. What the hell? Whose car is that? So insane? Abao instinctively turned the camera toward that car. The next second, the once densely packed comments in the livestream experienced a brief silence. Then, the comments exploded like a nuclear bomb. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? I can't be seeing this wrong? What is being dragged behind that car? Bodies? It really is bodies. My God. Is this filming a horror movie? Dragging more than 10 bodies across the national highway in broad daylight? Wait. Zoom in on that camera. Look at the badge on the corpse's chest. Although Abao was scared and trembling, his professionalism as a streamer made him control the drone to zoom in. High-definition footage came back. Even though the bodies were bloodied and mangled, one relatively intact corpse still had a clearly visible burning skull badge on its chest. That is, the Hellfire mercenaries? Oh my god. It really is Hellfire. What about the half-platinum level leader, Blaze? The entire internet was in an uproar. The Hellfire mercenaries were a top-tier killer group with golden level configuration. How did they end up like this? Who did this? At that moment, in the livestream footage, the passenger side window of the black off-road vehicle slowly rolled down. A long hand reached out, casually giving the middle finger to the drone camera behind. Although the face was not clear, that extreme arrogance could be felt through the screen. Who is this person? So arrogant. I remember. Didn't the Zhao family announce a billion reward yesterday? The target seems to be called Lu Chen? Lu Chen? The rookie king from the War Academy in Magic City? This is insane. This world is insane. A freshman wiped out Hellfire and is dragging the bodies to the capital to show off? The news spread as if it had grown wings. In an instant, the entire Beastmaster network exploded. Corpse Carpet, Death God enters the capital, a counterattack with a 100 million bounty. Various sensational headlines dominated the trending search list. Before Lu Chen even arrived in the capital, his notorious name had already stained half of the city with blood. In the capital, Zhao family manor. As one of the most powerful families in the imperial family's collateral branches, the Zhao family manor spanned a vast area, luxurious beyond belief. But at this moment, the atmosphere in the main hall of the manor was suffocatingly oppressive. Crash! A priceless set of Song Dynasty porcelain was violently swept to the ground, shattering into pieces. Zhao Ji's face turned ashen, his eyes red as he stared at the massive projection screen on the wall. The screen was playing the replay of Wilderness Abao's livestream. In the picture, that black SUV dragged a long trail of corpses, as if mocking the Zhao family's incompetence. Trash! All of you are trash! Zhao Ji howled hysterically, his chest heaving violently. 100 million! I spent 100 million! And what happened? Not only did I fail to kill that little bastard, but he even sent the heads of Hellfire as gifts. This is simply slapping my face. It's slapping the face of the Zhao family. On the sofa beside Zhao Ji sat a young man of towering stature. He was dressed in a black training suit, holding two beads polished from high-level thunder attribute crystals, with faint lightning flickering around him. He was Zhao Ji's older brother, the leading figure of the Zhao family's generation, and a platinum-level beast master, Zhao Tianba. Compared to Zhao Ji's rage, Zhao Tianba appeared exceptionally calm, or even indifferent. Enough! Zhao Tianba spoke lightly, his voice like a great bell, instantly suppressing Zhao Ji's roar. What's the use of smashing things here? It will only make you seem more incapable. Bro! That kid has already ridden on our heads. Zhao Ji gritted his teeth. Now the whole internet is watching our Zhao family's joke. They say our bounty order is a joke. So what? Zhao Tianba stood up, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, and gazed toward the south. That was the direction of the southern gate of the capital, the place where Lu Chen was about to arrive. Since he dares to come, it means he is ready to die. A trace of bloodthirsty light flashed in Zhao Tianba's eyes. Dragging corpses into the capital? That's truly bold, truly daring. But this will also become his biggest mistake. The capital is a place that values rules. Bringing so many corpses through the streets has already crossed the bottom line of city defense. We don't even need to act ourselves, the city guard will take him down. Zhao Ji's eyes brightened. Bro, you mean? I've already informed the captain at the southern gate. Zhao Tianba turned around, a cruel smile flickering at the corner of his mouth. The captain is a member of the Wang family, who owes me a favor. He will directly use the endangering public safety charge to activate the city's heavy artillery. Isn't Lu Chen tough? Isn't his mech impressive? I want to see, in front of 100 city defense automatic cannons and 3,000 city guards, if he can still be so arrogant. As he spoke, Zhao Tianba crushed the thunder core in his hand, letting the violent lightning leap across his fingertips. Let's go, let's also head to the southern gate. Since he has sent such a grand gift, how can we, as the hosts, not go to welcome him? At the southern gate of the capital. The magnificent city walls towered 100 meters high, made entirely of obsidian and special alloys, inscribed with countless defense runes. This was the heart of the Great Xia Kingdom, one of the most heavily defended fortresses in the world. At this moment, it was the peak time for entering the city. But the southern gate, which should have been bustling with activity, now appeared somewhat unusual. All entry passages were closed, and hundreds of fully armed city guards stood with guns drawn, setting up a warning line at the city gate. On top of the walls, dozens of dark automatic defense turrets slowly turned, their barrels pointing outward. The end of the road ahead was locked. The atmosphere was grim, as if a great battle was about to begin. The caravans and pedestrians stuck outside the city were gossiping, unaware of what big event had happened. Until that black figure appeared on the horizon. "It's coming!" On the city tower, a middle-aged officer in a dark blue military uniform put down his binoculars, a cold smile curling on his lips. He was the gatekeeper of the South Gate, Wang Gang. "Attention all units. Target has appeared." Wang Gang picked up the intercom, his voice cold and merciless. "It's a black modified off-road vehicle, dragging a large number of unidentified bodies behind it. It has been judged to be of extremely high danger and is suspected of spreading plague and panic. Once it enters firing range, no warning, just fire. Blow it to bits for me." At this moment, that black off-road vehicle was getting closer and closer. The long trail of blood looked particularly glaring under the reflection of the setting sun. Inside the car. "Master, high-energy response ahead." Taiju's voice remained calm, detected 120 automatic artillery pieces locked on, 3,000 armed personnel, and 2 gold level, 1 platinum level high-energy fluctuations. "The city gates are closed. The other side has not issued a stop order but is charging fire control. They intend to kill us directly." Lu Chen, sitting in the passenger seat, opened his eyes, looking at the towering city gate ahead, like a giant beast, and the numerous gun barrels on the city wall. He felt no fear at all, instead, he smiled. "The Zhao family is quick to act." Lu Chen sat up straight, stretched lazily, his bones cracking audibly. "It seems they don't plan to let me through this door." In the back seat, Lin Xingshua's face was pale. "Lu Chen, that's the city defense army. We can't force our way in, that's treason." "Who said I want to force my way in?" Lu Chen turned to glance at her, his eyes sparkling with craziness and cunning. "I'm a law-abiding good student, how could I do such a thing?" "But..." Lu Chen pushed open the car door and jumped out while the vehicle had not even fully stopped. He stood on the road, facing the imposing city defense, facing the gun barrels that could fire at any moment. His trench coat fluttered in the wind. "Since they don't want me to enter with dignity, then I must help them find another way to open the door." Chapter 57, Confrontation at the South Gate. At the south gate of the imperial capital, the air pressure was so low it felt like it could squeeze out water. The afterglow of the setting sun spread over the 100-meter-tall obsidian city wall, casting a cold, murderous light. On the city wall, all the heavy automatic cannons originally meant for defending against beast tides were now unset, their dark muzzles densely arranged like malicious eyes, tightly locking onto the lone black off-road vehicle beneath the city gate. Behind the off-road vehicle, a long steel cable dragged corpses, leaving shocking bloody drag marks on the ground, emitting a nauseating burnt smell. This was not just a provocation, it was a fierce slap in the face of the imperial capital's peacekeeper. On the city tower, Wang Gang, the gatekeeper, leaned against the cold city parapet, looking down at the small figure below. His lips curled into a cruel smile, excitement flashing in his eyes. As a side member of the Wang family, he understood what this opportunity meant. Zhao Tianbai had just personally called him. As long as he could keep Lu Chen outside the city or simply find a reason for accidental killing, then he, Wang Gang, could climb the high branches of the Zhao family and soar into success. "Lu Chen." Wang Gang picked up the loudspeaker, his voice enhanced by spiritual power, booming like thunder in front of the empty city gate. "You are openly dragging unidentified bodies to storm the south gate of the imperial capital, violating Article 27 of the Imperial Capital Security Law. You are suspected of spreading dangerous plague, causing panic, and intending to harm public safety. I now command you in the capacity of the South Gate Defense Officer, to immediately disarm, with your hands on your head. Kneel and surrender. Otherwise, I will consider you a terrorist and kill you on the spot." This grandstanding declaration immediately labeled Lu Chen with the heavy title of terrorist. The surrounding merchants and passers-by, blocked behind the police line, erupted in outrage, countless phones and drone cameras turned towards the scene. Is this guard too ruthless? He just throws around big labels? No kidding, that's a member of the Wang family. The Wang family and the Zhao family are in cahoots, they're looking to use him. Lu Chen is doomed this time, that's heavy artillery for city defense, even a silver-grade hit would turn him to ashes, let alone over 100 cannons firing together. In the glaring spotlight of attention, Lu Chen stood in front of the off-road vehicle, his trench coat flapping in the evening breeze. He didn't even bother to glance at Wang Gang, who was shouting from afar. Instead, he leisurely took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, pulled one out, and put it in his mouth. Snap! The windproof lighter produced a blue flame, lighting the cigarette. Lu Chen took a deep breath and blew out a puff of pale blue smoke. Only then did he slowly lift his head to look at the city tower 100 meters away. There was no fear or anger in those eyes. Is it Commander Wang? Lu Chen's voice wasn't loud, yet somehow, it clearly pierced through the wind and reached everyone's ears. Behind my vehicle is the Hellfire Mercenary Group, ranked 10th on the dark web. They are fugitives, and they are my gift to the Imperial capital. I call this assisting law enforcement. How has it become terrorism in your mouth? Lu Chen flicked the ash from his cigarette, a smirk creeping onto his lips. Or are you saying, the Wang family and these fugitives are in cahoots? Seeing their comrades die, did you feel heartbroken? Impudence! Wang Gang was hit by these words right in the lungs, his face instantly turning a pig liver color. This public defamation was more shameless than he could bear. Sharp-tongued little brat. You dare to slander a city defense officer at death's door. With a surge of murderous intent in Wang Gang's eyes, he didn't want to give Lu Chen another chance to speak. Delays could lead to complications. Since this kid wouldn't kneel, he decided to turn him into a sieve. Everyone, listen up. Wang Gang raised his right hand forcefully, slashing it down. Target refusing to be captured. Intent to break through. Open fire immediately. Blow him to bits. Yes. On the city wall, dozens of soldiers responsible for operating the heavy machine guns hesitated for a moment but, under the overwhelming pressure of the military order, pulled the trigger. And over 100 automatic cannons, locked by fire control radar, emitted a chilling charging sound. Da-day-day-day-day. Boom. 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 In an instant, the area in front of the city gate turned into a sea of flames. Dense bullets rained down like a metal storm, mixed with large-caliber shells, instantly covering the area where Lu Chen stood. Smoke filled the air, and debris flew everywhere. The modified off-road vehicle was hit so hard that sparks erupted. Lu Chen. Inside the vehicle, Ling Xingxue and Bai Ling screamed in terror. This kind of firepower coverage could crush even the strongest shields. However, amidst the smoke and rain of bullets, Lu Chen did not hide in the car, nor did he summon a coal ball to shield himself. He just stood there, one hand in his pocket, not even taking that cigarette out. Clink, clink, clink. The large-caliber machine gun bullet struck him, producing a series of crisp metallic sounds, and then bounced away helplessly. Beneath that black trench coat, a layer of dark red lava-like sheen flowed over Lu Chen's skin. Lava body, basic. Though only basic, it was the primordial force from a half-step platinum-level powerhouse. After being refined by the Gluttony talent, Lu Chen's physical strength now surpassed most alloys in hardness. Unless struck directly by heavy artillery, these ordinary bullets felt to him like mere scratches. Is this what you call opening fire? Lu Chen stood amidst the hail of bullets, casually raising his right hand. Bang! A bullet from a sniper rifle, powerful enough to pierce steel, was caught barehanded in his palm. The bullet, spinning at high speed due to massive kinetic energy, sparked and heated up, but in Lu Chen's glowing red hand, it felt as soft as clay. Lu Chen tightened his fingers slightly. Creak! That specially made armor-piercing round was crushed into a piece of scrap metal by him. He casually tossed the scrap iron to the ground and looked up at Wang Gang, who was stunned, revealing a devilish smile. Had enough fun? If you're done playing, it's my turn. On the city tower, Wang Gang stared at Lu Chen, who was unharmed, with his eyes nearly popping out. The walkie-talkie in his hand fell to the ground with a thud. A flesh body can resist bullets? Is this even a human? Quick! Heavy artillery. Use heavy artillery to blast him. Don't let him get close. Wang Gang screamed desperately, fear finally crawling up his heart. The automatic defense system on the city wall activated again. The more than a dozen heavy laser cannons that were on standby began to rotate, gathering destructive light. This level of weaponry could flatten a small hill with a single shot. There's no way a flesh body could withstand it. Lu Chen, get out of the way. Lin Xingxue shouted urgently from the car. But Lu Chen still did not move. He simply raised his hand gently and pointed at his temple, as if issuing some kind of command to the void. Tai Zhu. Take over it. Z, command confirmed. Within the SUV, the mechanical tyrant, which had been on standby, suddenly lit up with blinding red light. Countless streams of data, invisible to the naked eye, instantly invaded the gun tower's defense network. Here is the Imperial capital. Even if it is just a partial network of a gun tower, its defense system is formidable, equipped with layers of firewalls and encryption. However, before Tai Zhu, these so-called top defenses were as crude as a fence built by primitive men with branches. Invasion beginning. Bypassing the first layer of firewall, time taken, 1 second. Bypassing core permissions of fire control system, time taken, 3 seconds. Taking over all automated turret control, completed. In just a breath's time. The heavy laser cannons on the city wall, which were preparing to turn Lu Chen to ashes, suddenly made a strange buzzing sound. Then, all the barrels abruptly stopped turning in unison. The indicator lights changed from red, indicating attack, to green, indicating friendly forces, and then turned to an extremely dangerous purple-black color. What's going on? The fire control system is malfunctioning? The soldier responsible for control screamed in terror, I didn't do anything. They are moving on their own. Stuck? Or frozen? Wang Gang, drenched in sweat, rushed over, wanting to manually restart the system. But the next second, a scene that sent chills down his spine occurred. Ka, ka, ka. A sound of synchronized mechanical movement echoed. That 120 automated cannons, along with more than a dozen heavy laser cannons, unexpectedly made a counterintuitive movement at the same time. They turned around. Yes, they turned around. The barrels that were originally aimed outside the city all turned a complete 180 degrees, directly aimed at the command platform on the city tower, aimed at Wang Gang. The dark gun barrels were less than 5 meters from Wang Gang's forehead. He could even see the coming destructive energy deep inside the barrel. This. Wang Gang's legs went weak, collapsing to the ground, his pants instantly soaked with a large area. What does it feel like to have over 100 heavy artillery pointed at your head? It feels like death itself is holding a sickle to shave your beard. Don't fire. I'm a friendly force. I'm the commander. Wang Gang cried out to those icy machines, but all he received was the increasingly bright charging glow from the barrels. The other soldiers on the city tower had long been frozen in fear, dropping their weapons and crouching on the ground, holding their heads, afraid of being accidentally harmed by the suddenly turning turrets. Under the city gate. Lu Chen still stood there, barely moving his feet. He held a cigarette, watching the scared guard on the city tower, softly exhaling a puff of smoke. General Wang. Lu Chen's voice carried a hint of mockery, echoing throughout the south gate area through the city defense broadcast controlled by Iron Pillar. Today's technology is advanced, some things can't be controlled just by being loud. You just called me a terrorist? Lu Chen raised his hand, lightly pointing in the air. On the tower, all the cannons followed his finger's motion, neatly raising an inch, locking onto Wang Gang's brow again. That feeling of being choked by death made Wang Gang nearly suffocate. And no. Not. It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Wang Gang desperately shook his head, tears streaming down his face, Lu Master. It's my fault for being blind. I deserve to die. You are the great hero who captured the fugitive. Let you go? Lu Chen let out a cold laugh. My car is still blocked outside, and my friend is still scared. How do you think we should settle this? Open the door. Open it right now. Wang Gang rolled and scrambled to the control panel, ignoring the Zhao family's orders, frantically pounding the open button. Hurry. Remove all obstacles. Clear the way for Master Lu. Rumble. The 3-meter-thick, supposedly indestructible obsidian gate slowly opened. A wide avenue leading to the bustling center of the capital unfolded before Lu Chen. On both sides of the gate, the once fierce city guards now drooped their heads like frostbitten eggplants, not daring to breathe loudly. Above them, over 100 cannons still stared at them, as if ready to unleash divine punishment at any moment. That's more like it. Lu Chen threw away the cigarette butt and turned back to the off-road vehicle. Get in the car, we're going into the city. The off-road vehicle restarted, the engine humming lowly. With countless awed, shocked, and terrified gazes upon it, this battle-scarred black vehicle, still brimming with might, swaggered into the south gate of the capital. On this day, the entire capital remembered one scene. The sunset like blood. One man, one car. As if entering a no-man's land. In the shadows not far away, Zhao Tianba and Zhao Ji watched the scene, their faces dark as if water could drip from them. Brother, this kid is too eerie. Zhao Ji's voice trembled a bit. He actually hacked into the cannon system? Zhao Tianba took a deep breath, crushing the thunder core in his hand. This is interesting. Zhao Tianba turned, his murderous intent no longer one of disdain for ants, but became a solemn gaze upon prey. However, once he enters this door, he will have no choice. This is the capital, a den of dragons and tigers. I will let him see what true power really is. Chapter 58, Word Game. The sunset like blood dyed the majestic obsidian walls of the capital with a layer of dreadful dark red. The heavy city gate fully opened with a painful mechanical grinding sound, causing the merchant convoy and pedestrians blocked outside to hold their breath, waiting for that killing vehicle to enter the city. However, the off-road vehicle did not move. Lu Chen stood by the vehicle, looking up at the towering 100-meter city tower, and glancing at the plaque above inscribed with the 3 gilded characters South Heavenly Gate. This place has good feng shui. Lu Chen suddenly spoke, his voice not loud but causing the guard Wang Gang, who had just relaxed, to feel his heart drop again. Lu Master, the door is open, why aren't you going in? Wang Gang stuttered, fearing that this lord would suddenly change his mind and bring down the cannons on him. Lu Chen cast him a glance, a smile playing at the corner of his mouth that was hard to decipher. Why the rush? The local specialties I brought all this way still have no place to hang. Finishing that, Lu Chen turned and snapped his fingers at the off-road vehicle. Iron Pillar, bring the cargo and come up to the city wall with me. Zing, command confirmed. The mechanical tyrant did not revert to vehicle form. Walking heavily, a mechanical hand picked up the blood-soaked steel cable, dragging a long string of corpses, following Lu Chen step by step towards the stone stairs leading to the city wall. Whoosh! Whoosh! The corpses dragged on the stone steps, leaving behind a glaring trail of blood. What is he doing? Going up the city wall? Bringing corpses up the city wall? He's crazy. The crowd around was in chaos, countless phones and drones flashing wildly, broadcasting this scene to the entire network in real time. On top of the city wall. The wind was strong, blowing Lu Chen's trench coat loudly. Wang Gang followed behind, his legs trembling as if he might kneel down at any moment. He watched Lu Chen walk to the most prominent center of the city wall, right below the plaque that read South Heavenly Gate. Right here. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction, pointing at the smooth, flat obsidian wall. Taizhu, get to work. Nail these garbage up for me. Remember, make it artistic. Zing, calculating combinations. Generating plan. Executing. Taizhu's electronic eyes flashed red, his armored arm opened to reveal a large caliber nail gun. He grabbed a Hellfire mercenary's corpse and pressed it against the wall like putting up a poster. Bang! A steel nail as thick as a finger shot directly through the corpse's shoulder, firmly embedding into the hard obsidian. Blood streamed down the wall. You're insane. Wang Gang was terrified by this scene, forgetting fear as he screamed, "This is blasphemy. This is dirtying the face of the capital. You will be sent to a military court." Lu Chen turned his head, his cold gaze sweeping over Wang Gang. "Do you want to hang up too?" Wang Gang instantly fell silent, covering his mouth tightly, backing terrified into the corner. Bang! 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 The muffled sound of nails being shot rang out rhythmically. One corpse, two corpses, three corpses. Under the precise operation of Taizhu's mechanical arms, they were nailed one by one to the city wall. At first, the crowd below and the viewers in the live stream didn't understand what Lu Chen was doing, feeling only cruelty and disgust. Is Lu Chen a pervert? Killing is one thing, but humiliating the corpse is too much. Ugh. I can't look. But as more corpses were hung up, as the pattern gradually took shape, the noisy discussion slowly faded away. In their place was a chilling silence as everyone gasped. Until the last corpse was nailed to the top, everyone finally saw clearly. It wasn't just random hanging. It was two characters. Two enormously formed Chinese characters made up of corpses. Zhao dead. These two characters occupied half the city wall, every stroke represented a life, blood flowing down the strokes, dying the characters shockingly, like a death warrant written by hell for the mortal world. And right below these two bloody characters, Lu Chen stood with one hand in his pocket, back facing the city wall, facing the entire capital, facing countless cameras. He didn't speak. But these two characters had already said everything for him. Boom! At this moment, the entire capital, even the entire network, erupted completely. Zhao family? Is he talking about the Zhao family? My god! Is he declaring war on the Zhao family? Using the corpses of assassins hired by the Zhao family to form the Zhao family's name at the gates of the capital? This is too wild. This slap is like stripping the Zhao family's face off. This is naked humiliation. This is a fight to the death challenge. In the history of the capital, no one has ever dared to be so crazy, to so thoroughly stomp a royal collateral's face into the mud, and then ruthlessly grind it 2 more times. Zhao family manner. Poof. As soon as Zhao Tianba saw the live broadcast, the teacup in his hand shattered into powder, he couldn't catch his breath, his chest rose and fell violently. Beside him, Zhao Ji's face turned as pale as paper, his eyes bloodshot, like a madman he roared at the screen. Kill him. Kill him. What a shameful humiliation. This is a shameful humiliation. If we don't tear this little bastard into pieces, how can our Zhao family stand in the capital in the future? On the city wall. Lu Chen looked at the terrified, shocked, and awed faces below, his expression remained calm. He took out half a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, pulled one out, and lit it up. Amidst the swirling smoke, he raised his head and glanced at the dripping blood above him. Zhao family. Lu Chen whispered softly, his voice scattered by the evening wind. I hope you like this gift. If you don't like it, that's okay. Lu Chen flicked off the ashes from his cigarette and turned to walk towards the stone steps, leaving behind a cold and indifferent silhouette. because this is just the beginning. Next, I will tear you all apart, piece by piece. Chapter 59, Tension in the Air. Booming. The ground trembled. Just as Lu Chen lit his second cigarette, admiring his bloody calligraphy, at the horizon of the capital's main road, a torrent of steel surged like a black tsunami. That was the capital's most elite garrison heavy armored division. Dozens of heavy anti-gravity tanks hovered in mid-air, their dark muzzles locked onto Lu Chen. More than a dozen city defense mechs, towering 5 meters high, marched with heavy footsteps, the roar of their engines shattering the street's glass. In the sky, armed helicopters hovered, their searchlight beams weaving into an impenetrable net. Rebels ahead, immediately disarm and kneel in surrender. A command vehicle stopped at the front line, and the garrison commander, Zhang Xiaotian, stepped out. He looked at the shocking display of bodies on the city wall, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot. He was a staunch supporter of the Zhao family faction, and this time he had come to kill Lu Chen on the spot under the guise of maintaining public order. Hanging corpses on the city gate, humiliating the imperial family's collateral, trampling the laws of the capital as if they were nothing. Zhang Xiaotian drew his sword, not even giving Lu Chen a chance to argue, he shouted angrily. Such a terrorist does not need a trial. All units, obey orders, prepare. Click, click, click. Thousands of heavy firearms cocked simultaneously, and the energy cannons of the tanks began to charge. Inside the vehicle, Ling Qingxue and Bai Ling's faces turned pale in an instant. This was a regular army. No matter how strong Lu Chen was, his body could not withstand this level of concentrated fire. Lu Chen squinted his eyes, his fingers gripping the hilt of his battle knife. Just as Zhang Xiaotian was about to swing his sword and give the order to fire at any moment. Burp! A loud belch filled with the smell of liquor suddenly exploded in the killing field, even drowning out the roar of the tanks. Immediately after, a streak of light like a meteor fell from the sky, crashing between Lu Chen and the garrison troops. Boom! As the dust settled. An old man in tattered camouflage, scruffy and still holding a stainless steel flask, staggered and stood in the crater. He looked drunken and hazy, as if a gust of wind could blow him down. Yet he stood there, and the torrent of steel could actually come to a halt. Zhang Xiaotian, it's been years. Your official power has grown more and more. The old man took a swig of strong liquor, his murky eyes scanned Zhang Xiaotian, then he grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. You dare to touch my student? Do you want to die? Seeing who had arrived, Zhang Xiaotian's hand gripping the sword trembled suddenly, the once overwhelming aura instantly lowered a notch. D. Dugu Academy head? The old head of the War Academy in the Demon City, Dugu Lai. Once a military god of the Great Xia Kingdom, he was also notorious for being fiercely protective. Academy head Dugu. What do you mean by this? Zhang Xiaotian said, forcing himself to sound tough, this person is hanging corpses at the city gate, openly provoking the authority of the capital. Provoking my ass. Dugu Lai spat out a mouthful of spit, casually pulled out a crumpled document from his pocket, and directly slapped it onto Zhang Xiaotian's face. Open your dog eyes and see clearly. This is the military department's special unlimited participation order. This kid was attacked on his way to the capital, and it was self-defense. As for the hanging corpses, the old dean burped, shrugging his shoulders with a look of helplessness. That is a display of trophies by the young ones. Although it is a bit excessive, they are just dead wanted criminals, it's not your concern, right? Today, this person, I will protect. Anyone who dares to shoot, ask my wine flask if it agrees. Boom! A terrifying pressure erupted from the frail old man, instantly sweeping across the venue. The crowd gasped. Zhang Xiaotian held the document, his face alternating between pale and flushed. With the military stamp of approval in the presence of the madman Dugu Lai, he indeed could not take action under the name of terrorist today. Just when everyone thought Lu Chen would take the opportunity to back down and hide behind the dean as he entered the city, Lu Chen made his move. He did not hide but stepped out from behind the old dean. Lu Chen! What are you doing? Go back. Dugu Lai frowned and whispered sternly. Lu Chen waved his hand, signaling the old man to calm down. He walked step by step towards the row of dark tank cannons. He stopped just 5 meters away from Zhang Xiaotian. Commander Zhang, do you want to kill me? Lu Chen's voice was calm, yet it carried a chilling tremor that made hearts race. It's not because I hung the corpses, but because I hung the Zhao family's face, right? Zhang Xiaotian's face darkened. Nonsense. I am enforcing the law. Enforcing the law? Lu Chen laughed, a laugh filled with sarcasm. Suddenly, he raised his hand and made a motion that caused everyone's heart to stop. He extended his index finger and gently placed it against the cannon barrel of a tank in front of him, slowly pressing the cold aperture down. If this is law enforcement, then why don't you pull the trigger now? Lu Chen stared straight into Zhang Xiaotian's eyes, his voice abruptly rising. Because you don't dare. Because you know I am right. Because you know I am here as a contestant for the national competition. Because you know those corpses are from dark web assassins. You are merely a dog raised by the Zhao family, trying to use public power to bite others for your master. Silence. The entire venue fell into silence. Zhang Xiaotian's hand gripping the sword bulged with veins, but he really did not dare to move. Dugulai watched closely, the countless live cameras aimed at this spot. If he really shot someone who had a contest pass, then he'd be done for. Lu Chen looked at the pale-faced Zhang Xiaotian and slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, the smoke billowing onto the other's face. I stand here to tell you, as well as the Zhao family behind you. Lu Chen pointed at the eye-catching Zhao family characters on the city wall. This is just the beginning. I come to the capital, not to be manipulated by your families. I want to tell you that some rules need to change. After speaking, Lu Chen turned around and slightly bowed to Dugulai. Dean, thank you. But for such a small character, you don't need to make a move. Dugulai was taken aback for a moment, then laughed heartily. Good kid. So crazy. More arrogant than I was back in the day. Lu Chen walked back to the off-road vehicle and opened the door. But before getting in, he turned to glance at the thousands of fully armed soldiers, his gaze disdainful. Clear the way. Otherwise, I don't mind adding a few more names to the city gate. Zhang Xiaotian ground his teeth and finally waved his hand weakly. Retreat. Allow passage. The iron tide slowly parted, opening a path into the city. Under countless odd gazes, the black off-road vehicle, escorted by the old dean, swaggered past the garrison's defense lines and drove into the night of the capital. This night, the capital had no one sleeping. Everyone knew that a true madman had arrived here. Chapter 60, This is my dormitory. The contestant village for the national competition in the capital, the night descended. Though called a village, it was actually a vast high-end community. To accommodate the talented beast masters from all over the country, the capital truly spared no expense this time. The area not only had high-tech training grounds. The medical center even has a special spirit food restaurant. However, all this luxury seemed unrelated to the dusk team that just entered the village. Here we are, this is your dorm. A staff member with a logistics badge and downward-sloping triangular eyes stopped, pointing at a building in front of them, his tone revealing an unmistakable schadenfreude. Lin Xingxue and Bai Ling looked at the dorm before them, their faces instantly darkened. Rather than a dorm, it was more like an abandoned warehouse, or maybe, a pigsty. This was a single-story house located at the far corner of the contestant village, right next to a garbage disposal station. The walls were peeling, the glass in the windows was half broken and patched with newspaper. From far away, a nauseating, sour smell could be sensed, and a few mutated rats could even be seen swaggering in and out at the door. You call this a dorm? Lin Xingxue trembled in anger, pointing at the shabby house and questioning, even camping in the wild would be better than this. I am Lin Xingxue. He is Lu Chen. We are a proper competing team, and you give us such a place? The staff member, Lu San, lazily scratched his ear and replied with a fake smile, Miss Lin, don't be angry. There's nothing we can do about it. There are too many competing teams this year, and all the good places are gone. Besides, Lu San glanced at Lu Chen, who stood silently beside them, a flash of disdain and provocation in his eyes. The higher-ups specifically ordered that dangerous elements like Lu Chen must live in a remote place, to avoid harming other valuable contestants. This is for everyone's good. The higher-ups? Bai Ling asked angrily, is it the Zhao family? Hey, little girl, it's better to understand some things in your heart. There's no point in saying them out loud. Lu San casually tossed a rusty key to the ground, producing a crisp sound. Here's the key for you. Live here if you want. If you don't want to live here, the road is wide open, no one will stop you. After that, Lu San turned to leave, humming a little tune, clearly pleased with how he handled this task, thinking he could get a reward from the young master of the Zhao family. Wait. A calm voice stopped him. Lu San impatiently turned back. What now? Do you find it shabby? If you find it shabby, go. Slap. A long, strong hand suddenly grabbed his neck, lifting him up effortlessly, feet off the ground. Lu Chen looked at Lu San, who was kicking his legs in the air, with an indifferent gaze, as if he were looking at a fly. You, what are you doing? Let go. Hitting staff is disqualification. Lu San's face turned purple, struggling desperately. Disqualification? Lu Chen smiled, loosening his grip just a bit to let him catch his breath. Since you said all the good places are gone, then let me ask you, which building is the best? Cough cough. Of course, it's Villa number 1 in the central area. Lu San was scared but still stubbornly said, that's reserved for the Zhao family's imperial team. It's the place with the richest spiritual energy in the entire village. Someone like you from the countryside shouldn't even think about it. Imperial team? Lu Chen's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light. Very good. He casually tossed Lu Chen into the nearby stinky ditch like he was throwing away trash. Lead the way. To Villa number 1. What do you want? Lin Qingxue asked, somewhat surprised. Lu Chen adjusted his collar, looking at the brightly lit, spiritually rich central area in the distance, a proud curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. Since the Zhao family is so eager to treat me to a pigsty, if I don't return the favor, wouldn't that show I'm really ill-mannered? Go, let's move. In the central area of the contestant village, Villa number 1. This is the core of the entire park. Not only is the environment beautiful, but it is also built on a small spirit-gathering formation. The villa itself is extremely luxurious, featuring a swimming pool, a garden, and a private training room. At this moment, the hall of the villa was brightly lit, holding a small celebration banquet. 7 or 8 young people in golden uniforms were raising champagne glasses. In the midst of laughter and conversation, they were the substitute members of the Royal Extreme team. Despite Zhao Ji and Zhao Tianba's absence, this group was still a favorite to win the championship, each person looking down on others. Ha ha ha. I heard that Lu Chen has been arranged by Lu Chen to the pigsty? A young man with dyed red hair laughed loudly. It's so funny. A country bumpkin thinks he can compete with our Zhao family just because of some luck? Exactly. If it weren't for young Master Tianba saying he wanted to personally cripple him on the competition stage, I'd want to go stomp on him right now, said another burly team member in agreement. Come on, let's toast. Wishing our Royal Extreme team a victorious start, beating that so-called dust team to pieces. Cheers. Just as the cups were about to clink together. Boom. A deafening explosion suddenly echoed. The expensive, alloy-made villa door crashed inward as if struck by a cannonball, stirring up a cloud of dust. Put. The closest young man with red hair was slammed against the wall by the flying door panel, blood spitting from his mouth, champagne spilling everywhere. Who is it? Enemy attack? The Zhao family members inside were startled, hurriedly tossing their cups aside, summoning their pets, ready for battle. As the dust cleared, 3 figures stood at the door along with an apparently harmless black dog and a mechanical tyrant that was cooling down. Lu Chen stepped over the threshold, standing on the luxurious carpet, his gaze sweeping over the lavishly decorated hall, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad. Leather sofas, crystal chandeliers, and a constant temperature system. Lu Chen turned to Lin Qingxue and Bai Ling behind him, smiling. This place is much better than that pigsty, barely worthy of our status. Lu Chen? The vice-captain of the Royal Extreme team, a golden-level powerhouse named Zhao Lei, recognized him. His face darkened instantly, lightning flickering around him. You dare to barge into our Zhao family's residence? You even injured my man? Do you want to die? Barge in? Lu Chen walked to the center of the hall, looking at the tense Zhao family members with an innocent expression, shrugging. I just came to see my new dormitory. Isn't it a bit rude for you to stay here without leaving? Your dormitory? Nonsense. Zhao Lei roared, this is Villa number 1. It was allocated to us by the organizing committee. That was in the past. Lu Chen snapped his fingers. From now on, this place belongs to the Lu family. Arrogant. Zhao Lei could no longer endure the humiliation, shouting in anger, brothers. Get him. Cripple him. Zhao family will take responsibility for what happens. Roar. A thunder warbear charged at Lu Chen, followed by a wind demon wolf, a flame tiger, a total of 6 golden or near golden level pets, all bearing terrifying pressure, trying to tear this intruder apart. Faced with this assault, Lu Chen didn't even move a finger. He simply lightly uttered one word, attack. Roar. The little coal ball that had been lying at his feet sprang into action. Black gold armor full coverage. Coal ball's size instantly ballooned to 3 meters, like a mobile black gold fortress, charging straight into the beast horde. Bang! The leading thunder warbear was knocked away by Coal Ball's shoulder, its chest collapsing, rolling away like a deflated ball. Then, Coal Ball opened its big mouth, biting a wind demon wolf by the neck and swinging it violently. Snap! The wind demon wolf screamed as it was flung up to the ceiling, shattering the crystal chandelier into pieces. At the same time, ZZZ, target locked. Non-lethal mode, suppress. The iron pillar strode heavily into the hall. Its 2 huge mechanical arms shot out suddenly, precisely grabbing 2 beast tamers attempting a sneak attack. Let me go. The 2 men struggled desperately, but Iron Pillar's hydraulic jaws remained motionless like iron pincers. Get lost. Iron Pillar's electronic eye flashed red, its arms exerting force, directly throwing the 2 unfortunate souls away as if tossing sandbags. Thrown out from the broken door. Plop. Plop. Outside, there came the sound of heavy objects falling into the water that was the villa's own swimming pool. Honglian would not back down. Countless red jade vines slithered like spirits, tying up the remaining Zhao family team members into dumplings, hanging them high up, then fiercely whipping them out the door like a whip. Snap! 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 Accompanied by screams, one by one, the Zhao family geniuses, who usually stood lofty above, were thrown out from the house like dumplings. Some hung on trees, some fell into the water, and some landed face-first on the lawn. In less than a minute, the originally lively celebration feast turned into a large cleanup scene. Only the deputy captain Zhao Lei stood alone in the hall, his legs trembling, looking at Lu Chen with a face full of terror. His pet beast was already lying down, and all the teammates had been thrown out. Why you? Zhao Lei pointed at Lu Chen, his finger shaking as if he had Parkinson's. Lu Chen walked in front of him, reached out to tidy up his messy collar, then patted his cheek. Go back and tell Zhao Tianba. Want the house? Sure. Let him come take it himself. Now, get lost. Zhao Lei felt as if a great pardon had been granted, rolling and crawling out the door, not daring to utter a harsh word. The hall instantly fell silent. Huff feels good. Lu Chen walked to the leather sofa, sinking into it, comfortably stretching. Bai Ling, sweep the floor. Lin Qingxue, go see what drinks are in the fridge. Lin Qingxue and Bai Ling exchanged a glance, seeing the helplessness and shock in each other's eyes. So they just took over? Is this the so-called cuckoo occupying the magpie's nest? This is too domineering. At that moment, Lu Chen, who crawled out from the filthy ditch, came running with a team of security, panting. Poor him, it seemed he hadn't realized the battle in the villa had already ended. Stop. Lu Chen. This is robbery. I'm calling the police. I'm reporting to the organizing committee to cancel your qualification. Lu Chen, reeking, pointed at the villa and shouted, imagining that making a fuss now would earn Zhao family's recognition. Lu Chen stood up from the sofa and walked to the door. He held a bottle of top-notch champagne, casually taken from Zhao family's celebration, and took a sip from the bottle. Cancel qualification? Lu Chen looked at Lu Chen, then glanced at the bruised Zhao family members outside, chuckling coldly. According to Rule 32 of the competition, within the contestant village, teams can engage in friendly competition, and the winner has the right to prioritize resource allocation. I just had a friendly match with them, they lost, and voluntarily gave the house to me. Lu Chen pointed at the Zhao family members still howling outside. If you don't believe me, ask them if it was voluntary? Lu Chen looked at Zhao Lei. Zhao Lei covered his swollen face, glanced at the black dog still sharpening its teeth behind Lu Chen, and the mech pointing its cannon at him, his whole body shivering. It was voluntary. We will leave right now. Zhao Lei gritted his teeth, his voice trembling. Lu Chen was utterly dumbfounded. Lu Chen walked over and shoved the half-drunk bottle of champagne into Lu Cen's arms. Go, change the registration form. From today on, this villa belongs to the Lu family. Do you understand? Lu Chen, holding the bottle, looked at Lu Chen's emotionless eyes, terrified, his legs gave way, and he fell to his knees with a thud. I understand. I'll change it right away. I'll change it right away. Late at night. Villa number 1 was brightly lit. Lu Chen lay on the large soft bed in the master bedroom, staring at the ceiling. The coal ball lay on the carpet beside the bed snoring, Taizhu was recharging downstairs, and Hong Lian was absorbing moonlight on the balcony. Zhao family. Lu Chen touched the terminal on his wrist. After tonight's commotion, the conflict with the Zhao family grew deeper. But he didn't care. Because he knew, in this national competition, only by showing absolute fangs could he make those hidden hunters feel fear. Sleep. Lu Chen closed his eyes. There are harder battles to fight ahead. Outside the window, the moonlight flowed like water. And in every corner of the imperial capital, news about Lu Chen occupying the Zhao family's villa was fermenting at an astonishing speed, adding the fiercest fire to the upcoming national competition. Chapter 61, The National Beast Master Competition, Opening. At the National Stadium in the imperial capital, this magnificent building, praised as the supreme arena for beast masters, seemed like a colossal steel beast lying on the ground, opening its massive mouth. The audience area, capable of holding 100,000 people, was packed with spectators, bustling with noise, the sound waves crashing like a tsunami against the dome. A huge holographic projection wove the golden red logo of the National College Beast Master Competition in the air, each flicker tugging at countless heartbeats. This was the annual grand event of the Great Xia Kingdom, a battleground for major families and tycoons vying for the future. But this year's opening ceremony had a particularly eerie atmosphere, the air thick with a suffocating smell of blood. On the stage, the chief judge stood expressionless in a black uniform before the microphone. His voice, empowered by spiritual energy, clearly echoed throughout every corner of the stadium. In view of the deteriorating world situation, in order to select warriors truly capable of going to the battlefield, the organizing committee has decided to cancel the traditional principle of just going easy in this competition. He paused here, his sharp eyes sweeping across the crowd, and uttered the words that could change countless fates. Except for forbidding the intentional killing of surrendered contestants, on the arena, unlimited combat is allowed, including the ability to cripple or kill. Wow! The crowd instantly erupted, the uproar sounding like boiling water. Unlimited? Is this still a competition? It's simply turning the arena into a meat grinder. It's over. Teams without backgrounds or top-notch equipment are just cannon fodder going up there. This is too cruel, they want to grind this generation of geniuses down to dust. In the waiting area, the countless contestants who were originally eager were now pale as paper. Many, with weaker mental fortitude, had started to tremble, filled with thoughts of retreat. Yet, amidst this panic and chaos, the dust team's resting area was as quiet as an isolated island. Bai Ling stood behind Lu Chen, her delicate hands, usually used for mixing potions, tightly gripping her staff. She listened to the judge's cold voice, her body slightly trembling with the surrounding waves of sound. She was scared. As a support type, she was the weakest link in the team. Under the rule of unlimited combat, support types were typically the prime targets for enemies to focus on and kill, known as sacrifices. But when she looked up and saw the tall black figure in front of her, standing like a steadfast pine, seeming able to withstand even the collapse of the sky, her fear slowly retreated like the tide, replaced by another emotion called trust. Afraid? Lu Chen was carefully wiping his black alloy war knife with a white cloth. The blade reflected a chilling glow under the lights, but he did not turn around, as if eyes grew on his back. Bai Ling took a deep breath, trying to suppress her racing heart. She stepped forward, extended 2 fingers, and gently clutched Lu Chen's clothing, as if grasping a life-saving straw. Not afraid. Her voice was still slightly trembling, laced with a hint of the soft sweetness typical of a girl, but the determination in her tone seemed to solidify the air around them for a moment. I am the Master's healer. As long as I am alive, I will never let your injuries worsen. Even if it means using my life in exchange. Lu Chen's hand wiping the knife paused slightly. He slowly turned around, looking at this weak girl who, despite trembling in fear with red eyes, still wanted to open her arms to protect him. In her eyes, Lu Chen saw a certain realization. That was the resolve after entrusting her life to him. No need. Lu Chen reached out his hand, and under the watchful eyes of thousands, he roughly ruffled Bai Ling's hair, making her meticulously arranged hair a messy nest. My team does not need sacrifices, nor do we need martyrs. Lu Chen withdrew his hand and returned the battle knife to its sheath, making a crisp click sound. We are here to kill, not to be killed. Remember this. After saying this, he said no more and turned to the side. Lin Qingxue was feeding the last energy cube to the ice crystal phoenix. Her expression was cold, but her hand gripping the staff was exceptionally steady. Taizhu was conducting the final self-check of the fire control system, with red electronic eyes flickering in the shadows. Meichio was lying on the ground, bored, sharpening its claws, scratching deep grooves into the hard surface. Is everyone ready? A flash of golden light appeared in Lu Chen's eyes, and the Eye of Truth quietly activated, scanning the entire arena. Taizhu, you are in charge of remote fire suppression, blow their formation apart, and do not give them a chance to surround us. Meichio will charge in, be a good disruptor, bite anyone who dares to show their head. Qingxue, control the field, freeze those sons of bitches' legs so they can't even think about running. As for Bai Ling. Lu Chen pointed behind him, his tone leaving no room for doubt. You just follow me closely, not even an inch away. Your task is simple, don't break the milk. I am responsible for support, ready to assist at any time. Whoever touches you, I will chop them. Understood, everyone replied in unison, a chilling atmosphere spreading in the small resting area. At that moment, a suffocating mechanical voice echoed from the broadcast. The first round of the draw has ended. Group A, Match 1, Dusk Team vs Blood Axe Team. Please have both sides' contestants enter the arena. Instantly, the stands erupted with gasps of shock, followed by a flood of boos and discussions. Blood Axe Team? What the hell, isn't that the ace from the Zhao family's affiliated forces? It's over. This is definitely under-the-table operations. The entire Blood Axe team is made up of extremely rare possession-enhanced pets. Once the battle starts, they will directly transform into berserkers, each wielding a heavy axe. That's a famously mad dog team. Letting the rookie king face such tough nuts in the first round? The Zhao family wants to crush Lu Chen right at the starting line. In the VIP box, Zhao Tianbai held a glass of red wine, watching the arena below, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Enjoy yourself, Lu Chen. This is just the appetizer. On the arena, 5 hulking men in heavy armor, all over 2 meters tall, have taken their positions. They did not summon the common physical pets, but behind them, a faint crimson shadow of a wild beast floated, the possession spirit that had long merged with its host. A strong, bloody aura rushed toward them, their eyes were frenzied and bloodthirsty, like 5 hungry beasts staring at their prey. The captain of the Blood Axe team was bald, with a hideous scar running across his face. He hefted a giant alloy axe the size of a door, his gaze unabashedly scanning Lin Qingxue and Bai Ling, finally landing on Lu Chen with a sneer. "Oh, isn't this the famous rookie king Lu Chen?" The bald captain spat, his voice filled with mockery. "Are you here to compete or for a beauty contest? Bringing 2 delicate flowers to the arena, are you planning to entertain us? Ha ha ha. Captain, that white one is mine, I like the way she trembles in fear. That ice queen is reserved for me, I love to conquer this kind of thorny rose." The Blood Axe team members erupted in a series of extremely lewd laughter, their words filthy, clearly intending to infuriate Lu Chen. Lin Qingxue's face was cold as frost, her eyes brimming with killing intent, the ice crystal at the top of her staff beginning to condense a chill, the temperature around them plummeting. Lu Chen did not even glance at them. He just gently twirled the blade, the very dagger that had tasted countless blood and slain countless outlaws in the wastelands, tracing a beautiful black arc in the air, making a crisp buzzing sound eager for blood. "Flower vase?" Lu Chen lifted his eyelids, his lips curling slightly into a smile that sent chills down people's spines. His eyes were as cold as a blade. "I hope that when I grind your bones into dust later, you can still laugh as happily." He turned his head and whispered to his teammates behind him. "Get ready to work." Toot. The referee's whistle for the start of the match sharply blew at that moment. Roar. Almost at the same time, the 5 members of the Blood Axe team, along with their summoned beasts, completed their bond and instantly activated bloodthirsty frenzy. Their muscles swelled as if inflated, bursting through their battle suits, their eyes turning blood red, and the monstrous shadows behind them roared to the sky. The 5 of them were like 5 out-of-control heavy tanks, wielding huge axes and charging forward with the momentum to crush everything. The suffocating sense of pressure rushing toward them was enough to make any ordinary team collapse psychologically in an instant. However, at that moment, the weak healer, who had been hiding behind Lu Chen and ridiculed as a flower vase, moved. Bai Ling did not hesitate at all, she did not even glance at the terrifying giants charging toward her. In her eyes was only the back of Lu Chen, only an absolute faith in this man. She raised her staff high, her previously timid eyes now burning with an unprecedented fiery determination. "In the name of light. Divine blessing, prayer of light." Buzz. A dazzling holy light beam, so brilliant that it was hard to stare at, suddenly descended from the sky, instantly enveloping all members of the Dusk team. That was not an ordinary support skill. That was the S-Class Light System Talent Holy Light Praise Enhancing Group Frenzy. Golden light flowed like liquid gold over Lu Chen, Taizhu, Coalball, and Lin Qingxue. Power increase. Speed increase. Pain sensation reduced. All attributes surged. Roar. Reinforced, Coalball felt the surging power within it. It let out a deafening roar, its size expanding once more in the golden light, the black gold scales on its back sparkling with dazzling brilliance. It did not retreat a single step but instead pushed against the ground, charging fearlessly toward the 5 giant axes capable of splitting mountains. Chapter 62, Ice and Fire, Perfect Battlefield Division. Boom! The 2 torrents collided violently in the center of the arena. On one side were 5 rampaging heavy warriors in bloodthirsty frenzy, like humanoid bulldozers. On the other side was a hellhound clad in black gold dragon scales, its size massive like a tank. This visually unequal clash raised all the spectators' hearts to their throats. In common sense, a summoned beast would normally be minced into neat paste when clashing head-on with a berserker. However, the anticipated blood-soaked scene did not unfold. On the contrary, with the sound of metal clashing, the 2 leading members of the Blood Axe team felt as if they had collided with a towering mountain. Bang! The enormous recoil traveled down the axe handles, causing their hands to split open, blood gushing out. Yet, the black monster that endured the blows of 2 massive axes stood completely unyielding. The specially designed alloy floor beneath Coalball instantly shattered, collapsing into a deep pit. But the black gold scales on it sparkled with dazzling golden light under Bai Ling's prayer of light, leaving not a single trace. How is this possible? The Blood Axe captain's eyes widened, incredulous. Is this beast's skin made of vibrating metal? But soon he snapped out of his shock, shouting, "All, gather power for a collective strike." Lu Chen stood at the back. With one hand in his pocket, he scanned the tense battlefield ahead with indifferent eyes, issuing a cold order into the communication channel. "Qingxue, split them up." Received. Lin Qingxue's staff suddenly struck the ground, and the icy phoenix bird that had been hovering low let out a sharp cry, its wings unfurling as the temperature around dropped to freezing point. Extreme cold domain, ice wall burial. Boom! The ground in the center of the stage suddenly exploded. A massive ice wall, 2 meters thick and 8 meters high, rose abruptly from the middle of the Blood Axe team's formation without warning. It was like a precise scalpel, forcibly slicing the 5-person team, which had been charging together, into 2 parts. The first 2 team members were isolated on one side of the ice wall, facing Cobalt and Lu Chen head-on. The remaining 3 members, including the bald captain, were firmly blocked behind the ice wall, with one of them nearly having his foot frozen to the ground. "Bastard! Break it!" the bald captain roared, swinging his giant axe to smash the ice wall. Ice fragments flew, but Lin Qingshua's S-class talent meant the hardness of the ice wall was comparable to steel, and it could not be broken in a short time. Split the battlefield, 2 against 3. In the VIP box, an observer from the military's eyes lit up, unable to help but exclaim, "Precise judgment. Using terrain skills to instantly create a local advantage in numbers. This commander is something else. Taiju, don't let them rest." Lu Chen ordered again. Z fire cover mode, activated. Standing like a statue in the back, the mechanical tyrant's electronic eyes suddenly locked onto the 3 behind the ice wall. Click, click, click. The armor plates on its shoulders, back, and chest all flipped open, revealing numerous launch ports. Swish, 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 swish. Dozens of mini-tracking missiles, trailing long tails of fire, soared over the top of the ice wall like a swarm of hornets, crashing down on the 3 unfortunate souls who were hacking at the wall. Boom, boom, boom. The area behind the ice wall instantly turned into a sea of fire. Although the competition rules limited the use of non-lethal shot bombs and rubber explosives by Taiju, the dense shock waves and smoke still left the 3 in a dreadful predicament. They couldn't even stand, let alone break the wall. And on the side of the ice wall, the 2 isolated members of the Blood Axe team were facing their greatest fear in life. Because they found that the vase healer who had not moved all this time looked at them with a strange pity. "Damn it! Kill that dog first." One team member shouted angrily, burning his blood energy, his giant axe glowing with red light as he prepared to unleash his strongest strike, Mountain Splitter. "Cobalt, don't move." Lu Chen's voice was chillingly calm. Sure enough, Cobalt didn't move, it even provocatively raised its neck, exposing its most vulnerable throat to the opponent. Looking for death. The team member rejoiced, swinging his giant axe with a roaring wind, fiercely aiming for Cobalt's neck. At the very moment the axe blade was about to touch the scales. Holy Light Shield, double layer overlay. Bai Ling pointed her staff. Buzz. 2 thick, almost tangible milky white light shields instantly formed in front of Cobalt. Clang. The giant axe struck the light shield with a deafening sound. The first layer of the light shield shattered, turning into countless light points. But the second layer of the light shield merely rippled, remaining completely intact against the deadly blow. The team member felt his hands go numb, his palms bursting, nearly losing his giant axe. He looked despairingly at the still shimmering holy shield, his mentality completely collapsing. What the hell is this shield? Thicker than a city wall? How do we break it? Is that it? Lu Chen, who had been standing in the shadows, finally moved. He was like a patient hunter, waiting for his prey to reveal a flaw. As those 2 team members exhausted their strength, the stiffness of Xin Fengwei's body vanished in an instant. Whoosh! A black shadow sliced through the air. Lu Chen's figure darted into the battlefield like a specter. Under the eye of truth, the weaknesses of 2 berserkers flickered like red lights, tendons at the wrists, knee joints, blind spots in their vision. Too slow. Lu Chen's voice echoed in their ears, like the whisper of death. Puff. Puff. The black alloy battle knife traced 2 graceful arcs in the air. No flashy skills, only swift, accurate, and ruthless physical cuts. Ah! The cries rang out almost simultaneously. Blood spurted from the wrists of the 2 muscular men as their giant axes clanged to the ground. Then, Lu Chen crouched low, delivering a sweeping kick that landed precisely on the sides of their knees. Crack! The sound of bones breaking sent chills down spines. The 2 towering giants, over 2 meters tall, crumbled to the ground like towers stripped of their foundations. Throw them out. Lu Chen sheathed his knife without even glancing at them. Roar! Cobalt understood immediately, stepping forward, grabbing the 2 incapacitated warriors like they were chicks, and flinging them directly off the stage. Bang! Bang! The 2 fell hard outside the arena, losing consciousness instantly. The crowd fell silent. From the start of the match until now, it had only been a minute. The Blood Axe team, once ferocious, saw 2 men down in an instant, leaving the remaining 3 trapped in a corner, under bombardment. Was this a massacre? No. The audience's mouths hung open, their minds filled with 2 words. Art. Lin Qingshua's control and division, Bai Ling's ultimate defense, Taiju's firepower suppression, Cobalt's tanking, and finally, Lu Chen executing the deadly finishing move to reap the rewards. This seamless process flowed like water, a flawless collaboration. This was Team Dusk. Boom. At that moment, the ice wall finally buckled under Taiju's bombardment and the enemy's hacking, crashing down. The bald captain, covered in dust, charged out with the remaining 2 injured comrades. Old third. Old fourth. The bald captain looked at his unconscious teammates, his eyes bloodshot and his body trembling. Lu Chen. I will kill you. He let out a beast-like roar, his muscles reddening from exertion, clearly having used some life-draining forbidden technique. Still want to fight? Lu Chen stood firm, casually flicking off a drop of blood from his blade. The 3 companions and 1 beast quickly returned to their positions. Taishu's cannon recharged, Honglian's vines coiled underground, Lin Qingshua's staff glowed with blue light once again, while Bai Ling silently cast a layer of rejuvenation over the team, instantly replenishing their minor losses. Everyone was at full strength. In stark contrast to the 3 disheveled, wounded remnants on the opposite side. This despairing gap made the bald captain freeze in his charge. He looked at the opposing formation, at the team wrapped in sacred shields, frost armor, and black gold armor. A deep sense of helplessness surged within him. What's the point of fighting? They couldn't attack, couldn't defend, and couldn't escape. The giant axe in the captain's hands clanged as it dropped to the ground. He fell to his knees, hands clutching his head, his voice hoarse and filled with despair. I concede. Tweet. The referee's whistle sounded at the perfect moment. Winners, Team Dusk. Wow. After a brief silence, the entire stadium erupted with thunderous applause and cheers. So strong. This coordination is simply unbeatable. A textbook. This is definitely a textbook example of team battles. Who says having 2 girls is just for show? That healer's shield is like a wall of despair. And that control. Instant battlefield slicing, this tactical skill is phenomenal. Amidst the cheers, Lu Chen didn't show much excitement. He sheathed his battle knife and turned to look at his teammates behind him. Bai Ling's small face flushed with excitement, Lin Qingshua's eyes sparkled with pride, and Cobalt was flexing its muscles for the audience. Taishu was silently calculating the ammunition consumption just now. Let's go. Lu Chen waved his hand and led the team down the stage. This is just the first match. The warm-up is over. At the highest point of the stands, Zhao Tianba looked at the departing bag. The wine glass in his hand had already been crushed to powder. The red wine flowed down his fingers, resembling blood. Textbook? Zhao Tianba sneered coldly, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Lu Chen, the more perfect your performance, the more pity it will be when you die. In the next match, I will let you know what true despair is. Chapter 63, Attribute Restraint? Do you understand the power of knowledge? In the Imperial Capital National Stadium, the elimination match was underway. As the list for the round of 16 was released, the atmosphere of the stadium reached a climax. In the next match, the Dusk team will face off against the Holy Light Academy team. As the commentator's passionate voice faded, a sigh of regret rose from the stands. It's over, Lu Chen has really run into a tough opponent this time. The Holy Light Academy is an established strong team, all members are light system mages. They are famously known as the Darkness Nemesis. Think about it, what is Lu Chen's main beast? That black dog is a undead poison type, and that flower is blood type. These 2 against light type, it's like ice meeting magma, naturally restrained. Attribute suppression is the iron rule of the Beast Master world. Lu Chen is probably finished. Amidst the pessimistic chants, both teams took the stage. The 5 members of Holy Light Academy wore matching golden embroidered white robes, holding staves inlaid with radiant stones, each with a solemn expression, exuding an aura of holiness that was hard to look at directly. The captain standing at the front was named Andre, with blonde hair and a proud gaze. He glanced at Lu Chen's side, where the coal-like creature was radiating sulfur and death, then looked over to the eerie red lotus, his lips curling into a contemptuous cold smile as if he saw something that must be eradicated. Foul-smelling undead, and a blood-feeding demon flower. Andre raised his staff, pointing at Lu Chen, his voice booming like a judge's. Such evil creatures do not deserve to appear on the sacred arena. Today, we from Holy Light Academy will represent justice and purify you. Form the formation. Holy Light Barrier. With his command, the 5 team members raised their staves simultaneously. Buzz. 5 milky white beams of light shot into the sky, instantly constructing a realm filled with high concentrations of light elements in the arena. Under the intense holy light, the coal creature uneasily scratched its claws, and the black gold scales on its body crackled, emitting smoke as if they were being eroded by strong acid. A hint of instinctual disgust and agitation flickered in its originally fierce eyes. Red Lotus curled up into a ball, hiding behind Lu Chen, its petals tightly closed, clearly rejecting this attribute. Even its vitality was declining. Attribute suppression. This is the law of heaven. Light suppresses darkness. In battles of the same level, this kind of suppression is almost fatal. Lu Chen, the situation is not good. Lin Qingxue frowned, her staff exhaling cold air. The environment is too unfavorable for us. The defense of the coal creature and Red Lotus will be weakened by at least half. Should I first use an ice wall to block the way and buy us some time? Delay? Lu Chen dug at his ear, showing no sign of panic. He looked at the 5 opponents in formation, like a row of high-powered light bulbs, and the corner of his mouth slightly rose. Why delay? Lu Chen chuckled lightly, patting the mechanical tyrant next to him that was quietly rumbling. What era is this, and we still care about pure attribute suppression? Taizhu, give these fools a lesson. Z, command confirmed. Taizhu's blood-red electronic eyes suddenly lit up, and the previously cold mechanical voice seemed to carry a hint of mockery. Environment analysis, high concentration of light particles aggregated. Determination, high risk. Countermeasure, physical interference. Do. The referee's whistle blew. The Holy Light Academy gave Lu Chen no chance to get close at all. In an instant, the 5 of them formed a pentagram formation, raising their staffs high in unison. 5 beams of light converged in the air, transforming into a gigantic sword of light, 20 meters long. Fusion skill, Holy Light Judgment. Andre roared madly, a fervent faith on his face. This was their trump card. Gathering the power of 5, they unleashed a wide-area Holy Strike. The force of this blow was enough to match the peak of Platinum. Moreover, it had the holy attribute, dealing double critical damage to undead beasts. Booming. The massive sword of light slashed down toward the dust team with a momentum that could destroy everything. Where it passed, the air was ionized, and the light was so bright that people couldn't open their eyes. It's over. Can't dodge. This is a full-screen attack. That dog is going to be evaporated. The spectators in the stands could no longer bear to watch. In this critical moment, Lu Chen's voice cut through the overwhelming holy light, calmly and precisely issuing commands. Iron pillar, smoke grenade. Disruption bombs. Fire all the rounds. Qing Shui, ice mirror reflection. Bai Ling, shield. Boom 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 boom. Iron pillar's launch nests on his shoulders instantly opened, and dozens of specially made projectiles did not fly toward the enemy, but exploded above their own formation. Those were not explosive bombs. They were high-concentration black phosphorus smoke and aluminum foil interference clouds specially designed to disrupt laser weapons. In an instant, a dense cloud of dark gray smoke enveloped the entire dusk team. At the same time, Lin Qing Shui waved her staff, and dozens of smooth ice walls sprang up from the smoke, arranged at various weird angles. Hiss! The colossal Holy Light Judgment sword, filled with the might to destroy heaven and earth, violently struck into the smoke. However, the anticipated massive explosion did not happen. The propagation of light requires a medium. When the high-concentration beams encountered such interference clouds and ice mirrors designed against optics, what happened? Scattering. Refraction. Attenuation. The once solid and indestructible sword of light suddenly broke apart as it entered the smoke. The light was reflected by the aluminum foil, absorbed by the smoke, and refracted in all directions by the ice mirrors. The arena instantly lit up with countless chaotic beams of light, like laser lights flickering wildly in a disco. Though some of the light energy still penetrated the defense and struck the coal ball in front. Sizzle sizzle sizzle. The black gold scales on the coal ball were indeed scorched red, producing white smoke. But that was merely a superficial injury. With the 2 layers of holy light shield timely placed by Bai Ling and its evolution from devouring the lava giant that gave it super high elemental resistance, this reduced light damage, at most, was just a sauna? The coal ball shook its head in confusion. Is this it? This is the so-called judgment? Not even as hot as last time's magma. As the smoke dispersed, the entire arena fell silent. In the center of the arena, every member of the dusk team was unscathed. Iron Pillar stood firm, still adorned with a few remaining interference foil strips. The coal ball shook off the dust, its scales gleaming even brighter from the previous high temperature. Lin Qing Shui and Bai Ling were hiding at the back, not even their hairstyles were disheveled. How is this possible? Andre's eyes nearly popped out, his hand gripping the staff trembling violently. Where's our holy light judgment? Why did it cause no damage? This isn't scientific. Scientific? Lu Chen stepped out of the smoke, dusting off his clothes, looking at the opposition as if they were fools. Since it's light, it must obey the physical laws of optics. Have you heard of the Tyndall effect? Have you studied the principle of light refraction? Lu Chen pointed at Iron Pillar beside him. In the face of technology, your little magic is far too primitive. Now, the turn-based phase is over. Lu Chen's gaze instantly turned cold, and his battle blade was unsheathed. It's our turn. Taizhu, suppress fire. Blast their blinding white robes to pieces. Coal ball, don't hold back, that's your buffet. Lin Qingxue, freeze their feet to the ground. Yes. 3 voices responded simultaneously. G target locked. Gatling gun, preheating complete. Taishu's armor opened at his chest, revealing a 6-barrel rotating cannon. Day. Blue rubber explosive rounds poured out like a metal storm. The group of fragile mages from the Holy Light Academy had just unleashed their ultimate move, exhausted from old power with new power yet to rise. How could they withstand this unreasonable firepower? Ah! The shield is broken. How is this cannon so fierce? Their proud Holy Light shield shattered in the storm of Taishu's rain of bullets, as fragile as eggshells. Immediately after. Ka-cha! Ka-cha! The ground froze. Lin Qingshue's extreme cold domain activated, freezing the feet of the 5 mages who were covering their heads and scrambling to escape in place. Run? Where to run? Lin Qingshuo scoffed coldly, pointing her staff, countless ice spears suspended in midair, ready to strike. And the most terrifying was that bolt of black lightning. Roar! Coal Ball, who had just been light therapyed, was now filled with rage. It pushed off the ground with its limbs, transforming into a streak of black and gold light, charging directly into the enemy formation. Without their shields, the mages were like sheep waiting to be slaughtered in front of the heavy armored warrior. Bang! Coal Ball whipped its tail, sending the captain named Andre flying 5 meters high. Following that, it opened its big mouth, but not to bite. Ugh! A dense, rich mist of corrosive poison abyss spewed out, instantly enveloping the remaining 4 team members. Cough cough cough. This smoke is toxic. My eyes. My skin. The pure white robes that the Holy Light Academy was proud of quickly corroded into black rags in the poisonous mist. One by one, they clutched their throats, writhing on the ground in pain, their once sacred image utterly destroyed, leaving only embarrassment and wails. Lu Chen walked step by step to the bloodied Andre, who had just gotten back up. Give up. You have lost. Lost? Andre lowered his head, his body trembling violently. He suddenly lifted his head, and those once proud blue eyes were now filled with frenzied bloodshot. How could I lose to a heretic like you? The glory of the Holy Light Academy must not be destroyed by my hands. He stared fiercely at Lu Chen, reaching into his bosom, pulling out a golden crystal emitting an ominous aura. That was a high-level summoning stone sealed by forbidden magic. Lu Chen! You pushed me to this. Andre's mouth bled slightly, blood from biting his tongue to perform some kind of sacrificial ritual. Since mortal power cannot defeat you, then let us call upon the gods. Boom! A massive golden light gate suddenly appeared in the air above the arena. Accompanied by a sacred and imposing chant, a humanoid creature with a size exceeding 10 meters and 4 wings slowly descended. It was entirely composed of high concentrations of light elements, with no solid body, only a set of dazzling armor emitting blinding brilliance, holding a spear ignited with holy fire, its face blurry yet radiating a cold indifference towards all living beings. Warning, high energy reaction detected. Target, 4-winged angel beast. Threat level, extremely high. The alarm of the iron pillar exploded in the communication channel. As soon as this summoned beast appeared, a terrifying pressure instantly engulfed the entire arena, making even the surrounding air twist from the searing heat. It hovered 50 meters in the air, holding absolute air superiority, like a new sun scorching everything on the ground. Die! Heretic! Andre laughed wildly, blood streaming from his 7 orifices. It was a backlash from forcibly summoning a high-level creature, but he no longer cared. The angel beast swung its spear, and countless light arrows poured down like a torrential rain. Swish swish swish! Each light arrow had the power to penetrate rock and was incredibly fast, making them impossible to dodge. Defend! Lu Chen's gaze sharpened, reacting at first. Roar! Cobalt roared, and the black gold armor fully activated, its massive body blocking in the forefront, braving the wave of light rain. White Spirit swung her staff, creating afterimages, as holy light shields were stacked upon Cobalt and Iron Pillar as if they cost nothing. Even Lin Qingshuo was protected behind her. Clang clang clang. The light arrows collided with armor and shields, sending sparks flying. Although they managed to block them, the relentless impact shook Cobalt's limbs deep into the ground, letting out painful muffled groans. White Spirit's face turned pale visibly, and beads of cold sweat appeared on her forehead. Master! Its attack frequency is too high, my spiritual power can't keep up. White Spirit shouted through gritted teeth. This was the disgusting nature of air superiority. The enemy bombarded from above, and you could only passively take hits on the ground. Even a tank like Cobalt would eventually be worn down. Flying high is impressive? Lu Chen looked up at the high-flying bird person, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. He was not happy. Very unhappy. He hated this feeling of being looked down upon. Since it doesn't want to come down, then let's bring it down. Lu Chen abruptly waved his hand, his voice like iron and stone striking. All units, listen up. Coordinate air defense operations. Iron Pillar, anti-air mode. Lock its flight path for me. Z. Command confirmed. 6-barreled fire god cannon, elevation locked. The armor panels behind iron pillar opened, and 2 rapid-fire anti-air cannons emerged. Day. 2 tongues of fire erupted instantly, and a dense barrage formed a net of death in the sky, forcing the 4-winged angel to dodge left and right, disrupting its previously smooth attack rhythm. Xing Xue. Seal its wings. Understood. Lin Xingxue had long been ready. She rode an ice crystal phoenix soaring into the sky. Though it was smaller than the angel beast, it excelled in agility. Extreme cold breath. The ice crystal phoenix circled to the upper side of the angel beast, accurately spraying a breath of extreme cold onto its light wings. Crack. The surface of the light wings instantly formed a thick layer of frost. Although it could not completely freeze the light elements, the intense conflict between extreme cold and high temperature visibly slowed the angel beast's movements, forcing it to lower its altitude to 30 meters. Now's the time. Red Lotus. On the ground, the ambushed red jade vines struck like hunting pythons, seizing the moment the angel beast lowered its height, lunging up into the sky. Swish. Hundreds of vines tightly wrapped around the angel beast's feet. Though they sizzled from the burning light elements, Red Lotus gritted its teeth, holding on tightly and yanking the massive creature violently towards the ground. 30 meters, 20 meters, 15 meters. The angel beast let out an angry roar, its spear about to cut through the vines. That's high enough. Lu Chen's eyes sparkled with intensity. He took 2 steps back, then charged toward the coal ball. Coal ball. Launch me up. Roar. The coal ball understood. It lowered its back, muscles tense like a bowstring. At the moment Lu Chen stepped onto its back, the coal ball suddenly exerted force and launched. At the same time, Bai Ling exhausted her last bit of spiritual power. A cyan light ring enveloped Lu Chen. Light's blessing, lightness. Boom. In that instant, Lu Chen soared into the air like a cannonball, propelled by the coal ball's force and the lightness buff, defying gravity. He left a dark afterimage in the air, instantly crossing over several meters to appear in front of the angel beast. At this moment, time seemed to stand still. Andre stared blankly at the human who leaped into the air, his eyes filled with disbelief. What does he want to do? Does he want to kill a god with his own body? In midair, Lu Chen locked eyes with the indifferent angel face. Just because you have wings, do you think you are a god? Lu Chen gripped the black alloy battle knife tightly. The power of magma body surged into his arms. The blade instantly turned blood red, radiating terrifying heat. Get down. Now. Accompanied by a roar that shattered the heavens. Lu Chen exerted force with his waist and abdomen, spinning in the air like a giant windmill, using the downward momentum to slash fiercely at the base of the angel beast's gigantic light wings. Put. That was the sound of a sharp blade slicing into a high-density energy body. Ah! The angel beast let out a scream so similar to a human's. Its proud 4 wings, under Lu Chen's full attack containing the powers of gluttony and magma, were brutally cut off. Light feathers scattered like a golden rain of blood. An angel without wings was no longer a god, but a giant meteor. Boom! The massive body lost its lift, crashing heavily to the ground under Lu Chen's foot. Dust and debris erupted. A vast pit was smashed into the center of the arena. When the dust settled, the 100,000 spectators fell silent. In the deep pit, the once mighty 4-winged angel beast lay awkwardly on the ground, its body flickering, clearly on the brink of collapse. And on its chest, Lu Chen held the knife with one hand, his foot on the angel's head, his trench coat billowing in the wind. He slowly raised his head, looking at the already terrified Andre, a sinister smile creeping up his lips. Your god, it seems, is nothing more than this. Do you have any other moves? If not. Lu Chen reversed the battle knife, the tip aimed at the angel beast's core. I will kill you. Chapter 65, The Angel's Core. In the deep pit, dust settled. The once lofty and invincible 4-winged angel beast was now like a dead bird with its spine broken, awkwardly embedded in the mud. Its armor, which once radiated sacred brilliance, was now covered in cracks, and its wings disappeared, still leaking golden light spots. Roar! It tried to struggle, wanting to stand again. But a claw covered in black gold armor, with overwhelming force, slammed onto its shoulder. The coal ball held down half of the angel beast's body, its massive mouth dripping strong acidic venom clamped onto the angel beast's neck, formed by condensed light elements. Even though its mouth was being scorched by sacred energy, its fierce glare remained undiminished. At the same time, crack! A cold mechanical arm extended, the dark cannon barrel pressed directly against the angel beast's forehead. Iron pillar's red electronic eyes flickered, the emotionless electronic voice echoed out. Deep target locked. Under the close-range nuclear watch of these 2 monsters. Even the summoned creature, driven only by its instinct to fight, was frozen in place, not daring to move an inch. Stop! What are you trying to do? On the other side of the arena, blood-covered Andre stared at the scene with eyes wide in disbelief. This was his secret weapon, summoned after sacrificing his entire team, the highest honor of the Holy Light Academy. How could anyone treat it like a pig being slaughtered? He raised his staff, ready to use the last of his strength to attack and disrupt Lu Chen. Since you've lost, be honest. A sharp voice rang out. Standing at the back, Bai Ling suddenly raised her staff. Blinding light spell. Buzz. A burst of light, 100 times more dazzling than the sun, exploded in front of Andre. Ah! My eyes! Andre screamed, kneeling on the ground, covering his eyes, tears streaming down his face as his vision fell into a white, empty void. Immediately after. Ice prison, seal. Lin Qingxue lightly tapped her staff, and thick ice walls rose from the ground, completely sealing off the deep pit, cutting off all external interference. Now, this deep pit had become Lu Chen's personal operating table. Lu Chen stood atop the angel beast's chest, applying slight pressure with the black battle knife in his hand, piercing through the layer of light elemental skin. Don't move. Lu Chen's voice was calm, like a head surgeon operating on a patient. It will be over soon. Golden data streams frantically flashed in his eyes. Eye of Truth, full power analysis. Analyzing target structure. Energy core position locked, 3 inches below the sternum, high energy reaction point. Optimal dissection path generated. In Lu Chen's vision, the massive angel beast transformed into a detailed anatomical diagram of the human body. Deep within the dazzling light, a fist-sized golden crystal, radiating pure holy energy, was pulsating violently. This was the fundamental core that maintained the existence of this body, Holy Light Core. It was also a rare S-grade evolution material. Found it. Lu Chen smirked slightly. He no longer hesitated. The alloy battle knife in his hand turned into a black lightning bolt, precisely stabbing along the route marked by the Eye of Truth. Put. No blood splattered, only dense light particles gushed out like a fountain. Lu Chen's wrist turned skillfully, the blade avoiding the hard energy skeleton, like a nimble scalpel, gently flicking upward. Come out. As Lu Chen raised his wrist. A dazzling golden crystal, resembling a miniature sun, was pried out from the angel beast's chest, tracing a graceful parabolic arc in the air. Eee. Losing its core, the angel beast let out a final, tragic, and unwilling wail. Its immense body instantly lost all support, disintegrating from the feet and turning into countless golden light particles, like fireflies in a summer night, beautifully yet decisively vanishing into the air. Slap. Lu Chen reached out his left hand, catching the still warm holy light core steadily. He took a glance, nodded in satisfaction, casually pocketing the core as if he had just bought a piece of candy. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the arena. As the summoned creature completely dissipated, Andre, suffering from severe mental backlash, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He collapsed to the ground, completely fainting as if his spine had been pulled out. Do. The referee's belated whistle finally blew, even trembling slightly. The match is over. Winner, Dusk Battle Team. Boom. As the ice walls dissipated, the 100,000 spectators erupted into cheers capable of shaking the heavens, staring at the stunning scene in the center of the arena. In the arena center, Lu Chen held the battle knife dripping with golden light liquid, standing tall like a pine tree. Beside him was a fierce and imposing black gold demon dog, behind him a war mech filled with violent aesthetics. And on either side of him, Lin Qingxue and Bai Ling stood, one on the left and one on the right. Like two guardian goddesses. This is a perfect encirclement hunt. This is a textbook slaughter of gods. So strong. Can even angels be killed like chickens? Is this the newcomer king? So damn ruthless. I like it. Listening to the cheers of the crowd, Lu Chen's expression was calm. He sheathed the battle knife, turned around to look at his teammates, and finally fixed his gaze on Bai Ling. He took out the freshly acquired and still warm, light core, from his pocket and tossed it in his hand. Bai Ling. Lu Chen's voice was not loud, but it made Bai Ling tremble all over. Yes. Master. Bai Ling immediately stood up straight, gazing at Lu Chen with admiration. This thing. Lu Chen looked at the core, a glimmer flickering in his eyes. Since it's a trophy, then let's not waste it. Get ready for a bit. Lu Chen's lips curled into a meaningful smile. Accept the reward I'm giving you. Chapter 66, Reward, the Saintess Advancement. Exiting the bustling arena, passing through the long contestant corridor, the thunderous cheers from outside were finally blocked behind the heavy soundproof door. The exclusive preparation room for the Dusk Team. As soon as the door closed, Bai Ling, who had been tense with nerves, seemed to have all her strength drained, her body going limp, sliding down the wall. Be careful. Lin Qingxue was quick-witted, catching her and helping her over to the leather sofa in the corner. Bai Ling looked extremely worse for wear at this moment. Her pure white priest robe was already soaked with sweat, clinging tightly to her body. Her face was as pale as paper, her lips cracked, a sign of dangerously depleted spiritual power. In that battle just now, to maintain the shield and buff for the whole team and to withstand the pressure from the angel beast, she had almost drained the last drop of her spiritual power. I'm sorry, Master, Qingshua's sister. Bai Ling gasped weakly, her voice thin like a thread. I'm so useless. After just one fight. Don't talk, rest well. Lin Qingxue, feeling a bit heartbroken, handed her a bottle of recovery potion. You did very well. If it weren't for your light refraction, we would have been wiped out in the first wave. At this moment, a steady sound of footsteps approached. Lu Chen pulled over a chair and sat down in front of Bai Ling with a big posture. He was toying with the light core that had just been dug out from the angel beast's body. The core was only the size of a fist but seemed to possess life, rhythmically contracting and expanding under the dim light in the preparation room, radiating a heart-pounding scorching heat and sacred pressure. Even from a few meters away, the coal ball shrank back a bit in disgust. That was the undead creature's instinctive rejection of high-level holy light. But Bai Ling was staring intently at the core. Her body trembled, not out of fear, but from a deep desire from her soul. That was the instinctive yearning of a light affinity abilities user for the source of power. Do you want it? Lu Chen's voice broke the silence. Bai Ling was stunned for a moment, swallowing hard, instinctively nodding her head, but then seemed to remember something, suddenly shaking her head and lowering it in panic. No. I can't. This is Master's trophy, an S-class treasure. If you want it, then stop talking nonsense. Lu Chen did not put the core away. Instead, he leaned forward, pinched Bai Ling's delicate chin, forcing her to look up and meet his gaze. Bai Ling, how do you think you performed today? Bai Ling's eyes turned red, ashamed as she replied, very poorly. I could only hide in the back, and had to make Master distract himself to protect me. Knowing it's poor is good. Lu Chen's tone didn't carry much blame, but instead held a calm scrutiny. In my team, I don't keep idle people. With your current strength, it's fine for these elimination matches, but if you encounter a real powerhouse like Zhao Tianba, you will be the biggest shortcoming. Once your healing can't keep up, both the coal ball and the iron pillar will collapse. Next is total annihilation. Lu Chen's words were very direct, sharp enough to pierce the heart like a knife. Bai Ling bit her lip tightly, tears swirling in her eyes, but she dared not retort. Because she knew what her master said was the truth. So, Lu Chen released his hand, bringing the boiling holy light core to her lips. I don't want to see you like this again next time. Eat it. What? Beside her, Lin Qingxue exclaimed, Lu Chen, are you crazy? This is an untreated high-level monster core. It contains raging divine rules, swallowing it will cause you to explode. I know what I'm doing. Lu Chen didn't even look at Lin Qingxue, only fixating fiercely on Bai Ling's eyes, his voice growing stern. Bai Ling, this is a choice question. Either you eat it, gamble for a chance to be reborn, and truly qualify to stand by my side in the future. Or you refuse it, continue to be that useless burden who can only hide and cry, at any moment might be discarded by me. Choose. The preparation room was dead silent. Only the buzzing of the iron pillar's cooling fan could be heard. Bai Ling stared at the golden core in front of her, feeling the terrifying heat waves coming from it. Abandoned. These three words felt like a thorn, stabbing deeply into her heart. She recalled the dark days in the Beast God Church, the despair of being treated as a tool and consumable. It was this man in front of her who had saved her, giving her dignity, giving meaning to her life. If she couldn't keep up with his pace, if she became worthless again. That fear was more horrifying than death itself. I'll eat it. Bai Ling's gaze changed. It was a determination born from desperation, as if she was ready to risk everything. She reached out her trembling hands, cradling the boiling core, then without any hesitation, opened her mouth and swallowed it whole. Gulp! The core entered her belly. Boom! In the next second, Bai Ling's body suddenly curled like a shrimp, letting out an extremely suppressed scream. Ah! That was not ordinary energy, it was the will and furious light element left by the angelic beast before its death. Her skin instantly turned bright red, followed by a transparent state, allowing a clear view of the golden magma flowing through her veins. Blood began to spill from the corner of her mouth, her body convulsing violently, as if it would burst like a balloon at any second. Lu Chen! She can't hold on much longer. Lin Qingxue was anxious to rush over, but was stopped by Lu Chen raising his hand. Don't move. Lu Chen stood up, stepping behind Bai Ling. Since she's my chosen healer, I won't let her die. He sat cross-legged and heavily slapped his palm on Bai Ling's hot back. Golden light exploded in his eyes. Talent Gluttony. Activate. Suppress it for me. A domineering black spiritual energy flowed through Lu Chen's palm, enforced by their soul contract, forcibly rushing into Bai Ling's body. It was like a tyrannical T-Rex charging into a flock of sheep. The raging holy light energy wreaking havoc and destroying veins inside Bai Ling, upon sensing this predatory will from a higher dimension, began to tremble as if facing a natural enemy. Guide it! Lu Chen's voice thundered in Bai Ling's mind, like a bell ringing loudly. You are an S-class light talent. These light elements are inherently your subjects. Don't let them take the lead. Swallow them whole. Under Lu Chen's guidance and suppression, the soon-to-collapse Bai Ling finally found a glimmer of clarity. She bit down hard on her silver teeth, enduring the pain of her veins tearing apart, and began to crazily activate her talent, Holy Light Praise. Devour. Assimilate. Integrate. This was a war within her body. Gradually, the dangerous blood-red color on Bai Ling began to fade, replaced by a pureness so sacred, it even had a hint of divinity in its milky white glow. Her body slowly lifted, 3 feet off the ground. The air in the preparation room began to tremble. The white long dress swayed in the light, her long hair moved without wind, each strand tinged with a faint golden glow, as if flowing gold. Those originally timid black eyes slowly opened at this moment. Deep within the pupils, they had completely turned into brilliant gold, resembling 2 small suns, exuding a kind of indifferent and majestic gaze that looked down on all beings. But at the moment she saw Lu Chen, that divine presence instantly withdrew, transforming into a more fervent adoration and attachment. Evolution successful. Target, Bai Ling. Talent transformation, Holy Light Praise Divine Glory. New characteristic obtained, Light Element Sovereign, no need for a staff to chant, instant cast of all non-large light skills, greatly enhancing their effects. New skill obtained, Holy Revival, as long as there is still a breath, can forcibly pull back the lifeline. The light dissipated. Bai Ling gently landed. She looked at her hands, feeling the vast spiritual power within her, a feeling like transforming from an ant into a god who controls life and death. Let's try it. Lu Chen pointed to the ball of coal lying on the ground, grunting. During the previous battle, although the coal ball had greatly increased its defense by swallowing dragon meat, it had indeed been severely burned by the angel beast's harmful light element. Its mouth was covered with blisters, looking quite miserable. Bai Ling nodded. She did not raise her staff to chant. She simply lifted her pristine white right hand and pointed at the coal ball from a distance. Heal. Just one word. Buzz. A rich, almost liquid white light suddenly appeared, instantly enveloping the coal ball. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The speed of healing was visible to the naked eye. The blisters in the coal ball's mouth instantly faded, and the charred flesh turned red again, even some old battle scars from before were completely healed. Woof! Wow! So refreshing. The coal ball jumped up suddenly, wagging its tail energetically, even feeling its scales glimmering more brightly. Instant cast. No need to chant. Healing amount overflowed. Lin Qingxue stared in shock from the side. This instant large healing spell? Is this still a human? Bai Ling ignored Lin Qingxue's astonishment. After confirming that the coal ball was healed, she turned around to face the man sitting in the chair, looking somewhat fatigued. She lifted the hem of her dress, knelt on both knees, and deeply bowed to Lu Chen in this private space that only held the 4 of them. It was the oldest and most devout act of loyalty. Thank you for your grace, my master. Bai Ling raised her head, her golden eyes burning with fervent faith. From now on, Bai Ling will be your strongest shield in hand and your most loyal light in shadow. As long as you give the command, even if it is hell, I will illuminate it for you. Lu Chen looked at the girl kneeling in front of him, rubbing his brow. The energy he had forcibly suppressed was also a considerable drain on him. But he smiled. Because he knew, this deal was a huge profit. He not only gained a super healer but also a devoted follower. Get up. Lu Chen stood up, helping Bai Ling to her feet and tidying her slightly messy bangs. Remember this powerful feeling. In the next match. Lu Chen looked at the schedule on the wall, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. I don't want to see you fall again. Yes. Bai Ling stood straight, her originally weak aura completely vanished, replaced by an unapproachable confidence and purity. Alright, take a break. In the next match, show them what despair means. Chapter 67, Channel Ambush, Purification of Light. Outside the preparation room, the long and dimly lit player corridor. There are 10 minutes left until the quarterfinals, please Dusk Team enter the arena quickly. The voice of the staff urging came from the broadcast. Lu Chen pushed open the door of the preparation room, leading the team that had just completed their transformation out. Bai Ling followed behind him, still looking serene. But the occasional golden light that flowed from those eyes carried a sense of sacredness that warned others to stay away. The passage was empty, with only their footsteps echoing. Something feels wrong. Halfway through, Lu Chen suddenly stopped. It was too quiet. This was the necessary route to the main competition venue, where there should normally be many staff and security patrolling, yet now, not even a ghostly shadow could be seen. Before his words faded, a sudden change occurred. Kill. From the previously empty shadows of the ceiling and walls, 5 figures as dark as ink suddenly sprang forth. They seemed like phantoms that grew out of the shadows, dressed in tight black suits, wearing faceless masks, with short daggers thickly coated in eerie purple poison held backward in their hands. No unnecessary words, not even a sound of breathing. These 5 assassins coordinated perfectly. 2 entangled with the coal ball and iron pillar, 1 blocked Lin Xingshua's spellcasting path, while the 2 strongest ones, 1 retreated back into the shadows, and the other became a black lightning bolt, charging straight at the protected Lu Chen. Zhao Family Death Warriors, Shadow Team. Lin Xingxue exclaimed in alarm, her staff just about to rise, but was suddenly entangled by a pitch-black chain that shot out from the shadows and wrapped around her wrist. Roar! The coal ball roared in anger, wanting to rush to help but was firmly entangled by 2 slippery assassins, unable to break free for a moment. Clang! Lu Chen drew his knife to block, making it impossible for the assassin charging at him to advance an inch. And at that instant, what an opportunity! The assassin emerging from the shadows behind Lu Chen's back had a flicker of wild joy in his eyes. His dagger was less than half a meter away from Lu Chen's back. This dagger was coated with a blood-sealing bone corrosion poison. As long as it pierced the skin even a little, even a platinum-level powerhouse would become weak and unable to participate in the upcoming competition. Lu Chen! Lin Xingxue shouted in despair. Put! The sound of a blade entering flesh was clearly audible. That poisonous dagger was ruthlessly stabbed into Lu Chen's left shoulder. Blood splattered. The assassin, ecstatic, was about to twist the handle to widen the wound when he suddenly felt a tight grip around his wrist. He looked up in horror to find that Lu Chen had actually seized his wrist with his hand. On that young face, there was no expression of pain, only a calmness as if facing death itself. Is this it? Lu Chen calmly uttered 2 words. The next second. Who allowed you to harm the master? A voice filled with anger and sacred authority erupted in the passage. The soft healer who had been intentionally overlooked by the assassins suddenly erupted into a full-blown rage. The moment she saw Lu Chen bleeding, Bai Ling's golden pupils lost all tenderness. No chanting was needed. No staff was needed to guide her. Bai Ling suddenly opened her arms, her long hair moving as if blown by wind, turning herself into a dazzling little sun. SS-level talent characteristic, light element sovereign instantaneous. Holy purification absolute healing. Boom! A creamy white beam of light, thick to the point of being almost liquid, instantly enveloped Lu Chen like a cascade from the Milky Way. At that moment, time seemed to rewind. Zzzzzzz. The assassin watched in terror as the poisonous dagger stabbing into Lu Chen's body was purified into molten iron under the washing of the holy light. And those black toxins that had already invaded the blood vessels, ready to attack the heart, evaporated into nothingness the instant they touched the holy light, as if snow encountered boiling oil, without even a hint of resistance. Next was the wound. The flesh and tissue writhed madly, skin regenerating. In just 0.5 seconds. Not even the time to blink. The deep blood hole on Lu Chen's shoulder had completely healed, leaving not even a red mark, his skin smooth and as pristine as before. Full health. Full status. Even due to the influx of holy light, Lu Chen's complexion was even rosier than before. This is impossible. The assassin's mentality collapsed, clutching the remains of the dagger's hilt. Screaming as if they had seen a ghost. This is the poison that eats away at the bones. How can you possibly? Nothing is impossible. Lu Chen moved his perfectly fine left shoulder, the warm sensation felt very comfortable to him. He swung his hand back and delivered a hard slap to the assassin's face. Slap. This slap carried immense force, sending the shocked assassin spinning like a top before crashing heavily against the wall, half of his teeth flying out. Playing assassination in front of my nurse? Lu Chen emerged from the pillar of light, still radiating a faint holy glow, like a deity. You underestimate S-Class SS-Class talent too much. It was only at this moment that the remaining 4 assassins reacted and tried to flee. But it was already too late. Leave none alive. Lu Chen commanded coldly. Roar! The coal ball, filled with pent-up anger, pounced directly, biting down on one assassin's thigh and tearing furiously. The mechanical arm of the iron pillar swept across, sending the other 2 flying away like garbage. The last one who tried to run was sealed off by Lin Xingshue's ice wall and then bound like a zonzi by Holian's vines. The battle was over. The passage returned to silence, only the faint groans of the assassins remained. Lu Chen turned around, looking at the girl behind him, her chest heaving violently, eyes still filled with lingering fear. Bai Ling rushed over, disregarding any distinction between men and women, her hands exploring and checking over Lu Chen's body, tears streaming down. Master, are you all right? Does it still hurt? Is there still poison left? Should I cast a great purification spell again? She spoke in a jumble, feeling as if her heart might stop when that knife plunged in. I'm fine. Lu Chen grabbed her flailing little hand. Let's go. Lu Chen glanced at the few incapacitated men on the ground, his eyes cold. Tie them up and throw them at the entrance of the arena. Let the Zhao family see well how their shadow team has turned into the Dead Dogs team. He pushed open the door at the end of the passage. Blinding light and a deafening roar of cheers surged towards him. Now entering the arena, Dusk team. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of spectators, Lu Chen led his team onto the stage. Behind them, at the passage entrance, 5 bloodied assassins, bound together, were casually tossed to the ground by the iron pillar like trash. This scene instantly spread throughout the entire arena via the big screen. In the VIP box, Zhao Tianba's grip crushed his wineglass once more. He stared intensely at that unscathed youth on the stage, and the girl behind him radiating holy light, his eyes for the first time revealing deep wariness. To be able to instantly purify deadly poison and heal fatal injuries. This variable is even more terrifying than Lu Chen himself. Zhao Tianba took a deep breath and dialed an encrypted number. Plan change. For the next match, no more assassination attempts. Let those lunatics from the Beast Academy up. I want to crush them with the strongest force, drown them. I refuse to believe her spiritual power is unlimited. Chapter 68, The Indestructible Team, Honglian in Slumber. The Imperial Capital National Stadium, the quarter-finals scene. After Bai Ling's stunning appearance, the image of the Dusk team in the eyes of all the spectators completely changed. If they were once seen as brutal, now, they had an even more despairing title, Indestructible Team. With that perverted nurse around, unless it's a one-hit kill, you can't kill them at all. This was the consensus reached by all teams. At this moment, on the platform, the opponent of the Dusk team was the veteran strong team from the West, Beast Academy. This team practiced the secret technique of blood sacrifice summoning endless fierce beast shadows from the void by cutting veins and sacrificing blood. As long as the blood wasn't completely drained, the battle wouldn't stop. Roar! On the platform, blood and gore filled the air. The captain of Beast Academy was a strong man covered in totems. At this moment, he was drenched in blood, his face pale, but his eyes were filled with a terrifying madness. Behind him, hundreds of blood wolves and blood tigers, formed from coagulated blood, surged like a tide, frantically assaulting the Dusk team's defenses. Charge for me. Tear them apart. Even if it takes everything, wear them down to death. The strong man roared, slashing his arm again, blood gushing out, transforming into an even larger blood-colored raging bear. This was a typical war of attrition. If it were an ordinary team, facing this suicidal beast wave tactic, their spirit energy would have been exhausted long ago. But unfortunately, they were up against Lu Chen. Red Lotus, don't let them run wild. Lu Chen stood in the center of the team, one hand in his pocket, speaking with indifference. Hiss. The red jade vines coiling around his arm instantly came alive. Swish, swish, swish. Countless red tendrils, thin as hair yet tough as steel, spread silently across the ground like a giant spider web. As those blood wolves charged in, the moment they stepped into the Red Lotus's attack range, they were tightly ensnared by the tendrils. Strangle. The Red Lotus exerted force, and the tendrils instantly tightened. Puff. 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 Dozens of blood wolves were strangled to death, turning into pools of blood. This blood did not dissipate, instead, it was greedily absorbed by the Red Lotus's tendrils, becoming the nutrients that nourished it. Damn it! That's a blood-sucking vine. The captain of the Beast clan was shocked. Forget about those summoned creatures. Attack the main body directly. As long as we kill Lu Chen, everything will end. 5 members of the Beast clan unleashed their power simultaneously, maneuvering around the defense line, aiming to concentrate their fire on Lu Chen. Want to cut to the backline? Lu Chen's lips curled up. Coal Ball, Iron Pillar, block the way. Roar! Coal Ball activated the black gold armor, like a moving city wall, taking the brunt of the impact from 3 opponents. Iron Pillar opened fire, the cannons roaring, suppressing the other 2 opponents until they couldn't raise their heads. The battle fell into a stalemate. This was a tug-of-war. They fought for half an hour. The 5 members of the Beast Academy turned pale as paper from blood loss, barely able to stand, resembling refugees escaping from a camp. But they gritted their teeth and held on because they believed the drain on the other side was greater than theirs. At that moment, a blood-colored leopard that had escaped detection suddenly darted past the defense line, its claws scratching a shallow wound on Lu Chen's hand. Thud! A drop of blood fell to the ground. This scene instantly pierced the nerves of a quiet girl at the back of the team. Bai Ling's pupils contracted sharply. Praise of light divine blessing. Buzz. A dazzling golden light instantly enveloped the entire scene. As the light swept across, miracles occurred. The wound on Lu Chen's hand healed instantly, without leaving a scar. The ghastly claw marks on Coldball's body, under the nurturing of the golden light, visibly grew new flesh, his scales became shiny black again, and even his physical strength and energy returned to peak condition. Even iron pillars overheated red gun barrel, under the intervention of some divine rule, cooled down instantly. Full health. Full blue. Added shields. This. On the opposite side, the captain of the Beast Academy stared in shock at this scene, raising his bloodied arm, petrified. He glanced at his side, shaky, half-dead. Then looked across, full of life, in high spirits. How the hell are we supposed to fight this? The captain broke down, slamming the bone knife in his hand to the ground, roaring with a choked voice, "We let out blood for half an hour. Half an hour. And you guys just wave your hands and are back to full health?" The entire audience fell into a dead silence, then erupted into sympathetic sighs. So tragic. It was like you had painstakingly whittled down the boss's health bar for half a day, only to see victory within reach, and then the boss turned around and healed itself to full. Despair. True despair. On the stage, Lu Chen looked at the several opponents who had completely lost their fighting spirit, collapsed on the ground, yet his icy gaze did not dissipate. He remembered the assassination in the corridor just now. That was the work of the Zhao family. Since you like to play dirty, let me show you what true swallowing without spitting bones means. Qing Xue. Lu Chen suddenly spoke, his voice deep. Surround the arena. I don't want the following scene to frighten the children. Lin Qingxue was stunned for a moment, but quickly understood Lu Chen's intention. She did not hesitate and brought down her staff heavily. Extreme Cold Domain Ice Seal Tomb. Boom. 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 Thick ice walls rising 10 meters high shot up from the ground, instantly wrapping the entire center of the arena tightly, isolating all external views and cameras. Inside the ice walls, shadows loomed. Lu Chen slowly walked towards the 5 Beast Academy team members who had lost the ability to resist. You are from the Zhao family's affiliated academy, right? Lu Chen's voice echoed in the closed space, carrying a chilling aura that sent shivers down the spine. The captain looked at Lu Chen in terror. What do you want? We have no combat power left. Referee. Referee. Stop shouting, the referee can't hear you. Lu Chen raised his left hand, gently stroking the red lotus winding around his arm. At this moment, the red lotus, having absorbed some summon creature's blood energy, was already excitedly trembling. The bud opened, revealing a mass of sharp fangs inside. Just now, someone from the Zhao family tried to kill me, and I'm really not happy. Lu Chen looked at them as if he were looking at 5 bags of fertilizer. Since you love blood sacrifices so much, let my pet show you what a true blood sacrifice is. Red Lotus, it's time to eat. Hiss. The Red Lotus let out a sharp hiss. Countless crimson vines shot out from Lu Chen's arm, like countless hungry venomous snakes, pouncing on the 5 utterly defenseless prey. Ah. No. Help. Something's coming in. My blood. My blood is being drained. The screams echoed inside the ice walls, but could not reach the outside. The root systems of the Red Lotus dug into their blood vessels, greedily absorbing the essence from the beast tamers with special bloodlines. This time, Lu Chen did not let the Red Lotus drain them into dry corpses. But he did let the Red Lotus extract all their source blood. That is to say, he ruined their foundations. From now on, these 5 individuals would be unable to walk like normal people, let alone become beast tamers. Gulp, gulp. As a large amount of essence entered its body, the aura of the Red Lotus began to surge rapidly. Its vines became more translucent, the blood-red patterns on the petals became clearer, and a powerful aura about to break through spread out. Until the 5 completely lost consciousness, the Red Lotus reluctantly withdrew its vines. It burped, the bud slowly closed, transforming into a red light cocoon, wrapping back around Lu Chen's wrist. Devouring special bloodline, blood of the beast. Red Lotus enters the hibernation digestion period expected to welcome a qualitative change upon waking. Lu Chen was satisfied as he touched the light cocoon on his wrist. Digest it, and give me a surprise during the finals. He turned around and nodded at Lin Qingxue. Remove the ice walls. Splash. The ice walls shattered, turning into a sky full of ice crystals that dispersed. When the audience and referees finally saw the scene on the arena, everyone couldn't help but shiver. The 5 members of the Beast Academy looked like shadows of themselves, lying on the ground with faces like golden paper, emaciated as if they had suffered a great illness, their breaths so weak they could barely be noticed. And standing among them, Lu Chen was still pristine, his expression calm. Referee. Lu Chen kicked the bone knife beside his foot. They're asleep. Can we declare it? The referee swallowed hard, looking at the 5 clearly drained contestants, feeling a chill run down his back. This was not a competition at all. This was clearly a one-sided feast. The winner is the Dusk Battle Team, advancing to the top 4. Amid the sparse applause, Lu Chen led his team off the arena. No cheers, only awe. If the previous Lu Chen made people feel strong, then at this moment Lu Chen made people feel fear. A kind of fear from the depths of the soul, a fear of unknown methods. In the VIP box, Zhao Tianba watched Lu Chen's calm eyes on the big screen, and the bead in his hand was crushed again. A flower that sucks the essence and blood of people. Good, very good. Lu Chen, you are giving me more and more surprises. But, this is where it ends. Zhao Tianba stood up, adjusted his collar, as if he had made a certain decision, and slowly dialed a phone number. Chapter 69, The Lin Family's Killing Move. The horn of the semifinals blew amidst the attention of all. The atmosphere in the Imperial Capital Stadium was no longer as fanatical as before, but rather filled with an eerie oppression. Everyone sensed that something was wrong, because standing opposite the Dusk Team were 5 strange people dressed in grey linen, their expressions blank like dead ash. They had no names, no code names, only a blood-red Lin character embroidered on their chests. The Lin family's Death Warriors. The match begins. As soon as the referee's words fell, the 5 did not summon their beast companions like normal beast masters, but instead, in unison, pulled out a pitch-black pill from their bosoms and swallowed it with their heads tilted back. Boom! In just 1 second. 5 bursts of violent and even destructive spiritual power erupted from their bodies. Their bodies began to swell strangely, skin cracking open with blood streaks, veins turning purple-black, like venomous snakes awakening at this moment. In their eyes, the whites disappeared, leaving only madness that wanted to destroy everything. This is soul-crushing pill? The professional commentator in the stands stood up in fear, his voice trembling. This is a suicide pill already banned by the Alliance. The user burns all vitality and spiritual power, turning their body into a human-shaped nuclear bomb. What do they want? The answer was obvious. For the family. The leading warrior let out a roar that was not human. The 5 balloon-like monsters completely ignored their defenses, charging madly from 5 directions towards the area where Lu Chen stood. They did not want to win the match. They came to perish together. Crazy. Does the Lin family want to commit murder in public? The audience screamed in fear, and people in the front rows even began to panic and retreat, afraid of being caught in the crossfire. The collective self-detonation of 5 golden-level Death Warriors had the power to level the entire arena, even affecting the stands. Lu Chen! Run away! Lin Qingshue's face turned pale, instinctively trying to pull Lu Chen back. But it was too late. The speed of the Death Warriors was too fast, and they had already locked onto Lu Chen's energy the moment they swallowed the pill, unwilling to die peacefully. Run? Lu Chen stood still, watching the 5 flesh bombs about to explode, his expression dark. He did not retreat but stepped forward, blocking in front of all his teammates. Defense formation. Lu Chen's voice was calm and urgent, like a commander on the battlefield. Qingxue. Ice wall to slow them down. Use as much as possible. Taizhu. Energy overload. Activate all shields. Meiqiu. Black gold armor. Stand at the front. Yes. In this moment of life and death, the Dusk Team demonstrated amazing execution. Extreme cold domain, 1000-layer ice prison. Lin Qingxue waved her staff, creating countless thick ice walls that rose up, layer upon layer, blocking the Death Warriors' charging path. Ziz, all energy shields, activate. Tieju's core shone with red light, a blue semi-spherical shield enveloping everyone, followed by another, and another. Roar! Meiqiu stood like a towering black gold iron tower, firmly blocking the front of the team. But this was not enough, line end. Those Death Warriors, stimulated by the drugs, directly crashed through the ice walls, even ignoring being pierced by the ice shards. The red light on their bodies had already reached its peak. Like 5 suns about to explode. Is this your method? Standing behind Lu Chen, Bai Ling watched the crazed monsters rushing forward, and then looked at Lu Chen, who stood in front of her. Her hands trembled. She could feel the destructive energy waves. It was a force powerful enough to turn golden-level warriors to ashes. If she didn't do something, her master would get hurt. He might even die. Never. Bai Ling bit her lip, and blood seeped out. A fierce flame of resolve suddenly ignited in her golden pupils. She didn't need Lu Chen's command. She was her master's shield. In the moment when the 5 Death Warriors were less than 10 meters away, about to explode, Bai Ling took a step forward, passing Lin Qingxue, passing the Iron Pillar, even passing Lu Chen, standing at the very front of the group. She raised her hands high. SS-level talent Holy Radiance, full power unleashed. With my soul, I forge a holy domain. Bai Ling's voice was ethereal and sacred, as if it came from a heavenly choir. Forbidden spell, holy domain, absolute protection. Buzz. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. A golden light curtain, not blinding yet incredibly thick and warm, sprang open centered around Bai Ling. Countless mysterious runes flowed within this light curtain, and faint angelic shadows could be seen surrounding it. It enveloped Lu Chen, the coal ball, the iron pillar, Lin Xingxue, and even the dozens of ice walls and energy shields inside. Just as the light curtain took shape. Boom, 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 boom. A world-shattering explosion occurred. The 5 Death Warriors simultaneously detonated themselves. A massive fireball instantly engulfed the entire arena, horrific shockwaves mixed with blood and spirit energy storms, like an out-of-control ancient beast, wildly tearing at that layer of golden light curtain. The ground trembled, and the protective barrier groaned. The audience in the stands only felt a flash of white light, their eardrums almost shattering. That was the impact of a nuclear explosion. Smoke and dust billowed, blocking the sky. Everyone held their breath, staring hard at the ruins. Did they survive? With such power in self-explosion, even diamond level wouldn't dare to resist, right? In the VIP box, Zhao Tianba gripped the railing tightly. The Lin family had invested heavily this time, using even these death warriors. If they still couldn't kill Lu Chen. 1 minute later. The smoke and dust gradually cleared. A huge deep pit appeared at the original site of the arena, everything around flattened. But in the center of that deep pit, a golden hemispherical light shield still stood stubbornly. Although the surface of the shield was covered in countless cracks, and its radiance had dimmed to the extreme, it had not shattered. Blocked it? The crowd was in an uproar. Crack! As the last trace of energy was exhausted, the light shield turned into countless light spots and dissipated, revealing the intact people inside. Except for one person. Bai Ling. Her pure white dress had turned to dust. Her body swayed unsteadily, her face pale as a transparent sheet, golden blood continually seeping from beneath her skin. It was the price of overdrawn life to release the forbidden spell. Bai Ling. Lu Chen's pupils constricted, and he rushed forward. In the moment when the girl was about to fall to the ground, he reached out and pulled her into his arms. This body was light enough to hurt his heart, cold as ice. Lu Chen looked at the girl in his arms, barely hanging on to life, the little girl who usually only timidly called master, but now had almost sacrificed her life to protect him. An unprecedented wave of fury erupted in Lu Chen's chest. At that moment, Bai Ling struggled to open her eyes. Her vision was a bit blurry, but she still tried to focus on Lu Chen's face. She wanted to raise her hand to touch his face but didn't even have the strength to lift a finger. Her lips curled slightly, revealing a weak but satisfied smile. Master. Her voice was very soft, as if it could be blown away by the wind at any moment. Are you okay? Lu Chen's heart suddenly throbbed violently. He grasped Bai Ling's icy small hand, his voice hoarse. I'm fine. Lu Chen raised his head, his originally pitch-black eyes instantly turning into a chilling crimson. He looked up at the high stands, at the shadowy Zhao Tianba, and the expressionless representative of the Lin family standing behind him. Since you all want to play with lives so badly. Lu Chen held the unconscious Bai Ling and slowly stood up. Then, I will play a bigger game with you. Chapter 70, the challenge has been issued, sword pointed at the Zhao family. Beep. With the referee's slightly trembling whistle, the semifinals officially came to an end. But this was not the end, it was the beginning of a greater storm. We won, really won? My god. They weren't even killed by self-explosion? What kind of divine team is this? Twilight. 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 After a brief silence, the National Sports Stadium erupted completely. 100,000 spectators stood up at the same time, their cheers like a tangible tsunami, rising higher and higher, almost overturning the massive dome. Countless flashes went crazy, illuminating the few smoke-filled figures in the center of the arena, making them look like war gods stepping out of mythology. However, in this ocean of cheers, the highest stand, symbolizing the supreme power of the capital, seemed to be covered by a layer of invisible frost, breathless in its silence. In the front row's luxurious sofa, an elderly man dressed in a bright yellow tang suit slowly stood up. He was not tall, even somewhat hunched, with silver hair combed meticulously. But with just this simple action of standing up, the surrounding air seemed to freeze in power. Zhao family head, Zhao Tianlong. A terrifying being that could shake the capital with a stomp of his foot. At this moment, the 2 glossy purple-gold walnuts in his hands stopped spinning. In his seemingly murky old eyes, 2 cold beams shot out like poisonous snakes, firmly pinned on the young man in the center of the arena. No admiration, no pity. Only unabashed and intense killing intent. A great Twilight team, a great Lu Chen. Zhao Tianlong's voice was not loud, nor did he use any amplification devices, but through the ripple of power, it precisely and clearly penetrated Lu Chen's eardrums, causing his blood to surge. Young man, you're good. But sometimes, being too sharp can easily break. This was a blatant threat, a death notice from the head of a noble family. For a moment, the audience, who had been wildly cheering, seemed to sense the unusual atmosphere, and their voices gradually quieted down. Meanwhile, the keen media reporters, like sharks smelling blood, went wild instantly. Long guns and short cannons surged toward the edge of the arena, countless microphones nearly shoved into Lu Chen's face. Captain Lu. In the face of direct pressure from the head of the Zhao family, what do you have to say? I've heard that the demon godson of the Zhao family, Zhao Tianba, has emerged from seclusion, and he has declared he will tear you apart in the finals. Are you going to back out to save yourself? Lu Chen, did that brutal self-explosion just now mean you were already at your wits' end? Facing the deeply rooted Zhao family, do you really have a chance of winning? The questions were sharper and more cutting one after another. In the eyes of the media, Lu Chen had won the semifinals, but having offended the giant Zhao family, he was doomed to be a fleeting tragic hero. Faced with this overwhelming wave of doubt in the gaze of the elder at the pinnacle of power, Lu Chen said nothing. He didn't even glance at those cameras. He turned around and gently lifted the still unconscious Bai Ling from the ground, carefully handing her over to Lin Xingxue behind him. Take good care of her. Lin Xingxue took over Bai Ling, looking at Lu Chen's overly calm profile. A sudden pain pierced her heart. Lu Chen, you. Don't worry. Lu Chen patted her shoulder, then turned around, adjusting his collar. That black tactical coat was now full of tears, stained with dust and the black ash left from the explosion, looking somewhat disheveled. But he brushed off the dust on his collar, his movements elegant as if he were attending a banquet. Chances of winning? Lu Chen finally spoke up. He pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, took a deep puff, the sharp smoke swirling in his lungs, taking away all his fatigue. Through the haze of smoke, he looked at the reporters, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his mouth. You ask me if I have a chance of winning? Lu Chen did not answer but turned sideways, making way for his teammates behind him. Lin Xingxue was carefully wiping the dust off her staff, her gaze cold and firm. Although tired, her back stood straight. Taiju silently stood nearby, the reactor in his chest rapidly charging, letting out a low hum, ready to enter annihilation mode at any time. Meiqiu crouched on the ground, his crimson eyes fixed on the direction of Zhao Tianlong, making a crunching sound with his teeth, as if choosing the next chew toy. And there was Bai Ling, who despite being unconscious, had exhausted herself to protect him, nearly overdrawing her life. This was his confidence. This was his Fong. My comrades. Lu Chen's voice suddenly rose high, like a sword drawn from its sheath, piercing the sky. As long as they still stand behind me, I have no reason to lose. After speaking, he ignored the dazed journalists. Lu Chen led the whole team step by step to the very edge of the arena, facing the high and mighty Zhao Tianlong in the VIP seats. The crowd stood shoulder to shoulder, their momentum like a rainbow. In that moment, they were no longer an ordinary student battle team, but a group of Azura who clawed back from hell for revenge. All eyes in the arena focused on this moment. Lu Chen slowly raised his right hand. Clang! The black ally combat knife was drawn, the blade reflecting a piercing cold light under the sunset. He flicked his wrist, the tip of the knife pointing straight at Zhao Tianlong's forehead. The audience erupted in an uproar. He's crazy. He's gone insane. Pointing a knife at the head of the Zhao family? This is shaking the heavens. This is a declaration of war to the death. Under countless high-definition cameras, broadcast live across the city and even the country, Lu Chen's young and proud face was magnified infinitely. He looked at Zhao Tianlong, his lips slowly moving. Though no sound came out, his mouth formed words that were imprinted clearly in everyone's mind, as if a thunderclap echoed. Clean your neck. Next, it's you. Boom. At this moment, the killing intent from Lu Chen was no longer suppressed, merging with the momentum of his teammates behind him, transforming into a soaring battle intent that managed to withstand Zhao Tianlong's terrifying pressure. United, brothers are as strong as steel. This was not just a slogan, it was an oath forged with their blood and trust. In the VIP seats, Zhao Tianlong stared at the arrogant young man, his face dark as if water could drip from it. Crack! He gripped the walnut tightly, suddenly crushing the two extremely hard purple gold walnuts into powder, golden dust cascading through his fingers. Good. Very good. Zhao Tianlong, enraged to the point of laughter, his eyes flashing with a trace of cruel pleasure. Since you want to die, I will grant you your wish. See you in the finals. With that, Zhao Tianlong swept his sleeve and left, his back exuding a ruthless air that seemed ready to stir up a bloody storm. And in the moment he turned, Lu Chen on the arena instantly retracted his arrogance, replaced by a deeper, colder calculation. Because he knew. The true war was just beginning. The visible arena was just the prelude, while the hidden slaughter was. The curtain is about to rise. The Zhao family, such a colossal entity, would never truly wait until the finals to make their move. Tonight is destined to be a bloody night. Go. Lu Chen sheathed his knife, turned around, and led his teammates out, his steps firm. His brows were lowered, and no one could tell what he was plotting inside. Perhaps, it was an utterly crazy thought. Chapter 71, The Dragon's Reverse Scale, Touch it and you will die. The night in the capital was as dark as a puddle of thick ink that would not dissolve. Tomorrow is the final match of the national competition. At this moment, the capital seems calm, but in reality, there are hidden currents surging. Countless gamblers are betting wildly, and major families are holding late-night meetings, all waiting for the upcoming peak showdown. Competitor Village, Villa Number 1. Although it is a mansion seized by force at this moment, there is no slightest hint of joy inside. Lin Qingxue and Bai Ling are in their respective rooms, making final preparations for tomorrow's battle. In the living room, only Lu Chen sits alone on the sofa, holding a cup of ice water, without drinking it. In front of him floated a holographic projection, showing Wang Pengzi far away in Linjiang. Wang Pengzi was covered in sweat, his face pale, and he hadn't even bothered to wear his expensive suit, only dressed in a shirt soaked with sweat, the background filled with the noise of alarms. Lu. Brother Lu, something huge has happened. Wang Pengzi's voice was filled with extreme fear and self-blame, even carrying a sobbing tone. I truly am sorry. Something happened at home. Lu Chen's heart sank, the cup in his hand slightly shook. What happened? Speak slowly. Just half an hour ago, the brothers I arranged to protect our sister at the central hospital suddenly lost contact. Wang Pengzi wiped the cold sweat from his face, gritting his teeth and said. I received news that a group of mysterious experts bypassed all the security checks in Linjiang and directly launched an attack on the hospital's VIP ward. They acted too quickly, and their methods were extremely professional. All were assassins. By the time I got there with my men, the ward was already empty. Also, the Zhao family is betting wildly against your win tonight. Brother Lu, this is absolutely the Zhao family's doing. They have taken Lu Qing. Crack. The heavy glass cup in Lu Chen's hand instantly became covered in cracks. That was his only relative, his reverse scale. It was the last piece of pure land he must protect, even if it meant carrying a bad name and going against the world. I understand. Lu Chen's voice was terrifyingly calm, like the Dead Sea before a storm. Pengzi, this is not your fault. The Zhao family wants to act, you can't stop them. But leave the rest to me. Lu Chen hung up on Wang Pengzi. The room fell into a deadly silence. At that moment. Buzz, buzz. The encrypted communicator on the table, which had never been made public, suddenly vibrated. Caller ID, unknown number. Lu Chen looked at the flashing red number, his eyes flashing with a glint of cold light. He did not hesitate, his finger gently slid over the answer button. The holographic projection instantly unfolded. What appeared was not the office of some big shot but a dark, damp basement filled with the smell of mold and blood. In the center of the image, an old man, covered in injuries, was tied to a worn-out iron chair. It was the old apothecary, Zhang Shini, who had been making life-saving medicines for Lu Qing. He had been beaten badly, his face bruised, and his 10 fingers exhibited unnatural distortions, clearly showing signs of severe torture. In the corner next to the old man, a weak figure was curled up. That was Lu Qing. She was tied with coarse ropes, her mouth stuffed with cloth, her originally pale face now devoid of any color. She looked at the camera in panic, tears welling in her eyes, but she desperately held back from crying out. Snap! A foot clad in expensive leather stomped into the scene, harshly crushing Zhang Shini's hands that were used for preparing medicines. Ah! The old man let out a shrill scream. Then, a middle-aged butler in a tailcoat, with slicked back hair, appeared on screen. He wore an elegant smile, but his eyes were more venomous than a snake's. Good evening, young Master Lu Chen. The butler subtly bowed to the camera, speaking in a tone as warm as greeting an old friend. Allow me to introduce myself, I am the butler of the Zhao family, Zhao Zhong. I apologize for interrupting your rest. However, I believe you would love to see your two old friends, right? Lu Chen sat on the sofa, his body stiffening suddenly. Let them go. Lu Chen's voice was calm, not a ripple of emotion in it. Whatever it is, come at me. Come at you? Zhao Zhong smiled, a reckless grin on his face. Young Master Lu is joking. Right now, you are the blooming star of the capital city, how could we lowly servants dare to confront you? With that, Zhao Zhong pulled out a vial glowing with a faint blue light. It was the divine suppressant that Lu Qing depended on for survival, a special edition that couldn't be bought on the market. I heard your sister's illness is quite troublesome. If she doesn't get injected with this every day, her organs will burst like balloons? Zhao Zhong toyed with the vial, a mocking look in his eyes. What bad luck, all the supplies you ordered in Linjiang have been accidentally destroyed in transit. This is the last one. If I just shake it a little. He feigned a shaky hand. You dare. Lu Chen sprang to his feet, a strong killing intent erupting. On screen, Lu Qing saw her brother losing control and fervently shook her head, tears finally streaming down her face. Don't get excited, don't get excited. Zhao Zhong tightened his grip on the vial, the smile on his face fading to reveal sharp fangs. Want your sister to live? It's simple. Tomorrow's finals, you should know what to do. Zhao Zhong stared into Lu Chen's eyes, speaking each word deliberately. First, lose to young Master Wuji. Second, on the stage, in front of the entire nation, self-mutilate and kneel to the Zhao family in apology. As long as you do that, I will return your sister to you unharmed. Otherwise. Zhao Zhong sneered, pressing his fingers forcefully. Crack. The glass bottle containing Lu Qing's life-saving medicine was squeezed and shattered in his hand. The blue liquid dripped down between his fingers, falling onto the dusty floor, evaporating into wisps of despairing smoke. Without the medicine, she can last 3 more days. After 3 days, if you're still alive, you'll only be collecting your sister's corpse. Lu Chen watched the falling liquid, looked at Lu Qing's desperate eyes, his heart felt like it was tightly squeezed, painful enough to suffocate. But he did not roar, nor did he go mad. In the face of extreme anger, his mind entered a state of absolute coldness. Fine. Lu Chen sat back on the sofa, his voice hoarse. I agree. Zhao Zhong on the other end clearly didn't expect Lu Chen to agree so fast. He paused for a moment before breaking into an arrogant laugh. Ha ha ha. I thought the god of death was so tough. Turns out you're just a dog, begging for mercy for the sake of family. If you had listened sooner, we wouldn't be in this situation. Just then. Lu Qing, whose mouth had been gagged, suddenly found the strength to smash her head against a nearby guard, the cloth in her mouth loosening. Brother! The girl's piercing scream came through the wires, heart-wrenching. Don't worry about me. They are all liars. They never planned on letting me go. Brother! Don't worry about me. Slap. A heavy slap echoed. Zhao Zhong slapped Lu Qing away, causing her to crash heavily against the wall, becoming unconscious. Damn bitch. So chatty. Zhao Zhong adjusted his slightly disheveled cuff and coldly smiled at the camera. Lu Chen, did you hear that? Your sister has a lot of spirit. But spirit won't save her life. See you tomorrow. Beep. The communication was cut off. The holographic projection vanished, and the living room fell back into dead silence. Lu Chen remained seated, motionless. But the special military communicator in his hand silently turned into metal dust, which started to fall. Ha! Lu Chen slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. He looked down, staring at his empty palm. Let me lose? Let me cut off my own arms? Lu Chen whispered softly, his voice echoing in the empty hall, carrying a chilling scent of blood. He slowly raised his head. His pair of eyes, originally glowing with a golden light, had now completely turned into a crimson red like blood. Since you have crossed my bottom line, then there is no need for me to play this childish game anymore. Tai Zhu. Lu Chen's voice was as cold as falling ice shards. Here, master. In the basement, the mechanical tyrant had not gone into sleep mode, it remained in a state of highest alert. Is the underground network topographic map of the capital finished? Z survey completed. Holographic 3D model established. Very good. Lu Chen stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the bright, dazzling super metropolis. In his vision, the entire underground city was covered by countless red lines. Like a spider web spreading everywhere. Chapter 72, Red Lotus Night Walk, the city takes root. Late at night, a rare downpour fell on the capital. The rain poured down, crazily washing the ancient city that had hundreds of years of history. Thunder roared, drowning out all sounds of evil and conspiracy. At the highest point in the center of the capital, the tip of the Imperial Bell Tower, a black figure stood facing the wind. Lu Chen was drenched, but he didn't care. The rain slid down his stern face, gathering at his chin, and dripping into the bottomless darkness beneath his feet. He did not activate the spiritual energy shield but allowed the cold rain to wash away the nearly explosive killing intent within him. Tai Zhu. Lu Chen whispered to the air. Z holographic map has synchronized. Zhao family and Lin family underground network nodes have been marked. All spiritual energy detection probes have been shielded with looped images. The calm report from Tai Zhu echoed in his earpiece. Very good. Lu Chen slowly raised his left arm, rolling up his sleeve. The crimson demon flower, Red Lotus, entwined around his arm, seemed to sense its master's immense fury, excitedly trembling. The vividly blooming bud slowly opened, revealing a feeding mouth at its core, deep like an abyss. Go, Red Lotus. Lu Chen's voice sounded especially clear amidst the thunder, carrying a chilling aura that made hearts race. Tonight, the underbelly of this city is under your command. Wherever, as long as there is bloodline aura from those two families. Lu Chen's eyes flashed with red light. Plant your roots there. Hiss. Red Lotus let out a suppressed shriek. It suddenly fell from Lu Chen's arm, not growing larger but instantly splitting into thousands of thin, hair-like, translucent red roots. These roots crawled along the bell tower's drainage outlet, like countless wriggling red threadworms, silently drilling into the vast and complex underground drainage system of the capital. Underground, in the sewer network. This was the dark side of the city, full of filth and stench. But for the plant-based Red Lotus, this was the best highway. The countless blood-colored roots grew and spread wildly in the filthy sewage. Their speed was astonishing. In just half an hour, they had already formed a gigantic vascular network, covering a large part of the underground of the capital. They precisely avoided all civilian residential areas, like conscious hunters, heading straight for the two locations with the strongest spiritual energy and the tightest defenses. In the eastern district of the capital, the Lin family's ancestral home. It was a vast Soviet-style garden, and most of the clan members were asleep at this time. Deep underground, several formation masters responsible for guarding the family array were dozing. Buzz. The alarm light of the defense formation suddenly flickered, indicating a faint exotic energy intrusion. What's going on? A formation mage woke up and quickly checked the dashboard. But in the next second, the red light went out again, and all the readings returned to normal. Hey, probably just a rat in the sewer bumping into the formation. Another person yawned. On a stormy day like this, the instruments are prone to false alarms. Let's get back to sleep. What they didn't know was that, in this brief moment, countless red tendrils, thinner than a hair, had already found their way into the formation's spiritual energy nodes under the cover of the iron pillars. They broke through the concrete, penetrated the floor, and silently crept into every Lin family member's room along the bed legs and wall seams. A high-ranking elder of the Lin family was sound asleep in bed, perhaps contemplating how to divide the benefits from Lu Chen the next day in his dreams. He didn't notice at all that beneath his bed, a few scarlet vines had quietly poked their heads out, slithering upward like poisonous snakes, hovering over his throat and heart, lying in wait. Just one command. These seemingly weak tendrils would instantly transform into deadly steel needles. In the Zhao family ancestral home in the northern district of the imperial city, the situation was even more perilous. After all, the Zhao family was a top-tier noble clan with an ancestor overseeing them. The defenses underground were of a high level, even featuring a withering barrier specifically against plant-based invasions. But under the remote assistance of the Eye of Truth, these formations appeared as flaws in Lu Chen's eyes. 3 inches to the left, the entrance. Avoid that fire attribute node. Lu Chen stood atop the clock tower, his eyes shimmering with golden light, like a precise surgeon remotely controlling every piercing of the Red Lotus. The roots of the Red Lotus grew extremely cautious, they even began to mimic the surrounding earthen and rocky atmosphere, gradually melting into the Zhao family's foundation. In the back courtyard of the Zhao family, in a forbidden retreat chamber, Zhao Tianlong, the ancestor of the Zhao family, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. A hint of doubt flashed in his murky old eyes. Strange. Why do I feel a sudden heartbeat? His powerful spiritual sense instantly swept across the entire residence. Amid the wind and rain, the clan members slept soundly, and the patrolling death warriors executed their duties faithfully. There was no sign of damage in the underground formation. Could it be that I'm overthinking? Zhao Tianlong frowned and closed his eyes again. Maybe I'm just too excited that kid named Lu Chen is going to die tomorrow. Just as he was about to re-enter his meditative state, a nearly imperceptible red filament gently poked its head out from the seam of his meditation mat. The dawn broke. The torrential rain had just eased, and a hint of dawn light appeared on the eastern horizon. On the streets of the imperial city, sanitation workers began to clear fallen leaves, and early risers started bustling for a new day. Everything seemed so calm and peaceful. No one knew that deep beneath their feet, a massive, deadly crimson web had been woven. 2 enormous families, thousands of lives, were like flies trapped in a spider's web, with life and death hanging by a thread. On the clock tower, Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes. Having not slept all night, his eyes were filled with bloodshot veins, but this made him appear even more dangerous. Ha! He exhaled, retracting his perception that covered the entire city. His left arm felt a surge of heat. That brightly blooming red lotus rebloomed on his shoulder, droplets of last night's rain still clinging to the petals, appearing pure and beautiful. But only Lu Chen knew how terrifying the murderous intent stored within that flower truly was. Well done. Lu Chen tilted his head and kissed the petals of the red lotus. Now, the imperial city is truly my home ground. He stood up, stretched his stiff body, and looked into the distance at the majestic national stadium. That was the venue for today's finals. It was also the execution ground prepared by the Zhao family for him. Zhao Tianba, Zhao Zhong, and Zhao Tianlong. Lu Chen's mouth slowly spread into a smile that froze even the morning breeze. Don't you want to see me beg for mercy with a broken arm? Don't you want to see me cry tears for my sister? All right. Then let's see who will be the first to cry. Lu Chen adjusted his collar and turned to walk down the bell tower. His back was resolute. Since you won't let my sister live, then I will let your entire family accompany her in death.